Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1149 to Chapter 1218. Blood Spear Monarch, is his strength really as strong as you said? The Blade Demon King had fought with Yichen before. At that time, Yichen was still a quasi-emperor and was forced to flee by the Blade Demon King. He had never believed that Yichen had already surpassed the Blood Spear Monarch. One should know that the Blood Spear Monarch had the strength of an advanced combat emperor and was one of the three great combat emperors in the advanced hunting battlefield. How could he be surpassed so easily? Dueling Monarch nodded slightly. She also didn't believe that Yichen had already reached such a level. After all, it had only been a few years. His progress was too fast. The Blood Spear Monarch said, "If I didn't experience it myself, I would be the same as you guys. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth. I couldn't do anything to him even if I used all my strength. In addition, his soul attack is very powerful. He can form sword chi to attack his enemies." The Blood Spear Monarch is right. He is indeed very strong. I saw him in the Black Tortoise ruins. At that time, the Divine Monument appeared and he comprehended many mysteries from it. The Queen of God Bless was very fearful of Yichen. As a demons with the rare dark goddess bloodline, there were very few in the same realm that could make her fearful. Yichen was one of them. She wasn't afraid of others competing with her bloodline, especially humans. However, Yichen's comprehension was too strong. Such a person would sooner or later become the supreme existence in the universe and become the greatest enemy of the demons. Humph. Even if he is very powerful, we can easily kill him with 5 teams working together. The Sharp-Horned King's original form was a demonic beast. Don't be careless. The Queen of God Bless reminded the Sharp-Horned King. She didn't want him to die under the sword of Yichen because of his carelessness. His teammates ran away. Everyone saw that only Yichen was left in the exorcist team. Meanwhile, Yichen was quietly standing on the crown of the tree, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Too arrogant. The Blade Demon King was somewhat dissatisfied. This guy. The Queen of God Bless also frowned. The opponent was indeed too arrogant. Did he really think that he could fight against 5 combat emperor teams? Everyone, listen to my command. Begin the soul attack. The first advantage of numbers was that they could launch soul attacks together. They were not ordinary life and death kings. The soul attack secret arts they cultivated were at least heavenly king grade. For example, God Blessed Queen's soul attack secret art had even reached emperor grade. Even an extremely powerful titled monarch would have to think twice before dealing with the soul attack of 35 people. Buzz buzz buzz, one after another, soul attacks were launched at Yichen. God Bless Queen's soul attack was a holy soul arrow, Blood Spear King's was a blood dart, Blade Demon King's was a soul blade, Dueling King's was a soul thread, and Horn King's was a soul roar. In addition to the other 30 soul attacks, all of them shot out in a densely packed manner. Yichen didn't dodge. He just smiled. In the next moment, 35 soul attacks entered Yichen's forehead. Bang 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 bang, continuous explosions rang out. These explosions could only be sensed by soul power. How is this possible? Horn King's eyes widened. Yichen, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed. His complexion didn't change at all. If all of you cultivated emperor-grade soul attack secret arts, you might have been able to threaten me. Outside Yichen's Sea of Soul, the Cyan Soul Ring easily blocked the 35 soul attacks, consuming less than 3% of his soul power. Soul defense was different from soul attacks. Although soul defense also consumed soul power, it depended on the strength of the opponent's soul attack. If the opponent couldn't break through the defense, then the consumption of soul power would be minimal. If the opponent could break through the defense, then the consumption of soul power would be much higher. Without using soul sword chi, which consumed too much soul power, Yichen said, "Now, it's my turn to attack." Swish, with a flicker, Yichen suddenly pulled out the dragon spring sword and slashed at the nearest quasi-emperor. Puff. Yichen's sword was too fast. By the time God Bless Queen and the rest reacted, this demonic god Paradise's quasi-emperor had already fallen, his armor and weapon falling down. Kill. At this moment, no words were needed. God Bless Queen took the initiative to attack Yichen. Her slender snow-white palm stretched out in the shape of a claw as she attacked toward Yi Chen. It was her ace attack. The surreal space rippled, and a huge blue-white claw appeared, shrouding toward Yi Chen. This claw attack had blocked all of Yi Chen's escape routes. There was no way he could escape. Break! Yi Chen flicked his wrist, and the dragon spring sword burst out with a dazzling sword light, slashing at the huge blue-white claw. There was a loud bang, the blue-white claw collapsed, but the sword light didn't stop. It landed on the God Bless Queen's protective halo and sent her flying. A trace of blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. Repelling the God Bless Queen with one sword attack? The Blade Demon King was alerted. He took a step back and held his blade with both hands. Countless blade lights burst out, sweeping out like a destructive storm. Taste my beast, Demon God Fist. The Sharp Horn King finally realized how powerful Yi Chen was. He was indeed not someone he could fight alone. However, this infuriated him even more. If this kind of person was left alive, it would be a disaster for the demons. Crack! All of a sudden, the Sharp Horn King threw out hundreds of punches. The pitch-black fist wind turned into a huge beast demon, which roared and pounced out. Snake Dragon Flash! The blood spear in the Blood Spear King's hand flashed, and a poisonous snake turned into a blood dragon. This attack was something Yi Chen had experienced before. It was a third transition martial art. As for the Dueling King, he didn't use his killing attack. Instead, he expanded his domain and fought against Yi Chen's sword domain, then absorbed Yi Chen's power with the Dueling Great Art. Although I won't be able to kill you, I will still make you feel pain. Yi Chen took a deep breath and activated his Jin Yuan, performing the extreme third transition sword art, Sun Essence Extreme Conversion. It was as if a scorching sun had appeared in the void. Then, this scorching sun was devoured by the powerful sword chi, turning into a terrifying radiant sword chi that flew out. Like the scorching sun turning into snow, any killing attack that encountered the radiant sword chi would quickly melt. Even the snake dragon flash of the Blood Spear King was no exception. A shocking scene occurred. All 33 opponents were sent flying by the sword chi. 4 of them directly exploded in the air and turned into ashes. The power of the extreme sun essence had reached the extreme limit of masculinity. Even a slight touch would cause one's bones and flesh to melt, causing one's Tao to vanish. How can he be so powerful? At this moment, even the Blood Spear King was stunned. He never thought that the current Yi Chen was more than 10 times stronger than when he fought with him previously. This was no longer the category of an advanced combat emperor, but a peak-level combat emperor. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary peak-level combat emperor, he was very close to a beginner combat emperor. Die. After the Sun Essence Extreme Conversion, Yi Chen immediately performed the True Inferno Sword Art. The True Inferno Sword Art's strength lay in its momentum. Boom, the raging flame burned, and the fiery sword chi swept across the sky like a waterfall. Puff 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 puff, the number of quasi-emperors that died under this sword had reached a new high, reaching 9. Including the 5 from before, there were 14 quasi-emperors that died in the hands of Yi Chen. Dueling King spurted out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "He's too powerful. We can't fight him head-on. Unless we have 10 times more people and a few more advanced combat emperors, only then can we fight him. Go." The Blood Spear King was also spurting out blood. He was trembling with fear. The power that Yi Chen had displayed was enough to injure him in an instant. Fortunately, there were many people that came this time. If he was alone, he might not be able to escape if he was entangled by the opponent. After all, a mid-level Heavenly King set wasn't a death immunity card. Where do you think you're going? The blue silhouette was erratic. Yi Chen attacked with the third sword. This sword was the most unpredictable momentary glory. The momentary glory pursued a moment of glory. Once the sword was unleashed, even ghosts and gods wouldn't be able to escape. The enemy wouldn't know where the attack came from. They only knew that although the world was vast, there was no place for them to hide. 20. After 3 sword strikes, only 15 survived, and 20 died. We can't fight this person head-on. Let's go. God Bless Queen finally arrived. She exerted all of her strength and shot out 7 bluish-white giant claws, while Blood Spear King also used 100 Snake Flurry. Right now, only the two of them could block Yichen for a short while. The others were simply sending themselves to their deaths. One would die, and one pair would die. With God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King doing their utmost to block Yichen, the others hastily fled. Dueling King, Blade Demon King, and Sharp Horn King were also fleeing. They were trembling in fear. Mid-level Heavenly King Set is indeed powerful. Yichen was entangled by the two and couldn't get away. The two were wearing mid-level Heavenly King Set, which had powerful defense. In terms of defense, a mid-level Heavenly King Set was equivalent to an Emperor-grade armor. Moreover, their cultivation base was higher than Yichen's, both at the peak of 6th layer Life and Death Realm. They could display the might of the mid-level Heavenly King Set to its limit. Yichen could injure them, but he couldn't kill them in a short time. Bang! After another huge collision, God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King borrowed the power of the explosion to retreat. Yichen didn't chase, since it was already too late. Huff, slowly letting out a breath, Yichen revealed a smile. He had killed 20 enemies and earned a total of 3 million Shinbi. The majority of these 3 million would belong to him. It seemed like the day of exchanging for a high-level Heavenly King Set was not far away. He truly didn't expect to encounter such a huge encirclement. He hoped that there would be more of such encirclement. Of course, this was only his extravagant hope. From now on, nobody would dare to challenge him in the high-level hunting battlefield. Several 100,000 li away, God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King were gathered together, looking extremely miserable. We miscalculated this time. He killed 20 of us. Blood Spear King said hatefully. Damn it. Blade Demon King was the most miserable. He was the only one left of his battle team, becoming a lone commander. God Bless Queen tried her best to regain her calm and said, although the losses were great, it wasn't without gains. What gains? Everybody turned to look at her. God Bless Queen said, his battle strength has already broken the balance of God Paradise. Once he breaks through to 7th layer Life and Death Realm, he'll definitely be able to contend against 8th layer titled monarchs without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such a scourge, knowing his potential ahead of time, is not a gain. Of course, we can't kill him by ourselves. We can only contact the higher-ups and have them launch a plan to kill him. Right, we must inform the higher-ups. If this person doesn't die, heaven and earth will not tolerate him. 9th layer Life and Death Realm experts were the supreme beings of this universe. What was a supreme being? Naturally, it was supreme. Without true gods, no one could compete with them. However, 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes were too rare. Each race only had a few of them. It could be said that any 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes would be a peerless genius when they were young. If other geniuses were stars, then a 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes would be the sun when they were young. Wanting to kill a 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes was as difficult as ascending the heavens, and the price one had to pay was extremely high. Only a group of 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes would have a chance. However, every race had a plan. Since they couldn't kill a 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes, then they would kill some peerless geniuses who had the possibility of becoming supremes. This way, as time passed, the number of 9th layer Life and Death Realm supremes in the enemy races would decrease. Once the old ones died, the new ones would not appear, and victory would come naturally. Without a doubt, Yichen had the possibility of becoming a 9th layer Life and Death sovereign. It would be too late to kill him after he reached that step. Killing him now would only require 1,000th of the price. Of course, this would require a meticulous plan. After all, Yichen was basically staying in the 4 major life star fields. Killing him would not be that easy. Even 9th layer Life and Death sovereign or 8th layer titled monarchs couldn't act rashly. If even one of them died, it would be a huge loss, damaging the foundation. 7 days later, the Demon Hunter squad left the high-rank hunting battlefield and returned to the God Paradise. Keep training, and try to cultivate to the Blue Soul Ring realm. In this hunt, Yichen had obtained a total of 3,100,000 Shinbi. Adding his previous gains, he now had 3,600,000 Shinbi. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, Yichen continued to comprehend his soul ring. With his blue soul ring, Yichen was already able to ignore the soul attacks from the God-blessed Queen and the others. On the battlefield, even tens of thousands of life and death realm warriors would not be able to do anything to him. Firstly, it was because his soul was too powerful, and secondly, it was because his soul ring was unfathomable. If he could train it to the blue soul ring realm, not only would his soul defense increase to the next level, it would also be able to last longer. After all, both soul defense and soul attacks would consume soul power. As for the highest realm, the purple spirit ring realm, Yichen could only estimate at present, the specific strength, temporarily did not know. Cultivation was timeless, especially in the Tower of Time. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim 2 months in the outside world were equivalent to 6,000 days in the Tower of Time. Blue light appeared outside Yichen's soul sea, which was as pure as the azure sky. However, it was clearer than the azure sky. Gradually, the blue light formed a blue halo outside the cyan halo. Blue Soul Ring Realm achieved. It is time to go to the Black Tortoise Ruins. Yichen did not need to think to know that since he had spent more than 3 months to reach the Blue Soul Ring Realm, it would take him at least a year to reach the Purple Soul Ring Realm. And this was with the help of the Tower of Time. Therefore, there was no need to rush it, since there was no hope this year. Riding the god ship, Yichen headed to the gold armor planet in the Black Tortoise Star region. Thousand Arrow King and the other 5 went ahead of him. This time, Yichen decided to go to the Black Tortoise Ruins alone. If there were too many people, he would not be able to perform well. Inside the Black Tortoise Ruins, Yichen was drinking in the Hall of the Phantom while the ship was traveling at a high speed. 3 days later, Yichen had reached the core area of the Black Tortoise Ruins. Almost there. Putting away the phantom, Yichen gazed into the depths of the ruins. The Black Tortoise Ruins was a huge battlefield. The human race, demons, evil spirit race, Xianxia race, Greenman race, and other races would all send armies to fight here. The human race fought to protect their territory, while the demons and other races fought to gradually invade the human race's territory. Both sides could be said to be irreconcilable. Under normal circumstances, armies that came to the Black Tortoise Ruins consisted of 500 people, 1,000 people, 5,000 people, and even 50,000 people. There were very few who came alone. After all, there were very few who could fight 1,000 people or 10,000 people. There would always be some weaknesses. Some had weak soul defenses, while others had weak physical defenses. Once surrounded, 9 out of 10 would be dead. Those who dared to come alone were all extremely confident in themselves. For example, some of the powerful 7th layer life and death titled monarchs would choose to enter the ruins alone. Firstly, it was more flexible. Secondly, it was faster to earn money, and everything would belong to them. Thirdly, it could temper their battle strength. As for 8th layer life and death titled monarchs and 9th layer life and death supremes, they rarely entered the ruins. They were the true pillars of their race, and their numbers were few. Death meant 1 less. Before the decisive battle, these people wouldn't come out. Once one of them appeared, it would immediately raise the alarm and escalate the battle situation. At that time, the situation would go out of control, which would not be a good thing for everyone. In any case, the Black Tortoise Ruins was the territory of the human race. There were also life planets in the Black Tortoise Ruins, but most of them were broken. Only 9th layer life and death supremes could destroy life planets. Back then, a great battle had destroyed 90% of the life planets. As for ordinary planets, billions of them had been destroyed, leaving the Black Tortoise Ruins floating in the vacuum. Stepping on a constantly moving meteorite, Yichen's vertical eye opened. A silver light flickered as it scanned the surroundings like a 3-eyed god. Got it. Soon, Yichen discovered a 500-man army of demons. Swish, the meteorite shattered, and Yichen's speed erupted to the limit as he flew toward the target. Enemies on the right. Everyone, prepare. Seeing that there was only one person, the leader of the demon army started to get nervous. Those who dared to enter the Black Tortoise Ruins alone were all powerful warriors. If it were not for the fact that he had discovered that Yichen was only at the 5th sky of life and death realm, he might have already escaped with his army. Soul attacks. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100,000 li, 500 soul attacks shot toward Yichen. Yi Chen's complexion remained unchanged as he forcefully withstood the 500 soul attacks. He, who had cultivated a blue soul ring, didn't consume a single strand of soul power. The blue soul ring could transform different kinds of soul power to replenish himself. Die. Taking out the dragon spring sword, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. The dazzling sword light lit up the whole area. At first glance, Yi Chen looked like a sun. Boom, with one sword attack, all 500 people were killed. Broken armors and weapons floated in the air, along with those messy storage rings. With a wave of his hand, countless spoils of war turned into a flood and flowed into Yi Chen's storage ring. He had already entered the ruins a couple of times, and Yi Chen had collected a lot of extreme rank weapons and even more storage rings. If it were before, he would have sold them for yuan stones. But now, he didn't lack yuan stones. These extreme rank weapons could be stored in his family or martial school's storage, and rewarded to those who had made great contributions. The broken extreme rank weapons could also be melted down and used as materials to train the first batch of extreme rank forgers. Next, after cleaning up the battlefield, Yi Chen turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yi Chen had slaughtered a large number of alien armies. There were 9 groups of 500 warriors, 3 groups of 1,000 warriors, and 1 group of 5,000 warriors. Only a few actually managed to escape. This was all thanks to the soul rings. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to ignore so many soul attacks. A group of 50,000 warriors. On this day, Yi Chen discovered an army of 50,000 warriors, which meant that the leader of the army was a general. If it was a 3-star general, Yi Chen wouldn't be afraid. But, if it was a 4-star general, he could only run. After all, a true 4-star general's strength might be similar to Yi Chen's, but his equipment would definitely be better than Yi Chen's, and he would definitely have many Emperor-grade weapons. Emperor-grade weapons were extremely rare, and there was no market for them. Just like Emperor-grade battleships, ordinary people couldn't buy them even if they had yuan stones. Whatever, even if it's a 4-star general, he can't stop me if I want to leave. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chen flew over without hesitation. General, enemies are coming. A Xianxia soldier came to report. How many? The Xianxia general was called Emperor Dolong, a 2-star general. 1 person. What, 1 person? Emperor Dolong was startled and promptly released his soul power. Soon, he discovered the rapidly approaching Yi Chen. When he discovered that the latter only had a cultivation base of 5th heavenly layer life and death realm, he couldn't help but sneer. He was truly courting death. Daring to come here alone, did he think that his army of 50,000 warriors was just for show? First group, listen to my command. Use soul attacks. Yes. Immediately, a dense array of soul attacks shot out. There were more than 5,000 of them, and the army was divided into 10 groups. Yi Chen's eyes turned and he started dodging, only being hit by 1 or 2,000 soul attacks. Emperor Dolong's eyes narrowed. 2nd group, 3rd group, 4th group, begin soul attacks. This time, there were 15,000 attacks, and 5,000 of them hit Yi Chen. What made Emperor Dolong furious was that Yi Chen was unharmed. Damn. What kind of soul defense secret art is he cultivating? Everyone, listen to my command. Collective soul attacks. Emperor Dolong himself also released a sickle-shaped soul attack. He cultivated an Emperor-grade soul attack secret art. Although he hadn't reached it yet, it couldn't be underestimated. Puff 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 puff, 50,000 soul attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Even if Yi Chen dodged as much as he could only dodge half of them. What made Yi Chen feel relieved was that although the blue soul ring shook intensely, it didn't show any signs of collapsing. Clearly, the 20,000 soul attacks hadn't pushed the blue soul ring to its limit. Instead, it had consumed a lot of soul power, roughly 5%, and this was under the condition of replenishment. It's my turn. Instantly entering the selfless emperor realm, Yi Chen unleashed a sword attack with all his strength. This sword was aimed at Emperor Dolong, and it was precisely the extreme Yang Sun essence transformation. A dazzling radiance filled the heaven and earth, and Emperor Dolong was sent flying while spurting out blood. In his vicinity, several hundred people were instantly annihilated. Yi Chen ignored the others and chased after Emperor Dolong. To him, killing a general was more valuable. But what he didn't know was that the situation here was seen by another general. This general was the same as Yi Chen, entering the Black Tortoise ruins alone. He was the general of demons. Powerful. To be able to resist several tens of thousands of soul attacks, he must have cultivated an extremely powerful emperor-grade soul defense secret art. This sword art is also inconceivably powerful, allowing a fifth-layer life and death king to erupt with such frightening offensive power. Could it be an extreme third revolution sword art? Demon Spear Emperor was a 4-star general of demons. Seeing Yi Chen's sword art, he was incomparably shocked. Generally speaking, those who could create extreme third revolution martial arts were 8th-layer life and death king titled monarchs. There were also 7th-layer life and death kings, but they were extremely rare. Each of them was a peak genius whose strength couldn't be measured by the surface realm. However, Yi Chen was only at 5th-layer life and death realm, yet he had already created an extreme third revolution sword art. How could he not be shocked? If this kid doesn't die, he'll become a disaster for us demons in the future. An intense killing intent flickered in the demonic Spear Emperor's eyes as he rushed over. As a 2-star general of Xianxia race, Dolong Emperor was clad in a low-grade emperor-grade armor, and the weapon in his hand was a peak heavenly king-grade weapon. However, facing Yi Chen's sword, he couldn't block it at all. Yi Chen's sword seemed to have condensed a sun. As soon as the sword slashed out, the blazing sword chi began to evaporate his blood and internal energy through the armor. Low-grade emperor-grade armor? Yi Chen's brows creased. A low-grade emperor-grade armor's defensive power was not inferior to a mid-heavenly king-grade set. However, Dolong Emperor was a titled monarch, and the defensive power he could display was even higher than Blood Spear King and God-blessed Queen. It seemed like killing him wouldn't be that easy. It would be better to kill these Xianxia soldiers first. Changing his target, Yi Chen slaughtered the Xianxia soldiers. With a wave of his sword, at least 500 to 600 Xianxia soldiers turned into blood mists. Dozens of sword strikes later, Yi Chen had already killed 7,000 to 8,000 people. It was a completely one-sided situation. As for the Xianxia soldiers, although they were attacking Yi Chen together, Yi Chen's sword domain had reached mid-5th layer, and it contained the power to condense space. Coupled with the mid-heavenly king-grade set, not many attacks could land on his body. He could use the space profound to dodge the majority of the attacks. 9,000, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wherever Yi Chen went, there would be a rain of blood and a foul wind, and the intense sword light was unstoppable. Damn it! Go to hell! Emperor Dolan was blasted thousands of miles away by Yi Chen's sword. Seeing Yi Chen massacring the Xianxia soldiers, his eyes immediately turned red. The black spear in his hand turned into a black dragon and pounced at Yi Chen. Rank 3 Martial Art, Black Dragon Wave. Humph. Yi Chen took out another Heavenly King stage artifact sword. With a wave of his left hand, a fiery sword chi swept out towards the black dragon. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Hundreds of Xianxia soldiers within the range of the explosion were killed in an instant. Emperor Dolan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. With 2 swords in his hands, Yi Chen showed the Xianxia soldiers what it meant to be a swordsman and a harvest. Little thief, die. At this moment, a sparkling spear light, like a black lightning bolt, suddenly attacked Yi Chen. Amazing. Yi Chen felt that this spear was very powerful, and if he was hit, he would be injured. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen used the true Inferno sword to meet the attack. The explosion this time was even more powerful than before. 700 to 800 Xianxia soldiers were killed by the shock wave and turned into ashes. All of them hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to increase the distance between them. Raising his eyes, Yi Chen looked at the person who had come. It was a titled monarch of the demons. He was holding a black spear, and the flames on his body were very sharp. He was not on the same level as Emperor Dolan. After scanning the other party for a while, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the black spear in the other party's hand. High-grade Emperor weapon. Yi Chen's breathing stagnated. To be able to possess a high-grade Emperor weapon, he was at least a 3-star general, with the highest possibility of being a 4-star general. Emperor weapons were basically not sold on the market and could only be bought in the army. Moreover, one had to have a battle record. If one could kill a 1-star general, one would be qualified to buy a low-grade emperor weapon. If one killed a 2-star general, one would be qualified to buy a mid-grade emperor weapon. If one killed a 3-star general, one would be qualified to buy a mid-grade emperor weapon. Yichen wanted to kill Emperor Dolan because he wanted to be qualified to buy a mid-grade emperor weapon. After all, in the paradise of gods, one could exchange for a high-grade heavenly king set. Of course, killing an honorary commander could also buy an emperor weapon. Yichen had killed the Xianxia race's 1-star blood diamond commander, King Mal, and the Greenman race's 2-star jade commander, King Blue Devil. Unfortunately, Yichen did not know this at that time, so he did not collect King Mal's 1-star blood diamond commander badge and King Blue Devil's 2-star jade commander badge. It had to be known that an honorary commander badge and an ordinary commander badge were different in style, but there was no difference in essence. One had to use an honorary badge to prove whether one had killed a 1-star blood diamond commander badge or a 2-star jade commander badge. He blocked my spear. He is stronger than I thought. The black spear in the demon spear emperor's hand was a high-grade emperor weapon, the Black Moon Spear. It could bring his attack power to a whole new level. Even so, the spear just now could not do anything to Yichen. Although the spear had come in a hurry, and he did not use any powerful martial arts, it was not something an ordinary person could block. His cultivation is higher than mine, and his weapon is better than mine. Fortunately, those are the only two. Yichen estimated his opponent's strength. Compared to his opponent, Yichen was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation and weapon. Their cultivation bases were 2 heavenly layers lower, and their weapons were several levels lower. His Dragon Spring Sword was just a Heavenly King artifact sword. It had been reforged and upgraded to a top-tier Heavenly King artifact sword, but it was still 3 levels lower than his opponent's spear. However, it was not that Yichen did not have any advantages. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block his opponent's spear. Yichen's sword domain was much higher than his opponent's, at the mid-stage of the 5th level. His sword arts were also many times more powerful. Take my Black Moon Soul Seizing. The Demon Spear Emperor roared and stabbed out with his spear. The spear light condensed into a black crescent moon, slashing towards Yichen at an extreme speed. Yichen did not dodge. The Dragon Spring Sword trembled, and the Sun Essence Extreme Transformation was executed. In the next moment, a black crescent moon and a dazzling sword chi clashed together. The entire world was half dark and half bright. The scene was spectacular, yet tragic. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yichen was injured. In terms of personal strength, the 4-star general was not stronger than him. However, the 4-star general had a high-level emperor weapon, which was his greatest advantage. Furthermore, his cultivation base was too low, and he could not bring out the defensive power of the mid-Heavenly King set to the next level. Haha, you can also be injured. Die. Seeing that Yichen was injured, the Demon Spear Emperor calmed down and attacked Yichen again and again. There was not much of a gap in between. Brothers, kill. Emperor Dolan came to his senses. Seeing that the Demon Spear Emperor was killing Yichen in a sorry state, he was very happy, but then he was extremely angry. In a short period of time, Yichen had actually killed 15,000 Xianxia race soldiers. This was too despicable. With a loud shout, Emperor Dolan ordered all the Xianxia race soldiers to attack Yichen with their souls. As for himself, he joined forces with the Demon Spear Emperor to attack Yichen. The Demon Spear Emperor did not care about Emperor Dolan's help. To him, it was enough to kill Yichen. There was no need to kill him one-on-one. That would be very stupid. Outside, there were tens of thousands of soul attacks, and inside, there were 2 titled monarchs attacking him. Yichen was in a predicament. Dang, using his left hand to block Emperor Dolan's attack, Yichen's right hand shook, and he used Moment of Glory. The sword light merged into the void, and directly slashed at the Demon Spear Emperor. Unfortunately, this sword attack was futile. The armor on the Demon Spear Emperor's body was also an Emperor-grade artifact. It was a mid-Emperor-grade armor, and its defense was even higher than Emperor Dolan. With Yichen's current attack, he could not do anything to the opponent. Although Yichen had the strength of a peak battle emperor, The Demon Spear Emperor had the strength of a low-level battle emperor. The 7th and 8th layer of Life and Death Realm were both titled monarchs. However, the title of a 7th layer monarch could only contain the word emperor, and not emperor. Only the title of an 8th layer monarch could contain the word emperor. Relying on the Black Moon Spear, the Demon Spear Emperor had the strength of a low-level battle emperor. Fortunately, Yichen had already cultivated to the Blue Soul Ring realm, and could resist wave after wave of soul attacks. Otherwise, he would have died miserably here. 10%, 20%, soon, 20% of Yichen's soul power was consumed, and the enemy's soul attacks were also becoming sparse. After all, they could not endlessly launch soul attacks. 3 or 4 waves of soul attacks was already not bad. Right now, the real threat came from the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor. Go! Borrowing the explosive power of the two sides, Yichen suddenly flew out like a blue bird, transforming into countless phantoms. Stop him! Dolan Emperor's eyes turned red as he yelled. Immediately, thousands of Xianxia soldiers blocked Yichen's escape route. Die! Man and sword as one, Yichen attacked. Puff 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 puff, blood splattered unceasingly, and Yichen's momentum slowed down. The Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor chased after him again. You want to stop me? In your dreams. The sword domain outside Yichen's body suddenly expanded to its limit, and a powerful condensing power spread out. Apart from the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor, everyone else was affected. Swish, in an instant, Yichen got rid of the obstacles. Without any obstacles, it would be difficult for the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor to catch up to Yichen. Yichen's split sword domain could allow his speed to reach a frightening level, not inferior to a titled monarch. Damn it! After chasing for a while, the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor stopped, their expressions ugly. Yichen not only had terrifying battle prowess, but he was also very good at escaping. Even the two of them and tens of thousands of Xianxia soldiers couldn't stop him. This kind of person was the most dangerous and difficult to deal with. Millions of miles away, Yichen slowed down. High-class Emperor rank weapons are too powerful. It's hard to resist with just the Dragon Spring Sword. Seems like I have to find an Emperor rank sword. This time, Yichen planned to target honorary commanders. Honorary commanders were easier to kill. 2-star generals and above all had Emperor rank weapons. If they had Emperor rank armors, it would be too difficult to kill them. This had nothing to do with strength. It was all about defense, just like Dolan Emperor. Of course, this was also due to Yichen's lack of luck. If Emperor Dolan didn't have a low-grade Emperor-grade armor, but a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon, Yichen might have been able to kill him. After all, the majority of 2-star generals could only kill one 1-star general, and could only purchase a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. Whether one chose a defensive or offensive weapon depended entirely on one's inclination. Why were 3-star generals and 4-star generals so powerful? It was because in order to become a 3-star general, one had to kill a 1-star general. A 2-star general could choose a low Emperor-grade weapon, a medium Emperor-grade weapon, and a 4-star general were even more powerful. They could choose a low Emperor-grade weapon, a medium Emperor-grade weapon, and a high Emperor-grade weapon, which could be used for both offense and defense. If Yichen wanted to obtain an Emperor-grade sword as soon as possible, he could only set his sights on a 1-star general or an honorary commander. I'll recover my Xianyuan first. Compared to soul power, Yichen's Xianyuan consumption was severe. He only had 20 to 30% left. Battling Dolan Emperor and Demonic Spear Emperor, he didn't consume much Xianyuan. The majority of it was used to defend against several tens of thousands of Xianxia soldiers. Quantitative change could lead to qualitative change, and this could work at any time. Although Yichen had instant sword domain, which had reached the mid-5th layer, and was wearing a mid-grade Heavenly King armor, he was, after all, facing several tens of thousands of life and death kings. A casual wave of attacks would contain over 1,000 attacks, and the consumption of Xianyuan was unimaginable. Normally, when encountering several tens of thousands of kings, one should not clash head-on. One had to slaughter their way through and not let them join hands to attack. Otherwise, even if one could resist, one's Xianyuan would be completely consumed. Unless Yichen's cultivation base reached the 7th layer, he would have enough Xianyuan to support it. Recovering Jin Yuan for life and death kings consumed a lot of Yuan stones. With Yichen's 5th layer cultivation base, recovering 70 to 80% of his Jin Yuan would cost him 100,000 Yuan stones. Why would life and death kings risk their lives to earn Yuan stones? Increasing cultivation base was one thing, but recovering Jin Yuan was the most important. Without Yuan stones, who knew how many days it would take to recover Jin Yuan through seclusion? After flying for a while, Yichen found a huge meteor several dozen li in diameter. With a puff, Yichen drilled inside and carved out a spacious stone room before sitting down cross-legged. 50,000 yuan, $100,000, 150,000 yuan, $180,000. After refining 180,000 yuan stones, Yichen had finally recovered his Jin Yuan to its peak. As for soul force, there was no way around it. You could only rely on it to slowly recover, or you could use elixirs or treasures to replenish soul force. Walking out of the stone chamber, Yichen randomly chose a direction and flew out. This was a vast meteorite field. The meteorite field was hundreds of millions of miles long, and the widest part was over 10 million miles wide. It was constantly shifting, and in the center of the meteorite field, 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle. One was the army of demons, numbering 5,000, and the other was the army of humans, also numbering 5,000. Dazzling energy waves shot out in all directions, annihilating meteorites one after another. Shockwaves spread out, and people fell one after another. It was incomparably tragic and spectacular. We can't hold on much longer. Among the human army, there were 7 members of the Paradise of Gods, including Huang Fuyu. Initially, Yichen had joined Huang Fuyu's Frost Battle team, but later, he heard that Huang Fuyu reached the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda and became a high-level member of the Paradise of Gods, joining a high-level battle team, the Starship Battle Team. The captain of the Starship Battle Team, the Celestial River King, was the leader of the 4 great quasi-emperors of the Paradise of Gods. He was very powerful and held the rank of commander in the army. This human army was led by him. Unfortunately, they had bad luck this time. They unexpectedly encountered an army of demons led by a dark commander. To become a dark commander, one naturally had the strength of a war emperor. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a war emperor was not just 1 or 2 points. As such, the Celestial River King was not an opponent of the other party. Die. The Devil Face King was a 1-star dark commander. Even if the 7 members of the Starship Battle Team besieged him, they would still be sweating profusely. Puff, the 7 people were blown away by the powerful energy waves and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Eyes filled with killing intent, the Devil Face King rushed to the front of the Celestial River King and swung his mace. He was confident that this mace could smash the Celestial River King into a blood mist. Ice Emperor / Huang Fuyu, under the care of the 6 people, did not suffer many attacks. At this time, she did not care about becoming the target of the Devil Face King. An icy blue arc-shaped blade light slashed at the mace, deflecting the other party's attack trajectory. Taking advantage of this gap, the Celestial River King quickly dodged and immediately cast a grateful look at Huang Fuyu. "You're courting death." The Devil Face King was furious and rushed towards Huang Fuyu. The mace in his hand suddenly grew to thousands of meters long. The huge mace looked like a hill covered with iron thorns. All the meteorites in its path exploded. Am I going to die? Huang Fuyu could not stop it. The other party's attack speed was too fast. Huang Fuyu, long time no see. At this moment, a sword light followed the gap between the meteorites and slashed towards the mace. With a clang, the mace was sent flying by the sword chi, and a few of the iron thorns on it were cut off. As for the Devil Face King, his entire right arm burst into a blood mist, and he instantly retreated hundreds of miles away. Yichen. Hearing this familiar voice, Huang Fuyu abruptly turned her head. Before the sword chi, Yichen was still a million miles away. But after this sword chi, Yichen was already tens of thousands of miles behind Huang Fuyu. Swish, with a flash of blue light, Yichen's figure instantly appeared. It's Yichen. Celestial River King and the rest of the Starship Troopers also recognized Yichen. Yichen was known to almost everyone in the Paradise of Gods. In less than 10 years, he had become a battle emperor from a newcomer. This kind of progress was shocking. His contemporaries, peerless King Ajiao and lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan, had only reached the 8th floor of the God of War pagoda. In the history of the Paradise of Gods, there had been such figures. But in the past 2 years, Yi Chen's progress had not slowed down, but instead increased. He suddenly became the top battle emperor in the high-level hunting battlefield, the battle emperor of the Paradise of True Gods. Those battle emperors from the Paradise of Gods trembled in front of him. They did not even have the fighting spirit to fight and directly ran away. While the senior members of the Paradise of Gods felt happy, they also secretly thought that Yi Chen was too abnormal. I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you. For some reason, Huang Fuyu was in a good mood. I just happened to bump into you. From 900 million miles away, Yi Chen discovered the situation here. Whether or not there was a dark commander in the demon's army, he would come over. After all, they were all members of the Paradise of Gods. Yi Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses, and the chances of us leaving alive would have been slim. Celestial River King said gratefully. Leave this demon to me, you deal with the others. The war was still going on, and now was not the time to catch up. Okay. Nodding, Celestial River King led 6 people and charged towards the demon's army. In a short time, the humans had lost more than 1,000 people, while the demons had only lost 500 or 600 people. Kid, who are you? Demon Mask King looked at Yi Chen vigilantly. The sword chi had come too suddenly, and he could not react in time. But there was no doubt that Yi Chen was strong, at least a 1-star purple gold commander. Dead people don't need to know the answer. Raising the dragon spring sword, Yi Chen swung it and displayed the true Inferno sword. Boasting shamelessly. The Devil Mask King roared. The mace in his hand was like a huge mountain as he rushed forward to meet Lin Fan's attack. A sound like an egg breaking rang out, and Demon Mask King's body paused. The next moment, blood mist scattered, and smoke scattered. With Yi Chen's strength, even a 3-star Dark Commander was not his opponent, not to mention a 1-star Dark Commander like Demon Mask King. After killing Demon Mask King, Yi Chen stretched out his hand, and a 1-star Dark Commander badge fell into Yi Chen's hand. With this badge, Yi Chen was qualified to buy a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact. Putting away Demon Mask King's storage ring, armor, and mace, Yi Chen began to help the human army slaughter the demon's army. Since both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, Yi Chen couldn't use any big moves, and could only kill small groups of them. Fortunately, his efficiency wasn't bad. In a dozen breaths' time, over 1,000 demonic race soldiers had died under his sword. Run! Demon Mask King's tragic death caused the morale of the demon's army to waver. They frantically tried to escape. However, this place was full of meteorites, and they could not increase their speed to the limit. One meteorite could not slow down one's speed, but hundreds of thousands of meteorites were enough to reduce one's speed to the lowest point. In a short while, out of the 5,000 demons, less than 100 managed to escape. The speed at which the situation was reversed was astonishing. Haha, great. The human army's morale soared. Yi Chen, why are you alone in the Black Tortoise ruins? As the rest of the human soldiers were collecting their spoils, Galaxy River King's group of 7 flew over. Yi Chen said, leading a team is too troublesome. It's more comfortable to be alone. If he wanted to go, he could go, and if he wanted to fight, he could fight. Right, with your strength, leading a team is indeed troublesome. Galaxy River King nodded and secretly envied Yi Chen's strength. If he had Yi Chen's strength, he would also go to the Black Tortoise ruins alone, just like Yi Chen. After chatting for half an hour, Yi Chen said his goodbyes and said, this is the core area. You'd better step back a little. I'll take my leave first. Leaving so soon? Huang Fuyu asked. In the future, I'll treat you to a drink in the Paradise of Gods. With a smile, Yi Chen turned around and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The dense meteorites could not stop him, and he could always fly through the gaps between the meteorites. What a strange person. The Celestial River King sighed. Yi Chen's free and easy posture was destined to leave a deep impression in their hearts. Although he killed a 1-star Dark Commander, Yi Chen had not decided to leave the Black Tortoise ruins yet. He intended to stay for a while and see if he could gain more After all, there was a huge gap between a low-level Emperor-grade weapon and a middle-level Emperor-grade weapon. Moreover, he also planned to get some Emperor-grade weapons for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. The Black Tortoise Ruins was inconceivably huge. Its diameter was calculated in light years. Even light would need many years to travel this distance. However, the core area of the Black Tortoise Ruins wasn't very big. It was only a few 100 trillion miles in radius. The reason why there was a core area was because there was a black hole in the center of the Black Tortoise Ruins. This black hole had a powerful gravitational force that slowly attracted the mass of the Black Tortoise Ruins. Over time, the core area was formed. There were a lot of junk in the core area, such as meteorites, broken planets, and some dangerous cosmic wonders. Compared to the outer area of Black Tortoise Ruins, the core area was 100 times more dangerous. Of course, if one's strength was high and luck was not too bad, the so-called danger was only relative. Flying in the vacuum of the core area, Yichen sensed the aura of destruction and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when the human race and the alien race battled, the destruction caused was enormous. As far as the eye could see, meteorites could be seen everywhere. These meteorites used to be part of some planet. Some were palm-sized, while some were as big as a mountain. Added together, there were billions and billions of them. It was simply impossible to count. Occasionally, Yichen could even see 1 or 2 broken planets. Of course, they were not ordinary planets, but broken planets with life. Ordinary planets couldn't be preserved at all. They were too fragile, and the gravitational force of the black hole could slowly distort and disintegrate them. Not only were the life planets huge, but they also contained unimaginably frightening energy. On a life planet, one's destructive power would be reduced by hundreds and thousands of times. It was simply impossible to carry out large-scale destruction. Only 9th-layer life and death supremes could destroy a life planet. Just now, when Yichen flew past a life planet with a diameter of 10 million li, he clearly saw a huge palm imprint on it. Although the imprint was blurry, Yichen's heart stopped beating as soon as he looked at it. It was too frightening. Although the imprint was left a long time ago, the martial intent on it still carried a destructive killing power. Yichen suspected that if he got too close, his soul would collapse. This palm imprint was simply beyond the scope of human strength. It could even be called the imprint of a deity. Compared to the owner of this imprint, Yichen felt insignificant, like a speck of dust. 9 heavens of life and death realm. One step at a time. You can't compare. Yichen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although there were 2 heavens between the 9th and 7th layer, and 4 heavens between the 5th layer and 5th layer, the gap was like a chasm. Moreover, the further one went, the bigger the gap would be. From the 6th layer to the 7th layer was a chasm, and from the 7th layer to the 8th layer was an even bigger chasm. From the 8th layer to the 9th layer was a supreme chasm. With one step, one would become a supreme, the supreme of the universe. However, the huge gap did not affect Yichen. Instead, it completely stimulated Yichen's fighting spirit. After flying for a few billion li, Yichen saw another broken life planet. This one was even bigger than the previous one, more than 10 million li wide. There was no palm imprint on it, but rather a several million li wide fist imprint. The fist imprint was immeasurably deep, probably hundreds of thousands of li deep. This was a life planet. If it were an ordinary planet, even if it were 100 times bigger, it would have been shattered by a single fist imprint. However, life planets were rather special. They couldn't be shattered into pieces at once, and the energy contained within could counteract the destructive power by 1,000 times. Of course, the energy of this life planet had already leaked out, and not much remained. If not for the fist intent supporting it, it would have disintegrated long ago. Why don't I experience the fist imprint's owner's fist intent? Yichen's heart was moved. He decided to experience the fist intent of a 9th layer life and death supreme. 30 million li, 20 million li, 20 million li. So powerful. Yichen's expression changed. He felt waves of boundless fist intent coming right at him, giving him a sense of fear that he had never felt before. 20 million li, 18 million li, 15 million li. At this moment, Yichen's face suddenly turned pale. In his perception, a towering giant furiously roared and blasted a fist at him. This fist wasn't very big at first, but in an instant, it filled the entire world, as if the world was about to be shattered by it. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's entire body was sent flying backwards. He was wounded by the fist intent, his indestructible blue spirit ring had also been shattered, followed by the blue and green spirit rings, and only when he reached the yellow spirit ring did he barely stabilize himself. Too powerful? Yi Chen had a lingering fear in his heart. Even at such a distance, the remnant fist intent of a ninth-layer life and death sovereign was actually able to injure him. If he hadn't been cautious and used the soul ring's secret art to approach it, his soul would have been severely injured, and there was even a possibility that his soul would have been destroyed. This greatly puzzled him. No matter how powerful a ninth-layer life and death sovereign was, it shouldn't be this tyrannical. If before, Yi Chen only suspected that if he got too close, his soul would collapse. But now, Yi Chen was sure that if he got too close, his life would be in danger. Could it be the power of a supreme martial skill? Supreme martial skills were supreme martial skills that had reached the peak of martial skills. It was normal for them to contain some tyrannical nature, and this was the only reasonable explanation. After all, the martial will was only at the 9th step, and Yi Chen's immortal sword intent was only at the 7th step, which was only 2 steps away from the 9th step. The remnant will of the 9th step couldn't injure him from a distance of 15 million li. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that the might of a 9th-layer life and death supreme was greater than others. A 9th-layer life and death supreme. Yi Chen murmured to himself, then turned around and left. Along the way, Yi Chen annihilated a lot of alien races. Unfortunately, honorary commanders were not that easy to come across. For example, human race only had 50 honorary commanders, and the death of one was one less. The total number of honorary commanders of alien races was only a few hundred. Encountering one occasionally was reasonable, but encountering one frequently, even Yi Chen didn't believe that he would be so lucky. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. On this day, Yi Chen arrived near a huge life planet. This life planet couldn't be considered broken, but it wasn't complete either. On its surface, there were dozens of huge holes. These holes weren't formed naturally, but seemed to have been made by spears. The diameter of the holes was about the same, several tens of thousands of li. The depths were somewhat frightening, extending all the way to the depths of the life planet. Vaguely, one could see the magma inside the planet through the holes, which was dark red in color. Clearly, the energy of this life planet hadn't completely leaked out yet. The life planet was like a honeycomb floating alone in the vacuum. From time to time, human figures would enter the planet through the holes. Sometimes it was a single person, sometimes it was a group of 2 or 3, and sometimes it was an entire army. Since Yi Chen was too far away, these people didn't notice Yi Chen. There must be something mysterious inside. Yi Chen didn't believe that these people entered the planet for fun. There must be something attracting them. However, he was sure that it was extremely dangerous inside. Not only was the environment dangerous, but the enemies were even more dangerous. Who knew what kind of experts he would encounter inside? Activating his soul eyes to the limit, Yi Chen wanted to see through the entire life planet. After trying hard for a few breaths, Yi Chen had no choice but to close his soul eyes. The energy level of this life planet was too high, and he couldn't see through it, even if it was only a life planet with incomplete energy. If he wanted to see the mysteries, he would have to go in and take a look himself. Swish, without much hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flickered, flying toward the life planet. After dozens of breaths, Yi Chen entered through a hole. The hole was very deep, and waves of hot wind blew out. It was hot enough to melt metal, and the deeper he went, the higher the temperature. After a while, Yi Chen arrived at the inner part of the life planet. So hot. As far as the eye could see, there was a black-red color everywhere. It wasn't a black-red flame, but a black-red liquid. This place was like a karst cave, extending in all directions. His soul power was greatly restricted in this place, and could only extend to a few thousand miles away. If the energy level was too high, it would also have a huge impact on his soul power. Grabbing a handful of black-red liquid from the surface of the lava, a sizzling sound could be heard. This black-red liquid seemed to be formed by energy, and it had a very strong burning power. Yi Chen guessed that this black-red liquid should be the lava inside the life planet, a mixture of lava and energy. Without touching the ground, Yichen followed the lava tunnel and walked forward. There were too many lava tunnels, and after half an hour, Yichen could not find the way back anymore. So, Yichen made up his mind and did not care about anything else. He just walked as he pleased. This is. When passing through a lava tunnel, Yichen suddenly stopped. He reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. A red gem on the left side of the lava wall landed on his hand. This is a spirit power fire crystal. Yichen was shocked. Spirit power fire crystals and spirit power crystal stones were two different things, but they had the same effect, which was the power to train the spirit body. The difference was that spirit power crystal stones came from Sea of Souls realm warriors and Life and Death realm warriors, while the spirit power fire crystal was a natural product, which was very rare. Unfortunately, it is only a low-level spirit power fire crystal. Low-level spirit power fire crystals were only effective for rank 1 and 2 spirit bodies, while mid-level spirit power fire crystals were effective for rank 3 and 4 spirit bodies. High-level spirit power fire crystals were effective for rank 5 and 6 spirit bodies. Right now, Yichen was only at rank 5 spirit body. If he wanted to train his spirit body, he would have to get high-level spirit power fire crystals. Of course, Yichen would not be able to use them, but Yichen's parents could, since they were both at rank 2 spirit bodies. Putting away the spirit power fire crystal, Yichen kept walking forward with anticipation. Another one. There is one here as well. Within half a day, Yichen had gotten 7 spirit power fire crystals, 6 of which were low level and 1 of which was mid-level. Yichen now understood why so many people had entered this life planet. It was because of some special reason that this life planet had started to produce spirit power fire crystals, which was a rare opportunity. Life and Death realm warriors who did not train their body would have a hard time training their spirit body. They would have to rely on external things to train it, and it was the same for Yichen. The lava tunnel was connected in all directions, and it was 100 times more complicated than the most complicated maze. Hundreds of thousands of experts of various races were walking inside. Some were alone, like Yichen, some were in groups, obviously friends, and some were a well-disciplined army. Fortunately, the lava tunnel was very wide, and it didn't seem too crowded. In one of the lava tunnels, a 5,000-strong evil spirit army was advancing. Leader, why do I feel that the temperature is rising, and the airflow seems to be speeding up? A person beside the evil spirit leader said. Perhaps they're going deeper and deeper into the desolate planet. This life planet was called Desolate Planet, and it was a fire-attributed planet. Leader, do you think it's the Parish Firestorm? Don't jinx it. How can a Parish Firestorm appear so easily? It usually only appears once every few decades. The last time was more than a decade ago, which is still a long time ago. The Parish Firestorm was the most frightening disaster on Desolate Planet. Once it appeared, anyone below the 7th layer of Life and Death realm would be in danger. However, the Parish Firestorm did not appear often. According to the pattern, it would appear once every few decades. As for the reason for its appearance, it was related to the planet's energy exhaustion. Every time a Parish Firestorm occurred, the planet's energy would weaken by a bit. After flying for dozens of li, a dazzling spark suddenly flashed on the evil spirit leader's protective evil power. At the same time, the airflow in the lava tunnel crazily accelerated. F***CK, it's really the Parish Firestorm. Retreat. The evil spirit leader let out a mournful scream and turned around to flee. When the others heard the words Parish Firestorm, their minds went blank. Parish Firestorm, it was actually the Parish Firestorm. Didn't they say that it only appeared once every few decades? It had only been a decade or so since the last one. They were a beat slower in their days. Only when the evil spirit leader and the others disappeared without a trace did they react. Immediately, ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out. Thousands of people were like bees in a nest, exploding with their speed to the limit. Some even used secret arts that would damage their cultivation base just to increase their speed a bit. The ghostly wails and wolf howls were not limited to this place. As long as one entered the desolate planet, who would not be afraid of the Parish Firestorm? After all, there were not many who had reached the 7th layer of Life and Death realm. What's the situation? Compared to before, the airflow in the lava channel was several hundred times faster, and it was still increasing. With every breath, there would be a new change. After several breaths, the airflow had surged 1,000 times faster than before. Not only that, but on the surface of Yichen's protective Xianyuan, sparks were flying everywhere. It was as if his protective Xianyuan had been ignited. Not daring to be negligent, Yichen instantly stimulated the power of the Iron Blood Deep Blue set. The set light combined with his protective Xianyuan, making him impregnable. Chi, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, 5,000 times, 6,000 times, 8,000 times, 10,000 times. Soon, the speed of the airflow reached an astonishing 10,000 times. Coupled with the frighteningly high temperature, it could melt almost any metal material. Yichen estimated that this high-temperature airflow could most likely kill a first-layer life and death realm heavenly king, and even a second-layer life and death realm king would not be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid this is just the prelude. The high-temperature airflow was not scary. What was scary was the disaster that followed. Yichen could vaguely feel that the entire planet was shaking. Boom, this guess didn't last long, and it quickly came true. From the center of the desolate planet, an extremely frightening black-red energy erupted. Since this energy wasn't powerful enough to tear the planet apart, it urgently needed to vent. Therefore, the lava channel became the best outlet. Compared to the high-temperature airflow, the black-red energy surged at an astonishing speed, causing the entire planet to shake and rumble. Ah! Miserable screams resounded without end. The life and death kings who were relatively close to the center could only let out a scream before they were ignited and turned into ashes. Under the wash of the black-red energy, unless one escaped from the desolate planet, they could only passively endure. If they couldn't, they would naturally perish. Run! Run! The kings who had just entered regretted so much that their intestines turned green. Why didn't they come a bit later? Why were they so unlucky to run into the fallen firestorm? They didn't want to die. Their lives had just begun, and only a fraction of their 100,000 years had passed. There's actually such a frightening energy storm. Yichen crossed his arms in front of him, but his body was still pushed back by the black-red energy. His Xianyuan flowed out like water, unceasingly replenishing his protective Xianyuan. Even Yichen found it so difficult to resist, let alone others. The first to die were the kings with cultivation base lower than 4th layer. Before the fallen firestorm, they were nothing but cannon fodder. The black-red energy first tore apart their protective Xianyuan, then turned their bodies into ashes. From start to finish, they didn't have any leeway to resist. Soon after, some 5th-layer life and death kings died. They were different from Yichen. Yichen had the Iron Blood Deep Blue set, as well as the mid-5th-layer sword domain. In terms of defense, they were much weaker than Yichen. Finally, it was the turn of the 6th-layer life and death kings. The majority of 6th-layer life and death realm heavenly kings were very ordinary. They didn't have heavenly king-grade suits, nor did they have powerful domains. They could only rely on their higher cultivation base to resist. Unfortunately, in front of the meteor firestorm, only 7th-layer life and death realm cultivation base could do anything. Looking from the outside, the entire desolate planet seemed incomparably majestic. Tens of thousands of li-thick black-red energy pillars erupted one after another, reaching hundreds of millions of li away. It looked like a huge hedgehog, or a glowing hornet's nest. However, this hornet's nest was a bit too big. After about 20 breaths of time, the fallen firestorm gradually weakened. Of the hundreds of thousands of kings, less than 100 survived. The death rate was over 99%, no, 999%. Huff. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen uncrossed his arms. In a short period of time, he had consumed 30% of his Xianyuan. It was more intense than a battle of several thousand rounds. Fortunately, there was no mishap in the end. The black-red energy wasn't enough to tear apart his defense. In another lava passage, a beautiful woman wearing a fiery feather robe also lowered her slender right hand that was blocking the fallen firestorm. Her expression was calm, but the aura leaking from her body was incomparably fiery, as if she herself was a fiery energy body. The second fallen firestorm in a dozen years. Seems like the desolate planet has entered a true energy exhaustion period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Yichen suddenly discovered that the number of sparks had increased. Every now and then, there would be a fire crystal. Before long, Yichen had obtained 24 fire crystals, 18 of which were low-grade, and 6 of which were mid-grade. Could it be that the energy storm brought the fire crystals out? Yichen guessed. Yichen's guess was right. The fire crystals did come from the center of the desolate planet. Every time there was a fallen firestorm, there would be a large amount of fire crystals spewing out. As he went deeper, Yichen obtained more and more fire crystals. In the beginning, there were more low-grade fire crystals, and then there were more mid-grade fire crystals. After 2 hours, Yichen had obtained a total of 150 low-grade fire crystals and 120 mid-grade fire crystals. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single high-grade fire crystal yet. Fire crystals were divided into 3 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Fire crystals were divided into 9 grades, and high-grade fire crystals were equivalent to grade 5 or grade 6 ones. If he could obtain one, it would be extremely useful for Yichen. If he could obtain 10 or more, he might be able to help Yichen break through to a grade 6 spirit body. As for the spirit crystals, they were too rare. If one had a grade 1 spirit body when they were alive, only grade 1 spirit crystals would form in their bones after death, and it would take a long time. For example, if Yichen's body wasn't destroyed, his bones would only form grade 5 spirit crystals after death. There was no way he could form grade 6 spirit crystals. However, other than body refiners, how many people could have a spirit body above grade 6, and the prerequisite was that their bodies weren't destroyed? Of course, there were some treasures that could refine the spirit body, such as the blood crystal flower, the blood demon crystal, and the extremely rare sky demon fire spirit fruit. Unknowingly, Yichen had arrived at the depths of desolate planet. This was a huge lava space. In the center of the lava space, there was a lava pillar that was hundreds of meters thick, connected to the top. The surface of the lava pillar was shining with a fiery red light. This is... Yichen's eyes lit up. There were thousands of fire crystals on the lava pillar. His previous harvest paled in comparison to the fire crystals on the lava pillar. Most importantly, there were dozens of extremely powerful fire crystals. They were clearly high-grade fire crystals. Hee, the heavens are really kind to me, the Green Demon Emperor. Dozens of fire crystals are enough to upgrade my spirit body from early grade 6 to mid-grade 6. From the third passage, a green-skinned titled monarch walked out. He was more than 3 meters tall and had thick muscles. He even had a crocodile-like tail behind him. Titled monarch of the green human race. Yichen looked over. Brat, if you leave now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave alive. The Green Demon Emperor released his aura and threatened. Childish. In an instant, Yichen spread out his sword domain and rushed toward the lava pillar. Bastard. The Green Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he also rushed over. Shwa, with a suction force, hundreds of fire crystals fell into Yichen's hand. But at the same time, the Green Demon Emperor had already closed in and slashed at his head. Boom, the energy exploded, and the lava pillar broke apart. The remaining fire crystals scattered in all directions, hitting the walls of the lava space and making puffing sounds. Collecting the fire crystals first is more important. Yichen didn't want to fight with the Green Demon Emperor for the time being. The shockwaves from their battle might destroy the space, and it would be difficult to collect fire crystals. I'll spare your life for now. The Green Demon Emperor could also see the destruction caused by the aftermath of the battle. After this battle, not even a single fire crystal could be seen. Instead of that, it was better to collect fire crystals first. After collecting all the fire crystals, he would kill Yichen and seize his wealth and crystals. With their abilities, collecting fire crystals was naturally very fast. In less than half an hour, all the fire crystals had been collected. Yichen obtained 28 high-level fire crystals, 980 mid-level fire crystals, and more than 1,000 low-level fire crystals, totaling more than 1,500. The Green Demon Emperor, on the other hand, had much less than Yichen. He only obtained 12 high-level fire crystals, more than 300 mid-level fire crystals, and more than 500 low-level fire crystals. Brat, spit out the fire crystals, and I can show mercy and leave your corpse intact. The Green Demon Emperor's pair of green eyes stared at Yi Chen. As a 3-star general, the Green Demon Emperor had a mid-level Emperor-grade armor and a low-level Emperor-grade weapon. Although his strength couldn't compare to a 4-star general, it would still be difficult for a 4-star general to kill him. In terms of difficulty, a general's promotion was definitely more difficult than a purple gold commander's. A purple gold commander's combat strength was high enough, but if a general wanted to promote, they would have to step over the corpses of other generals to succeed. However, sometimes, even if the difference in combat strength was 10 times or even tens of times higher, they might not be able to kill the other. After all, which general didn't have an Emperor-grade armor? I'll return those words to you. Yi Chen didn't take the other party seriously. At his level, even a 4-star general could only defeat him at most. They wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to him. Courting death. With a flick of his tail, the Green Demon Emperor appeared in front of Yi Chen like a ghost. A thick green palm slashed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen unsheathed his sword and blocked this attack. Pung, a shockwave spread out, causing cracks to appear in the lava space. There's something going on. The Green Demon Emperor was somewhat astonished. Yi Chen's cultivation base was at the 5th layer of life and death realm, which was 2 whole heavens lower than him. Normally speaking, the difference in Jin Yuan between a 5th layer and a 7th layer was 1,000 times. Of course, this was the sum of Jin Yuan quantity and quality. It's not over yet? His body suddenly spun in the air as the Green Demon Emperor's thick tail swept over. The tip of the tail contained a green light. Obviously, the Green Demon Emperor had concentrated a large amount of his Jin Yuan there. Although the Green Demon Emperor's movement was as fast as lightning, without the slightest gap, unfortunately, he was facing Yi Chen. In a battle, Yi Chen would never give his enemies any chance to take advantage of him. Shoo! Yi Chen quickly retreated, dodging the Green Demon Emperor's attack. Then, he used the sword domain's condensing power to eliminate the retreating force and changed it into a forward force. Right at this moment, the Green Demon Emperor was in the midst of using up all of his energy. Shoo! The Dragon Spring Sword drew a bright beam of light in the air, piercing towards the Green Demon Emperor's throat. Not good. The Green Demon Emperor didn't expect Yi Chen to attack so quickly. Having miscalculated, he hastily crossed his arms and blocked Yi Chen's sword. Sparks flew everywhere as the Green Demon Emperor's body was blasted back, crashing through several rock walls. It's a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. If the Green Demon Emperor's armor was a low-grade Emperor-grade, he would have had the confidence to kill him. But now, it was even more difficult than before. After all, every time an Emperor-grade armor's grade increased, its defensive power would greatly increase. After being weakened by the Emperor-grade armor, the true destructive power transmitted to the Green Demon Emperor's body was limited. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yi Chen gave up on the battle and turned to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. The Green Demon Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. In any case, he was a 3-star general of the Green Men race. Yet, he was beaten black and blue by a mere 5th layer life and death king. How could he not feel angry and humiliated? Roar! With a loud roar, the Green Demon Emperor raised his right hand, and a dark green light sphere condensed in his palm. As the light sphere became more and more solid, a character appeared within it. This character was the character of the Green Men race, Exterminate. Go die. His right hand fiercely pushed forward, and the light sphere shot out at a speed that was hundreds and thousands of times faster. Even from far away, Yi Chen could feel the intense destructive power. Third Revolution Martial Skill. Yi Chen was not surprised that the Green Demon Emperor could use a Third Revolution martial skill. Under normal circumstances, any titled monarch could create a Third Revolution martial skill. It should be known that the higher one's cultivation base was, the higher one's comprehension would be. This was similar to the height one was at. If it were a 9th layer life and death king, they would be able to create a 3rd or 4th revolution martial skill in an instant. This was because their height was so high that they could already see through the mysteries of martial skills. Not daring to be negligent, Yichen used extreme sun essence transformation to meet the attack head-on. The sword chi was countless times more dazzling than any sunlight. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, colliding with the dark green light sphere. Crack, without any suspense, the dark green light sphere only lasted for a split second before it was cleaved apart by the sword chi. The sword chi's momentum didn't dissipate as it continued on its path toward the Green Demon Emperor. Impossible. The Green Demon Emperor had been shocked too many times today. In his eyes, Yichen's battle strength was simply inconceivable. He had never seen a fifth-layer life and death king with such battle strength. Bang! Rays of light exploded, and the Green Demon Emperor was once again blasted away. He flipped several times in the air, and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Although the armor was powerful, it couldn't block all attacks. Green Demon Emperor, you are not my opponent. If not for your armor, today would be the day of your death. Yichen's voice came from afar as he left. Damn it! The Green Demon Emperor's face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. This kid is a freak. Next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him without leaving any future troubles. The Green Man race and the human race were also mortal enemies. The appearance of a frightening genius in the human race was not a good thing for his race. Swish, with a flicker, the Green Demon Emperor entered another lava passage. 28 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals should be enough to upgrade my spirit body to the 6th step. Looking for a slightly smaller lava space, Yichen stopped and flipped his hand. 28 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals appeared in his palm. When he was in Elysium, Yichen's spirit body had already reached the late 5th step. After leaving Elysium, his spirit body had made some progress, reaching the peak of the 5th step. However, he was not a body-refining king. Although he could upgrade his spirit body slightly, upgrading it to the next step was extremely difficult. Without treasures, it was basically impossible. Peak 5th step spirit body and 6th step spirit body didn't seem to have much difference, but the significance was completely different. Once the spirit body reached the 6th step, not only would the physical body's defense be stronger, but it would also have the ability to absorb damage. For example, the opponent could make you vomit blood with a single palm, but with a 6th step spirit body, it would be many times more difficult for the opponent to injure you. The majority of monarch spirit bodies were the same as Yichen's, peak 5th step, unless they had treasures that could temper their spirit body. However, such treasures were too difficult to find. So far, the one with the highest spirit body that Yichen had seen was Peerless King Audiobook. In the divine trial field, Audiobook had revealed his spirit body to be at the late 6th step. Of course, Yichen also had the 7th step Immortal Sword Intent. With the Immortal Sword Intent protecting him, Yichen's pure defense was stronger than a late 6th step spirit body, equivalent to a peak 6th step spirit body. If his spirit body also reached the 6th step, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Putting away the 24 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, Yichen held 2 in each hand and sat down cross-legged, preparing to absorb the energy from the fire crystals to temper his spirit body. Gurgle, the energy in the high-grade spirit energy fire crystals was too majestic. For scorching currents flowed through the Laogong meridian on his palm and entered his body, rapidly tempering his flesh and bones, changing his physique. When he finished absorbing the energy from the 4 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, a layer of scarlet flame appeared on the surface of Yichen's body. This was a sign that his blood and chi were too vigorous. Without wasting any time, Yichen took out another 4 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, 12, 16. By the time he had consumed 16 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, Yichen's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. As his flesh and bones wriggled, a violent qualitative change occurred. It was as if he had turned from an infant to a child. His appetite increased greatly, crazily absorbing the energy from the fire crystals to strengthen his body. Not only that, his flesh and bones also contained the power of decomposition. Much of Yichen's Xianxia had been decomposed. Fortunately, after a period of time, his flesh and bones had familiarized themselves with the Xianxia and no longer decomposed. So, the 6th step spirit body doesn't absorb damage. Instead, it first absorbs and then decomposes. At this moment, Yichen had finally upgraded his spirit body to the early sixth step. He had also understood the profoundness of the sixth step spirit body. Compared to the fifth step spirit body, the sixth step spirit body no longer passively received damage. Instead, it absorbed the damage and decomposed it. As the saying went, there was no such thing as the strongest defense, but there was always the strongest defensive method. ZZZ, as soon as the sixth step spirit body was formed, Yichen's vitality field immediately erupted. Earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning flashed in the lava space, making Yichen look like a god. Gradually withdrawing his vitality field and blood and chi, Yichen stood up. Why do I feel a little empty? He punched out, creating a gust of wind. A few cracks appeared in the lava space. However, Yichen felt a little empty and was in a hurry to replenish his energy. Could it be that the sixth step spirit body can stimulate cultivation? Yichen guessed inwardly. Yichen's guess was both wrong and wrong. It was not that the sixth step spirit body could stimulate cultivation, but that the higher the spirit body's rank, the greater the thirst for cultivation. Thus, the body naturally reacted. The reason why body-refining kings could dominate the world and occupy important positions was closely related to their spirit bodies. It was said that the ninth step spirit bodies of life and death supremes could be called undying body. This was a physical power that was millions of times more frightening than the undying body. It was simply unbreakable, and even injuring it would be difficult. Of course, body-refining supremes were much weaker than other supremes in terms of domains. There were gains and losses. There are still 12 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals left. I wonder if I can upgrade my spirit body to mid-sixth step. Forget it, let's wait until the sixth step spirit body stabilizes first. I don't want to waste them. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yichen continued deeper into Desolate Planet. There was a huge battle here. After walking for a while, Yichen realized that a lot of lava tunnels had collapsed, and the traces of battle were very obvious. Boom, he threw out a sword attack, and the powerful sword chi pierced through the no-way-out tunnel. Yichen's body flashed as he flew over. Run! There are fire crystal beasts in front of us. After flying for a while, a couple of human figures flew over. Yichen could tell that they were all humans, and they looked very scared. What happened? Yichen hurried to ask. It's a fire crystal beast. A lot of people have already been killed by it. The one flying in the front replied. Fire crystal beast? Yichen frowned. He had never heard about it before. However, these people were all at the sixth sky of life and death realm, and they were not weak at all. Judging from this, the fire crystal beast should be even more powerful and horrifying. Let's go. If we don't go now, we won't be able to even if we want to. The few of them brushed past Yichen. Seeing that Yichen did not plan to run, one of them could not help but remind Yichen. If the fire crystal beasts you are talking about are red crystal beasts, then we will not be able to escape anymore. Within Yichen's soul power perception, there were a total of 5 red crystal beasts surrounding them. 2 of them were at the back, forming a triangle, while 3 of them were at the front, forming a triangle. These fire crystal beasts seemed to be able to see them, since they were heading straight for them. What? The few of them were shocked. Roar, boom, at this moment, the roars of beasts came from behind. Then, the lava tunnel collapsed, and 2 red monsters appeared in front of everyone. These 2 monsters were 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Their bodies were like lions and tigers, and their bodies were made of red crystals. The red crystals were similar to psionic crystals, but they were not as pure as psionic crystals. They seemed to be mixed with other crystals and metals. Flames were spitting out of their nostrils and mouths. They were incomparably hot, even hotter than magma. What surprised Yichen the most was that their eyes were actually 2 high-level fire crystals of spiritual energy. Their color was much deeper than the rest of their body parts. They were fiery red and emitting faint flames. The aura they were emitting was clearly the aura of fire crystals of spiritual energy. Of course, it was thousands of times more intense. Is it made of raw spiritual energy fire crystals? According to the fire crystal beast's aura, color, and eyes, Yichen instantly determined that the fire crystal beast should be a spirit energy fire crystal life form. Yuan-Chi could become life, and it was also possible for it to become an object. After all, everything in the world was actually formed from Yuan-Chi. What should we do? The few of them were at a loss. They were very clear that even 10 of them would not be a match for the fire crystal beast. For them, the fire crystal beast was a monster that was not afraid of attacks. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The stone walls on the left and right suddenly cracked, and 7 or 8 figures rushed over. There were evil spirit race, demons, and Xianxia race. Behind them, there were also a few fire crystal beasts, and they were roaring angrily. This was not the end. In front of Yichen, the 3 fire crystal beasts also rushed over. This way, including Yichen, there were a total of 12 people. 4 of them were humans, and 8 of them were alien races. 9 fire crystal beasts surrounded them. These 9 fire crystal beasts did not attack directly. Instead, they looked at each other and glared at each other. Quick, the 4 of you, rush up. Since they had the advantage in numbers, one of the demons ordered Yichen and the other 3 to rush up. Dream on. Why should we rush up? On Yichen's side, the 3 were enraged. If you don't want to rush up, I will kill you now. At this juncture of life and death, the other party's killing intent was not concealed at all. Roar, seeing that everyone was fighting among themselves, the fire crystal beasts seemed to have a tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, and the 9 fire crystal beasts pounced over. The first to die was an evil spirit race warrior. His attack landed on the fire crystal beast's body, but the latter was not hurt at all. It opened its mouth and bit down on his body before swallowing him whole. The speed of its bite was so fast that it was like a lightning strike. Yichen frowned as he watched. The other fire crystal beast was in the air. It slapped away the spear of a Xianxia with one claw and grabbed the Xianxia's head with the other. Bang! The Xianxia's head exploded like a watermelon. The next moment, the fire crystal beast opened its mouth and sucked the Xianxia in. On Yichen's side, one of them died instantly. The fire crystal beast was invulnerable, and all attacks were useless against it. It was also extremely fast, and it was very difficult to dodge its attacks. The situation was one-sided. In the blink of an eye, only 7 of the 12 people were left. Run! Why would there be fire crystal beasts on desolate Mars? These monsters are invulnerable, and they are not afraid of soul attacks. The fierce battle made the survivors lose their will to fight. They all ran away crazily. Even when the fire crystal beasts pounced at them, they had no intention of blocking them. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to run as far as possible. If they could run out of desolate Mars, they would be saved. What a fast attack speed. There were 3 fire crystal beasts attacking Yichen. If there was only one, Yichen would have wanted to fight it head-on. However, there were 3. Yichen could see that the fire crystal beasts had no weaknesses. He would not have any advantage if he fought them head-on. Fortunately, he had the instant sword domain, so Yichen could easily dodge and pass through the gaps between the 3 fire crystal beasts. Ah! Apart from the 3 fire crystal beasts that had their eyes on Yichen, the other fire crystal beasts chased after the other 6. Screams rang out as 4 more people were eaten by the fire crystal beasts. The remaining 2 were also in grave danger. On desolate Mars, their speed was not as fast as the fire crystal beasts. If it were not for the fire crystal beasts fighting for food, these 2 would have been dead already. Run this way. The 2 survivors were the titled kings of the demons and the titled kings of the Xianxia race. Judging from their strength, they were at the level of 1-star generals. Unfortunately, they were still not a match for the fire crystal beasts. Seeing that Yichen had just dodged the attacks of the 3 fire crystal beasts, they wanted to make Yichen the scapegoat. Courting death. A cold light flashed across Yichen's eyes. Ignoring the 3 fire crystal beasts, Yichen gripped the dragon spring sword with both hands and raised it high. In the next moment, a dazzling sword chi slashed out. It was the extreme sun essence. Puff. Of the 2 1-star generals, one had a low-grade emperor-grade armor, while the other had a low-grade emperor-grade weapon. The eyes of the titled king of the Xianxia race with the low-grade emperor-grade weapon widened, as if he didn't expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. He opened his mouth to shout, but before he could make a sound, he was killed by the sword qi and turned into ashes. The other one didn't fare any better. His whole body was sent flying, crashing into a fire crystal beast. This fire crystal beast skillfully turned its head, bit him, and swallowed him. Damn it! Seeing the fire crystal beast swallow the opponent's body, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed inwardly. 1-star general badge could allow him to purchase a low-grade emperor-grade artifact, which was extremely valuable. If not for the fire crystal beast, he would have been completely confident in killing the opponent and snatching the badge. Fortunately, he still had another 1-star general badge. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. With a suction force from his left hand, a badge, a low-grade emperor-grade weapon, and a storage ring fell into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen stored them in his own storage ring. Roar! Right at this moment, the 3 fire crystal beasts launched their second attack at Yi Chen. The 3 beasts cooperated with each other tacitly. One ran from below, one pounced from above, and the last launched a fierce attack from the right. Top, middle, and bottom were all blocked, leaving Yi Chen with nowhere to run or hide. Of course, this was for others. In an instant, the sword domain reached its limit. The space distorted, and the 3 beasts' movements paused for a moment. I'd like to see if I really can't injure you. Swish! 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 Crazily arousing his Jin Yuan, Yi Chen slashed out 3 times in a row. All 3 sword strikes were Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. Of course, this kind of killing moves would be weakened if it was used consecutively, perhaps only at 70 to 80%. However, it was enough to probe the opponent. If 70 to 80% of Sun Essence Extreme Transformation couldn't injure the opponent, then even 100% wouldn't have much of an effect. Puchi, the dazzling sword qi slashed on the fire crystal beast's body. Immediately, cracks appeared on its body. Obviously, 70 to 80% of Sun Essence Extreme Transformation's power could injure the fire crystal beast, although it wasn't fatal. It is indeed effective. Take another sword attack from me. Flying backward, Yi Chen continued to slash out another powerful sword attack. This time, he used 100% of his power, aiming at the fire crystal beast in the middle. Puff! The fire crystal beast's head was cut off. Come here. With a suction force, the fire crystal beast's head involuntarily flew into Yi Chen's hand. You want to bite me? Yi Chen was extremely cautious. He avoided the fire crystal beast's mouth and grabbed its horn. The fire crystal beast's head struggled intensely, but it only had one head left. How could it be Yi Chen's opponent? It couldn't break free at all. Crack! Yi Chen instantly dug out its 2 eyes, high-rank spirit energy fire crystal. Immediately, the fire crystal beast's struggle became weaker. It seemed like its eyes contained a huge amount of energy. Without its eyes, its energy was greatly reduced, and it was getting weaker and weaker. Its eyes are its weak point. Yi Chen understood. After losing its head, the fire crystal beast did not fall down. Instead, flames curled around its neck, and a red light burst out. The next moment, a new head grew out, and 2 high-rank spirit energy fire crystals condensed in its eyes. Yi Chen carefully observed that the fire crystal beast's aura had weakened, and its body was also slightly smaller. Roar! 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 The 12 fire crystal beasts surrounded Yi Chen tightly, each of them preparing to pounce on him. Go! Yi Chen fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up into the sky. With a loud boom, the rock wall above his head was blasted away, and Yi Chen escaped to the top. Using all of his strength, he was still unable to kill a single fire crystal beast. Yi Chen had no choice but to give up. If there were only 3 fire crystal beasts, he might have given it his all. Yi Chen's escape had completely enraged the 12 fire crystal beasts, and they crazily chased after him. Let's leave this life planet first. The next time I come, I must equip myself with an emperor-grade weapon. Yi Chen had killed a 1-star purple gold rank commander and a 1-star general. His battle results were plentiful. When he returned, he could purchase 2 emperor-grade weapons. Only with an Emperor-grade weapon would his battle power reach a new level. After the firestorm, there were less than 100 life and death realm warriors left. But now, with the appearance of the fire crystal beasts, the number of survivors had dropped drastically. Within a short period of time, there were not even 10 left. The others were all running for their lives. Some of them were no weaker than Yi Chen, and 2 of them were even more powerful than Yi Chen. One of them was the Skeleton Ocean Emperor of the Xianxia race, and the other was the Dark Dragon Emperor of the demons. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was a 4-star general of the Xianxia race, while the Dark Dragon Emperor was a 5-star general of the demons. These fire crystal beasts are too much to kill. I should run for my life first. The Skeletal Ocean Emperor's strength was extremely tyrannical. Every spear in his hand would inevitably pierce through a fire crystal beast. Unfortunately, the fire crystal beast that was pierced was completely unharmed except for a slightly weaker aura. Even if the Skeletal Ocean Emperor used all of his strength, it would still be very difficult to kill a fire crystal beast. At most, he could only make the other party extremely weak. However, there were so many fire crystal beasts that after killing one, 10 would immediately come. By the time he killed 10, he would probably be surrounded by 100. Even if he was a 4-star general, it was impossible for him to face 100 fire crystal beasts. He would definitely die, so he desperately ran away. Wherever there were fewer fire crystal beasts, he would run. If he encountered any obstruction, he would directly attack with his spear. For a moment, it was peaceful, but he had a faint bad feeling. How come there are so many fire crystal beasts? The Skeleton Sea Emperor, who was flying forward, felt his hair stand on end. In front of him was a dense horde of fire crystal beasts. At a rough glance, there were at least 300 of them. The leading fire crystal beast was much smaller than the other fire crystal beasts. It was about 2 meters tall and 6 meters long, but its aura was 10 times stronger than the other fire crystal beasts. I can't beat it with force. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor hurried to turn around and run in the opposite direction. In another direction, huge explosions were heard. The Dark Dragon Emperor was unbelievably powerful. His dragon claw art was almost indestructible. Normal fire crystal beasts would be torn apart with one claw attack, causing their aura to drop by 10 times. If Yi Chen were in front of him, he might not even be able to handle one claw attack. The Dark Dragon Emperor's true form was that of a huge black dragon. Even if she didn't cultivate, she would still become a life and death realm warrior when the time came, just like Su Jing. Of course, back then, Su Jing had been sealed into a human in the early stages. Only in the later stages did she enter the dragonization pool and gradually transform into a real golden giant dragon. The dark dragon power all over his body made the Dark Dragon Emperor's attack power unparalleled and defense invincible. In addition, he was a 5-star general of the demons. He had a top-notch overlord armor and a low-level emperor weapon. Seriously speaking, most 5-star generals were no match for the Dark Dragon Emperor. His body was too powerful. Haha. Die. The Dark Dragon Emperor had no qualms about killing his way out. Along the way, the fire crystal beasts in his way were torn apart. Although the fire crystal beasts wouldn't die after being torn apart and would reform, their auras would weaken once they were attacked. With the Dark Dragon Emperor's battle strength, a single attack was enough to make a fire crystal beast lose its threat. 30, 50, 70, in a short period of time, 70 fire crystal beasts had been torn apart. Dark Dragon Emperor had also collected many fire crystal beast shards. These fire crystal beast shards were filled with fire crystal energy. They could be considered as thin high-grade fire crystal energy. With enough of them, they were equivalent to high-grade fire crystals. Haha. Come on. The Dark Dragon Emperor was very confident in his battle power, so he didn't try to escape. Wherever there were more fire crystal beasts, he would charge toward them. All of a sudden, he was unstoppable. All of a sudden, a fiery red light shot toward the Dark Dragon Emperor. Boom, there was a huge explosion, and the Dark Dragon Emperor took a few steps back. In front of it was a much smaller and darker fire crystal beast. The fire crystal beast was more than 2 meters tall and 6 meters long, but its battle strength was dozens of times stronger than ordinary fire crystal beasts. Oh, interesting. The Dark Dragon Emperor stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking very excited. The darker-colored fire crystal beast stared at the Dark Dragon Emperor. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it could feel that the enemy in front of it was not easy to deal with. Roar! The fire crystal beast roared into the sky. The roar spread far and wide. Some of the smaller fire crystal beasts followed the sound and rushed over. They were extremely fast, looking like beams of fiery red light. Soon, 7 petite fire crystal beasts surrounded the Dark Dragon Emperor. Do you think that you can kill me with numbers? In your dreams. The Dark Dragon Emperor was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the 7 smaller fire crystal beasts with interest. His battle power had already surpassed the 7th sky of life and death realm, reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm. Although his cultivation base was only at the 7th sky of life and death realm. The title of an 8th sky of life and death realm monarch could carry the word emperor. Of course, the Dark Dragon Emperor was not an emperor, but he was a battle emperor, which was 1 level higher than a battle emperor. Normally, a 4-star general would have the battle power of a low-level battle emperor, and a 5-star general would have the battle power of a mid-level battle emperor. The Dark Dragon Emperor was slightly weaker than a high-level battle emperor, but he was definitely a top warrior among the mid-level battle emperors. A great battle broke out in an instant. The Dark Dragon Emperor and the 7 smaller fire crystal beasts started fighting. Crack! The Dark Dragon Emperor's claw speed was extremely fast. He waved his claw 3 times, leaving deep claw marks on the bodies of 3 fire crystal beasts. One of the fire crystal beast's front legs had been broken, and its body was sliding on the ground. Of course, the Dark Dragon Emperor had also been hit 4 times. His back, chest, and shoulders were all covered in burning sparks. The Dark Dragon Emperor fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Suddenly crawling up, the Dark Dragon Emperor patted the dark red liquid on his body and laughed, "Not enough, again." With the Dark Dragon's defense and the top Emperor rank armor, the Dark Dragon Emperor was not afraid of these 7 fire crystal beasts. His only shortcoming was his soul defense. Of course, this was only relative to his rank. How many fire crystal beasts are there? While escaping, Yichen opened his soul eyes and scanned the surroundings. This scan shocked him. Within the range of his soul eyes, there were red dots everywhere. With a rough glance, there were thousands of them. The entire barren planet seemed to be occupied by the fire crystal beasts. Some of the red dots were even more dazzling. He was afraid that they were even more powerful and horrifying than the fire crystal beasts he saw. There is a gap here. With the soul eyes, Yichen easily found a weak spot with fewer fire crystal beasts. His body stretched, Yichen's speed exploded to the limit. Roar! 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 The 12 fire crystal beasts followed closely behind Yichen. Their speed was only a little bit slower than Yichen's. In a short time, Yichen would not be able to shake them off. Not only that, as the 12 fire crystal beasts roared, the path that Yichen had chosen started to be surrounded by fire crystal beasts, as if they wanted to outflank Yichen. Not good. Yichen's face was extremely ugly. The path that he had thought to be a weak spot was now a dead end. There were at least 10 fire crystal beasts blocking the way. Where should I run? Yichen did not know what to do now. The fire crystal beasts could communicate with each other through their roars. Plus, they could see everything within a certain range. Yichen's soul eye had basically been destroyed. Even if he could see the escape route, it would still be a dead end in the next second. There was no way he could survive. I should not waste my soul power. Closing his soul eyes, Yichen replaced it with normal soul power. At this point, the more soul power he used, the less it would be. The soul eyes consumed too much soul power, not to mention that they did not have much use. Releasing his soul power, Yichen decided to take it one step at a time. He was not the kind of person who would give up easily. Screams continued. Including Yichen, there were a total of 9 people inside Planet Baron. However, it was obvious that those who were as strong as Yichen could not hold on any longer. One by one, they were swallowed into the fire crystal beasts' stomachs. Once they were swallowed, it was almost impossible for them to escape. After an hour, only Dark Dragon Emperor, Skeleton Ocean Emperor, and Yichen were left on the entire planet barren. Yichen had managed to hold on until now with his 4-star purple gold rank commander power. His ability to survive was self-evident. This time, it is really a narrow escape. There were more than 100 fire crystal beasts chasing after Yichen, looking like a red river. As time passed, more and more fire crystal beasts would join in. Alright, it has been a long time since I experienced a life and death battle. I would like to see if these fire crystal beasts can kill me. The more dangerous it was, the more it could stimulate Yichen's potential. Back in Elysium, he had been through hundreds of battles and often encountered life and death battles. However, after coming to the universe, he had encountered fewer life and death battles. Of course, he also knew that in the universe, life and death kings could live up to 100,000 years. It was impossible for them to encounter danger so easily. Some of them could even stay in seclusion for hundreds of years. However, Yichen had only stayed in seclusion for a dozen years. However, it was different for Yichen. He was used to life and death battles, and was used to surviving in desperate situations. In the past dozen years of peace, he felt that he had made little progress. Yes, very little progress. Without the God Paradise, without the time ratio of 100:1 in the Tower of Time, he could not have such achievements. His current achievements were built up over time, which was nothing to be proud of. A true powerhouse, even if it was only a short time, would have shocking achievements. The change in his mentality had brought a qualitative change to Yichen. His chi turned sharp as if he had returned to the scene of struggling for survival. His blood boiled with endless fighting spirit. Shwa shwa, like a bird that was not affected by any force, Yichen shuttled between the fire crystal beasts. Although he still had the same speed and technique, he now felt a sense of freedom. It was this freedom that allowed him to turn the impossible into the possible and escape from desperate situations. The fire crystal beasts had simple intelligence. They didn't know what had happened to Yichen. They only knew how to chase after him. Eh? There is someone ahead. Through his soul power, Yichen saw a human figure flying over. Judging from his chi, he should be a titled monarch of the Xianxia race. Very powerful. It should be a 4-star general. Yichen saw that the opponent could easily pierce through the fire crystal beasts with a single strike. Occasionally, he would even use a powerful attack to smash the fire crystal beasts in his way into pieces. The newcomer was none other than Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Skeleton Ocean Emperor possessed a high-grade Emperor-grade weapon and a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. In terms of pure strength, he was not stronger than Yichen. Even if he was stronger, it would not be by much. However, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher the requirement for artifacts. With these two artifacts, Yichen's battle strength could never catch up. Kill. With a wave of his battle spear, a fire crystal beast was shattered into dozens of pieces. His killing move could instantly destroy ordinary fire crystal beasts, but it took a long time to charge up. After killing dozens of fire crystal beasts, Skeleton Ocean Emperor also saw Yichen. Strange, a mere 5th layer life and death king can actually live until now. So that's how it is. His sword domain has actually reached the mid-5th layer, and it even contains the power of space. No, he can actually reverse the sword domain and eliminate the useless force on his body. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's insight was brilliant. Logically speaking, even mid-5th layer sword domain couldn't do what Yichen was doing, turning the impossible into the possible. Upon closer inspection, Skeleton Ocean Emperor realized that Yichen was reversing sword domain and dissolving the useless force and inertia of his body. For example, if a person was advancing at full speed, it would be extremely difficult to make them retreat. Moreover, one would have to bear the combined force of both forward and backward, which would be a huge burden. However, Yichen had removed the forward force and only needed to add the backward force. This way, his dodging would naturally be unrestrained and unconstrained. Righteous sword domain, affecting others. Reverse luck sword domain, affecting oneself. Achieving this step was extremely difficult, and required extremely powerful comprehension and execution. Before, Yichen had only taken a small step, and it was still imperfect. Moreover, he had to rely on the power of space. But now, Yichen could do it as he pleased, approaching perfection. Such a genius is a disaster if left alive. Since I've encountered him, I'll deal with him in passing. With this thought, Skeleton Ocean Emperor made his decision. Yichen knew that Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not a pushover. To be more precise, all titled monarchs of different races were not pushovers. Once they encountered each other, they would inevitably fight to the death. He wasn't a match for the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, and this place was filled with fire crystal beasts. It really wasn't the best place for a battle. Go. Making a turn in the air, Yichen flew in another direction. You want to leave? The Skeleton Sea Emperor sneered and followed closely behind Yichen. Rumble, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor and the fire crystal beasts behind Yichen converged. There were 500 of them, and 3 of them were petite. Yichen frowned when he saw the Skeleton Ocean Monarch following him. Clang, unsheathing the Dragon Spring Sword, Yichen turned around and hacked towards the Skeleton Sea Emperor. The sword chi released by the Dragon Spring Sword was as fierce as a raging fire, nearly merging with the air. The sword chi released by the Dragon Spring Sword seemed to be gentle and neutral, but in fact, it contained boundless potential. It was the true Inferno Sword. Reckless. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was infuriated. He hadn't expected that the other party would make a move on him before he had even made a move. This had undoubtedly infuriated him. Break for me. Raising his battle spear, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's spear swept across the sword chi. The intense blue light instantly condensed into a huge spear shadow. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread out. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Yichen's mouth. His speed increased again, and he used the borrowed force to the extreme. On the other hand, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's face paled, and his speed slowed down. It turned out that the sword chi released by Yichen was extremely powerful. Being caught off guard, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor suffered a hidden loss. Of course, there was a big gap between their battle power. Aside from the sharp decrease in speed, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor was fine. However, with 500 fire crystal beasts following behind him, he was instantly surrounded. Piss off. Spear shadows shot out everywhere, and a large number of fire crystal beasts were thrown away. Even the 3 petite fire crystal beasts were forced back dozens of meters. As a 4-star general, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's battle power was unimaginable. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many fire crystal beasts on desolate Mars, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor would have already fought his way out. Swoosh, using this opportunity, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor flashed out of the encirclement and chased after Yichen again. In terms of speed, he was slightly faster than Yichen, but he wasn't as nimble as his opponent. He's really persistent. Yichen wasn't afraid of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. If he couldn't beat him, couldn't he just run? However, the Skeleton Sea Emperor's persistent pestering gave him a bad feeling. Go back. From far away, Yichen attacked the Skeleton Ocean Emperor with another sword chi. Haha, do you think I'll fall for your trick again? The Skeleton Ocean Emperor flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The sword chi swept past below him and slashed at a group of fire crystal beasts. As a monarch of the Xianxia race, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed was his forte. If it weren't for Yichen's equally astonishing speed, he would have caught up long ago. At such a distance, Yichen's sword chi couldn't touch him at all. He also didn't want to fight with Yichen from afar. After all, that would lower his speed. Just like that, Yichen flew in front and slashed behind him from time to time. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor displayed his speed and dodged Yichen's sword chi. As for the fire crystal beasts behind them, they were a little unlucky. They were slashed by the sword chi. However, desolate Mars was the fire crystal beasts' territory, and the number of fire crystal beasts increased from 500 to 1,000. Now, even the Skeleton Ocean Emperor was surrounded and couldn't escape. Swish, right at this moment, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed suddenly increased. The wings on his back shone with a blue radiance as if they were made of blue crystals. This was the peak Emperor grade secret. Art of the Xianxia race, Light Wings Transformation. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could reach light speed. It should be known that light speed was a threshold. Even 7th layer life and death monarchs couldn't surpass light speed. They could at most approach it. Therefore, between 7th layer and 7th layer life and death monarchs, there wasn't much difference in speed. They were all very close to light speed, or even infinitely close to it. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's normal speed was only a bit faster than Yi Chen's, and it wasn't very obvious. However, after using Light Wing's transformation, his speed had increased by a lot. If he were in a vacuum, his speed would definitely reach light speed. Above light speed, there was no such thing as 2 or 3 times light speed. Above light speed was teleportation, which was the means of 8th layer life and death realm titled monarchs. So fast. Yi Chen was startled. The wings on the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's back had almost fused with the void. In this way, space wouldn't obstruct him, and his speed would reach a perfect realm. If my space profound reaches 90% completion, I'll most likely be able to move at light speed as well. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen recalled his own space profound. Space profound was unfathomable, and Yi Chen estimated that with 90% completion, he would be able to move at light speed, and with perfection, he would be able to teleport. At 8th layer life and death realm, his teleportation distance would be many times greater than others. 20 li, 10 li, 5 li, 3 li, 1 li. Soon, the distance between the two was reduced to 500 meters. This was a very short distance, and in a vacuum, it was completely negligible. Kid, stay here. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor flipped his palm, and a black sphere appeared. With a swish, he threw the sphere at Yi Chen. What is this? Without any hesitation, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack onto the black ball. Pung! In the next moment, the black sphere exploded, releasing countless fine threads. There were so many of them that they seemed boundless. With a single point as the center, they scattered in every direction. Yi Chen, who was the closest to them, was immediately enveloped by countless threads. As for Skeleton Ocean Emperor, he soared into the sky. Only a few threads touched his body, but even so, he had to expend a great deal of effort to break free from their entanglement. Besides Yi Chen, the fire crystal beast that was following behind him was also caught by the strings. Not good. Yi Chen's speed suddenly slowed down, getting slower and slower. On his body, those thin strands had tightly wrapped around him. Waving his dragon spring sword, he could only cut off dozens of strands at most, which was completely useless. Haha, this 1,000-layer silk of mine cost me 10 million yuan stones. You should be proud of yourself for using it on you. 1,000-layer silk was a refined treasure. Its raw material was the silk of a kind of monarch spider. Monarch spider was not a demonic beast, but a cosmic beast like the star colossal beast. An adult monarch spider was incomparably frightening. Even 7th layer life and death realm titled monarchs would have a slim chance of survival if they encountered one. Its silk could stick to anything, making it extremely difficult to struggle free. The reason why the Skeleton Ocean Emperor used 1,000-layer silk on Yi Chen was because Yi Chen's battle strength was at least at the level of a 4-star purple gold commander. Killing such a genius would be rewarded greatly. If he killed a 1-star or 2-star purple gold commander, although he would also get a reward, it would not be this much. Using 1,000-layer silk would be a waste, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Pop. Pop. Pop, snap after snap, Yi Chen felt as if he had sunk into a swamp, and his movements became extremely sluggish. At the same time, the surrounding fire crystal beasts surrounded him, and their numbers kept increasing. Enjoy it. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor pulled away, not wanting to be surrounded. As for 1,000-layer silk, it could not bind a person for a long time. After all, it had not reached an indestructible level. Finally, Yi Chen got rid of the 1,000 layers of silk and looked around. There were at least 1,500 fire crystal beasts surrounding him from all directions. Could it be that I will die here? Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath. No, even if I die 10 times, I will carve out a bloody path. A deep darkness appeared in his pupils. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was devoid of all distracting thoughts. All he could think of was kill, 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 kill anyone who stood in his way. Roar. 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 Roars rang out incessantly as at least hundreds of fire crystal beasts charged at Yi Chen. Looking from afar, Yi Chen seemed to have fallen into the ball of fire crystal beasts, and nothing could be seen from the outside. He should be dead. But, it won't be easy to get his storage ring and purple gold commander badge. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor thought to himself. Chi. Chi, chi. Chi. There were so many fire crystal beasts that they formed a huge round ball. Being in the middle of it, Yichen had no way out. However, right at this moment, a swishing sound was heard as a black sword chi shot out through the cracks. The ball of fire crystal beasts seemed to have turned into a hedgehog, a black hedgehog. Back to before. Surrounded by hundreds of fire crystal beasts, Yichen waved the dragon spring sword in vain. There were just too many fire crystal beasts. Although his sword chi could cut open the bodies of the fire crystal beasts at the front, it was useless. The fire crystal beasts at the back seized the opportunity and pounced on Yichen. Creak, creak. Violent metal grating sounds were heard. Yichen suffered several attacks in a short while. The fire crystal beast's sharp claws contained boundless power, which was comparable to a body-refining emperor. Blood flowed out from all 7 apertures of his. Yichen's body was almost twisted. If it was just one fire crystal beast attacking him, he would be able to resist it. But now, there were several fire crystal beasts attacking him from all directions, which entangled and tore each other apart. How could Yichen's body withstand all of this? If it weren't for the iron blood silver blue set protecting him, his body might have exploded from this attack. Boom, it wasn't over yet. A petite fire crystal beast rushed over and slammed its claw on his chest. With an earth-shattering force, Yichen's chest caved in, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. Yichen was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know where he was or who he was. In his soul sea, raging waves surged. The soul and the body were inseparable. When the body was severely injured, the soul would be affected as well. At this moment, Yichen had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. The immortal sword soul crazily vibrated, and a white-colored sword intent spread out, wanting to protect Yichen's soul and body. Meanwhile, the destruction sword soul beside the immortal sword soul also began to throb. Buzz. 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 The destruction sword soul seemed to have awakened, and a black ink-like sword intent spread out, contending against the white-colored immortal sword intent. When the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent each occupied half of the battlefield, Yichen's soul sea became a black world and a white world. Ah, an angry roar was heard as Yichen's eyes turned black and white. The black one was like a black hole, immeasurably deep and filled with killing intent, while the white one was like a holy light, ancient and all-encompassing, containing the mentality of the world decaying and him being immortal. The dragon spring sword was dyed black as Yi Chen waved it out. All of a sudden, the tiny fire crystal beast was blown away, but the sword chi's power did not dissipate yet. It cut the beasts behind it into pieces as well. Swish. 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 With enough space, Yichen pushed his dragon spring sword's speed to its limit. His whole body was wrapped in a black light ball, and in the next second, black sword chi spread out in all directions. The ink-like black sword chi not only landed on the bodies of the fire crystal beasts, but also leaked out through the gaps between their bodies. All of a sudden, hundreds of fire crystal beasts formed a round ball with black sword chi shooting out in all directions, making it look like a huge black hedgehog. It was a breathtaking scene. Chi. From far away, Skeleton Ocean Emperor saw the situation and fiercely squinted his eyes. Being surrounded by hundreds of fire crystal beasts, even he would have to use all his strength to kill his way out. After all, an encirclement was different from an ordinary encirclement. An ordinary encirclement would always have a weak point, and he would be able to kill his way out. However, an encirclement didn't have any weak points. This chi of destruction? Its 7th-step destruction sword intent. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's heart sank. The 7th-step destruction sword intent was equivalent to an ordinary 8th-step sword intent. There was a huge gap between the 7th and 8th-step sword intent, and countless people were stuck at this point. However, once the sword intent reached the 8th step, it would produce a protective sword intent. The might of an 8th-step protective sword intent was not inferior to a peak 6th-step spirit body. A life and death king sword intent or martial will would reach the 8th step. Not to mention anything else, just the defensive power of a life and death king's soul would become much stronger. It should be known that the defensive will could not only protect the body, but also the soul. Before cultivating Soul Ring, the reason why Yu Chen's soul defense was so strong was also related to the Immortal Sword intent. However, the Destruction Sword intent was different from the Immortal Sword intent. The latter focused on defense, while the former focused on slaughter, containing the essence of destruction. By relying on the 7th-step Destruction Sword intent, Yu Chen's battle power increased tenfold, finally crossing the threshold of peak Battle Emperor and reaching the low-level Battle Emperor realm. The Destruction Sword intent has finally reached the 7th step. Yu Chen woke up and rejoiced inwardly. The Destruction Sword intent and the Immortal Sword intent were both Supreme Sword intents. If it was just one of them, it would be very hard to improve. Only when two Supreme Sword intents were at the same level could they resonate and complement each other. Although in terms of power, the 7th-rank Destruction Sword intent was equivalent to the ordinary 8th-rank Sword intent, apart from the power, the other effects of the 7th-rank Destruction Sword intent were not something an ordinary 8th-rank Sword intent could compare with. For example, some fire crystal beasts that had been cut in half couldn't recover no matter how hard they tried. With the Immortal Sword intent for defense and the Destruction Sword intent for offense, Yu Chen was flawless. I really have to thank you. Sensing the presence of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor with his soul power, Yu Chen sneered. Humph, kid, so what if your Destruction Sword intent has reached the 7th step? In terms of power, you are still weaker than me. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor's biggest source of confidence was the mid-level Emperor armor on his body. In terms of defense, it was much stronger than a mid-level Heavenly King armor. Yu Chen's attack power might be comparable to his, but his defense was definitely not as good. Really? Swoosh, Yu Chen soared into the sky, twisting and turning. The surrounding fire crystal beasts couldn't touch him at all. Raising the dragon spring sword, Yu Chen swept a black sword chi at the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Under the influence of the 7th-step Destruction Sword intent, the sword chi turned black, emitting boundless black light, as if there was a black sun inside the sword chi. Break! The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not afraid of Yu Chen. He struck down with his spear, also using his ultimate attack. Rumble, a black and blue light ball exploded, and the fire crystal beasts were blown away. The battle between the two was no longer something ordinary fire crystal beasts could interfere with. Swoosh, Skeleton Ocean Monarch looked down and saw a strand of black sword chi on his chest. This strand of black sword chi was like a black snake, swimming around Skeleton Ocean Monarch's body. It was very hard to get rid of it. Indeed worthy of being the 7th-step Destruction Sword intent. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not surprised. The Destruction Sword intent was a Supreme Sword intent, and it naturally had aspects that ordinary sword intents couldn't reach. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yu Chen was really lucky. The Supreme Sword intent wasn't something that ordinary people could comprehend, and it needed an opportunity. Apart from that, the Supreme Sword intent was much harder to improve than other sword intents, 10 times harder than ordinary sword intents. He wondered how Yu Chen had improved it to the 7th step. Yu Chen's power made the Skeleton Ocean Emperor feel that he was a disaster. When he grew up, he didn't know how many powerful warriors of the Xianxia race would die in his hands. The Xianxia Jinyuan burst forth along with the martial will, and the Skeleton Ocean Emperor forcefully forced out the little black snake sword chi. With a ripping sound, the little black snake sword chi tore through the air and left, but it soon returned as if it had its eyes on the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. With a cold snort, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor destroyed the sword chi with one finger. This kid is not easy to deal with. Let's leave the desolate planet first. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor didn't want to continue fighting with Yu Chen. This was the desolate planet, not the outside world. It would be hard to escape. If he fought with Yu Chen, he would be surrounded by thousands of fire crystal beasts. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die. He wouldn't treat his life as a joke. Flapping his wings, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed was pushed to the limit. With a flash of blue light, he disappeared without a trace. You sure run fast. Yu Chen's speed was much slower than the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's, so he couldn't chase. Right now, his plan was to leave this planet. He had a feeling that it would be very difficult to escape. This was just the beginning. The Dark Dragon Emperor's battle prowess was heaven-defying. There were already 18 small fire crystal beasts around him, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they were defeated. I don't want to play with you anymore. Die. A huge black dragon claw appeared, and the dark dragon emperor clawed at one of the small fire crystal beasts. Bang! This small fire crystal beast was smashed into pieces, unable to recover. In a short while, most of the 18 small fire crystal beasts were killed by the dark dragon emperor. The dark dragon emperor, who had used his killing move, was not someone the small fire crystal beasts could fight against. However, at this moment, the dark dragon emperor was surrounded by thousands of normal fire crystal beasts. When the small fire crystal beasts couldn't fight against the dark dragon emperor, a large number of normal fire crystal beasts pounced over. With their simple intelligence, they didn't know what fear was. The only thing leading them was to kill all the flesh and blood life on Mars Desolate. Awesome, haha. As a titled monarch, the dark dragon emperor had formed the sky demon. Mark. In his human form, he was stronger and more monstrous than in his black dragon form. Every move he made had heaven-defying battle prowess. With a casual wave of his claw, more than 10 normal fire crystal beasts were crushed. Dark dragon explosion. Suddenly, the dark dragon emperor spread his limbs, and a deep darkness spread out from his body. With a boom, black light exploded, and countless normal fire crystal beasts were shattered and scattered everywhere. Roar! Seeing that the dark dragon emperor was on a killing spree, a deafening roar rang out, and the entire barren planet shook slightly. A golden red flowing light appeared in front of the dark dragon emperor at a terrifying speed. Fire crystal beast emperor? Normal fire crystal beasts were normal fire crystal beasts, and the small fire crystal beasts were beast kings. This golden red fire crystal beast was even smaller. It was only 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, about the size of a tiger. If there were no surprises, this golden red fire crystal beast should be a beast emperor among the fire crystal beasts. Come. The dark dragon emperor wasn't afraid at all and fought with the fire crystal beast emperor. An earth-shattering roar rang out from another direction. This is... Yichen hesitated. Swoosh! At this moment, the skeleton ocean emperor ran back in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and he completely ignored Yichen's existence and flew toward the depths of Mars Desolate. Yichen didn't attack the skeleton ocean emperor. In his soul force, he sensed a small golden red fire crystal beast chasing after the skeleton ocean emperor. A powerful aura surged, and it was extraordinarily terrifying. Shwa, the golden red fire crystal beast looked at Yichen with killing intent. Not good. Just like the skeleton ocean emperor, Yichen turned and ran. He was sure that his defense wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the golden red fire crystal beast. Yichen's guess was right. A mid-level heavenly king set would not be able to block a full power strike from the fire crystal beast emperor, and would definitely be torn apart. The skeleton ocean emperor's mid-level heavenly king set had a claw mark on it. Run! In that instant, the sword domain was pushed to the limit, and Yichen's speed increased rapidly. Roar! The fire crystal beast emperor suddenly opened its mouth, shooting a golden red beam of light at Yichen, who was following behind the skeleton ocean emperor. Rumble! Along the way, any obstacle was pierced through. In the next moment, 3 fire crystal beasts that were lined up in a line exploded, turning into pools of fiery red liquid. Yichen secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, still feeling a lingering fear. Just now, he had felt an unprecedented danger, and subconsciously rushed in front of the 3 fire crystal beasts. As expected, the 3 fire crystal beasts had died instantly. If not for the 3 fire crystal beasts blocking him, Yichen was sure that he would not have been any better off than his opponents, and would have been annihilated. Compared to combat power, Yichen's greatest weakness was his defense. Defense was related to cultivation level and defensive artifacts. If one's cultivation level was low, their defense would naturally be low, and if their defensive artifacts were low grade, their defense would also be low. With the two combined, Yichen's defense was much weaker than the skeleton ocean emperor's, at least dozens of times weaker. This was also with the existence of the sword intent shield, otherwise, the difference would be at least 100 or 200 times. Escaping also requires a strategy. Hopefully, my luck will be better. Not every life or death crisis could be turned around. The terrifying attack power of the fire crystal beast emperor had caused Yichen to lose all hope. After all, he couldn't possibly increase his defense by dozens or even hundreds of times in a critical moment. That was impossible. With an idea in mind, Yichen flew towards the area where there were a few fire crystal beasts. If there were too many of them, they would become obstacles, and if there were too few, it would not be enough to block the fire crystal beast emperor. Only when there were a few of them, could they become Yichen's shield and fight for a chance of survival. Brat, I can't believe you would have such a moment. Skeleton Ocean Emperor was faster than Yichen, and with Yichen behind him, he was much more relaxed. He suddenly stabbed at Yichen with his spear, causing spear images to shoot out. Damn it. Yichen didn't dare to face the Skeleton Sea Emperor head-on. If he did, his speed would definitely decrease sharply. Swoosh, Yichen's figure refracted and slightly shifted his direction, dodging the spear shadow attack. Whoosh! 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 Skeleton Ocean Emperor continued to attack Yichen. This can't go on. Although he dodged the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's attacks again and again, Yichen's speed was still affected. The Fire Crystal Emperor was getting closer and closer to him. I need to increase my speed. After thinking about it, Yichen could only think of one way, and that was to increase his speed. If he was fast enough, he would be able to maintain a certain distance from the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. There was no other way. Boom, the 4 fire crystal beasts were melted into liquid by the golden red light. A few drops of liquid splashed on Yichen's protective Xianxia, creating a sizzling sound. I can only comprehend the space profound. Yichen gritted his teeth and decided to walk the path of comprehending the space profound. Yichen had comprehended 80% of the space profound a long time ago, and he only needed an opportunity to reach 90%. God Paradise didn't have the space profound tower, so he could only rely on himself. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yichen entered the ethereal state. Of course, although he had entered the ethereal state, it didn't mean that Yichen had lost his vigilance against danger. Any attack would cause a space ripple, which would transmit to Yichen's body. Yichen's body would react instinctively. This was an ability that could only be obtained after comprehending 80% of the space profound. If it was only 70%, then it would be much weaker, and Yichen wouldn't take the risk to comprehend it in such a dangerous situation. What's going on? After several attacks, Yichen had dodged them all. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor could tell that something was wrong. It seemed that no matter how he attacked, there wouldn't be much of an effect, unless he could get close to the ladder and launch an attack that the ladder couldn't dodge. Forget it, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor will catch up to him soon. With him here, I won't be in any danger. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor gave up on attacking Yichen and focused on escaping. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor attacked Yichen tirelessly. It opened its mouth and shot out a golden red light beam. The aura of this light beam was a bit like chi power, but it was very advanced. It seemed to be the combination of chi power and fire power. 300 miles. 280 miles, 250 miles, 220 miles, the distance between the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and Yichen was getting shorter and shorter. The golden red light beam's power was also getting stronger. Sometimes, there would be a trace of aftershock that would hit Yichen's body, causing Yichen's escape route to change. Yichen didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He was completely immersed in comprehending space profound. His eyes looked empty, but they were actually flickering with countless sparks of wisdom. In his eyes, many spatial nodes appeared, and between them were spatial trajectories. Spatial trajectories weren't static and could change at any time. However, with 80% of the space profound, Yichen had already grasped some of the rules of spatial trajectories. Everything had rules. If there wasn't a rule, then there was no order, which represented chaos. There was no concept of space, no concept of time, no concept of yin and yang, no light and darkness, and no 5 elements. Obviously, this was an orderly world, so there had to be rules. 80% of the space profound allowed Yichen to grasp some rules, but it wasn't enough for him to reach the speed of light in space. He had to grasp more rules. If his space profound could be perfected, teleportation would be easy. That was because the perfected space profound could allow him to understand the rules of spatial trajectories. Forgetting the existence of time, forgetting the existence of danger, and not knowing how much time had passed, Yichen's mind gained a new understanding. This understanding was like a spark on a prairie. Once it formed a climate, it would be enough to sweep the entire prairie. The barren planet was huge, with a diameter of tens of millions of miles. Flying inside the barren planet, there were many obstacles, and the speed wasn't even 1/10,000th of the speed in space. Even so, Yichen was gradually approaching the core of the barren planet. Boom boom boom, the battle between the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was shocking. Explosions rang out everywhere, and the surroundings were completely destroyed, forming a huge spherical space. In the center of the spherical space, the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor were constantly fighting. Powerful indeed. The Dark Dragon Emperor stared at the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Its attacks were very strong. If he wasn't wearing top-tier Emperor armor, he would have been injured long ago. Especially the golden red pillar of light that the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor shot out. Even through the top-tier Emperor armor, the Dark Dragon Emperor could feel waves of heat passing into his body. But you don't feel good either. The Dark Dragon Emperor was wearing a pair of black and gold steel gloves. These steel gloves were called the Skyrending Gloves, a low-tier Emperor weapon. With his rank as a 5-star general, he didn't have the right to buy low-tier Emperor weapons. Low-tier Emperor weapons seemed to be the weakest among Emperor weapons, but they were still 10 or 20 times stronger than top-tier Emperor weapons. The Skyrending Gloves were obtained in a secret territory, and he viewed them as his most precious treasure. Without them, he would be an ordinary 5-star general. Following the Dark Dragon Emperor's gaze, one could see that there were many claw marks on the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. The claw marks were difficult to heal, and they contained the power of an Emperor weapon. Roar, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor growled. Its blood-gold eyes were full of murderous intent. It was more intelligent than ordinary Fire Crystal Beasts and Fire Crystal Beast Kings. It understood that with its strength, it couldn't do anything to the Dark Dragon Emperor in a short time. The Dark Dragon Emperor's defense was stronger than its own, and it was practically indestructible. However, it wasn't in a hurry. Its power could be said to be endless, and Barren Planet was its home. The Dark Dragon Emperor's power would be depleted sooner or later. It wanted to exhaust the Dark Dragon Emperor to death. Just like the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, the Dark Dragon Emperor also wanted to exhaust the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor to death. The Dark Dragon Emperor's demonic body had already reached the 7th level. Ordinary high-level fire crystals were useless to him. Only the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body was useful to him. If he could kill the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and take its more precious parts, he might be able to upgrade his demonic body from the early 7th level to the middle 7th level. After all, the demonic body and spirit body were harder to upgrade, and the treasures needed were more precious. It was rare to encounter a Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, so the Dark Dragon Emperor wouldn't let it go. Unfortunately, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor wasn't completely made of fire crystals. It was a mixture of many different materials, and only the most essential parts seemed to be top-level fire crystals. Top-level fire crystals were very rare, and could be used to refine a 7th-level spirit body. Of course, if the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was completely made of fire crystals, the Dark Dragon Emperor probably wouldn't be its opponent. 150 miles. 120 miles. 100 miles. The distance between the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and Yichen was only 100 miles. If this distance was in a vacuum, it wouldn't be anything. Even inside the desolate planet, it would only take 1 or 2 breaths. Boom. In such a short distance, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's golden red light pillar's power increased exponentially. 3 or 4 normal Fire Crystal Beasts couldn't be used as a shield anymore, and were directly evaporated into a fiery red mist. The shockwave hit Yichen's body, almost breaking Yichen's protective Xianyuan. 80 miles, 70 miles, 50 miles, finally, the distance between the two was only 50 miles. This time, the golden red light pillar was unstoppable. It looked like Yichen was about to be hit. Success! Yichen shuddered, and his speed increased drastically. The golden red light pillar brushed past his lower body. Boom! A huge lava tunnel was blasted into nothingness, turning into a black-red liquid. So close! Yichen was both surprised and happy. Shocked because he almost died, but happy because his space profound had reached 90% completion. This meant that his speed in vacuum could reach light speed, which was not inferior to Skeleton Ocean Emperor's. However, Yi Chen could feel that his light speed was different from Skeleton Ocean Emperor's. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's light speed wasn't very agile, but Yi Chen, who had comprehended 90% of space profound, was not only fast, but also incomparably agile. He could change his direction at any time, just like a favored child of space. Whoosh! Whoosh, flickering, Yi Chen easily dodged the golden red light pillar. 90% complete space profound is already like this. I wonder how amazing the perfected space profound will be. Yi Chen knew very well that the reason he could comprehend the space profound to 90% complete was because of his many years of accumulation. Now that he was in danger, his many years of accumulation finally turned into results. This monarch of the Xianxia race wants to use the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor to kill me. Unfortunately, the pressure of life and death has allowed me to reach a higher level. However, I will not let him off. Changing direction, Yi Chen flew toward the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Along the way, Yi Chen encountered many fire crystal beasts, and they were very frightening. To be honest, Yi Chen did not have much confidence in leaving this planet. His only chance was with the Skeleton Ocean Arch. What? He is catching up? The Skeleton Ocean Arch was shocked when he sensed Yi Chen's presence. He thought that Yi Chen had already been killed by the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. This is not right. Why is his speed faster than mine? When the distance between the two shortened, the Skeleton Ocean Thearch's face darkened. In a short while, the Skeleton Ocean Arch saw through it. Yi Chen's speed was not faster than his, but it was not inferior either. Yi Chen's movements were extremely nimble. Encountering the obstruction of the fire crystal beasts, he flickered through them. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of time, making his speed seem extremely fast, even surpassing his illusion. Even so, Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not feeling good. He was so depressed that he wanted to kill someone. Can you tell me your title? Yi Chen's voice transmitted over. I am the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Don't be too arrogant, the Skeleton Ocean Arch said coldly. Skeleton Ocean Arch? Alright, today will be the day you die. Just you? The Skeleton Ocean Thearch's tone was disdainful. Not just me, but me and that fire crystal beast. Yi Chen already had a plan to kill the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Wait until you catch up to me. This is easy. As he spoke, Yi Chen suddenly slashed out with his sword towards a fire crystal beast king in front of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Hong Long, the fire crystal beast king was sent flying, and the sword gash was several meters deep. A massive shockwave exploded, hitting the Skeleton Ocean Emperor and causing it to slow down significantly. Not good. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor understood Yi Chen's intentions. Kid, have a taste of my killer move. Skeleton Sea Emperor forcefully broke through the shockwave and recovered slowly. At the same time, he wielded his spear and attacked Yi Chen with a killer move. Crackle, the spear shadows overlapped one another, covering Yi Chen like a tidal wave. The attack range was quite wide. Break! Raising the dragon spring sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen launched a sword hack. A dazzling beam of black sword chi instantly evaporated a large number of spears. Swoosh! Yi Chen darted through the gap between the spears. Just like this, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor and Yi Chen attacked each other while the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor followed closely behind them, occasionally shooting golden red light beams. The scene was chaotic. With his understanding of space, Yi Chen gradually caught up to the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was a little anxious. He hurriedly said, if we continue fighting, it will only benefit that Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Why don't we both take a step back and stop here? Don't worry, I can afford to play. How could Yi Chen let him go? Do you really want to fight to the death? The Skeleton Ocean Emperor shouted. The fish might die, but the net might not break. As he spoke, Yi Chen had already surpassed the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. His body spun in the air as Yi Chen slashed at the Skeleton Ocean Emperor like a spinning top or a tornado. Yi Chen's attack speed was too fast. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor quickly raised his spear. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as the two separated. Yi Chen borrowed the force to fly backward. Since he was facing the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, flying backward was no different from moving forward. The next moment, Yichen nimbly turned around and continued on his way. On the other hand, the skeleton Ocean Emperor was forced back several hundred meters by Yichen's sword, falling into a group of fire crystal beasts. Get lost. The skeleton Ocean Emperor was furious as he crazily waved his spear, sweeping everywhere. When the skeleton Ocean Emperor broke out of the encirclement, the fire crystal beast Emperor was already less than 50 li away. Boom! A golden red light beam shot toward him with irresistible force. His scalp tingling, the skeleton Ocean Emperor's blue wings flapped fiercely, barely dodging the light beam. However, even if he could dodge once, he couldn't dodge forever. The ninth golden red light beam bombarded the skeleton Ocean Emperor's back, tearing a huge hole in his protective Xianxia. Ah! With a miserable shriek, the skeleton Ocean Emperor was sent flying with smoke rising from his body. Even his mid-emperor grade armor had a large dent. Brat, you won't have a good death. The skeleton Ocean Emperor had never thought that he would be the unlucky one in the end. He didn't want to die. He had only lived for 30,000 years, and his life was still on the rise. If you had known it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Yichen was like a ghost, attacking from the front with fleeting brilliance. Fleeting brilliance contained space profound. 80% of space profound was already equivalent to a peak third revolution sword art, and 90% was even more impressive. If it weren't for the fact that Yichen hadn't fused 90% of space profound into fleeting brilliance, its might would have been even stronger. Even so, the current fleeting brilliance was already close to a fourth revolution sword art. Apart from this, Instant of Glory was already the hardest sword art to defend against. Now that his space profound had reached a higher level, it became even more unfathomable. As he slashed out, the sword chi fused with the space and directly slashed at skeleton Ocean Emperor's protective Xianxia, forcibly blowing him back once again as he clashed with fire crystal beast Emperor. No! The skeleton Ocean Emperor's eyes were wide open. The fire crystal beast Emperor didn't care about the battle between Yichen and the skeleton Ocean Emperor. It only knew that it wanted to kill the two of them. Whoever was closer to it, it would kill them first. Rumble, the golden red light beam accurately landed on the skeleton Ocean Emperor's body. This time, the skeleton Ocean Emperor's body showed signs of collapsing as the blazing flame ignited it. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The skeleton Ocean Emperor knew that he couldn't escape unless he could leave the desolate planet immediately. Die. The skeleton Ocean Emperor flipped his palm, and a pure black crystal fell into his hand. This was the Darkness Crystal, an extremely precious treasure. It had an extraordinary origin and was something he had obtained in a mysterious star-sky secret realm. For thousands of years, he hadn't used it, waiting for this moment of life and death to use it. Swish, with a powerful throw, the skeleton Ocean Emperor threw out the Darkness Crystal. What is this? Yichen's pupils shrank as a sword chi landed on the Darkness Crystal. Without a sound, a black hole was formed. It was so fast that hundreds of fire crystal beasts in the surroundings were directly devoured. At the same time, a large amount of lava was also devoured. The terrifying gravitational force was many times stronger than a white dwarf. The reason why the skeleton Ocean Emperor didn't throw the Darkness Crystal Beast Emperor was because he was the closest to it. The black hole formed by the Darkness Crystal Beast Emperor would devour him first, which might not be a threat to Yichen. One had to know that he hated Yichen the most at the moment. The gravitational force instantly acted on Yichen's body, reducing Yichen's speed to 0 as he flew towards the black hole. What? Yichen really didn't know that the skeleton Ocean Emperor had this move. If it had done this before, he would have died long ago. No, Yichen crazily activated his Xianxia and pushed his sword domain to the limit, contending against the black hole. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The dragon spring sword suddenly became 100 li long as Yichen slashed towards the black hole. Kacha, the dragon spring sword shattered, and the fragments were sucked in. Taking out another heavenly king grade sword, Yichen continued to enlarge it and slashed towards the black hole. But the result was still the same. The skeleton Ocean Emperor and the fire crystal beast Emperor were also sucked in. The fire crystal beast Emperor sensed the danger and tried to fly in the opposite direction. However, the gravitational force was too strong, and it was still slowly pulled over. Haha, let's die together. The skeleton ocean emperor was like a torch, burning from the inside out. After being attacked twice in a row, he was the weakest and the hardest to resist the black hole's gravitational force. However, he didn't think that Yichen could escape the black hole's devouring. It was just a matter of time. Perhaps, he could even kill the fire crystal beast emperor and die together. Gradually, Yichen and the skeleton ocean emperor got closer. If you want to die, you die first. A third heavenly king-grade sword appeared in Yichen's hand and slashed at the skeleton ocean emperor's body. Puff. The latter spurted out a mouthful of flames, and his aura weakened to the extreme. Yichen noticed the battle spear in the skeleton ocean emperor's hand. With a thought, he chopped off the opponent's right arm. Swish. Reaching out, Yichen grabbed the spear. The asterisk starred. The skeleton ocean emperor cursed. In the next moment, he couldn't resist the gravitational force and disappeared into the black hole. This black hole is not formed naturally, and its power is limited. I can't. How much energy can it devour? Yichen hardened his heart. With a wave of his palm, countless yuan stones flew out of his storage ring and into the black hole. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. 30 million. 80 million. 200 million. Countless yuan stones disappeared into the black hole. These yuan stones contained an astonishing amount of energy, and the black hole would consume the same amount of energy. Of course, if it were a naturally formed black hole, its might would be much greater. Even 10 times the amount of yuan stones wouldn't be enough. This was only a small black hole, and it had already devoured a large amount of energy and fire crystal beasts. As expected, the black hole that had swallowed hundreds of millions of origin stones gradually became smaller, and the gravitational force was also slowly decreasing. Still not enough. For the first time, Yichen felt that the speed of extracting yuan stones was not fast enough. If he could take out 1 billion yuan stones at once, it would be great. If 1 billion was not enough, then 2 billion. In any case, the yuan stone pond could recover 100 million yuan stones in a year. Right, there's still this fire crystal beast emperor. Yichen stared at the fire crystal beast emperor. Instantly erasing the soul imprint of the skeleton ocean emperor, Yichen branded his own soul imprint. This kind of fast imprint couldn't bring out the full power of the spear, but it was enough. The spear was a high emperor grade weapon. Even 30% of its power would surpass mid-emperor grade weapons. Holding the spear, Yichen slashed at the fire crystal beast emperor. Gotcha! Crystal fragments splashed everywhere, and the fire crystal beast emperor was sent flying. However, it was quickly sucked back, arriving in front of Yichen. Turning around, Yichen continued to attack the fire crystal beast emperor, slashing it toward the black hole. Roar! Finally, the fire crystal beast emperor was sucked into the black hole. The black hole trembled and shrunk into a dot, eventually disappearing. Meanwhile, Yichen was only a few li away from the black hole. It was a very short distance. With a bitter smile, Yichen looked around. The existence of the black hole had turned the surrounding several thousand li into a huge spherical space. It was completely empty, and only Yichen was floating inside. With this battle spear, leaving this place won't be a problem. Raising the spear in his hand, Yichen inwardly said. The battle spear was called Golden Spear, a high-grade emperor-grade weapon. In terms of price, it was worth at least 100 million yuan stones. Generally speaking, low-grade emperor-grade weapons were worth about 2 million yuan stones, mid-grade emperor-grade weapons were worth 13 to 4 million yuan stones, and high-grade emperor-grade weapons were worth 100 million yuan stones. As for armors, they were twice as expensive. Low-grade emperor-grade armors were estimated to be worth 4 million yuan stones, mid-grade 30 million yuan stones, and high-grade 200 million yuan stones. In short, the higher one's strength, the more yuan stones one needed. Although some clans that controlled a city for thousands of years seemed to have a lot of wealth, it should be known that the higher the clan's income, the higher the expenditure. After all, there were too many life and death kings. Which clan didn't want to spend yuan stones on things they needed? Emperor-grade weapons, for example, were priceless, but some would still leak out. For example, some titled monarchs would have extra emperor-grade weapons, and they would sell them to earn back the yuan stones and buy even better weapons. weapons needed a period of time to display their full might. In Yi Chen's hands, the golden spear could only display 30% of its might. Adding on the fact that Yi Chen was a sword artist, he wasn't too suited for battle spears. 20% was already not bad. Bang! A fire crystal beast flew into the spherical space and was immediately smashed into pieces by Yi Chen's spear. The tyranny of a high-grade emperor-grade weapon was completely revealed. While killing and collecting the remains of the fire crystal beasts, Yi Chen flew towards the periphery of the Life Star. If one were to say that Yi Chen with the Dragon Spring Sword, who had just stepped into the low-level battle emperor realm, couldn't compare to veteran low-level battle emperors, then Yi Chen with the Golden Spear already had the strength of a mid-level battle emperor. If he could exchange the Golden Spear for a high-level emperor-grade sword, then he would definitely have the strength of a mid-level battle emperor. However, there was one thing that was very important. Not everyone could display the full might of a high-level emperor-grade artifact. In fact, even if Yi Chen spent a long time with a high-level emperor-grade artifact, he wouldn't be able to display 100% of its might. He would only be able to display 80% of its might. This was because his cultivation base was too low. Yi Chen only had the cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, and emperor-grade weapons were most suitable for 7th layer life and death realm. Even 6th layer life and death realm was a bit lacking, and could only display 90% of its might. Therefore, Yi Chen's current situation was very awkward. His cultivation base was too low, and he had to reach 6th layer life and death realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had a better weapon in the future, he wouldn't be able to display its full potential. Black sword chi shot out like snakes and spears, exploding one fire crystal beast after another. Without the obstruction of the fire crystal beast emperor, Yi Chen couldn't face any threat. Even the fire crystal beast king couldn't stop Yi Chen. It was chopped into pieces in 2 or 3 strikes, and its most precious parts became Yi Chen's spoils of war. So many high-grade fire crystals. I'm afraid my spirit body can increase from early 6th step to mid-6th step, or even late 6th step. Yi Chen, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to leave. The spirit body was very useful for life and death kings. An extra layer of defense meant an extra layer of protection. Sometimes, a life and death king would die at the hands of the enemy because of a little bit of defense. As the saying goes, the cowardly will starve to death, and the bold will die. Yi Chen began to chase after the fire crystal beast king. 4, 7, 10, there were not that many fire crystal beast kings. Out of hundreds of fire crystal beasts, there would only be one fire crystal beast king. After a couple of hours, he had already collected the precious parts of 10 fire crystal beast kings. Such a powerful energy vibration. Gradually, Yi Chen got closer to where the Dark Dragon Emperor and the other Fire Crystal Beast Emperor were battling. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body was full of wounds and claw marks. The power of a low-rank Emperor weapon was hard to imagine for normal people. Although the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's defense was dozens of times more powerful than the Fire Crystal Beast King's, it still didn't help much. Of course, the low-rank Emperor weapon in the Dark Dragon Emperor's hands could only leave some marks on the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. On the other hand, the Dark Dragon Emperor's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The top Emperor rank armor allowed him to ignore the attacks of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, making him invincible. Moreover, he still had about 50% of his demon power left. This is a low-rank Emperor rank weapon? Opening his soul eye, Yi Chen was shocked. Above the Emperor rank was the Emperor rank weapon, which was suitable for the Emperors of the 7th Sky of Life and Death realm, while the Emperor rank weapon was suitable for the Emperors of the 8th Sky of Life and Death realm. The two were not even on the same level. He did not expect the Dark Dragon Emperor to have a low-rank Emperor rank weapon. For normal Emperors, it would be a priceless treasure. However, using a low-rank Emperor rank weapon for a 7th Sky of Life and Death realm Emperor rank would consume a lot of energy. Adding on the fact that the Dark Dragon Emperor's armor seemed to be a top Emperor rank armor as well, it would consume dozens of times more energy than normal Emperors. If it were Yi Chen, he would have run out of Zhen Yuan by now. So troublesome. The Dark Dragon Emperor's brows creased slightly. The difficulty of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was beyond his imagination. Even with a low-rank Emperor rank weapon, it could only leave a shallow mark on its body. Dark Dragon Sky-Splitting Claw. The Dark Dragon Emperor roared as both of his claws intersected, attacking the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. Pung! The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was blown away. A crisscrossed claw mark appeared on its chest, and a faint crack could be seen at the edge. Obviously, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was not the opponent of the Dark Dragon Emperor. However, the defense of the two was too powerful. Roar! Right at this moment, a sky-shaking roar was heard. Yichen found it somewhat familiar. Soon, a golden-red beam of light entered the battlefield. It's it? Why is it not dead? Yichen's pupils dilated. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor that had entered the battlefield was obviously the one that had been sucked into the black hole. Yichen could even see the light mark left by his golden spear on its body. Yichen did not know that the center of the desolate planet was a chaotic place. Although the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor had been sucked into the black hole, its body was not shattered. Instead, it was transported to the center of the planet, which was the nest of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, where they were born. Of course, it was a Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. In terms of defense, it was not weaker than an 8th Sky Life and Death Realm titled King Warrior. Only Emperor rank weapons could hurt it. Besides, Yichen's rank 7 Destruction Sword Intent combined with a high-rank Emperor rank weapon could also leave some marks. Damn. The Dark Dragon Emperor's expression turned ugly. Although the two Fire Crystal Beast Emperors could not beat him, they could drain his demonic power. Once his demonic power was exhausted, he would not be able to escape no matter how powerful he was. Let's go. Clenching his teeth, the Dark Dragon Emperor turned around and rushed out of the desolate planet. He planned to return to the demon's area and call 2 friends over to take care of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperors. Once the Dark Dragon Emperor escaped, Yichen naturally could not watch anymore. Shoo! Yichen nimbly avoided the groups of Fire Crystal Beasts. After half a day, Yichen finally left this dangerous planet and appeared in the outside world. Outside, Yichen felt like he could fly freely in the sky. His speed kept increasing until he was very close to the speed of light. This was mainly because of the dust and obstacles around him. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to reach the speed of light. After a while, Dark Dragon Emperor also rushed out, followed by 2 Fire Crystal Beast Emperors. Someone left before me? Dark Dragon Emperor's senses were very sharp. The traces left behind by Yichen's near light speed were exposed in his eyes. He did not expect that there would be someone like him, staying until now to leave planet desolate. It seemed like he had gained a lot. Humph, you're lucky you didn't meet me. With a cold snort, Dark Dragon Emperor increased his speed to the limit, flying in the other direction of the Black Tortoise ruins. His speed was not much slower than Yichen's. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperors chased for a while before stopping, returning to planet desolate. To them, the outside world was unfamiliar, and they could not stay for long. Only planet desolate was a safe place. On the Phantom, Yichen sat in the hall, drinking. Gulp, 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 bottle after bottle was drunk by Yichen. After a while, Yichen put down the empty bottle. This time's harvest is not small, but the most important are the fire crystals and the golden spear. Walala, a large number of Fire Crystal Beast fragments fell in the center of the hall, piling up into a small mountain. The lighter ones were the normal Fire Crystal Beast fragments, and the darker ones were the Fire Crystal Beast King fragments. Whether it was the normal Fire Crystal Beast or the Fire Crystal Beast King, their eyes and hearts were all high-grade fire crystals. The eyes and hearts of the normal Fire Crystal Beasts were low-grade high-grade fire crystals, but they could refine a rank 5 spirit body. The Fire Crystal Beast King's eyes and heart were high-grade fire crystals, which could refine a rank 6 spirit body. Other than that, the rest of the fragments also contained high-grade fire crystals, but they were diluted. The normal Fire Crystal Beast fragments were no longer useful to Yichen, so Yichen put them away, leaving only the Fire Crystal Beast King fragments. After sorting them out, Yichen obtained a total of 20 Fire Crystal Beast King's eyes and 10 Fire Crystal Beast King's hearts. Because the eyes and the hearts were much bigger than a high-grade fire crystal, Yichen estimated that 20 eyes and 10 hearts were equivalent to 1,200 high-grade fire crystals that could temper a Tier 6 spirit body. As for the Fire Crystal Beast King's body fragment, it contained even more high-grade fire crystals. It was estimated to be equivalent to 3,000 high-grade fire crystals that could temper a 6th-grade spirit body. In total, there were 4,200 of them. TSK, it should be enough. Without going to the secret room of the battleship, Yichen sat cross-legged on the ground in the middle of the hall and began to refine his spirit body. Yichen's first choice was the Fire Crystal Beast King's body fragment. After spending about 200 of them, Yichen raised his spirit body from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 6th order. The higher the level of the spirit body, the more energy it required to temper it would increase by dozens of times. 200 of them wasn't considered a lot. Subsequently, after spending 800, Yichen's spirit body reached the late stage of the 6th order. From the late stage to the peak of the 6th order, he spent a total of 3,000 of them. The Fire Crystal Beast King's body fragment was completely used up, along with 18 eyes and 9 hearts. In the end, only 2 eyes and 1 heart were left, which wasn't enough for Yichen's spirit body to reach the 7th order. What a pity. Yichen felt a little regretful. The pinnacle of the 6th step spiritual body and the 7th step spiritual body weren't on the same level. The 6th step spiritual body could absorb damage, while the 7th step spiritual body could form an inextinguishable energy. This inextinguishable energy was very weak, but it could heal any injuries in a short period of time. It was said that the 9th step spiritual body of a body refinement sovereign was the indestructible body, and the indestructible body contained the inextinguishable energy. As long as the inextinguishable energy didn't dissipate, no one could defeat or kill him. Slowly standing up, Yichen felt his body brimming with power. He had an impulse to roar towards the sky. The peak of the 6th order spirit body was too powerful, but correspondingly, the Zhenyuan in his body was too little. It was like half a bottle of water swaying, no, not even half a bottle of water. Carefully sensing the peak of the 6th order spirit body, Yichen let out a breath after a long time and opened his eyes. Swish, with a flash of light, the golden spear appeared in his hand. As a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, the golden spear exuded a terrifying might. If it was an ordinary king-grade battleship, it would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the golden spear. This skeleton ocean emperor is pretty good. Unfortunately, he harmed himself in the end. If the skeleton ocean emperor didn't want to kill him, he could have easily survived, and Yichen wouldn't have been able to obtain the golden spear. After going back, I'll use this golden spear to exchange for a high-grade emperor-grade sword. Although Yichen didn't have the qualifications to purchase a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, he could exchange for it. The golden spear was a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, so it could naturally be exchanged for a high-grade emperor-grade sword as long as the two were of equal value. With a high-grade emperor-grade sword, Yichen would be able to display 80% of its might, consolidating his strength as a mid-grade battle emperor. Somewhat helplessly, defense had once again become Yichen's weak point. The mid-grade Heavenly King-grade armor, Iron Blood Deep Blue, was equivalent to a low-grade Emperor-grade armor. Originally, it wasn't too weak. Unfortunately, Yichen's cultivation base was too low, only at the 5th layer of life and death realm. Along the way, Yichen had encountered experts who weren't titled monarchs and had at least mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Yichen couldn't compare to them at all. Especially Dark Dragon Emperor, who actually had a peak Emperor-grade armor and a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. In a one-on-one battle, Yichen wouldn't be able to break through the opponent's defense, and the opponent could kill him in one move. Buzz, the phantom emerged from the void, and Yichen walked down. He didn't plan to leave the Black Tortoise ruins immediately. At the very least, he would return after obtaining sufficient rewards, such as killing a 3-star general. Killing a 3-star general would give him the qualifications to purchase a high-grade Emperor-grade artifact. This was extremely tempting, and it could also make up for the flaw in his defense. As soon as Yichen had this thought, many alien races' armies suffered a calamity. It did not matter if it was 500 warriors, or 1,000, 5,000, or even 50,000 warriors, if they ran into Yichen, there would only be death waiting for them. Along the way, there were at least 50 to 60,000 warriors who had died in Yichen's hands, including a 2-star general. In this way, Yichen had already killed a 1-star dark race commander, a 1-star general, and a 2-star general. After an entire month and a half, Yichen's luck had come. He had encountered a 3-star general of the evil spirit race. The other party was a lone ranger and didn't lead an army. Swoosh, Yichen didn't conceal his whereabouts and rapidly flew over. A puny purple gold commander dares to have designs on me? It had to be said that Yichen's cultivation base was too low, and it was easy for him to act like a pig to eat a tiger. If Yichen had a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm, the other party might have been apprehensive. Die. This 3-star general was called Chapman. He raised the long spear in his hand and thrust at Yichen. The spear light condensed into a sinister skull, wanting to devour Yichen. You're the one who's going to die. The golden spear brandished, and the black sword chi seemed as if it had devoured a black sun. Puff. The sinister skull shattered, and the sword chi struck Chapman's body. In an instant, his body exploded, and a deep sword mark appeared on his mid-grade emperor-grade armor. How is this possible? A voice rang out, and Chapman's life aura completely disappeared. His figure flickered, and Yichen swept through the spoils of war. A 3-star general's badge, a storage ring, a mid-grade emperor-grade armor, and a low-grade emperor-grade spear. Too easy. Yichen's taut nerves finally relaxed. At this point, a 3-star general was no longer his opponent. Now that he thought about it, his strength had already reached mid-battle emperor level, which was equivalent to a 5-star general. Moreover, the golden spear and 7th-step destruction sword intent in his hands were not just for show either. They possessed enormous destructive power. Golden Armor Star, Treasure Tower. The Treasure Tower was the same as the Secret Law Tower, both of which were important places on the Gold Armor Star. They were protected by formations and restrictive spells arranged by 9th layer Life and Death Realm Supremes. Even an 8th layer Life and Death Realm titled Monarch would not be able to force his way into the Treasure Tower, unless he was a kind of heaven-defying demi-venerable or even a demi-venerable. At the entrance of Treasure Tower, there was an endless stream of people going in and out. Green Rain Emperor, how was your harvest this time? I heard you killed a 2-star general of Xianxia race. On Golden Armor Star, the majority of titled monarchs knew each other. The one who greeted Green Rain Emperor was a beast emperor with tiger stripes on his face. Those familiar with him all knew that this beast emperor was called Battle Tiger Emperor, a 2-star general. His true form was Gale Battle Tiger. The Qingyu Empress was a human woman with delicate features and thin curved eyebrows. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty, many titled monarchs were pursuing her. Brushing her long hair away from her forehead, the Qingyu Empress smiled and said, I really can't hide anything from your ears. Not bad, I killed a 2-star general of the Xianxia race by luck this time, and I'm planning to buy a mid-tier emperor-grade armor. TSK, congratulations. My strength is not as good as yours. I only killed a 1-star dark commander. Battle Tiger Emperor already had a low-grade emperor-grade weapon, so he planned to buy a low-grade emperor-grade armor. Not bad. I remember you were a 1-star general 500 years ago, and now you're a 2-star general. Green Rain Emperor had a gentle temperament and never looked down on anyone. Just a hoodlum. Oh right, I'm planning to go to Black Star Secret Realm next year. Do you want to come with me? Black Snake Emperor, Chaotic Wind Emperor, and Icy Peak Emperor will be going with me. Battle Tiger Emperor extended an invitation. Green Rain Emperor nodded, we'll talk about it later. If there's nothing else, I'll probably go. Exploring secret realms was something titled monarchs often did. Who knew, they might find powerful artifacts or other treasures in secret realms. If the opportunities were plentiful, their strength might even increase by 10 times. Eh? Look, there's a 5th layer life and death little guy. Battle Tiger Emperor noticed a blue-robed youngster not far away. Following his gaze, Green Rain Emperor guessed, to be able to come to Treasure Tower, he must be a purple gold commander. We can't look down on him. Perhaps even you and I aren't his opponents. Impossible. Your cultivation is so low? The War Tiger Emperor didn't believe it. Qingyu Emperor said seriously, you haven't heard, right? A 4-star purple gold commander has appeared in our human race, and he's also wearing blue clothes. It's probably him. 4-star purple gold commander. Battle Tiger Emperor obediently shut his mouth. If the opponent was truly a 4-star purple gold commander, then he was indeed not his opponent. In terms of strength, a 4-star purple gold commander was already equivalent to a 3-star general. In terms of status, even a 5-star general was a bit inferior. After all, the opponent had yet to reach the 7th layer of life and death realm. Once he became a titled monarch, his battle strength would be heaven-defying. Of course, the Battle Tiger Emperor didn't really believe that the young man was a 4-star purple gold warrior, mainly because his cultivation base was a bit low. If he were at the 6th sky of life and death realm, he might have a better chance. This blue-robed young man was Xianxia. He had come to the treasure tool tower to buy an emperor-grade treasure. "Little brother, how was your harvest this time?" The War Tiger Emperor rolled his eyes and went up to strike up a conversation. Xianxia sized him up with a glance. "Not bad. Didn't go to Black Tortoise Ruins in vain." "Hee, how many honorary commanders did you kill?" Seeing that Xianxia didn't mind his conversation, the War Tiger Emperor became friendly. "I didn't kill many honorary commanders. It was just a 1-star dark commander." "Hee, very good. With your cultivation base, I can't even beat an ordinary commander." Smiling, the War Tiger Emperor didn't continue pestering Xianxia. "How was it?" "He shouldn't be a 4-star purple gold commander. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only killed one dark one," the War Tiger Emperor said to the Qingyu Emperor. The Qingyu Emperor smiled. "You're really looking for trouble." Perhaps he didn't stay in Black Tortoise Ruins for long. Even if he's strong, he'll have to encounter an enemy first. Shaking his head, the Qingyu Emperor entered the treasure tool tower. The first floor of the treasure tool tower was filled with a large number of low emperor-grade treasures. Xianxia planned to choose a low emperor-grade armor for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. As for a medium emperor-grade armor, it wasn't necessary at all. Moreover, it consumed too much energy. Along the way, Xianxia found that emperor-grade armors were about twice as expensive as emperor-grade weapons, and there were only 60 to 70% of emperor-grade weapons. Black Crow Armor, 3. 8 million yuan stones. Wood Spirit Armor, 4 million yuan stones. Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor, 4. 5 million yuan stones. Blue Bird Armor, 4. 2 million yuan stones. Tiger Head Bright Silver Armor, 3. 9 million yuan stones. Black Phoenix Spreading Wings Armor, 4. 6 million yuan stones. Basically, a low emperor-grade armor's price was above 4 million yuan stones. "I'll take this Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor." Xianxia chose the Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor first. Su Jing was a golden dragon, which suited her in every aspect. Moreover, the armor's defense was also the strongest. After all, it was worth 5 million yuan stones. To buy a low emperor-grade artifact, you must have a 1-star honorary commander badge or a 1-star general badge. The workers on the first floor were all life and death kings. A pretty female king reminded. "Here." Xianxia handed over a 1-star dark commander badge and a mid-grade storage ring with 5 million yuan stones. Xianxia had a lot of storage rings, so he didn't care about this one. "Alright, please take it." The female king took out the Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor and handed it over to Xianxia. Putting away the Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor, Xianxia walked toward another platform. "I'll take this Black Phoenix Spreading Wings Armor." As he spoke, Xianxia took out a 1-star general badge and a mid-grade storage ring with 6 million yuan stones. "Little brother, you killed a 1-star general?" Coincidentally, Battle Tiger Emperor was also nearby. He had already seen Xianxia buy a purple gold armor, and now he bought this Black Phoenix Spreading Wings armor. He was somewhat astonished. Xianxia faintly nodded. "I was lucky." "Impressive." The War Tiger Emperor gave a thumbs up. It wasn't that easy to kill a 1-star general. A 1-star general usually led an army of 50,000 people. "I'll treat you to a drink when I have time. I'll go to the 2nd floor first." Xianxia didn't care much about the other's praise. He raised his foot and walked toward the 2nd floor. "What? 2nd floor?" This time, Battle Tiger Emperor was truly astonished. A 2-star general was not the same as a 1-star general. Not only was he stronger, he would also have a low-grade emperor-grade artifact. If it was a low-grade emperor-grade armor, then even a 3-star general might not be able to kill him. The opponent could easily escape. Therefore, it was very difficult to increase the rank of general. Being stronger than the opponent didn't mean that one could kill the opponent. Could it be that he killed a 2-star honor commander? When Yichen said that he had only killed a 1-star dark commander, Battle Tiger Emperor was a bit suspicious. However, he didn't think that Yichen had any reason to lie. Moreover, the two didn't even know each other. Let's go and take a look. Battle Tiger Emperor decided to follow behind Yichen. He was extremely curious about Yichen. The second floor of the treasure tool tower was filled with mid-level Emperor-grade weapons. Compared to the low-level Emperor-grade weapons on the first floor, it was much less. Of course, this was only relative. Yichen looked around and saw dazzling lights of Emperor-grade weapons everywhere. It was as if he had entered a magical place. The price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was several times higher than a low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. Yichen took a look and found that the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was around 15 million yuan stones, while the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor was around 30 million. However, for titled monarchs, several tens of millions of yuan stones were nothing. Let's see what kind of swords there are. Yichen not only planned to buy a high-level Emperor-grade sword, but also a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. There was an idiom that went, better safe than sorry. One more sword meant one more preparation. After all, anything could happen. If he only had one sword, once he lost it, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Yichen decided to show his face with a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. He would save the high-level Emperor-grade sword for the critical moment. With his cultivation base, using a high-level Emperor-grade sword would be too eye-catching. The saying "the tallest tree in the forest will be blown by the wind" was not without reason. Purple Electric Frost Sword, 14 million yuan stones. Raging Flame Breeze Sword, 13 million yuan stones. Soaring Dragon Treasured Sword, 5 million yuan stones. Wind Feather Sword, 5 million primary stones. Blue Moon Autumn Light Sword, 15 million yuan stones. White Mist Sword, 12 million yuan stones. Dragon Taming Sword, 15 million yuan stones. Frost Flower Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Celestial Ice Sword, 5 million primordial stones. White Star Sky Wolf Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Silver Serpent Sword, 17 million yuan stones. There were many mid-level Emperor-level swords. As the main type of weapons, swords and sabers were the most common. In the end, Yichen chose the Silver Serpent Sword. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a sword that looked like a silver serpent. The sword hilt seemed to be made of pure silver, and it was covered in densely packed silver snake scales. The body of the sword was curved like a snake, and it was radiant with silver light. The tip of the sword was a snake's head. In addition, the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a soft sword, and it was suitable for people with great sword arts. It was very difficult for ordinary sword emperors to unleash the full power of the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword. Handing over a 2-star general badge and 17 million source stones, Yichen received the Silver Serpent Sword. Good sword. Yichen observed it carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. The Silver Serpent Sword felt cold in his hand. It seemed to have the power to calm people down. Faintly, Yichen could feel that the sword was trembling like a silver snake. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword scabbard was also gorgeous. It was covered in silver snake scales, and it looked more like a silver snake. At the end of the scabbard were 2 red gems that looked like the eyes of a snake, cold and emotionless. Clang, sheathing the Silver Serpent Sword, Yichen wore it on his waist. 2-star general badge? Battle Tiger Emperor's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Following behind Yichen, he could clearly see that Yichen took out a 2-star general badge. Fortunately, he's a human. If he were an enemy, I would have died without a burial ground for looking down on him like this. Yichen was indeed a 5th heavenly layer life and death realm, but Yichen's battle strength shocked even Battle Tiger Emperor. On the battlefield, if Battle Tiger Emperor thought the opponent was a pushover, he wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, Battle Tiger Emperor felt that Yichen was a freak. He hoped that the other races didn't have this kind of freak, or else he'd be out of luck one day. Battle Tiger Emperor, am I right? Blue Rain Emperor also saw the scene. Your eyesight is indeed good. Battle Tiger Emperor repeatedly nodded. Blue Rain Emperor shook his head. It's not that my eyesight is good, it's a matter of mentality. The universe is so vast, and any kind of genius is possible. If I'm not wrong, he should be the only 4-star purple gold commander of my human race. But, not many people know about it. The higher-ups have purposely sealed this information. AI, seems like I'm still too impetuous. I can't compare to you. But, this is also a good thing. At least, it can remind me not to look down on the people of this world. Battle Tiger Emperor smiled. How is it? Have you chosen a suitable low-grade Emperor-grade artifact? Blue Rain Emperor asked. Not yet. The first one is low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. I have to be careful and choose the most suitable one. Right, what about you? I've already chosen. Blue Rain Emperor took out an armor that seemed to be carved out of emerald. Worthy of being a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Battle Tiger Emperor's face was full of envy. With the silver serpent sword in hand, Yichen didn't stop and continued toward the 3rd floor. It can't be. Blue Rain Emperor and Battle Tiger Emperor, who thought Yichen was going to go down, gasped and looked at each other in dismay. What? How many foreign race generals did he kill in the Xianwu ruins? Why was there no end to it? Half of the high-grade Emperor-grade artifacts on the 3rd floor were gone. Of course, the number was still a lot. This was Yichen's main battlefield. He wanted to choose a high-grade Emperor-grade sword and a high-grade Emperor-grade armor. As for exchanging for a high-grade Heavenly King set in the Paradise of Gods, that could wait. Right now, there was still a long way to go before he reached 5 million. He couldn't just ignore it. Defense was his biggest weakness. It was better to deal with it first. Tai Scarlet Firmament Sword, 120 million. Giant Spirit Sword, 110 million. Flying Wave Cutter Sword, 110 million. True Martial 7 Calamity Sword, 120 million. Heaven Rainbow Sword, 90 million. Blood Shadow Ancient Sword, 90 million. The high-grade Emperor-grade swords on the 3rd floor were all rare treasures. Ordinary titled monarchs would treat any one of them as a treasure. After all, high-grade Emperor-grade swords were even rarer in the market. Many people would rather leave them for their descendants than auction them. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword is not bad, but it doesn't suit me. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword had 7 sections, and the hilt had a black and white Tai Chi diagram. It looked simple and elegant, filled with an indescribable majesty and heavenly will. But Yichen had a feeling that although the True Martial 7 Calamity Sword was good, it didn't suit him. It might have something to do with his personality. Eh? All of a sudden, Yichen's vision was taken away by a sword. It was a sword that faintly emitted Emperor Qi. The sword was pure black and didn't have a trace of brilliance. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary black sword. If it wasn't for its unique aura, it would be hard to notice its existence. It was like the Emperor of the Night, noble, mysterious, and unfathomable. Eternal Night Emperor Sword, 160 million. What a great Eternal Night Emperor Sword. This is it. Without any hesitation, Yichen chose this unique sword. The sword Qi emitted by the Destruction Sword intent was black, and so was this sword. The two complemented each other. Taking out the golden spear, Yichen wanted to trade for it. Sorry, I can't estimate the price of this spear. Please wait a moment. The staff on the 3rd floor left in a hurry. It seemed like he was going to find someone who could appraise the price of the spear. Yichen wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly where he was. After a while, an old man dressed in black walked over. The black-robed old man's cultivation base was not low, even one level higher than Yichen's. He was at the 6th sky of life and death realm. He took the golden spear from Yichen's hand and carefully observed it, occasionally using his soul power to scan it. Then, he took out a square stone platform and placed the golden spear on it. The platform flickered with a bright light, eventually settling into a green color. Putting away the platform, the black-robed old man raised his head and said to Yichen, "This spear is a high-grade Emperor-grade weapon, a fine product. Its price is 120 million yuan stones." What is a fine product? Yichen asked. The black-robed elder explained, treasured weapons of the same grade are also divided into good and bad. The lowest grade is ordinary, followed by fine grade, then precious grade, and finally supreme grade. For example, this Eternal Night Emperor sword is a supreme grade high-grade Emperor grade treasure sword, 1 in a million. If you want to exchange for this Eternal Night Emperor sword, you need to take out another 40 million primeval stones. So that's how it is. Alright. Yichen nodded and took out 40 million yuan stones, handing them over. Receiving the stones and the spear, the black-robed old man handed them over to the staff and left in a hurry, seeming to be very busy. Holding the Eternal Night Emperor sword, Yichen immediately felt a wave of Emperor Qi pouring into his body. His mind sank into darkness, but it was not the kind of feeling where he couldn't see anything. Instead, it was a feeling of being in the darkness and being able to see everything clearly. It was as if the sword in his hand was not a sword, but a dark night. This sword is much stronger than the golden spear. Yichen sucked in a deep breath and couldn't help but wave the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Huff, the black sword wind surged, and the sovereign monarch closest to it was caught off guard. He could not help but be blown away, and his protective quintessence flickered. Heh. Stabilizing his body, the monarch glared at Yichen. Sorry. Yichen immediately reacted and apologized. Forget it, I was just like you back then. I couldn't control myself after obtaining a treasure. This titled monarch was not someone who would be unforgiving. Seeing that Yichen did not do it on purpose, he did not pursue the matter any further. I'm really sorry. These 10 bottles of lava wine and icy wine can be considered my apology. Yichen saw that the other party's clothes were torn and he was in a sorry state. Lava wine and icy wine from the paradise of gods. Good stuff. The man's eyes lit up, and he happily took it. My name is Lang Feng. I'll make friends with you. May I know your name? Lang Feng was also quite famous on the Golden Armor Star. He was titled Scarlet Wind Emperor and was a 5-star general. He was very powerful, but he was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was very willing to make friends. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would definitely not let it go. I am Yichen. Yichen reported his name. You are the only 4-star purple gold commander of our human race? Scarlet Wind Emperor Lang Feng was well informed and asked hesitantly. You can say so. Yichen did not deny and sheathed the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Immediately, the sword became very ordinary, without a trace of aura leaking out. I can see that your strength is not just 4-star purple gold commander, right? 5-star purple gold commander should be more like it. To be able to enter the 3rd floor of the treasure tower, a 4-star purple gold commander was not enough. Scarlet Wind Emperor couldn't help but admire Yichen. To have such strength at the 5th layer of life and death realm, he could be called a heaven-defying genius. After chatting for a while, Scarlet Wind Emperor said, if you have time, let's go to the Sun Moon restaurant in Golden Armor Nebula Barracks for a drink. The wine there is also not bad, only a bit worse than the wine from the Paradise of Gods. Sun Moon restaurant? You know the Snow Air Emperor? Yichen couldn't help but ask. Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed heartily, the Snow Air Emperor is my girlfriend. In order to pursue her, I spent 100 years. However, we got to know each other in the Paradise of Gods. It turned out that Scarlet Wind Emperor used to be a member of the Paradise of Gods. In fact, the majority of titled monarchs and even supremes came from the Paradise of Gods. This was not surprising to Yichen. I still want to choose another armor. I'll go to the Sun Moon restaurant later. Yichen thought for a while and said. Alright, it's a deal. Let's not go home until we're drunk. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Scarlet Wind Emperor intuitively knew that Yichen was a friend worth making. His intuition was rarely wrong. After Scarlet Wind Emperor left, Yichen continued to stay on the 3rd floor of the treasure tower. The price of high-grade Emperor-grade armors was astonishing. The cheapest one cost 200 million yuan stones, and some even reached 300 million. This was not a small number even for titled monarchs of the 7th layer. After all, many of them had families behind them, and their wealth was not that great. 7C Flood Dragon Armor, 240 million yuan stones. 9 Dragon Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Galaxy Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Radiant Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Scarlet Battle Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Primordial Unity Chi Armor, 300 million yuan stones. Armors were used to protect one's life, so the price was understandable. After a while, Yichen chose the Primordial Unity Chi Armor, which was worth 300 million yuan stones. The Primordial Unity Chi Armor was quite peculiar. Its material was similar to jade, and its surface was filled with chaotic chi flows. Upon careful observation, one could see that these chaotic chi flows were moving in a regular pattern, forming an inseparable whole. Handing over the 3-star general badge and 300 million yuan stones, Yichen grabbed the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Dang, Yichen flicked his finger. Relying on his touch, Yichen could feel that the power of his finger flicking was completely scattered, unable to be concentrated. With further reasoning, it wasn't hard to understand that this primordious singular energy was unique in its ability to disperse attacks. If one struck out with 100% of one's strength, it would be scattered into thousands of parts. Unless one's attack strength surpassed the upper limits of the primordious singular energy, it would be difficult to break through its defenses. There are so many good things here. There are even Emperor-grade armors and the rarely seen supreme armor in the universe. Yichen sighed and put away the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Night fell. Cloud Coming Army Camp, Sun Moon Restaurant, in the most luxurious private room on the top floor, 4 people were sitting there. Among these 4, 2 were Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor. The other 2 were not ordinary either, having a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm. If someone who knew them were here, they would recognize them as Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor. One was a 4-star general, and the other a 5-star general. In comparison, Snow Air Emperor was the weakest, being a 3-star general. The 4 had known each other for a long time. Due to their good relationship, the outside world had given them a collective name: Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind Emperors. Earth was Stone Emperor, Water was Snow Air Emperor, Fire was Fire Sparrow Emperor, and Wind was Scarlet Wind Emperor. Among them, Stone Emperor was the oldest, while Snow Air Emperor was the youngest. Lang Feng, it's already so late. Do you think you will come? Fire Sparrow Emperor had a fiery temperament. He took a bite of barbecued meat and asked. Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled, of course he will. I can't be wrong in judging people. The 3 were Scarlet Wind Emperor's best friends, and Snow Air Emperor was his girlfriend. The 4 hadn't seen each other for several years. This time, they were meeting at Sun Moon Restaurant. Later on, Scarlet Wind Emperor invited Yichen. Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor were also quite curious about Yichen, so they looked forward to it. He's here. At this moment, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor stood up and walked out of the private room to welcome him. Sorry, I'm late. Leaving the treasure tower, Yichen found a place to test the power of the Silver Snake Sword and Eternal Night Emperor Sword. He had almost forgotten about the gathering tonight. Not late. Come, this way, I'll introduce you to 2 friends. Scarlet Wind Emperor let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yichen wouldn't come. Snow Air Emperor sized up Yichen and said with a smile, after a day, I'll look at you in a different light. If this speed of yours were to spread to the other races, I'm afraid it would cause a huge storm. Back in the Black Tortoise ruins, Yichen's strength was much weaker than hers. Who would have thought that he would surpass her in just a year? She couldn't help but admire him. Entering the private room, Yichen saw Scarlet Wind Emperor's 2 friends. One was an enchanting beauty wearing a fiery feather robe. Her appearance and figure were both extremely sexy. Her fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, looking like a throbbing flame. Her eyes were deep red like 2 red diamonds, and her plump red lips were slightly upturned, giving off a smile that was yet not a smile. At this moment, she was openly observing Yichen. The other was an old-fashioned youth wearing a gray robe. He didn't look very dazzling, but he couldn't be ignored, faintly emitting an ancient aura. Both of them were at the 7th sky of life and death realm. The feather-robed woman was a beast emperor, while the old-fashioned youth was a titled human emperor. This is Fire Sparrow Emperor, and this is Stone Emperor. He is Yichen. Scarlet Wind Emperor introduced the 2. 5th sky of life and death realm, a bit low. It's hard to imagine that you could kill a 3-star general. Fire Sparrow Emperor said honestly. Yichen smiled but didn't explain. Come, everyone, sit down. Let's not go home until we're drunk. As the owner of Sun Moon Restaurant, Snow Air Emperor warmly greeted everyone. Fine wine and delicacies were served, and the five chatted while eating. The atmosphere gradually rose. How about we play a game? The loser has to answer questions, and no lies. Fire Sparrow Emperor suddenly thought of an idea and said. Truth or dare? Yichen raised his brows. What game? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked. Guess the dice. The Fire Sparrow Emperor took out a covered container from his storage ring and flipped his palm. 10 dices appeared on it, each with 1 to 6 points. This container can isolate soul power and energy. It is a special artifact. Wait a moment, I will put the 10 dices in and shake it. Everyone, guess a few points. The one with the most ridiculous guess will be asked a question. What do you think? It was very simple. But it's fun. I have no objections. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first to raise his hand. I have no objections either. The Snow Air Emperor laughed. Sounds good. The Stone Golem Emperor nodded. In the end, only Yichen was left. I can play with it. Yichen nodded. Although guessing the dice looked simple, it was actually very difficult. Under the situation where both soul power and energy were isolated, they could only rely on their hearing. However, there were a lot of dice, and when they shook it, there would be a lot of variables. Moreover, they were not ordinary people. The speed at which they shook the dice would definitely be very fast. This was a huge challenge for their hearing. Alright, the game officially begins. The Fire Sparrow Emperor put the 10 dices into the container, all with 1 point on the top. He closed the lid. How about this? I will be the first to shake it, and everyone else will take turns. Let's begin. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was a bit impatient. He loved this kind of challenging game. Swoosh, raising the utensil, the Fire Sparrow Emperor began to shake it rhythmically. The dice inside the utensil bounced back and forth, making popping sounds. The rhythm became faster and faster, until the popping sounds became one. At the same time, everyone's ears perked up as they carefully distinguished the number and position of the dice in the utensil. Pap, the Fire Sparrow Emperor slammed the container on the table with his right hand and said, I will guess last. I guess 34. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first. 36. The Stone Golem Emperor followed up with another number. 42. Then, the Snow Air Emperor said. Yichen thought for a bit and said, 48. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yichen in surprise. He had guessed the same number as her. 42. The lid opened, and inside were 3 4s, 2 6s, 2 5s, 2 3s, and 1 2. It was exactly 42. Lang Feng, you are the worst. The Fire Sparrow Emperor pointed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. How strange. I didn't hear wrong. Stop whining. You lost the bet. Alright, I will ask the question, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said proudly. Alright, ask. May I ask, when did you and Shui Air consummate? The Fire Sparrow Emperor laughed. Shua, the Snow Air Emperor's face turned red, and he glared at the Fire Sparrow Emperor angrily. The Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed, about 72 years ago. After saying that, he purposely raised his eyebrows. But soon, he let out a muffled cry as his waist was twisted by the Snow Air Emperor. It's my turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor shouted. You. The Fire Sparrow Emperor passed the container to the Scarlet Wind Emperor. I want to play with a higher difficulty. Everyone, be careful. Grabbing the container, the Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't adjust the dice and directly shook it. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. He messed up the original rhythm. In terms of difficulty, it was indeed much more difficult than the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Alright, everyone guess. The Scarlet Wind Emperor put down the container. The Snow Air Emperor frowned and looked hatefully at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. She had no clue. It should be 27. 29. The Stone Man Emperor also frowned. 43. Yi Chen's answer was a little more than before. 53. This time, the Fire Sparrow Emperor was different from Yi Chen. The Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled proudly and said, "The answer is 30. After saying that, he opened the lid, but the next moment, his face turned red. The number inside wasn't 30, but Yi Chen's answer, 43. This is so weird. The Scarlet Wind Emperor scratched his head. Don't tell me you have some special ability to see the number inside? The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Yi Chen was shocked. No, I just listen. Damn, pervert. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor rolled their eyes. Snow, it's your turn now. You two are indeed a pair. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at the Snow Air Emperor with evil intentions. The Snow Air Emperor had a bad feeling. She knew how difficult the Fire Sparrow Emperor was. Isn't it the person who shakes the dice who asks? Yes, it's me. The Scarlet Wind Emperor came back to his senses. Have you eaten breakfast? A very boring question. Yes. The Snow Air Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was the Snow Air Emperor's turn. The one who guessed the most was the Fire Sparrow Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor asked him who he liked. Green-Clothed Emperor. The Fire Sparrow Emperor answered without hesitation. The Snow Air Emperor smiled bitterly. She had forgotten that the Fire Sparrow Emperor never knew the meaning of shyness. The Green-Clothed Emperor was an 8th-layer life and death realm titled monarch. Yi Chen thought to herself. After playing for 2 hours, everyone stopped. Yi Chen was really too perverted. He didn't get it wrong even once. How could they play anymore? The Fire Sparrow Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Why don't we talk about the strange things that you've encountered? The Scarlet Wind Emperor suddenly suggested. Strange things? I've encountered a few. The Stone Emperor's eyes lit up when he heard the Scarlet Wind Emperor's suggestion. That sounds good. The Snow Air Emperor nodded. I'll go first. The Scarlet Wind Emperor organized his thoughts and said, everyone should know about the astral beasts. I wonder, what is the biggest astral beast that you have encountered? About 10,000 miles. I've seen star beasts that were 100,000 miles long. That one? I saw a complete star beast skeleton in a secret realm. Its head and tail were more than 1,000,000 miles long, and its eye sockets could fit an ordinary planet. Everyone expressed their opinions. Yi Chen, what about you? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Less than 5,000 miles. He had only seen a handful of star beasts, and he had never seen one that was that big. Do you know how big the biggest star beasts I've seen was? The Scarlet Wind Emperor deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Say it or not. The Fire Sparrow Emperor curled his lips. Hee hee. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, the biggest star beasts I've seen were 1,000,000 miles long, and its eyes were comparable to a grade 1 life planet. It had a horn on its head, and I couldn't see the end of it. It seemed to have pierced through the sky. I was scared out of my wits at that time. You're bluffing. How big was that star beast's? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. I don't know, but it should be around 1,000,000,000 miles long. Then why are you still alive? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. A star beasts that were 1,000,000,000 miles long were definitely heaven-defying monsters. They could probably kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor with just one breath. How could they be sitting there? The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, actually, I didn't see it. I only saw an image. In the image, the star beasts were chained by 9 chains of unknown length. The images are real, so it's possible that there are astral beasts that are 1,000,000,000 miles long. The Stone Emperor was very knowledgeable, so he didn't doubt the existence of such heaven-defying beasts. That's right. Rumor has it that the star beast supremacy is several 100,000,000 miles long. Although it's not as big as this one, it's not too far off. The Snow Air Emperor helped the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Alright, I'm done. It's your turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at the Stone Puppet Emperor. The Stone Emperor nodded. Then I'll tell you about the legend of the Headless Sovereign. Headless Sovereign? The four of them, including Yi Chen, stared blankly for a moment before focusing their attention. Ninth Heavenly Layer Life and Death Realm Supremes were supreme existences in the universe. So, why did they lose their heads? Perhaps anyone would want to know. The Celestial River is one of the most miraculous existences in the universe, the Stone Emperor slowly explained. It practically divides the universe in two. If you want to cross it, you can't fly. You can only take a boat. I saw the headless paragon in the Celestial River. The Heavenly River? Yi Chen held his breath. He had heard of the Heavenly River, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 wonder in the universe. No one knew how long the Heavenly River was, nor where its source was. It was only known that the Heavenly River had existed since ancient times, and no one had ever been able to find out how long it was or where its source was. Even Supremes would feel powerless when facing the Heavenly River. Outside the Heavenly River, one could freely fly, and there was no limit to how far one could go. However, above the Heavenly River, no one could fly. If one tried to fly, they would fall into the Heavenly River. If one wanted to cross the Heavenly River, one could only obediently take a boat or walk on the river's surface. It was said that the Heavenly River contained countless treasures, corpses, and countless immemorial beasts. It was the #1 wonder in the universe, an unknown place. Yi Chen had read about the Heavenly River in a book, and he had never forgotten about it. However, a year later, an incomparably huge water monster appeared. It looked like a loach, but was millions of times more ferocious. It opened its mouth and spat out water from the Heavenly River, covering the entire sky. The ship nearly sank. Even the 3/8 layer Life and Death Emperors weren't its match. Just when we thought we were going to be buried in the Heavenly River, a figure appeared. This figure wasn't very big, only 10 meters tall. However, standing there, it looked like an indomitable giant. His supreme aura spread out, calming the surging waves of the Heavenly River. With a grab of his hand, the water monster was bound by an invisible force, unable to move. In the end, it rapidly shrank and was stuffed into his neck. Only then did I realize that this figure didn't have a head. Blood flowed out from the wound all the time. I thought that he should be using the water monster's essence blood to replenish himself, so that he wouldn't run out of essence blood in the end. Of course, I was also worried that this headless sovereign might consider us as a source of essence blood. Fortunately, my worries didn't come true. The headless sovereign glanced at us, then turned around and walked toward the boundless Heavenly River, disappearing in the end. However, when I turned around, I saw that the 3/8 layer Life and Death Emperors had tears streaming down their faces. They said that the headless sovereign belonged to our human race, and that he was definitely a senior of the past. A sorrowful aura pervaded the treasured ship. Everyone was silent as they gazed at the direction where the headless sovereign disappeared. After returning, I specifically looked up some information about the headless sovereign. I found that he had existed for who knows how many years. He had always been wandering above the Heavenly River, never going anywhere else. Because of the vastness of the Heavenly River, meeting the headless sovereign was something one could only come across by chance. Even sovereigns would have a hard time finding him. Unwittingly, Stone Emperor stopped his narration. However, no one noticed it. They were still stuck in the scene he described. In their minds, the image of the headless sovereign seemed to appear. It was so lonely and sorrowful. Yi Chen was the first to sober up. Without saying anything, Yi Chen picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Stone Emperors. Soon after, the others also sobered up and drank in silence. The path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. The headless sovereign made them feel a sense of cruelty. They did not know who the headless sovereign was, nor did they know who had cut off the headless sovereign's head. It was hard for them to imagine what it was like for a headless person to stay above the Celestial River for countless years. Perhaps he was looking for something, or perhaps there was something that he missed. It's really uncomfortable to tell such a sorrowful story. You should punish yourself with 3 bottles of wine. Fire Sparrow Emperor glared at Stone Emperor. All right, I should. Stone Emperor laughed and raised his head to drink. The gathering continued until the next morning. The 5 separated, but they had already arranged a time to meet again. The mysterious gravity star was not that big. It was about 12,000 li in diameter, and its gravity was only 1% of that of a white dwarf star. Without a cultivation base of the third sky of life and death realm, going there would be no different from asking for trouble. If one was not careful, one's body would collapse, and one's Tao would disappear. Even if one was at the third sky of life and death realm, one would still need to replenish Xin Yuan from time to time. Of course, in such a harsh environment, one would not be able to stay in there forever. One would have to leave every once in a while, since everyone had their own limits. There were a lot of people training on the mysterious gravity star. As far as the eye could see, every 1,000 meters, there would be a third sky of life and death realm or above sitting there. There were 3 mountain ranges on the mysterious gravity star. These 3 mountain ranges were very precious, because they could be used to create a large number of caves. If one were to train inside, it would not be easy to attract attention. The caves in the mountain ranges were almost all occupied by the big parties. Some of the lone king warriors would not be able to enjoy such treatment. In the third mountain range, there were 2 caves in the middle of a short mountain. The stone doors of the caves were tightly shut, and the light of arrays and restrictions were faintly flickering. Obviously, these 2 caves had been arranged with a lot of arrays and restrictions to prevent people from intruding. Outside of one of the caves, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged. The old man was wearing blue robes, and his body was tall and majestic. His bulging muscles were full of explosive power, and his aura was shocking. If one did not look at his face, one would think that he was a strong man. It would be hard to guess that he was actually an old man. Vaguely, the old man's skin had a layer of bronze color. The young man next to him was not as tall as the old man, but he was still much taller than normal people. He was wearing a luxurious silver robe, and there was an endless heroic spirit between his brows. His skin was covered in a layer of faint silver, faintly discernible. The existence of an old man and a young man was very strange. After all, this was someone else's cave. Buzz, about 100,000 li away from the mysterious gravity star, a battleship appeared. The cabin door opened, and Yi Chen walked out. Putting away the phantom ship, Yi Chen's body flickered as he flew toward a certain place on the mysterious gravity star. I wonder if Su Jing and Qingqing have broken through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. Yi Chen thought. There was still less than a year before the next opening of the God test field. If Su Jing and Morong Qingqing could not break through to the 4th sky of life and death realm, it would be very difficult for them to occupy the top 10 positions on the Sky King list. If they missed this opening of the God test field, they would not have another chance in the future. The gravity of the mystic gravity planet was very strong, so Yi Chen's flying speed slowed down. After a few dozen breaths, Yi Chen finally saw the low mountain peak. What happened? Yi Chen immediately saw an old man and a young man standing outside Su Jing's immortal cave. Frowning, Yi Chen drove his Jinyuan and flew over. Who is it? Stop. The silver-clothed youth opened his eyes, and his stern voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Who are you people? Yi Chen continued flying and snorted coldly. If I tell you to stop, then stop. As he spoke, the silver-robed young man was about to make his move. Stop. The azure-clothed elder stopped the silver-clothed youth and glared at him. Elder, you are too reckless. If you disturb her training and something bad happens, how can you bear the responsibility? The azure-clothed elder reprimanded the silver-clothed youth. Yes. The silver-clothed youth lowered his head unwillingly. Swish, Yi Chen landed on the flat ground in front of the cave and scanned the azure-clothed elder and the silver-clothed youth. Frowning again, Yi Chen realized that these 2 were not humans, but beasts. To be more specific, these 2 were giant dragons, and their dragon aura could not be hidden from Yi Chen's senses. Could it be that the giant dragons had found out that Su Jing was a gold dragon and wanted to bring her back to the dragon race? Yi Chen thought for a moment, and his guess was not far off. Yi Chen's guess was right. Chen Qinghai and Shi Tao were indeed here to take Su Jing away. It turned out that the mysterious gravity star was not always peaceful. Battles would occasionally break out. One time, Su Jing and a lone king warrior at the 5th sky of life and death realm fought fiercely. During the intense battle, Su Jing did not bother to hide her true form and transformed into a gold dragon, beating the opponent back. Not long after, the news of the gold dragon being found in the mysterious gravity star reached the dragon race. The upper echelons of the dragon race sent an elder and a young elite to the Vermilion Bird Star, hoping that the two could bring the gold dragon back. After all, the gold dragon was a high-level giant dragon, which was at the same level as the crystal dragon. Once it matured, it would definitely become the pillar of the dragon race. The elder and young elite sent by the dragon race were precisely Xianxia and Xiao. Xianxia's true form was a bronze dragon, while Xiao's true form was a silver dragon. These two were the main members of the dragon race and had a very high status. "You are members of the dragon race," Yichen said. Xianxia nodded, "Indeed. I wonder who you are, little brother?" "The person inside is my woman," Yichen said straightforwardly. The dragon race was the number one race of the beast race, and the beast race was the vassal of the human race. Yichen had heard a long time ago that the dragon race was rather arrogant and domineering. They did things swiftly and decisively, not giving others any face. A lot of people did not like the dragon race. However, although there were very few members of the dragon race, each of them had a very powerful battle power. Any one of them would be an absolute warrior within the same realm. "Your woman?" Not only Xiao, even Xianxia's face darkened a bit. "Nonsense. The gold dragon of our dragon race is not something that you, a mere fifth Sky King warrior, can match up to. Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat." Xiao could not help but yell angrily. Yichen said in a deep voice, "Whether I'm worthy of her or not, it's not up to you to decide. Please go back. We'll pay a visit to the dragon race when we have time in the future, but not now." Before figuring out the ins and outs of the dragon race, Yichen did not intend to let Su Jing return to the dragon race. Who knew what the dragon race was waiting for her? Of course, if returning to the dragon race was beneficial to Su Jing, Yichen would not stop her. However, the premise was that the two sides had to have a proper discussion and not put on a high and mighty appearance. Revealing a forced smile, Xianxia said, "No matter what, the fact that she is a gold dragon cannot be changed. Our dragon race also needs her. If it's for her own good, you should let her return to the dragon race. Only in the dragon race can she receive the best training. What do you think?" As he spoke, Xianxia released a bit of his aura. Bang! The berserk aura was suppressed to a small area. Those who were far away would not be able to sense it. However, Yichen could clearly sense it, because this aura was directed at him. This was the aura of an 8th-level life and death heavenly emperor. Although battle emperors had the strength to challenge 8th-level life and death heavenly emperors, they were still lacking something. First of all, 8th-level life and death heavenly emperors had the ability to teleport, which was not something that battle emperors could compare with. Secondly, 8th-level life and death heavenly emperors had higher-grade artifacts, which were basically emperor-grade artifacts. Under normal circumstances, 8th-level life and death heavenly emperor strength was no lower than mid-level battle emperors. Moreover, Xianxia was a bronze dragon. Dragons might not be invincible in the same realm, but they were at least among the experts. "What, you want to threaten me?" An aura containing the destruction sword intent was released, contending against the opponent's aura. Yichen's expression turned serious. In a one-on-one battle, he was naturally not Xianxia's opponent. The latter's strength might have already surpassed high-level combat emperors and reached peak combat emperors. A dragon's strength was no joke. Not to mention Xianxia, even Xiao, who was right next to him, Yichen did not have the confidence to win against him. The latter was at the 7th sky of life and death realm, and his power was probably no lower than a mid-rank battle emperor. Although Yichen had almost familiarized himself with the Eternal Night Emperor sword and could perform 70% of its power, it would still depend on who his opponent was. In short, Yichen's cultivation base was still a bit low. If he could enter the 6th layer, not only would his Jing Yuan become much purer and more vigorous, he would also be able to display the might of the immemorial Single Qi and Eternal Night Emperor. Sword. Of course, if he could integrate 90% of the space profound into momentary glory, Yichen's strength would reach a whole new level. "It's not a threat. I just want to let you know the determination of my dragon race," Xianxia said slowly. "The determination of the dragon race? I wonder if you can represent the dragon race." Of course. Xianxia didn't want to push too far. He could see a frightening potential in Yi Chen's body. As an 8th-layer life and death heavenly emperor, his eyesight couldn't be that bad. Yi Chen's aura contained a destruction sword intent, which was almost at the 8th step. With such a powerful sword intent at the 5th layer, it wasn't hard to imagine that he was no ordinary person. Perhaps, he was one of the 4-star purple gold commanders of the human race. Humans are really strong. Although their physiques are much weaker than our dragon race, their geniuses are endless. Chen Qinghai sighed inwardly. Then remember my words. If you take her away by force, I won't be able to stop you. However, you must be prepared to face my wrath. Yi Chen's greatest weakness was time. However, time would pass, and he would continue to improve. One day, he would reach the apex and look down on the starry sky. Impudent. Shi Tao was young and impetuous, so he was angered by Yi Chen's words. Chen Qinghai stopped Shi Tao and said, "We won't take her away by force. You don't have to worry about that." Regardless of whether there was Yi Chen or not, Chen Qinghai would not forcefully take Su Jing away. He felt that there was no need for that at all. In his opinion, which giant dragon did not want to return to the dragon tribe? Unfortunately, he did not expect Yi Chen to appear. Sensing Yi Chen's potential, Chen Qinghai hesitated slightly. The dragon tribe were not fools. Who would go around stirring up trouble for no reason? Just as Yi Chen had said, Yi Chen was powerless to stop him now. In the future, it would be hard to say. I hope so. Seeing that Chen Qinghai's tone had relaxed, Yi Chen knew that he could not be too forceful. Seriously speaking, Su Jing's return to the dragon clan was also a good thing, but first, it had to be within the scope of control. He could feel that when he said that Su Jing was his woman, the other two's expressions did not look good. It was obvious that they did not wish to see a union between a dragon and a human. He hoped that the higher-ups of the dragon clan would not have this idea, otherwise, they could only become enemies with the dragon clan. How about this, let's wait for her to come out first. Chen Qinghai suggested. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. Elder, this brat is too arrogant. Shi Tao transmitted his voice to Chen Qinghai. Chen Qinghai replied, as a genius of the human clan, he naturally has the confidence to be arrogant. We should try our best to take her away without harming the harmony between us. If we really can't do it, we can only return and report the news to the higher-ups. They will not run away anyway. As an elder of the dragon clan, Chen Qinghai was not only powerful, but also very clear-headed. Now, they had two choices. One was to forcefully take the golden dragon away and offend Yi Chen. The consequences were not too serious, but it was not necessary. The second was to stabilize the other party and see how the situation turned out. In the cave abode, Su Jing's body emitted a strong golden dragon force. This was a sign that she was about to break through. Whoosh, a large number of primordial stones piled up in front of her. Su Jing quickly absorbed the energy in the primordial stones. The energy in the primordial stones was in a chaotic state. It could be converted into any form of energy, including dragon force. 100,000. 500,000. As a golden dragon, Su Jing's body contained a huge amount of dragon force. When she broke through to the next realm, the amount of primordial stones required was also exceptionally high. Previously, when Yi Chen entered the 4th sky of life and death realm, he had only spent several tens of thousands of primordial stones. However, Su Jing had already used up 500,000 primordial stones. The gap was not small at all. When 1 million primordial stones were used up, the dragon force in Su Jing's body underwent a qualitative and quantitative change. Roar, with a dragon roar, Su Jing had broken through. This is the 4th sky of life and death realm? Su Jing felt that her strength had increased a lot. The dragon power of a giant dragon was somewhere between Jin Yuan and Qi power. It was neither pure Qi power nor Jin Yuan, but the unique dragon power of a giant dragon. This made the giant dragon very powerful. Not only could it have a powerful spirit body, but it also had some effects of Jin Yuan. As her cultivation increased, the uniqueness of the dragon power became more and more obvious. Eh? Releasing her soul power, Su Jing sensed the commotion outside the cave. The existence of arrays and restrictions could isolate the soul power from scanning, but the people inside could still send their soul power out. Walking to the stone door, Su Jing waved her hand. Immediately, the stone door opened with a loud bang. Yi Chen. Su Jing greeted Yi Chen. You broke through. Grabbing Su Jing's hand, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. Su Jing faintly nodded and couldn't help but look at Xianxia and Shi Tao. Indeed a pure golden dragon. Xianxia carefully sized up Su Jing and nodded from time to time. Su Jing's brows creased. She didn't like people commenting on her in front of her. Seeing Su Jing's expression change, Xianxia knew he was being rude. He hurriedly said, I am Xianxia, an elder of the Dragon Clan. This time, I am here to take you back to the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan, you will improve much faster than before. Also, the Dragon Clan has many secret techniques of the Dragon Clan. After learning these secret techniques, you will be a true dragon. Sorry, I don't want to go now. Su Jing directly refused. Shi Tao didn't know why, but when he saw Su Jing, his heart beat very fast. Su Jing and Yi Chen were holding hands, which made him very uncomfortable. He said, in the Dragon Clan, there are other golden dragons. Don't you want to see them? I said, I don't want to go now. Su Jing repeated again. What's so good about this human? You don't even want to return to the Dragon Clan. You are a dragon, not a human. Only the Dragon Clan is where you belong. Shi Tao's voice grew louder. Yi Chen said, didn't you hear me clearly? She doesn't want to go to the Dragon Clan for now. We can talk about this later. Shut up. Shi Tao exploded. Mind your words. Yi Chen was also a bit annoyed. Do you have the guts to compete with me? Don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation base to the fifth sky of life and death realm. I won't take advantage of you. Shi Tao stared at Yi Chen. Alright. Yi Chen had nowhere to retreat. Otherwise, the opponent would continue to pester him. Shi Tao. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Shi Tao. Elder, don't stop me. I have to fight him. Shi Tao thought that Xianxia was going to stop him, so he said firmly. Xianxia smiled bitterly, I'm not stopping you. I'm just telling you to be careful. His strength is not to be underestimated. Don't treat him like an ordinary fifth-layer life and death realm warrior. Don't worry. Don't you know my strength? Shi Tao was extremely confident. As a silver dragon, his spirit body had long since reached the seventh step. Combined with his silver dragon power, there weren't many in the same realm who could contend against him. Even if he suppressed his cultivation base to the fifth layer, he would still have the confidence to defeat most seventh-layer life and death realm-titled monarchs. After all, his dragon race martial skills and tricks had nothing to do with his cultivation base. This place is too small. Let's fight in the starry sky. Shi Tao's figure flickered, piercing through the sky. Shi Tao's temperament is a bit fiery. I'll stop him at the critical moment. Xianxia also thought that Shi Tao had a great chance of winning. What he meant was that when Yi Chen was in danger, he would stop Shi Tao, just in case Shi Tao accidentally hurt or kill Yi Chen, which would not be a good thing. Don't worry about that. I believe he can't hurt me. Yi Chen said indifferently. Alright. Xianxia laughed heartily. With a flicker, he appeared in the starry sky. This could no longer be described as speed. This was teleportation, a true teleportation. Eighth-layer life and death realm heavenly kings were not only powerful in terms of attacking power, but also in terms of overall quality. Let's follow. Yi Chen pulled Su Jing's hand and activated his sword domain, soaring into the sky. Although he couldn't catch up to Xianxia, he was still a bit faster than Shi Tao. Soon, the four arrived in the empty starry sky. The mysterious gravity star was very far away, so the shockwaves of the battle wouldn't reach it. Tell me your name. I, Silver Dragon Emperor Shi Tao, will never defeat a nameless person. Shi Tao's body was shining with a silver radiance as if he was plated with a layer of silver. Even his eyes and hair were silver. His weapon was a pair of gloves. Dragon race's dragons were more proficient in claw and fist arts. Yi Chen. Since Shi Tao had suppressed his cultivation by 2 levels, Yi Chen did not intend to use the Eternal Night Emperor sword. The silver snake treasured sword was sufficient. Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his right hand and said calmly. Yi Chen, good. Let the battle begin. Take my punch. Shi Tao didn't waste any more words. Silver flames erupted from his body, making him look like a silver sun. A fist emerged from the silver sun. At first, this fist was still 100 miles away, but in the next instant, it was only 3 meters away from Yi Chen. The huge silver fist seemed to fill up the heavens and earth, and there were runes on its surface. Xiao, Yi Chen turned into a beam of light, instantly disappearing from where he was standing. The silver fist hit nothing but air. The fist energy exploded, spreading all the way to the depths of the starry sky. When he reappeared, Yi Chen was less than 3 miles away from Shi Tao. He unsheathed the silver serpent sword and a snake-like sword chi shot out, coiling around Shi Tao's neck. Eh? So fast? Chen Qinghai was shocked. Yi Chen's speed just now was far from the speed of light. If he was given time to accelerate, he might be able to break through the barrier and reach the speed of light. Break for me. Shi Tao was ultimately not an ordinary person. He struck the silver serpent sword chi first. Clang, the silver serpent sword chi was extremely tough. It crazily moved and collided with Shi Tao's fist thousands of times. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into a ball of silver sparks. On the other hand, Shi Tao didn't expect the silver serpent sword chi to be so hard to deal with. He couldn't help but retreat 10 steps and was at a disadvantage. With an ashen complexion, Shi Tao angrily shouted, "Don't be complacent." Boom, Shi Tao punched out again. This time, a silver dragon-shaped force rushed out from Shi Tao's fist. Giant Dragon Fist, Rank 5 Sacred Dragon Fist. Sacred Dragon Fist was a secret martial art of the dragon race. Su Jing had used it before. Back then, Tyrannosaurus Yangting, who was ranked second on the Heavenly King list, had also used it. The highest Sacred Dragon Fist that Su Jing had used was rank 2, and Tyrannosaurus Yangting had used rank 4. This Shi Tao was obviously a level higher, reaching rank 5. The Silver Dragon power, after being stimulated by rank 5 Sacred Dragon Fist, had directly evolved into a dragon-shaped force. Yi Chen could sense that the dragon-shaped force contained a unique profound, the profound of power. The profound of power involved the operation of the entire universe. Any object could only operate with power. Therefore, when the profound of power was perfected, it would surpass the profound of space. If a true body refinement king didn't touch upon the profound of power, then it would be a waste of cultivation. After all, body refinement kings were much weaker than other kings in other aspects. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen raised the silver serpent sword in his right hand and heavily swung it. A flaming sword chi swept out. Peak Third Revolution Sword Art, True Inferno Sword. What? Peak Third Revolution Sword Art? Chen Qinghai was startled once again. He had roamed the starry sky for so many years, yet he had never seen a fifth-layer life and death realm martial artist create an extreme third revolution martial art. No wonder the opponent didn't seem to have any stage fright. Although it was slow, it was fast. The dragon-shaped chi collided with the flaming sword chi. Bang, as if two huge planets were colliding at an extreme speed, layers of ripples spread out. Each wave was higher and fiercer than the last, as if this place had turned into an ocean world. Eventually, the dragon-shaped chi and the flaming sword chi perished together. However, it was not over yet. The seemingly extinguished flaming sword chi suddenly surged out with a second wave of attack. The true Inferno sword's aftereffects had arrived. Caught off guard, Shi Tao had no time to dodge. With both of his arms crossed, his whole body was blown away. His body flickered with a silver light, and his face turned pale. Is this the profound of power? Yi Chen could feel that the opponent's power profound had greatly weakened the aftereffects of the burning skyshock power. It made sense, since everything involved the use of power, and the true Inferno sword was no exception. At the explosion site, the power profound was in chaos, so the aftereffects of the burning skyshock power would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Otherwise, the attacking power would be much more than this. Body refining kings are indeed frightening. Most of the giant dragons of the dragon race were body refining kings. Shi Tao flew back for more than 10,000 li before stopping. He coldly glanced at Yi Chen. Your sword art is not bad, but your attacking power is too weak. You don't even have the qualifications to scratch my itch. Really? You can try. I will try. The silver flame on Xiaotao's body grew even stronger, reaching the limit of the fifth sky of life and death realm. He was only one step away from the sixth. Shoo! A silver light shone as Xiaotao attacked at an extremely fast speed. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches in total. 10 beams of silver dragon-shaped qi attacked toward Yi Chen from different angles. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. His right arm holding the silver snake sword started to turn illusory, as if he had suddenly grown 9 right arms. However, this was still nothing. The silver snake sword in Yi Chen's hand also started to change. Starting from the sword hilt, a layer of ink-like black spread to the sword tip, filled with a destructive sword intent. 7th step destruction sword intent activated. Sword intent could turn the rotten into the miraculous, and the destruction sword intent was even more so. Although this silver dragon emperor had suppressed his cultivation base to the 5th layer of life and death realm, Yi Chen estimated that if he went berserk, he wouldn't be much weaker than the dark dragon emperor who was battling the fire crystal beast emperor. One was a silver dragon, and the other was a dark dragon. Both were giant dragons. Of course, in terms of giant dragon rank, the silver dragon was a bit weaker. Like the gold dragon, the dark dragon was also a high-grade giant dragon. One sword for one, the 10 dragon-shaped qi dispersed one after another. The sword art containing the destruction. Sword intent was no longer an ordinary sword art. It possessed the power of destruction. Go! 10 arms returning to 1, Yi Chen slashed at Xiaotao. In the next moment, a dazzling black sword qi slashed out. Wherever it went, the temperature was astonishing, as if this sword qi was condensed from the essence of the sun. 3rd Revolution Extreme Sword Art, Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. Break for me! A bad premonition arose in Xiaotao's heart. He roared, and the silver qi around his body suddenly surged, reaching the 6th layer of life and death realm. As his realm increased, the power he grasped became even more powerful. The 5th step Sacred Dragon Fist was incomparably powerful, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. Shameless! Su Jing coldly snorted. Xiaotao had previously said that he would suppress his cultivation base to the 5th layer of life and death realm, but now, he was clearly breaking the rules. The silver dragon-shaped qi was vivid and lifelike, rushing out along Xiaotao's fist and colliding with the dazzling black sword qi. Clang 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere, lighting up the starry sky within millions of li. A frightening shockwave mixed with black and silver radiated in every direction. An ordinary planet far away let out a few crisp sounds before exploding with a loud rumble. But before it could explode, it was blown away by the shockwave, disintegrating and sending dust everywhere. Creak, with great difficulty, the black sword qi cut open the body of the silver dragon-shaped qi. The dragon-shaped qi had been able to hold on for a while, but as soon as its body was cut open, it immediately became like a deflated balloon. Its power flowed for 1,000 miles, and with a boom, it dissipated. The black sword qi was free, and in a flash it appeared in front of Xiaotao. How is this possible? Xiaotao's face turned pale with fright. With his 6th sky of life and death realm cultivation base, even a 3-star general would not dare to block his 5th step Saint Dragon Fist. Yet, his opponent had actually broken through it with brute force. Moreover, this sword qi contained the destruction sword intent could even ignore his power profound, which could greatly reduce the power of his opponent's ace attacks. There was no time to think about why. Xiaotao crossed his arms again, wanting to block this sword qi. Boom, the black sword qi exploded and shattered. Countless tiny sword qi shot towards Xiaotao. Xiaotao's silver flames were forcibly sliced apart, and he had to endure the torture of 1,000 cuts. However, Xiaotao was still a 7th layer life and death realm monarch, even if he was suppressed by 1 layer. Not only did he have a 7th step spirit body, his physical defense was astonishing, and he was also wearing a peak-level emperor-grade armor. The destruction sword qi couldn't injure him, and at most, it could make him look a little embarrassed. However, this was a spar, not a life and death battle. If he was at a disadvantage, then he was at a disadvantage. There was no reason to argue. When the might of the sword qi dissipated, Xiaotao had already retreated more than 10,000 li. From the beginning until now, he had never gained the upper hand, even after raising his cultivation base to the sixth sky of life and death realm. On his tall and sturdy body, tiny, snake-like black sword chi roamed about, appearing exceptionally nimble. Sword chi containing the destruction sword intent was not so easy to remove. It would attach itself to the opponent's body, and as long as the opponent was the slightest bit careless, the sword chi would pierce through and wreak havoc inside. To remove the destruction sword chi, martial will and one's own energy were both indispensable. Roar, his arms violently shook as Xiao raised his realm to the limit. Swish! 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 Waves of destruction sword chi were forced out by a formidable force, shooting out like sharp arrows. 10,000 li away, Yichen did not make a move. He believed that the result was obvious. If the opponent had kept his word, this spar would have already been decided. Sheathing the silver serpent sword, Yichen said to Su Jing, "Let's go." In the future, he would pay a visit to the dragon clan with Su Jing, but not now. In any case, they still had a long life ahead of them, and there was no need to be impatient. "What? Do you admit defeat?" Xiao said with a loud voice. Yichen turned his head and said, "You are the one who lost. You know it very well." "Humph. I admit that I underestimated you, but you also did not injure me. If it was a life and death battle, so what if I fell into a disadvantageous position for a while? The one who laughs in the end will be the real winner." Xiao was a bit sullen. If he had known that Yichen was this powerful, he would not have said the words of limiting cultivation base. Now, he was just shooting himself in the foot. "What do you want?" Yichen asked. "A real battle has no time limit. The loser will listen to the winner." "Of course, I won't let you die," Xiao said coldly. "You really have a good plan." Yichen's expression was unsightly. His opponent was a silver dragon, and coupled with a top-tier overlord armor, it was almost impossible for Yichen to injure him. Yichen's cultivation base was 2 levels lower, and his armor was only a high-tier overlord armor. His defense was naturally far from his opponent's. In the end, Yichen would definitely lose. This was something that couldn't be helped. Many times, even if one's combat strength was about the same, it didn't mean that one couldn't win. "What if I don't agree?" Yichen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't restrict himself. Facing such an opponent, he would choose to leave. With his speed, it would be hard for him to catch up. Yichen was worried about Elder Qin Qinghai. Qin Qinghai could teleport, which was a very terrifying ability. "You have to agree even if you don't want to." The silver flames on Xiao's body surged. He stood there like a silver sun. "Enough." At this moment, Qin Qinghai spoke. "Elder." Xiao looked at Qin Qinghai. "Enough, let them leave. We will return." Qin Qinghai waved his hand. But, Xiao's expression changed. Qin Qinghai glared at him. "Have you forgotten what the higher-ups told you? They told you to listen to everything I say." "What, you don't even listen to me?" Xiao wouldn't dare. "You can leave. But I hope that you will consider this. This lady is a member of our dragon race, and we have very few members. We won't mistreat her," Qin Qinghai said to Yichen. Yichen nodded. "Actually, it's not that we can't talk about this. But first, both sides must be equal. Remember not to bring him here next time." Yichen was sure that the dragon race would send a second group. He didn't want Xiao to be among them. This dragon was too arrogant and looked down on everyone. "You." Xiao could hear the contempt in Yichen's voice. "All right." Qin Qinghai nodded. He also felt that he had used the wrong method. Mainly, he wasn't too happy that the gold dragon's partner wasn't a dragon. "Let's go." Qin Qinghai grabbed Xiao's shoulder. With a flash, they disappeared. "Let's go too." Yichen and Su Jing flew towards the mystic gravity planet together. On the mysterious gravity star, Morong Qingqing had yet to exit her seclusion. In terms of foundation, Morong Qingqing was still a bit weaker than Su Jing. Su Jing was a golden dragon, and she could enter life and death realm upon reaching adulthood. This kind of solid foundation was not something Morong Qingqing, who had the bloodline of the Dark Witch, could compare to. Unless Morone Qingqing could truly become the Dark Witch, the situation might be reversed, and the Golden Dragon would be even weaker than the Dark Witch. Let's go back first, Yichen said to Su Jing. And Sister Qingqing should be able to break through to the 4th layer in a few days. Su Jing nodded. Leaving the mysterious gravity star, Yichen took out the phantom and the two entered. Shwa. The phantom's speed continued to increase until it finally disappeared into the void. Fiery star, fiery city, the phantom stopped in the air above the fiery city lord mansion. As the phantom was put away, Yichen and Su Jing entered the mansion together. Oh woo, a cheerful wolf howl resounded as a red shadow pounced at Yichen. Little wolf. The red shadow was Yichen's spirit beast, the dream-eating wolf. Ever since he became the fiery city lord, Yichen had placed the dream-eating wolf in the mansion, letting it guard the mansion. Although the dream-eating wolf had long since become a demonic beast king, it had never been able to transform. Yichen finally understood that the dream-eating wolf should be a strange beast in the universe similar to the giant star beasts. It could not transform at all, and could only appear as a demonic beast for the rest of its life. Of course, this was only Yichen's speculation. In fact, there had been giant star beasts that could transform in the past, and each of them had monstrous strength comparable to peak supremes. Caressing the dream-eating wolf's head, Yichen smiled, train hard and become a demonic beast emperor as soon as possible. Who knows, you might be able to transform after that. Master, it doesn't matter to me whether or not I can transform. My aesthetic view is different from yours. Dream-eating wolf didn't mind his appearance. Hee, that's true. Yichen realized that his first impression was the strongest. The city lord's mansion was very big, not inferior to a huge city. There were lakes, mountains, continuous buildings, and even a large grassland. There was enough space for everyone to have their own courtyard, the only difference being the size. However, the most important thing about the city lord's mansion was not these. The most important thing was the countless arrays and restrictions. Only with these arrays and restrictions could the city lord's mansion not be attacked. Otherwise, no matter how good the place was, it would be nothing more than a clay chicken and pottery dog. On the grassland of the city lord mansion, Yichen was practicing the space profound sword technique, momentary brilliance. Among the 3/3 revolution peak sword techniques, instant of glory could be said to be the sword technique that had followed Yichen the longest. Ever since he created it, he had been using it ever since. This was partly due to the space profound, but it was also due to the momentary brilliance sword technique itself. It should be known that the sword technique itself was not good, and there was a limit to the profoundness it could contain. How could the foresight and creativity of many years ago compare to the present? However, momentary brilliance sword technique was different. This was a sword technique that had the ability to continuously improve. From the meaning of the name, momentary brilliance pursued a momentary brilliance, regardless of anything else. Therefore, its charm could not be increased anymore. At most, it could increase the technique a little. This was also the main reason why it could follow Yichen all this time. After his space profound reached 90%, momentary brilliance needed to be further improved. Puff, puff. Puff, he brandished it in a simple manner and stabbed it forward. At the tip of the sword, brilliant light blossomed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the brilliant light was incomparably mysterious. It seemed to contain a massive star within it, and when its power erupted, the massive star would explode and bloom with its final splendor. Not enough. Yichen could feel that the sword intent had not been used up. In other words, this sword was not mature enough. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed, and 3 weeks had passed. Yichen's improvement was very small. Letting out a heavy breath, Yichen stopped using the sword technique. Looks like I still need an opportunity. Sheathing the silver serpent sword, Yichen walked towards Su Jing's cultivation area. On the other side of the grassland, Su Jing was punching again and again. The wind from her punches surged, turning into golden dragon-shaped chi that swept in all directions. It could be seen that Su Jing did not use her dragon force or martial intent. Otherwise, the power would not be so little. 3rd level Sacred Dragon Fist? Yichen seemed to have noticed something. Clearly, Shi Tao's fifth order sacred dragon fist had given Su Jing some inspiration. She had taken the second order sacred dragon fist's foundation one step further and created her third order sacred dragon fist. Although she still didn't know if this third order sacred dragon fist was authentic, she had taken this step and her battle prowess had multiplied. Su Jing's comprehension is also very good. Yi Chen revealed a smile on his face. Yi Chen. Su Jing noticed Yi Chen and stopped. This is the third level sacred dragon fist, right? Yi Chen asked. Su Jing nodded. There's a huge gap between the second and fifth order sacred dragon fist, but the fist intent is the same. I can't deduce the fourth order sacred dragon fist, but I can do the third order. In a few days, the dragon race's second batch of envoys should arrive. I'll have a good talk with them then. The dragon race was located in the Azure Dragon Star region, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. And on the desolate star of Elysium, Su Jing had already comprehended the profound meaning of power to a very high level. Although she did not know the fist intent of the sacred dragon fist like the back of her hand, she was at least familiar with it. Otherwise, she would not have been able to deduce the third level sacred dragon fist after seeing it once. Once she obtained the fist intent behind the sacred dragon fist, not to mention the top 10 of the Heavenly King list, she would have a high chance of getting first place. Su Jing did not say anything. In fact, if the other party was not so overbearing, there was no harm in going. She also wanted to see those dragons like her. How could Yi Chen not see through Su Jing's thoughts? He muttered, I'll go back to the God Paradise first. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back in half a month. He planned to break through to the sixth life and death realm. The purity and density of Jin Yuan between the fifth and sixth life and death realm were about 10 times higher. Once he broke through, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, he would be able to control the Eternal Night Emperor sword and the immemorial Qi armor. With a stronger strength, he would at least have more confidence. Yeah, don't worry. I'll go to the mysterious gravity star often to see if Sister Qingqing has come out. Su Jing seemed to know what Yi Chen was thinking. On the same day, Yi Chen returned to the God Paradise. On the second floor of the Tower of Time, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and tried his best to circulate Jin Yuan again and again, each time a bit faster than the previous one. Yi Chen's foundation of the fifth life and death realm was already very solid. In the past few years, he had often used the Tower of Time to temper his Jin Yuan. This time, after encountering the remnant fist intent of the Supreme in the core area of the Black Tortoise Ruins, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan and mental power had been tempered once again. At this moment, he already had 100% chance of breaking through to the sixth life and death realm. 100 days in the Time Tower was 1 day in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed in the Time Tower, but only 8 days had passed in the outside world. On this day, Yi Chen's body shone with an intense cyan light. This cyan light was so bright that Yi Chen's entire body looked like a shining cyan sun. Within the cyan light, an extremely frightening power was brewing and rising. I'm about to break through. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a stream of yuan stones flew out of his storage ring, hovering above Yi Chen's head. In the next moment, the surging yuan stone energy poured into Yi Chen's body through his Baihui meridian. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, breaking through to the sixth sky of life and death realm required a huge amount of yuan stones. 1 million yuan stones was like a drop in the bucket. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, when the number of yuan stones reached 8 million, Yi Chen finally broke through. Buzz. A huge cyan lotus formed above Yi Chen's head, slowly rotating. Only Yi Chen knew why there was a huge lotus above his head. It was because his green lotus sword spell had reached the peak of Heaven Realm from high-rank Heaven Realm. Martial arts and secret arts were not the same. After top-rank Heaven Realm secret arts, there were Heavenly King secret arts, Emperor secret arts, and even Emperor secret arts. Secret arts were similar to martial arts, and had a lot of room for improvement. However, after top-rank Heaven Realm martial arts, it was basically the peak. After that, there were only Supreme martial arts. Supreme martial arts contained the mysteries of the universe. Under normal circumstances, only Supreme martial artists could create them. The strength of supreme martial artists lay in being the strongest in every aspect. When combined, it was simply unparalleled, looking down on the universe. After his green lotus sword spell reached the peak of heaven realm, Yichen realized that his Jing Yuan was even more like sword Yuan, being shockingly pure. This was also the reason why he spent 8 million Yuan stones to break through. Of course, Yichen did not lack Yuan stones. 8 million Yuan stones was just a drop in the ocean for him. However, it was a lot for others. Many solitary kings relied on accumulating wealth over the years to accumulate so much. Otherwise, how could they have so many Yuan stones? Moreover, the Zheng Yuan consumed in each battle had to be quickly recovered with Yuan stones. For example, if Yichen's Jing Yuan was exhausted, he would have to spend more than 8 million Yuan stones to recover his Jing Yuan. This was not a small number. Without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Yuan stones, one would not dare to continuously fight. In short, life and death realm first and second layer heavenly kings were the poorest. Some of them might not even be able to take out several thousand Yuan stones. Life and death realm third and fourth layer heavenly kings were normal, and they might be able to take out several tens of thousands of Yuan stones. As for fifth and sixth layer heavenly kings, their wealth was very unstable, ranging from hundreds of thousands of Yuan stones to millions of Yuan stones. This was because they had spent countless years to reach this realm, which was enough for them to slowly accumulate a lot of wealth. Of course, other sixth-layer kings were different from Yichen. They estimated that they had spent less than 1 million Yuan stones to break through to the sixth layer. Yichen's Jing Yuan was much more vigorous and pure than theirs. Top heaven realm martial arts were not something to be trifled with. In short, people could not be compared with each other. A dozen years ago, Yichen's wealth was only a few 100,000 yuan, which was earned from selling king-grade battleships and supreme-grade swords. Now, he could casually spend hundreds of millions, so he did not feel too much pain. Standing up, Yichen walked out of the Time Tower. Leaving the God Paradise on the God ship, Yichen did not directly go to the mysterious gravity star. If Morong Qingqing succeeded in breaking through, she would definitely return to Infernal Flower City. If not, it would be useless to go there now. It would be better to return as soon as possible, lest he be absent when the Dragon Clan emissary arrived. Returning to Infernal Flower City, as expected, Morong Qingqing had not returned. She was probably still in seclusion. Master. Lung Xinghan was about to leave when he bumped into Yichen. What are you going out for? Yichen asked. I've joined a team to explore the Whirlwind Secret Realm. We're leaving today. Whirlwind Secret Realm? Yichen had heard of the Whirlwind Secret Realm before. It was not too dangerous, but it was still dangerous for kings at or below the third sky of life and death realm. Of course, he would not stop Lung Xinghan. Geniuses needed to be polished before they could shine. Yichen was rather strict with his 4 disciples. He only gave each of them 100,000 yuan stones, and after they used it up, they would have to earn more. Only after they reached the third sky of life and death realm would he give them more. Be careful, people are unpredictable. Yichen faintly nodded. Master's teachings are correct. Disciple understands. Lung Xinghan was not a newbie. Although he could not compare to Yichen who had experienced hundreds of battles, he was still outstanding. He would not be easily deceived and fall into danger. On the prairie, Su Jing was practicing the third step Sacred Dragon Fist. Compared to a week ago, Su Jing's third step Sacred Dragon Fist was much more skillful, and her fist intent was astonishing. You're back? Su Jing stopped. Is there still no one from the Dragon Clan? Su Jing shook her head. No rush, they should be here soon. It was impossible for the Dragon Clan to give up on Su Jing. The importance of a golden dragon was obvious. It was enough to become the pillar of the Dragon Clan. In the following days, Yichen stayed in the city lord's mansion and learned more about the situation of the Yi clan and the Falling Dust Sword sect. Regarding Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, Yichen's feelings were quite complicated. They could be considered geniuses, and as long as they were tempered, they would certainly have some accomplishments in the future. However, Yichen was also afraid that they would fall during their training. This was quite possible, as not every genius could walk to the end. 90% of them died on the path of advancement. Therefore, Yichen didn't know whether to let Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao work hard or live a peaceful life. Of course, with their potential, breaking through to the life and death realm would not be a problem. It was just a matter of time. As for the Falling Dust Sword sect, Zhang Haoran had been working very hard. He was often not in the city lord's mansion, and was not there at the moment. Everyone had their own ambitions, and Yichen knew that Zhang Haoran would not be satisfied with being ordinary. Everyone yearned for a glorious future. On the other hand, Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei felt that their current days were quite good. They did not have any extravagant expectations. As long as they could break through to the life and death realm and have a lifespan of 100,000 years, then watch their descendants grow up slowly. Moreover, in the Falling Dust Sword sect, they did not have to worry about their own survival. Another week passed in a flash, and the city lord's mansion was very peaceful. Two figures appeared on the star teleportation formation closest to planet Fiery Flame. One was Chen Qinghai, and the other was a white-haired old man. The old man had a benevolent look on his face, and a faint smile could be seen on his face. It was as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was looking at the world with a smile. "Little guy, we will meet soon. I wonder how much you have grown. I am looking forward to it." In a pavilion on a high mountain, Yi Chen raised his head and gazed at the starry sky. Vaguely, he felt that someone important had arrived. He knew this person, and their relationship was not shallow. Who could it be? Putting down his cup, Yi Chen stood up. On the prairie, Su Jing also sensed something and stopped her third-step sacred dragon fist. "Su Jing, let's go welcome the guests." Beside Su Jing, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Pulling Su Jing's hand, the two walked out of the mansion and flew into the sky. Not long after, two figures flew over from the distant horizon. "This is," Yi Chen and Su Jing's faces revealed pleasant surprise. Close, as the silhouettes got closer and closer, Yi Chen and Su Jing could finally see their faces clearly. One was the dragon elder Chen Qinghai, whom they had met half a month ago, and the other was a white-haired, benevolent-looking old man with a familiar smile. "Senior Dragon King." "Master." Yi Chen and Su Jing went up to greet them. "Little guy, disciple, long time no see." Dragon King laughed heartily and increased his speed. Chen Qinghai kept pace with him, neither too fast nor too slow. Finally, the two sides met. "Senior Dragon King, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." "Just as I expected." Yi Chen sized up Dragon King. Apart from his cultivation base increasing by a lot, reaching the 6th layer of life and death realm, Dragon King didn't seem to have changed much. In a flash, 20 years had passed. Meeting again, Yi Chen couldn't hide his joy. Dragon King's contributions couldn't go unnoticed in Yi Chen's growth. It could be said that Dragon King and Su Anho had created half of Yi Chen. "Master." Su Jing stood beside Dragon King obediently. Dragon King sized up Su Jing and Yi Chen. "Good, you've grown much better than I imagined." "What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Dragon King joked. "Senior Dragon King, this way please." Yi Chen invited Dragon King and Chen Qinghai into the mansion of the governor. In a pavilion on a high mountain, a gentle breeze blew gently and white clouds floated around. The stone table was filled with all kinds of top-grade fruits. Yi Chen filled Dragon King's and Chen Qinghai's cups and sat down. The Dragon King took a sip of wine and said, "The fact that all of you are here means that the crisis of Elysium has been resolved." "Yes." Yi Chen nodded. "Although you won't say it, I know that you must have doubts in your hearts. Since I'm still alive, why didn't I bring people to rescue Elysium?" Yi Chen said, "There must be a reason why Senior Dragon King didn't do that. Yi Chen won't make wild guesses." The Dragon King smiled and turned to Su Jing. "Little girl, you've finally transformed into a real dragon. This is all thanks to Master." Su Jing replied. The Dragon King waved his hand. "I just did what I should do. It's not my credit. However, you still have to return to the Dragon Clan. There's no reason for a dragon not to return. This person beside me is Elder Chen Qinghai of the Dragon Clan. You've already met him before, so there's no need for further introductions." Yi Chen asked, "Senior Dragon King, why are you with Elder Chen? Are you also from the Dragon Clan?" He remembered that Senior Dragon King wasn't a dragon. He just had the bloodline of a flood dragon. Xianxia explained, the flood dragon is also a member of the dragon clan. It's impossible for everyone in the dragon clan to be dragons. Dragons are too rare, and golden dragons are even rarer. Yes. The Dragon King nodded. I have the bloodline of a flood dragon, so I joined the dragon clan. Speaking of joining the dragon clan, I'll have to start from the path of death. Yi Chen and Su Jing didn't say anything. They just listened quietly. Back then, with my strength, I charged into the path of death with no chance of survival. However, since I dared to do so, I naturally made preparations. This preparation was a dragon scale. This scale came from the body of a supreme dragon, and it contains the power of the supreme dragon. It's mysterious and unfathomable. Even after so many years, its power hasn't weakened at all. Yi Chen listened attentively. The supreme dragon was naturally a 9th-layer life and death realm dragon. And, the dragon scale on the body of the supreme dragon possessed a mysterious power. It was easy to understand. This dragon scale should have come from the little girl's relative. Perhaps her father, or perhaps her mother. I'm not too sure either. Back then, I sensed that the aura on the little girl's body was very similar to that of the dragon scale. That's why I suspected her identity and brought her back to the dragon god's celestial palace. The Dragon King explained. So that's how it is. Yi Chen suddenly saw the light. No wonder the Dragon King knew Su Jing's identity. It turned out to be a dragon scale. It should be known that Su Jing was no different from a human. Even if she was a real human, Senior Dragon King wouldn't be able to see through Su Jing's identity at once, unless he was a supreme. Su Jing's complexion changed. She had always wanted to know her origin. However, after hearing the Dragon King's words, she knew that she would have to find out herself in the future. The experts guarding the death path were much stronger than me. They destroyed my body in an instant. Fortunately, I had already condensed a drop of blood essence on the dragon scale. Under my stimulation, the dragon scale stealthily broke out of the death path and escaped. Afterward, I was reborn from a drop of blood and slowly recovered. However, the starry sky was boundless, and I didn't know where to go. After drifting for several years, I discovered that the dragon scale was reacting to a certain direction. So, I carried the dragon scale and rushed in that direction. Along the way, I discovered a new use of the dragon scale. It turned out that the dragon scale could carry me through the void at an astonishing speed. Just like that, after several years, I found the place where the dragon scale was reacting to. That place was the life planet of the Azure Dragon Starfield's dragon race. At this point, the Dragon King paused for a moment, raised his glass and took a sip of wine. When I arrived at the life planet of the dragon race, 10 years had passed. Because I have the blood of the flood dragon in me, the dragon race recognized my identity, and I became a member of the dragon race. Worried about the safety of Elysium, I reported to the higher-ups of the dragon race, hoping that they would send people to rescue Elysium. However, later I realized that I didn't know where Elysium was, and no one knew the direction of Elysium. It was as if this was a forgotten world. Forgotten. Yi Chen was deep in thought. Generally, the inhabited worlds of the human race were near the 4 major life-star regions. Elysium was indeed too far away. It was millions of light-years away, very far away. Without the positioning of the battleship, he wouldn't have been able to find where Elysium was. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The demons and the other alien races must have found out about the existence of Elysium by chance, while the human race didn't know about it. Otherwise, why didn't the human race send people to support it? Fortunately, Elysium is still lucky after all. I can breathe a sigh of relief now that you've come out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. The Dragon King sighed with emotion, and then a look of relief appeared on his face. Then, the Dragon King said that he had accidentally heard about the birth of a golden dragon, and it was a woman. The Dragon King had a strong premonition that this golden dragon should be Su Jing. After all, there were only so many golden dragons in the dragon clan, and they could be counted with 2 hands. How could it be so easy to find an unknown golden dragon in the outside world? Therefore, he had volunteered to come with Xianxia. Along the way, Xianxia described Yi Chen and Su Jing's appearances, and Dragon King was even more certain of his premonition. This is the Supreme Dragon Scale. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. As he spoke, Dragon King took out a palm-sized golden dragon scale. Although it was small, its supreme dragon chi couldn't be concealed. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to see an immeasurably long divine dragon shuttling through the universe. Wherever it went, stars would fall, and the sun and moon would lose their radiance. Su Jing could sense the dragon chi within the golden dragon scale. However, she shook her head. "Master, this is your dragon scale. I can't take it." Su Jing didn't think that Dragon King should hand over the supreme dragon scale, even if it might have belonged to her parents. After all, if her parents wanted to leave something for her, they had many ways to do so. Clearly, this dragon scale wasn't meant for her. Dragon King smiled bitterly. "Don't decline. I'm a bit embarrassed." Dragon King smiled bitterly. "Don't decline. Speaking of which, I'm still a bit embarrassed. Back then, I relied on the Supreme Dragon Scale to escape. After my blood drop rebirth, a part of the scale's power integrated into my essence blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the sixth sky of life and death realms so quickly. In addition, the Dragon Transformation Pawn's power also originates from the Supreme Dragon Scale. Right now, there's not much power left in the Supreme Dragon Scale. The reason why I'm giving it to you is not only because it has a great relationship with you, but also because it's the key to finding your kin. I've asked around, but there's no one in the dragon race." At this time, Xianxia also said, "Many years ago, a supreme of our dragon clan went missing, and there has been no news of him until now. I think he must have gone to the Elysium you speak of, and left you there. As for where he went, no one knows." This was a secret of the dragon clan, and very few people knew about it. Xianxia didn't know about it at first, and only found out about it after returning this time. "Take it." Yi Chen nodded to Su Jing. Stretching out her hands, Su Jing received the Supreme Dragon Scale. Buzz, the Supreme Dragon Scale shone brightly, forming an unbreakable connection with Su Jing's draconic aura. A majestic phantom of a giant golden dragon appeared, staring at Su Jing. "Father." Faintly, Su Jing knew that this was her father's aura, and her eyes became a little moist. The phantom of the giant golden dragon didn't say anything. With a whoosh, it rapidly shrank back into the golden dragon scale. In the next moment, the golden light on the golden dragon scale retracted, and it returned to its original state. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The golden dragon scale fused into Su Jing's palm, and in the end, it turned into a golden dragon scale imprint, looking extremely lifelike. Seeing this scene, the Dragon King fell into deep thought. Although the Supreme Dragon Scale had first fallen into his hands, no matter what he did, he couldn't fuse with it. It seemed like the Supreme Dragon Scale was only a transition in his hands, and it was only in Su Jing's hands that it was truly complete. Also, he felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Regarding the Supreme Dragon Scale, the Dragon King's feelings were actually very complicated. The existence of the Supreme Dragon Scale was a huge burden, causing his progress to be slow. But also because of the Supreme Dragon Scale, he could break through the shackles in Elysium, and didn't die even after 1,000 years. In the end, it even helped him break through the path of death and come to the Dragon Clan. Originally, the Dragon King planned to wait until Su Jing became a true golden dragon before handing over the Supreme Dragon Scale, but he didn't live to see that day. Now, it was finally returned to its rightful owner. Handing over the Supreme Dragon Scale to you can be considered as relieving one of my worries. Now, let's talk about returning to the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King said seriously to Su Jing and Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "We still don't know much about the Dragon Clan. Senior Dragon King, can you tell us about it? Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about the Dragon Clan, but I've lived in the Dragon Clan for nearly 10 years. I can feel that the Dragon Clan advocates freedom. We won't lose our freedom just because we joined the Dragon Clan. Freedom is the true essence of the Dragon Clan. If we lose our freedom, we will no longer be the Dragon Clan. You can rest assured on this point," the Dragon King explained. Indeed, the Dragon Clan advocates freedom very much. The entire universe knows this. Xianxia nodded at the side. This time, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups had instructed them to let the Dragon King be the leader. He only needed to cooperate with the Dragon King. Yi Chen and Su Jing naturally believed the Dragon King's words. Yi Chen continued, "Then can the giant dragons marry humans?" It was impossible for him to give up on Su Jing. Su Jing blushed. "Theoretically, such a thing can't happen," Chen Qinghai said truthfully. Hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded and said, "Theoretically, it is indeed impossible for the giant dragons to marry outsiders. But your situation is different." "How is it different?" The Dragon King said, "The reason why the giant dragons can't marry outsiders is not because there is a hard and fast rule. The giant dragons are different from other demonic beasts. The giant dragons will only be attracted to the giant dragons. There is a slight possibility that the flood dragons will also be attracted to them, but it is impossible for them to be attracted to humans or other races. However, before this little girl transformed into a golden giant dragon, she was a human. That's why she developed feelings for you. In this case, the situation is naturally different. Don't worry, the Dragon Clan does not have a hard and fast rule. It is completely up to them to choose their own partners. However, your case is too special. You should know that in the history of the Dragon Clan, there has not been a case of a giant dragon marrying an outsider for countless years. The Dragon Clan will not object?" This was a pleasant surprise. "Yes, true freedom naturally includes choosing a partner. At that time, Shi Tao and I were too shocked, so we lost our composure." Chen Qinghai smiled bitterly. Yi Chen and Su Jing looked at each other. They were very happy. "Then when do you plan to go to the Dragon Clan?" In fact, Chen Qinghai hoped that Yi Chen and Su Jing would go to the Dragon Clan immediately. Yi Chen transmitted his voice to Su Jing. "Why don't you go first? I will go after Qingqing comes out of seclusion." "Let's go together." Su Jing shook her head. Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Let's wait for another month. If Qingqing still hasn't come out of seclusion in a month, you can go to the Dragon Clan first. The earlier you go, the earlier you can learn the Sacred Dragon Fist and other Dragon Clan martial arts." In the end, only Chen Qinghai left. Yi Chen and Su Jing decided to go after some time, probably within a month. As for the Dragon King, he naturally stayed in the city lord's mansion to catch up. The only pity was that Su Anho had been away for more than a year. No one knew where she went. Time passed quickly. On the 16th day, Morong Qingqing finally came out of seclusion. This also meant that everyone was about to set off for the Dragon Clan of the Azure Dragon Star Field. Through the astral teleportation array, the four arrived at the Azure Dragon Star region. Of course, arriving at the Azure Dragon Star region did not mean that they had arrived at the Dragon Race. The planet where the Dragon Race resided was called the Azure Dragon Star region. It was the core life planet of the Azure Dragon Star region and also the largest life planet. The closest astral teleportation array to the Azure Dragon Star region was 2,000 light-years away. With the speed of an Emperor-class warship, it would take about 4 hours to arrive. After 4 hours, the four finally saw the Azure Dragon Star region. There's actually such a big planet. What the four of them saw was an incomparably huge cyan planet. Compared to it, the flame star was simply a tiny speck. The Dragon King said, "The Azure Dragon Star is a level 9 life planet. The distance between the two poles is more than 1 billion miles. Oceans and lakes occupy 40% of the planet's surface and 60% of the land. A level 9 life planet was the highest level of life planets. There were not many of them in the 4 major star regions. However, with a diameter of more than 1 billion miles, it was huge. The Azure Dragon Star seemed to be in front of them, but the four flew for a long time before they arrived above it. The entire Azure Dragon Star was very green. As far as the eye could see, there was green everywhere. Green mountains, green forests, green grasslands, green valleys. However, Yi Chen found that the plants on the Azure Dragon Star were unbelievably huge. Even the grass was 10 meters or even dozens of meters tall. The trees in the forests towered into the sky. Ordinary trees that were more than 10,000 meters tall were terrifyingly thick. A single leaf on their branches could even be used to build a house. There were also some tall trees sparsely scattered on the grasslands. In addition, there were all kinds of dragon race monsters living on the Azure Dragon planet. There were Tyrannosaurus-like earth dragons, single-horned dragon snakes that had the bloodline of flood dragons, winged dragons with wings on their backs, and purebred flood dragons that lived in lakes. A primordial aura wafted over, shocking everyone. Of course, the dragon race was not entirely made up of dragon race monsters. There were many other monsters. This was a world of monsters, and there were no real humans. Roar! Roar! In a huge valley, an earth dragon was fighting with a horned dragon snake. The earth dragon was extremely strong, and its claws and teeth were sharp. The horned dragon snake was also quite strong. Its tail kept lashing out, and its body wrapped around the earth dragon. However, in the end, the earth dragon was slightly better, and it bit the horned dragon snake's body. Beside the lake, a green flood dragon suddenly jumped out and bit the back of a raging bull, dragging it into the water. As expected of the dragon race, Yichen felt that the environment here was very good. It had a primitive flavor and the strong preyed on the weak. Due to the powerful aura exuding from Yichen's group of 4 and the addition of the golden dragon aura from Su Jing's body, these low-level dragon clan demonic beasts and other demonic beasts didn't dare to get too close. Even the winged dragon, the hegemon of the sky, chose to take a detour. In front of us is the dragon country. Dragon King pointed at the continuous city wall 1,000 li ahead. The city wall was 10,000 meters tall, and its entire body was bronze in color, as if it was made of bronze. It stretched all the way to the horizon. Yichen opened his soul eye to take a look and found that the length of the city wall was exactly 300 million li compared to the entire Azure Dragon star. It was not that big. However, if it were to be placed on an ordinary life planet, it would be able to cover several planets. After Dragon King's explanation, everyone realized that the dragon country was the core of the dragon race. Only demonic beasts of the dragon race could enter. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the 4 of them. Teleportation, they were 2 8th Sky of Life and Death Realm Emperor warriors. One was wearing a golden armor, tall and sturdy, about 40 years old. The other was wearing a dark golden robe, with no facial hair on his face. He looked to be about 60 years old. Both of them had golden pupils, and the aura coming from their bodies was very similar to Su Jing's. However, it was thousands of times more powerful. Their gazes immediately landed on Su Jing's body. The tall and sturdy man was pleasantly surprised. It is indeed a golden dragon. There is not a trace of impurity. No, it is even purer than I imagined. It is so pure that it is dazzling. I am the descendant of the golden dragon sovereign. Naturally, I have the purest golden dragon bloodline. The old man in the dark golden robe seemed much calmer, but he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Golden River Elder, Golden Armor Elder. Dragon King cupped his fists toward the 2. Golden River Elder and Golden Armor Elder were the elders of the dragon race. Their titles were Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor. Their status was much higher than Qinghai's, because they were true golden dragons. Comparing golden dragons and bronze dragons, golden dragons were naturally more prestigious. Golden River Dragon Emperor was the old man in dark golden robe. He waved his hand and said to Su Jing, "Little girl, what is your name?" Su Jing. Su Jing replied. Hee, little girl Su Jing, welcome to my golden dragon clan. Including you, we have 9 members. Golden dragons were very rare, and every one of them was very precious. Perhaps it was because of the golden dragon chi on his body that Su Jing felt very close. She said sincerely, I am very happy to contribute to the golden dragon bloodline. Good. Golden River Dragon Emperor smiled. Golden River, hurry up and bring her to the main hall. Let those guys see our new member, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said impatiently. Everyone, follow us. This time, the 2 of them didn't teleport and led the way. After crossing the city wall, the 6 of them entered the country of dragons. Yichen discovered that other than the many tall buildings in the country of dragons, there was no difference from the outside. Yichen, look. Morong Qingqing pointed at a huge arena and said to Yichen. Yichen looked over. Thousands of miles away, there was an arena that spanned thousands of miles. There were many figures sitting around the arena. They were obviously dragon race demonic beasts in human form. In the arena, two figures were fighting fiercely. If it was a normal sparring match, Morong Qingqing and Yichen wouldn't be so surprised. However, these two seemed to have a deep grudge against each other. When they fought, they didn't show any mercy. Every move they made was a killing move. Roar! Suddenly, the two transformed. One turned into a flood dragon, and the other into a winged dragon. They continued fighting. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor saw that Yi Chen and the others were looking over and explained, "This is the country of dragons' life and death arena. When two sides have a reconcilable hatred, they can go up and fight. Of course, both sides must agree. You know that any race will have conflicts unless they don't have intelligence." Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, no matter which race it was, there would always be disharmony. Killing was the law of the universe. The strong preyed on the weak was the source of evolution. If they fight like this, won't they seek revenge when they get out? Yi Chen asked. Golden River Dragon Emperor said, "Of course, but when their strength is equal, they will choose to fight in the life and death arena. Our dragon race respects strength. If we can kill our opponent in the life and death arena, it will be a great honor." After flying for a while, the six of them arrived at a teleportation array. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said, "Through the teleportation array, we can directly go to the square outside the Dragon Hall." Saying that, the teleportation array activated. In a flash of light, the six of them disappeared. Everything in the dragon race was big. Even after they transformed, their bodies were about the same size as humans. This view didn't change. This was a 10,000 li plaza, paved entirely with lapis lazuli. Perhaps lapis lazuli was not that precious to life and death kings, merely the most common material for refining supreme-grade low-grade artifacts. However, it was a bit frightening to see such a large area covered in lapis lazuli. The amount of lapis lazuli here was enough to refine hundreds of millions of supreme-grade low-grade artifacts. It was hard to imagine where the dragon race had gotten so much lapis lazuli. There was more than one teleportation array on the plaza. Every once in a while, there would be another teleportation array. Of course, there were also people leaving through teleportation arrays. "Let's go." Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor led the way. After passing through a 1,000-miles-long road, everyone arrived in front of a grand and majestic hall. This palace was too huge, and one couldn't even see the top. After reaching 100,000 meters, it was covered by countless clouds, and even soul power couldn't penetrate it. There were 24 of li-long dragon statues in front of the palace. One was a golden dragon, and the other was a crystal dragon. The statue's eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart, giving off an extremely intimidating feeling. "Let's go in." Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor took the lead, followed by Yi Chen's group of 4. Inside the spacious palace, there were already many people waiting. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. These people were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Without supremes, 8th layer life and death heavenly kings were the peak experts. Don't think that just because you have the strength of Battle Emperor, you can contend against 8th layer life and death heavenly kings. This only meant that your offense was powerful enough, barely reaching the boundary of Emperor realm. Battle Emperor and Battle Emperor were just terms. It didn't mean that they had the same battle strength. This was a condition. What condition? It was when the artifacts were the same, or when there was no artifact or external assistance. Yi Chen's artifact was Heavenly King grade, while 7th layer Emperors and 8th layer Emperors' artifacts were Emperor grade and Emperor grade. How could they compare, if an ordinary Emperor warrior had the same weapon as Yi Chen, excluding teleportation? Yi Chen could indeed contend with this ordinary Emperor warrior. The only difference was that his protective energy was much weaker, but his attack power was not that different. Unfortunately, the others were not fools. Who wouldn't use an Emperor-grade treasure? Only a fool wouldn't use it. Battle the Arch was a term for the God of War pagoda in the Paradise of Gods. That was because in the God of War pagoda, the conditions were the same. The opponent would not have a more powerful artifact than you. When it came to the 7th and 8th sky, there was another saying. The 7th sky was divided into low-level Emperor, middle-level Emperor, high-level Emperor, and top-level Emperor. The 8th sky was divided into low-level Emperor, middle-level Emperor, high-level Emperor, and top-level Emperor. For example, Xianxia, in Yichen's opinion, was at least a peak battle emperor, but among the 8 emperors, he was only a middle emperor. For example, Yichen was a middle emperor, but in front of a high emperor, he was only a peak emperor. All in all, battle emperors were a fair evaluation of strength. Unfortunately, the universe was not fair. No one would choose to use artifacts of the same level to fight you. Because he had the Eternal Night Emperor sword and the mixed elements single chi armor, Yichen didn't need to be afraid in front of the 7th layer emperors. He was basically one of the strongest, equivalent to a 5-star general. As his strength increased, the terms battle emperors were no longer suitable for Yichen. It was better for him to stay in the paradise of gods. The way to compare strength there was half emperor and battle emperor. Haha, Golden River, golden armor, congratulations! Your golden dragon bloodline has gained another member. TSK, he already has a 4th layer cultivation base. Moreover, his golden dragon bloodline is even purer than the 2 of you. Your golden dragon bloodline has struck gold. These 8th layer life and death realm heavenly kings were all elders of the dragon clan, and they all came forward to congratulate. Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor couldn't hide the joy on their faces as they politely said, "You're too kind. Our Golden Dragon bloodline has very few members. It's extremely difficult to raise them." These words were not completely polite. The Dragon Clan had 5 great dragon bloodlines: Crystal Dragon, Golden Dragon, Silver Dragon, Bronze Dragon, and Iron Armored Dragon. Among the 5 great dragon bloodlines, Crystal Dragon and Golden Dragon bloodlines were the rarest, with less than 10 members. Crystal Dragon bloodlines were even rarer, with only 7. Silver Dragon bloodlines had more than 20, Bronze Dragon bloodlines had nearly 100, and Iron Armored Dragon bloodlines had more than 400. In terms of quality, the Golden Colossal Dragons and Crystalline Colossal Dragons were naturally unparalleled. Within the same realm, they could look down on other colossal dragon bloodlines. However, in terms of quantity, they could not catch up. The Golden Colossal Dragons had 2 elders, the Crystalline Colossal Dragons had 2 elders, the Silver Colossal Dragons had 4 elders, and the Bronze Colossal Dragons had 12 elders. Xianxia was only one of them. The Iron-Armored Colossal Dragons had the most with nearly 20 elders. So many experts? Morong Qingqing had never seen an 8th layer life and death realm heavenly king before. Now that she saw so many, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Inferior beings always felt stifled in front of superior beings. Is this the core strength of the Dragon Clan? There were a lot of emperors present. Not only did they have the 5 great dragon bloodlines, but there were also sub-dragon bloodlines, such as Flood Dragon and some other elders with dragon bloodlines. Of course, there were certainly some who couldn't come due to other matters. Among the demonic beast clan, the Dragon Clan could be called the number 1 power for a reason. However, thinking of the demons, Yichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even the demonic beast clan and the human clan were far inferior to the demons. He really couldn't imagine how powerful the demons were. Perhaps, they even had a lot of supremes. Su Jing's appearance made the other dragon bloodlines very envious. Although the Golden Dragon Clan had a small population, each and every one of them could eventually grow into a powerhouse. There were more than 400 Iron-Armored Dragon Clan, but some of them didn't have much potential and would stop at the 6th layer of life and death realm for their entire lives. Iron-Armored Dragon geniuses like Tyrannical Dragon Yangting were few and far between. Why isn't Great Elder here yet? Perhaps he's been delayed. After waiting for a while, everyone started discussing spiritedly. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. Normally, he would not come out, so everything in the Dragon Clan was handed over to the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan. The Great Elder was the strongest among the elders of the Dragon Clan. He had been the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan for tens of thousands of years. He was the Crystal Dragon Emperor of the giant Crystal Dragons. Buzz, right at this moment, a tall figure appeared beside the main seat of the palace. A faint 7-colored radiance spread out like a dream. The Great Elder of the Dragon Clan, Crystal Dragon Emperor, had appeared. Head Elder. The dragon race worshipped power. Be it status or power, the Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor was worthy of everyone's respect. At this moment, even the Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor cupped their fists to show their respect. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor's eyes had 7 colors, giving people an unfathomable and noble feeling. He nodded, glanced around, and finally stopped at Su Jing. Good seed. Indeed, the purest Golden Dragon bloodline. It was hard to fake a Golden Dragon bloodline, and even harder to fake a Golden Dragon bloodline. Su Jing was a Golden Dragon, and she had already received the approval of the Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor. Do you know about your childhood memories? The Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor had heard about Su Jing from the Dragon King, but he still couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know where the missing dragon sovereign had gone. The addition of a sovereign would have a huge impact on the dragon race. No matter how many king-level warriors there were, as long as they were not sovereigns, it would be useless. Sovereigns were the most intimidating existences. After thinking about it carefully, Su Jing shook her head. She indeed did not know about the memories before she was 10 years old. What a pity. The Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor sighed. This is the Golden Dragon token of your Golden Dragon bloodline. Drop your blood and refine it. From now on, you will be a member of my dragon race. As he spoke, he took out a token that seemed to be made of gold from his storage ring. There was a lifelike golden dragon carved on it. Normally, when demonic beasts with the subdragon bloodline joined the dragon race, they would be given a token by the other elders in charge. However, the dragon bloodline was different. The dragon bloodline was very rare, and it had to be personally approved by the Great Elder, who would then give the token. Furthermore, the dragon token was different from the other tokens. It was a Heavenly King tier artifact, and it had a special refining method, making it impossible to forge. With the Golden Dragon token, Su Jing could be considered a true Golden Dragon of the dragon race, otherwise she would not have been approved. Thank you, Head Elder. After receiving the Golden Dragon medallion, Su Jing dripped a drop of golden blood onto it. Wang! The Golden Dragon carving on the medallion seemed to have come to life, and it began to swim about on the medallion while a series of dragon roars rang out. In the next instant, the Golden Dragon medallion transformed into a streak of golden light that branded itself onto Su Jing's wrist. After bestowing the Golden Dragon medallion, the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor smiled and said, Golden River, Golden Armor, congratulations. You have one more member. Why aren't we crystal dragons so lucky? Dragons could only give birth to one child in their lifetime, and no one knew when they would have another child. It was possible that they would not have a child until they died. This was the rule of the universe, a fate that could not be changed. For countless years, the number of crystal dragons and golden dragons had been in the single digits. It was no wonder that the Crystalline Dragon Emperor was envious. Hee, there's no point in being envious, Golden Armored Dragon Emperor said proudly. Moving his gaze from the Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armored Dragon Emperor to Murong Qingqing, Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor couldn't help but exclaim, Dark Witch bloodline, how strange. What? Dark Witch bloodline? In the hall, the elders were shocked when they heard the Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor's words. They could tell that Murong Qingqing was a demon and cultivated demonic power, but they could not tell that Murong Qingqing had the Dark Witch bloodline. One had to know that the Dark Witch bloodline was even rarer than the Golden Dragons and Crystal Dragons. It was a bloodline bestowed by the heavens, and it was basically impossible to inherit the bloodline. In the entire demons, the number of Dark Witch bloodlines and Dark Goddess bloodlines could be counted on one hand. If the Golden Dragon bloodline was the top bloodline, then the Dark Witch bloodline and Dark Goddess bloodline were the top bloodlines. Haha, if the demons knew that a Dark Witch bloodline had appeared among the demons, I wonder what expression they would have. It must be very unsightly. One of the elders among the bronze dragons laughed. An anomaly. She is definitely an anomaly. Although she is not a real Dark Witch, she is very talented. Once she grows up, she will probably be half a Dark Witch. Many elders of the Dragon Clan commented. Work hard. I want to see how strong you will be when you become a powerhouse. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor smiled at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I will not disappoint you. Nodding, the Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor shifted his gaze again. Although Murong Qingqing was talented and had the Dark Witch bloodline, as long as she was not a real dark witch, he would only be surprised and not shocked. In comparison, the golden dragons were much better. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Chen. The celestial crystal dragon emperor was as curious about Yi Chen as he was about Su Jing. He was curious about Su Jing because of her origin and the missing dragon clan sovereign. He was curious about Yi Chen because of Yi Chen's strength. He had already learned from Chen Qinghai that Yi Chen's strength was not inferior to Shi Tao's. In fact, Shi Tao was much weaker when it came to weapons of the same grade. In addition, Yi Chen was the only 4-star purple gold rank commander of the human clan. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, Yi Chen's strength had surpassed 4-star purple gold rank commanders. If there was a 6-star purple gold rank commander, Yi Chen would be one. He was an incomparably dazzling genius with the potential of a sovereign. Any talent or bloodline seemed to be inferior to him. Suddenly, the celestial crystal dragon emperor pointed a finger at Yi Chen. The finger, which was emitting a 7-colored luster, seemed slow but was actually fast. It rapidly bombarded towards Yi Chen and grew bigger and bigger. No one had expected that the celestial crystal dragon emperor would suddenly attack. The Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor were ready to stop it. After all, Yi Chen came with Su Jing. If he was killed, it would be hard to explain to Su Jing. Moreover, killing someone needed a reason. Just as the two of them were about to attack, the celestial crystal dragon emperor's voice sounded, "I'm just testing you. Don't worry." Testing you? The Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor did not attack in the end. The Dragon King, Su Jing, and Morong Qingqing were all shocked. However, they could not move. An invisible force had bound them. They could only watch and not move. They were extremely anxious. Only Yi Chen could see that the celestial crystal dragon emperor did not have any killing intent. Of course, he wasn't sure. It was not necessary to have killing intent in order to kill someone. Sometimes, a superior would kill someone with a mere thought. There was no time to take out the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Yi Chen pulled out the silver serpent sword and used his most powerful momentary brilliance. Puff, puff, puff. Layers of explosions rang out. The silver serpent sword seemed to have broken through layers of shackles and stabbed towards the 7-colored finger. This was the pressure of the finger. Ordinary king tears would collapse under the pressure of this finger. Ding, the 7-colored finger and the tip of the sword clashed, causing brilliant sparks to burst out. However, before the sparks could disperse, they suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor had attacked once again. This time, it was even faster and more powerful than the previous one. Even Yi Chen couldn't react in time, and could only rely on his powerful instincts. Ding, the momentary brilliance was used to the limit. It merged with the void and blocked the celestial crystal dragon emperor's finger again. Good. The celestial crystal dragon emperor laughed loudly and attacked a third time. The third finger of the celestial dragon emperor had already exceeded the limit of Yi Chen's combat power. Unless Yi Chen replaced the silver snake sword with the Eternal Night Emperor sword, he would not be able to block this finger. However, there was no time to do so. Once he did, he would be hit. Although Yi Chen could see that the celestial dragon emperor was testing him, he did not want to admit defeat. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen once again used his sword to meet the 7-colored finger. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. The silver snake sword was bent, and Yi Chen was sent flying. His right arm was numb, and he could barely hold the silver snake sword. Not bad, not bad. The fourth finger of the celestial dragon emperor followed closely. He wanted to see how many of his fingers Yi Chen could block. With each finger, he would increase his strength until Yi Chen could no longer withstand it. The fourth exchange. The fifth exchange. The seventh exchange. Puff, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He could not block it anymore. The Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor had a good grasp on the attacking power. It would not be too strong, but not too weak either. Each time, it would only increase by 1%. It was like adding a straw to a camel's body. If it were under a situation where he was not carrying any weight, he could still handle it. However, when he was at his limit, he felt like he had to put in 10 times the effort to block every finger attack. It was even more difficult than fighting with someone 10 times more powerful than him. The 8th exchange. The 9th exchange. Yi Chen's body began to feel weak. The finger power of the Celestial Dragon Emperor was very strange. The mixed elements unity chi could not block it at all. It could always easily penetrate through. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not be so embarrassed. The 10th finger of the Celestial Dragon Emperor quickly attacked. Distance was completely meaningless in front of him. Even though Yi Chen had retreated to the entrance of the hall, he could not dodge. I have to block it even if I can't. Yi Chen would not dodge, nor would he retreat. In his eyes, this was a battle without any killing intent. If he could not block it with his current strength, then he would make another breakthrough. Roar! As soon as he swung his sword, the humming of the sword filled the air. The pressure from the 7-colored finger was slightly reduced. With a puff, the 7-colored finger and the tip of the sword collided. In the next moment, Yi Chen was forced to take 3 steps back. It didn't seem to be very difficult. At least, it was much easier than blocking the 3rd finger. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Emperor stopped attacking. A trace of surprise appeared on his face as he said, as expected of a peerless genius. He actually managed to raise his sword domain from the middle stage of the 5th layer to the peak of the 5th layer despite the boundless pressure. It turned out that Yi Chen had used the pressure brought by the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor to temper his comprehension of the sword Tao that he had yet to digest while exploring the sword world. His sword domain had improved further, rising from the mid-stage of the 5th level to the peak of the 5th level. There was still the late stage of the 5th level in between. The improvement of his sword domain allowed Yi Chen's control over his surroundings to increase greatly, and it indirectly increased his offensive strength. Otherwise, he would have definitely been blasted out of the hall. This is all thanks to Great Elder. Yi Chen cupped his fists and said. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. I didn't mean to help you break through. I was just testing you. What a genius. He actually used the Great Elder's pressure to break through. Although the physique and talent of the human race is much weaker than our dragon race, they are the ones who create the most miracles. Otherwise, our demon race wouldn't be willing to be the human race's lackeys. The geniuses of the human race are like the stars in the sky. Our demon race can never compare. In the hall, all the dragon race elders exclaimed in admiration. The human race was a complicated race. They were the weakest, but they were also the strongest. The demon race was so powerful that they were justifiably the strongest race in the universe. Even powerful races like the Xianxia race and the evil spirit race did not dare to compete with them. They were willing to be second or third in rank. However, in countless battles, although the human race had been defeated again and again, they had never been completely defeated. That was because they would always produce amazing and peerless experts at critical moments. There were even times in the past when the demon race had suffered great losses and the human race had gained a lot of the upper hand. If the demons were the number 1 race in the universe, then the human race was the race that created the most miracles in the universe. Of course, they were also the most complicated race. The strength that Yi Chen displayed was still far from the supreme being level, but at least he had the potential of a supreme being. This made many dragon race elders extremely envious. The invisible force that bound the Dragon King, Su Jing, and Morong Qingqing dissipated. The 3 heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just a test. They had been too paranoid. As a member of the dragon race, you can choose a place in the country of dragons that is no larger than 1,000,000 miles as your territory. Without your permission, no one else can set foot there. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor said to the Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor, you two help me with the matter of choosing a territory. You are dismissed. After saying that, the Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. The Golden Armor Dragon Emperor smiled at Su Jing and said, choosing a territory is very simple. I have the star shrinking device of the Azure Dragon planet. You can choose any one. Those marked in red are owned. The rest are ownerless. Every planet with life had a star shrinking device, and the Azure Dragon planet was no exception. Okay, let me take a look. After a while, Su Jing said, "This one. This place is not bad. It has everything, including a big lake." The golden armor dragon emperor nodded. After leaving the hall, several figures suddenly came up to them. "Is this the new big sister?" "I'm Xiao Jin, also a golden dragon." The one who spoke was a child about 7 or 8 years old. He raised his head and looked at Su Jing curiously with his golden eyes. Su Jing patted his little face and picked him up. "Xiao Jin, bring big sister Su and her friend to this place. You should know the way, right?" The golden armor dragon emperor showed the marked location on the star shrinking device to Xiao Jin. "I do." "Come, I'll bring you there." Xiao Jin jumped down from Su Jing's back. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded, and golden light shone everywhere. Xiao Jin turned into a golden dragon that was more than 10 miles long. "Go on. Xiao Jin will bring you to the destination," the 4 people from the golden armor dragon dynasty said. When the 4 of them stood on Xiao Jin's back, Xiao Jin soared into the sky and flew into the distance. "You'll be living here from now on. There's still a lot of time before the divine trial field opens, enough for you to learn the sacred dragon fist to rank 5. Yichen said to Su Jing, who was beside him, as astral winds blew against their faces. "I can't compare to little sister Jing. I don't know if I can make it to the top 10 of the Heavenly King list next year." Morong Qingqing wasn't very confident in herself. There were too many geniuses in the 4 major galaxies, and there were also other geniuses from Elysium, such as Duguju. Su Jing said, "I'll help you ask if the dragon race has any high-level demons martial arts. If there are, I'll help you get some." Demons were proficient in the Profound of Darkness, and the demons' martial arts were mainly based on the Profound of Darkness. Using magic power to perform the martial arts of the demons could stimulate the power to the limit. A complete martial art of the demons could at least give Morong Qingqing some inspiration. Xiao Jin's flying speed was not slow. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Looking down from above, everyone scanned Su Jing's territory with their soul power. This land with a radius of 1,000,000 miles could be described as magnificent. There were endless mountains, vast forests, unfathomably deep lakes, crisscrossing rivers, hilly areas, basins, plains, and plateaus. In short, except for deserts, this place had all kinds of environments. Moreover, it was exceptionally pleasing to the eye, far better than any other habitable planet. It wasn't that there was no life in the territory. There were many life forms here. There were demonic beasts that liked to live deep in the mountains, there were demonic beasts that liked to live deep in the forests, there were incomparably large water beasts in the lakes, and there were also water monsters that stirred up trouble in the rivers. These demonic beasts were temporarily unable to take human form, so their intelligence was limited. Their existence added a thick primitive flavor to the land. "Good place, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Star," Yichen praised. The dragon race worshipped freedom, so he did not expect their territory to be so vast and magnificent. Compared to this place, the Flame Star was like a remote mountain. Tens of millions of li behind the dragon race's main hall, there was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was surrounded by layers upon layers of white clouds. Counting carefully, there were a total of 9 layers, and each layer was separated by over 1,000,000 meters. The peak of the mountain was above the 9 layers of clouds, meaning the 9 heavens. Such a tall mountain should have been visible from a higher altitude, but the peak seemed to have disappeared, unable to be seen at all. There was only chaos. Surrounding them was a boundless sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, there were floating boulders. Palaces were built on the boulders, and there were also small mountains. Waterfalls poured down from the peaks of the mountains, rumbling loudly. Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor appeared in front of a palace, clasping his hands and bowing, "Patriarch. Please enter." A deep and mighty voice came out. Hearing this, Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor walked into the palace. "The little girl from the Golden Dragon bloodline is here?" From the depths of the palace, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked out. He was wearing a bronze crown and luxurious clothes. His bronze eyes exuded a strange charm and influence. Even Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor did not dare to look at him for too long. Yes, there is also a peerless human genius and a demonic genius. Oh, let me see. The middle-aged man's bronze eyes shone brightly, piercing through the void. As expected, it's his descendant. After so many years, I still can't find a way to save you. You're really stupid. For a woman, you're willing to abandon your own clan, your own descendants? Sigh, the will of a supreme being cannot be shaken. Perhaps if it were me, I would make the same choice as you. The muscular middle-aged man murmured. The celestial crystal dragon emperor didn't dare to interrupt. Eh? The bloodline of the Dark Witch. Not a bad talent. When they grow up, they will probably be equivalent to half a Dark Witch. This brat is lucky. Or perhaps, these two little girls are lucky. The majestic middle-aged man smiled and said to Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor, "What is this kid's name?" Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll remember you. Perhaps this young man will be the key to saving him. As for whether or not this will happen, we can only leave it to fate. The bronze light in his eyes dimmed and the muscular middle-aged man looked away. This child can only be befriended, not hostile. Yes. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor was surprised. He didn't expect the patriarch to think so highly of this child. It seemed that this child was really extraordinary. However, after thinking about it, it didn't matter. The supremes of each clan all had their own people that they thought highly of. With the vision of a supreme being, it was naturally very terrifying. In terms of vision, only a supreme could surpass a supreme being. A vast territory naturally needed a lot of buildings. It was impossible to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a seat. Of course, this didn't need Su Jing to worry about. On the second day, a large number of Dragon Clan construction workers came to build various palaces and manors. When the palaces and manors were finished, the Dragon Emperor would also come to arrange formations and restrictions. This was the treatment of giant dragons, and other sub-dragon bloodlines couldn't enjoy it. After Su Jing's inquiry, she discovered that the Dragon Clan had collected many demons' martial arts, from low to high. These demons' martial arts were not very important to the Dragon Clan, so Morong Qingqing was allowed to go in and choose a few demons' martial arts. As for Su Jing, she went to the Dragon Clan's martial arts tower. And Yi Chen was interested in the Dragon Clan's shadow recording pagoda. The shadow recording pagoda stored a large number of shadow recording crystals, and it had a total of 7 floors. Arriving at the first floor, Yi Chen's gaze swept across the shadow recording crystals on the bookshelf, and his eyes fell on one shadow recording crystal. There was a label next to the shadow recording crystal, and on it was written, Iron Spear Dragon Emperor vs. Ghost Face Emperor. A battle between emperors? Yi Chen immediately approached it, picked up the shadow recording crystal, and immediately injected true essence into it. Buzz, a beam of light shot out, and an image condensed in the void. In the boundless starry sky, the dozen or so people stood at random places, far away from each other. Even further away from the dozen or so people, there were 2 people facing each other. One of them wore black battle armor and held a black spear in his hand. The other person had a pair of wings on his back and also held a spear in his hand. However, he wore a ghost mask on his face. Interesting, it's the Dragon Emperor against the Xianxia Emperor. Yi Chen could tell at a glance that the one holding the spear was the Dragon Clan's Iron Spear Dragon Emperor, and the one holding the spear was the Xianxia Emperor's Ghost Face Emperor. Both of their auras were very obvious. There was no sound in the entire battle, only images, and the images occasionally fluctuated. The Iron Spear Dragon Emperor's spear art was very powerful, and he thrust his spear again and again without any gap between them. In comparison, the Ghost Face Emperor's spear art was not just a little bit weaker. However, as a Xianxia Emperor, the Ghost Face Emperor's pair of wings on his back allowed him to move like a ghost. Sometimes he would teleport to dodge attacks, sometimes he would dive at high speed, turn into a beam of light, and sometimes he would circle around the Iron Spear Dragon Emperor. All in all, the Ghost Face Emperor's agility was very shocking, and he relied on it to fight evenly with the Iron Spear Dragon Emperor. In the end, it was a draw, and no one could do anything to the other. This is a battle between elementary emperors. It was very difficult for elementary emperors to kill each other, and generally, the gap between them would not be too big. The first floor was a battle between elementary emperors, and the second floor was a battle between intermediate emperors. Occasionally, there would be shadow recording crystals of intermediate emperors killing elementary emperors. On the third floor, Yichen became especially serious. In the third floor's shadow recording crystal, the basic strength of the high-level emperors was far higher than Yichen's. There were countless rank 4 martial arts, and when combined with emperor-level weapons, their destructive power was astonishing. The fourth floor was even more amazing. The battle between peak-level emperors was simply earth-shattering. Is this a battle between the golden-armored dragon emperor? Suddenly, Yichen found a shadow recording crystal, and there was actually a dragon clan elder, the golden-armored dragon emperor. The opponent of the golden-armored dragon emperor was not a peak-level emperor, but a high-level emperor, and his strength was much weaker than the golden-armored dragon emperor. A dazzling golden light burst out, and the opponent was beaten to death by the golden-armored dragon emperor. I didn't expect the golden-armored dragon emperor to be a peak-level emperor. The sacred dragon fist that the golden-armored dragon emperor used at the end was extremely powerful. It was unknown what rank it was, but it was estimated to be at least rank 7. The sacred dragon fist had a total of 9 ranks, and each rank was stronger than the previous. It was known as the fist art closest to a supreme martial art. It was also one of the inherited martial arts of the dragon race, which had existed since ancient times. The reason why the celestial dragon emperor could become the great elder was related to his comprehension of the rank 9 sacred dragon fist. The golden-armored dragon emperor was a golden dragon after all, so the sacred dragon fist could not be lower than rank 7. It was very likely that it had surpassed rank 7 and reached rank 8. High-level dragons cultivated the sacred dragon fist far faster than other dragons. Right, if the golden-armored dragon emperor is a top emperor, then what level is the celestial dragon emperor? Supremacy is impossible. Is there another level above the top emperor? Yichen was a little curious about the strength of the celestial dragon emperor. After searching through the 4th floor, Yichen did not find any recording crystal of the celestial dragon emperor, but he did find one of the golden river dragon emperor. The realm of the sacred dragon fist seemed to be lower than the golden-armored dragon emperor, but the martial art created by the golden river dragon emperor was very powerful. The perfect fusion of the 4 profounds of metal, wood, water, and thunder was clearly an extreme rank 4 martial art. So powerful. In the image, the golden river dragon emperor shot out a palm, and a golden river surged violently. The enemy on the opposite side was so frightened that he could not even teleport and was annihilated in an instant. I am afraid it is much stronger than the golden-armored dragon emperor. It is indeed an extreme rank 4 martial art. Yichen was greatly touched. This was the first time he had seen a rank 4 martial art. It was simply too powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the palm had frozen the space, and the enemy could not teleport even if they wanted to. If a rank 4 martial art is so powerful, then what about a rank 5 martial art, or even a supreme martial art? Supreme martial arts were a little special. They did not pursue revolutions, but perfection. For example, the fusion of yin and yang profounds, the fusion of 5 elements profounds, or the fusion of life and death profounds were all perfect. Therefore, it was a supreme martial art that could not be surpassed. I am still far from it. Yichen continued to walk to the 5th floor. Sure enough, there was another level above the top emperor and below the supremacy, which was the quasi-supremacy. And the celestial dragon emperor's strength was the quasi-supremacy. The strength of a quasi-venerable was basically invincible among the 8th heaven sovereign realm experts. Under the supremacy stage, only a quasi-venerable could contend with a quasi-venerable. Top sovereign realm experts couldn't even catch up to them. Yichen did not deliberately look for the battle of the celestial crystal dragon emperor. Instead, he randomly picked one up and looked at it. After all, there were not many image recording crystals on the 5th floor. There were only a dozen or even a few on each shelf, and they were all categorized. Yes, it's the battle of the green-robed emperor. Yichen's gaze was fixed on a recording crystal. The label beside the recording crystal read, Green-Clothed Emperor vs. Flame Demon Emperor. Yichen had heard of the green-robed emperor's name before. The Firebird Empress had said that the person she liked was the green-robed emperor. Originally, Yichen had thought that the green-robed emperor was an ordinary 8th-stage sky sovereign. He hadn't expected him to be a quasi-sovereign. The scene changed, and the battle between the green-clothed emperor and the flame demon emperor began. The flame demon emperor was the emperor of the demons. The martial arts of the demons he displayed contained the profoundness of darkness, fire, and wind. Although it was three profoundness, one should not forget that the profoundness of darkness was much stronger than the ordinary profoundness. When the three profoundness were combined, it was equivalent to an ultimate fourth revolution martial art, or even the threshold of a fifth revolution martial art. Unfortunately, the green-clothed emperor was stronger than him. The martial arts of the green-clothed emperor contained five profoundness, namely the profoundness of metal, wood, water, fire, and wind. Among them, the profoundness of water and fire were opposites. 7 fingers, just 7 fingers, the flame demon emperor collapsed. His entire body revolved and was annihilated with a single point as the center. In the end, he disappeared without a trace, but the treasured weapon on his body was left behind. The surrounding people were very surprised, and they were all talking about something. They probably didn't expect the green-clothed emperor to be so strong, or they didn't expect the green-clothed emperor to create a fifth revolution martial art. It doesn't seem difficult for a quasi-sovereign to kill a peak sovereign realm expert. The flame demon emperor was not a quasi-sovereign, but a peak sovereign realm expert. His strength was about the same as the Golden River Dragon Emperor. Of course, this also reflected the terror of the green-clothed emperor. One must know that both of them were wearing emperor-class armors. With the strength of the flame demon emperor, his armor should be a high-class emperor class 1. Even wearing a high-class emperor class armor, he was still killed by the green-clothed emperor. One could imagine how big the gap in battle power between the two was. The green-clothed emperor turned around and floated away. After a while, Yichen found the recording crystal of the celestial crystal dragon emperor's battle. Taking a deep breath, Yichen poured his Jin Yuan into the crystal. A quasi-sovereign against a supreme, the opponent of the celestial crystal dragon emperor was also a quasi-sovereign, the green spirit emperor of the Greenman race. The green spirit emperor was very arrogant. Although he couldn't hear his voice, Yichen could guess from his expression that the other party was provoking the celestial crystal dragon emperor. It was no wonder. Both of them were quasi-sovereigns, and it was very difficult to kill the other party. Therefore, the green spirit emperor seemed unscrupulous. The celestial crystal dragon emperor had a sneer on his face, and his lips moved slightly. Idiot. According to the shape of the celestial crystal dragon emperor's lips, Yichen could easily guess the content of the green spirit emperor's words. The green spirit emperor was enraged, and he immediately launched a fierce attack. His huge fist flashed with a green light, filling up the entire starry sky. Even the space was torn into black cracks. Suddenly, the image started to distort. One moment, it returned to the past, and the next moment, it returned to the future. Time and space distortion. Yichen suddenly squinted his eyes. Time and space distortion did not necessarily require one to be proficient in the space profound and time profound. Space and time were like a never-ending river. Although a human could not reverse the flow of the river, it was still possible to create some small waves in the river. Of course, this required an extremely terrifying power and destructive power. Being proficient in the space profound and time profound was even more powerful than this. One could follow the flow of the river and create a whirlpool. It was possible to return to the past and kill the opponent. It was more controllable, but the degree of terror was thousands of times greater. It was simply a power close to that of a god. However, if one could truly master this ability, they would already be one of the most powerful supreme beings. A battle between supreme beings was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of method might only be able to injure the opponent, but it was unrealistic to use it to kill the opponent. In the image, a dreamy colorful light suddenly burst forth. This colorful light penetrated the distorted space and time, like a colorful sun. At the center of this colorful sun, the celestial crystal dragon emperor's eyes were sharp as he punched out. In the next moment, a 7-colored dragon-shaped energy rushed out. The distorted space and time could not affect it at all. The green spirit emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying. Layers of colorful light covered his body, which greatly weakened the green spirit emperor's aura. The green spirit emperor's face was full of disbelief as he muttered something. The celestial crystal dragon emperor's expression was cold. He walked towards his opponent step by step, and with every step he took, the void would fluctuate. After a few more exchanges, the Green Spirit Emperor was beaten into a very sorry state. His aura became weaker and weaker. In the end, the Green Spirit Emperor escaped, spraying green blood along the way. Powerful, powerful. Is this the 9th stage Sacred Dragon Fist? He has already reached the limit of his power. Even the distorted space and time could not affect him. Although the distorted space and time was created by a quasi-venerable and not a supreme being, it was still possible. The rank 9 Sacred Dragon Fist could be said to be the pinnacle of strength. A single punch could distort time and space, or it could be said that it was distorting time and space itself, creating bigger waves in the river of time and space. A small wave was destined to be engulfed by a big wave. The Green Spirit Emperor was not weak. No matter what, he was still a quasi-venerable. Unfortunately, he encountered the stronger Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the terrifying 9th Order Sacred Dragon Fist. With the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor's Crystal Dragon physique and the power of the 9th Order Sacred Dragon Fist, a crushing defeat was inevitable. It would be good enough if he could leave alive. With a flash of inspiration, Yichen suddenly activated the image recording crystal again and carefully watched the battle between the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the Green Spirit Emperor. Space, time, space. Yichen was immersed in the charm of the distortion of time and space. The distortion of time and space transmitted by the scene might be a little less real, but it was still real, and it could give Yichen enlightenment. And Space Profound was his main profound. He watched it 10 times in a row. So that's how it is. Time and space are inseparable. Time originates from space and cannot exist alone. Without space, time loses its meaning. Space was born first, and then time. Space and time are mother and son. Without space, the world would be in chaos, so how could time be born? If I can comprehend Space Profound to perfection, I will be able to comprehend Time Profound. Yichen had never understood how to comprehend Time Profound, because he had no way to start. Time was an invisible existence, and he could only determine the changes of time through the changes of all things. However, there was no need to understand it now. As long as Space Profound was perfected, Time Profound would inevitably appear. Without perfected Space Profound, it would be useless no matter how much he tried to comprehend it. It could be said that the battle between the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the Green Spirit Emperor had inspired Yichen. The space of the universe was extremely firm and difficult to tear, but once it was torn, even time would be affected. This was because time and space were closely connected, almost as if they were one. As for the space in Elysium, it was different from the space in the cosmos. Elysium was attached to the cosmos and absorbed the power of the cosmos. It belonged to the cosmos, but it was not a part of the cosmos. Therefore, tearing space in Elysium would not cause time to change. Perhaps there would be a change, but it would be very weak. Yichen still wanted to go to the 6th floor, but he was blocked by a layer of golden light at the entrance of the 6th floor. Alright, let's find a place to digest my understanding of space ultimacy. Instant of Glory is just one step away from becoming a rank 4 martial art. After leaving the imaging pagoda, Yichen flew towards Su Jing's territory. Other places would work too, but he didn't know if there was a master there. Su Jing's territory had a radius of 1,000,000 miles, so it was easy for her to find a place to cultivate. Half an hour later, Yichen arrived at Su Jing's territory. Releasing his soul force, Yichen soon found a suitable grassland. Space, tear, explode. In Yichen's mind, the scene of the Green Spirit Emperor tearing space kept replaying. Space was similar to time, and it was also an invisible existence. However, when the Green Spirit Emperor tore space, time and space immediately distorted, producing an explosion. Space tearing produces an explosion. My instant of glory is also pursuing a momentary explosion. If it can have a bit of charm, it will be a success. Yichen thought. Standing on the grassland, Yichen closed his eyes and tried to recall. All of a sudden, Yichen moved. The silver snake sword was instantly unsheathed, and Yichen slashed out. It was extremely natural, but also extremely violent. Nature and violence were combined together. Bang! A huge pit appeared on the grassland. This sword strike, Yichen didn't use quintessential essence or sword intent, but its power was quite terrifying. This was the Azure Dragon planet. If it was on an ordinary planet, the power would be thousands of times greater. No, I still haven't perfectly integrated the profound meaning of space and sword art. It's too simple and crude. Yichen wasn't satisfied. He hadn't grasped the essence. Again. Yichen continued to recall and slash. Over and over again. In the boundless sea of clouds, in the palace, the majestic middle-aged man's eyes burst with a bronze light. He smiled and said, as expected of a shocking genius of the human race. His comprehension is not something ordinary people can compare with. Although this sword art is still very immature, it is gradually approaching the essence of space. I estimate that it won't be long before this sword art is completed. It's a pity that he can't be used now. Otherwise, if he fought with a foreign race sovereign, his growth rate might be even more astonishing. How could the majestic middle-aged man not see that Yichen's cultivation in martial arts had reached an extremely high realm? Among titled monarchs, there were basically few who could compare with him. Only the martial arts cultivation of sovereigns could give him inspiration. However, with Yichen's current strength, if he fought with an 8th heavenly sovereign, he would definitely lose. An 8th heavenly sovereign's teleportation ability was enough to make Yichen unable to escape. It could be said that the biggest difference between an 8th heavenly sovereign and a 7th heavenly sovereign was whether or not they could teleport. If they couldn't teleport, they were born to lose. However, I can't spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. According to my current progress speed, it's already quite impressive. If I go any faster, my foundation won't be able to keep up, and it will affect my future progress. With a smile, the majestic middle-aged man retracted his gaze. 1 day, 2 days. 1 week, 2 weeks. The inspiration in Yichen's mind had reached a terrifying level, and he was just short of the final step. No. 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 Yichen constantly denied his swordplay. He had reached a bottleneck that he had to step over. If he stepped over it, not only would his instant brilliance reach the power of a 4th-rank martial art, but it would also allow his swordplay cultivation to reach the next level. In the future, it would be easier for him to comprehend other 4th-rank martial arts. Tear, explode. 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 On the grassland, a gust of wind blew, causing the endless grass on the grassland to lower their heads, creating ripples that affected each other. Boom, inspiration flashed in his mind like a thunderbolt. Yichen was enlightened, a chain reaction. Yes, a chain reaction. Yichen was too focused on the eruption, but he neglected the process. The eruption was only the result, the process was the most important. Taking a deep breath, Yichen cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. The silver serpent sword in his hand seemed slow but was actually very fast. During the process, the sword energy kept increasing, and when the sword energy reached the limit, it exploded. The grassland in front of him suddenly fluctuated. At the next moment, the surface of the grassland was distorted, and the soil was destroyed. Silently, a huge crater appeared. It came so suddenly, so violently. Instant brilliance, 4th rank. After staying on the Azure Dragon planet for a while, Yichen decided to leave. As for Su Jing and Morong Qingqing, they needed to cultivate without any distractions, and the Azure Dragon planet was perfect for them. Little guy, this is a gift from our dragon clan. On the plaza, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor tossed out 2 jade tags toward Yichen. One was entirely blue, and the other was shining with a colorful light. What are these? Catching the jade tags, Yichen examined them. Both had huge dragon carvings on them, looking quite extraordinary. The blue jade tag is the guest token of our dragon clan. As for the colorful jade plate, it is a sealing jade plate. This jade plate is very rare, and has the power of the sacred dragon fist sealed inside. In a life and death crisis, you can unseal the jade plate and release the power of the sacred dragon fist. The power of the sacred dragon fist is closely related to your cultivation. With your 6th sky of life and death realm cultivation base, you can probably only release the power of the 7th step sacred dragon fist. That's right, it's a guest badge of our dragon clan, which means that from now on, you are a guest warrior of our dragon clan. In other words, from now on, you are a guest warrior of our dragon clan. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come to our dragon clan for help. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Thanks. Even rank 7 Sacred Dragon Fist's power was already very powerful. It could instantly kill a low-level emperor, and even a mid-level emperor would be heavily wounded. No need to thank me. If you live longer, it will be good for our dragon clan. Hee, I'll try my best. The phantom took off, flying toward the atmosphere of the Azure Dragon planet. Try your best to stay alive. The alien race will not allow you to become stronger. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor mumbled to himself. He had seen too many geniuses fall in the hands of the alien race. He himself was not a world-shaking genius, but he had encountered countless dangers in his life. If he had not survived even one, he would not be here anymore. In other words, the more frightening Yi Chen's talent was, the more dangerous his situation would be. The alien race would do anything to eliminate him, lest the human race have another supreme. Suddenly, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor smiled. The human race is not anxious, but our dragon clan is. Paradise of God. Right now, I have shown too much power. I'm afraid that the non-humankind has been planning to kill me for a long time. If I show a little bit more power, a little bit scarier, the non-humankind will probably launch a bigger plan and send out more powerful assassins just to be safe. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. This saying is not without reason. It seems that I shouldn't provoke the foreign races too much for a long time. Let's wait until I have some confidence. After looking at the God of War pagoda, Yi Chen shook his head and turned to leave. The God of War pagoda had a total of 10 levels. Reaching the 10th level would give one the power of a battle emperor. If passing the 10th level, one would have the power of a battle emperor. Yi Chen had the so-called battle emperor power a long time ago, so passing the 10th level was not a problem for him. It was said that passing the 10th level of the God of War pagoda and survival tower would give a lot of shinbi, enough to exchange for 3 high-grade Heavenly King sets. And high-grade Heavenly King sets were equivalent to high-grade Thearch tier armor. In addition, high-grade Heavenly King sets could also increase one's energy and combat power by several times. In terms of value, they were several times more valuable than high-grade Thearch tier armor. However, Yi Chen did not plan to pass the God of War pagoda and survival tower so early. This was mainly because once he passed the God of War pagoda and survival tower, he would leave his name on the God of War tablet and survival tablet on the 10th level. One had to know that all the God of War tablets and survival tablets were the same. Once he left his name, the other members of the paradise would also know. In this way, he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. He could only wait for the non-humankind to assassinate him. He could not always hide in his house and not go out. Of course, this was mainly because the reward was not high enough. If it were enough for Yi Chen to exchange for a peak Heavenly King set, perhaps Yi Chen would consider it. A high-level Heavenly King set would cost 5 million, and a peak Heavenly King set would cost 30 million. In terms of defense, a peak Heavenly King set was comparable to a low-level Emperor armor. Moreover, it could amplify one's energy by 10 times under the 7th layer of Life and Death realm, which was equivalent to 10 times the battle power. At Yi Chen's level, 10 times the battle power might not be much. A slight improvement in his martial arts would increase his battle power by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, sometimes, it was crucial. After all, there was a limit to one's defense. In the following days, Yi Chen stayed in the 2nd floor of the Time Tower. He was not trying to increase his cultivation base, but trying to comprehend the sword domain. The higher the sword domain, the harder it was to improve. Although the sword domain had great benefits in improving the sword domain, one had to have a deep understanding of the sword domain. Otherwise, one would not be able to absorb too much of the sword Dao essence. At this moment, Yi Chen's sword domain had already reached the peak of the 5th layer, only one step away from the 6th layer. The peak of the 5th layer and the 6th layer seemed to be separated by only one step, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Domain was the obstacle for all experts. Even Supremes would have a headache when it came to domains. The majority of Supremes' domains were still at the 8th layer, and some Body Refinement King's domains were still at the peak of the 7th layer. If Yi Chen could push his sword domain to the 6th layer, it would undoubtedly be a qualitative improvement. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the high-rank hunting battlefield. The demon hunter squad had become a taboo in the high-rank hunting battlefield. Basically, no alien race paradise squad dared to approach them. As soon as they saw the demon hunter squad, they would run away, making the other members of the demon hunter squad very depressed. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He knew that everything had two sides. Without opponents, the demon hunter squad focused all their attention on killing god insects. They could only rely on killing god insects to accumulate shinbi. Fortunately, everyone was afraid of them, so they had no scruples. They searched everywhere for god insects. The more powerful they were, the better. Ordinary god insects, elite god insects, and commander god insects. They killed batch after batch. After 7 days, the exorcist team had killed 100 ordinary god insects, 30 elite god insects, and 10 commander god insects. The team's total profit, including the team's rewards, had reached 1,211,000 divine coins. Yi Chen alone took the greater half, 700,000 divine coins. Although it was not as much as before, it was still a lot. After leaving the hunting tower, Yi Chen returned to the second floor of the Tower of Time. At the same time, the geniuses outside were surging. 10 years had passed, and the gods' trial field was about to open again. Rumor had it that this time, the number of people entering the paradise of God would be increased. In the past, there were only about 10 people, but this time, it might increase to 20 or even 30 people. The main reason was that the paradise of God had too few members, and they needed to replenish some new blood. Of course, the number of people was in the hands of the paradise of God's deity. He was the manager of the paradise of God, and in his eyes, there must be a standard. If one didn't pass the standard, he would most likely not let them enter. 1 month later, the gods' trial field opened. All the geniuses under the age of 50 from the 4 major life star fields rushed over, ready to display their skills and stand out. Among these geniuses, there was a group of unfamiliar geniuses who were very eye-catching. It was a woman who was obviously from the dragon race. Her sacred dragon fist was extremely tyrannical, much stronger than Yang Ting's from the previous generation. Based on the form of her sacred dragon fist, people guessed that she was a high-level golden dragon of the dragon race. Everyone had seen a lot of beautiful women who cultivated demonic chi. There were a large number of beautiful women on the scene. Each and every one of them had top-notch looks and temperament. However, compared to this beautiful woman who cultivated demonic chi, all of them were slightly inferior. Although it was just a little bit, it was very difficult to surpass her. After all, even beautiful women had their limits. Obviously, this beautiful woman had reached her limit. Moreover, her strength was not weak. She was one of the top geniuses present. There was a white-haired young bladesman with a terrifying saber art. It was hard to describe how terrifying his saber art was. It was even stronger than the peerless bladesman Ling Fifan from the previous generation. Up until now, no one had been able to block his saber. There was a woman in red with an ethereal temperament. Her movements were very fast. She was the fastest among the geniuses present. In addition, her palm art was also very good. There was not a trace of smoke in it, but it had great destructive power. Her sword art was extremely cold, almost catching up to the genius sword King Yi Chen of the previous generation. There was a woman in blue whose saber art was only slightly inferior to the white-haired young bladesman. No one knew where they came from. Just like Yi Chen's sudden appearance, they quickly became famous in the 4 major life star fields and shook the entire genius world. These people were naturally geniuses from Elysium. In the end, 28 people stood out and qualified to enter the gods' paradise. 7 of them were from Elysium: Su Jing, Morong Qingqing, Du Guju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, Lan Sanmei, and Jiang Tian. In Elysium, there were actually a few geniuses at this level, such as Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian, and the others. However, these people were already over 50 years old, which was quite a pity. Among the 7, Su Jing and Du Guju ranked 1st and 2nd, Snow Sword of Gojoseon 4th, Jiang Tian 5th, Dan Tai Mingyue 7th, Lan Sanmei 14th, and Morong Qingqing 15th. In terms of perception, Morong Qingqing was slightly inferior to the other 6. Before Elysium's wild star was discovered, Morong Qingqing's ranking was actually very high. Paradise of God. Sujing Duguju and the other 28 people looked around curiously. It was their first time coming to the Paradise of Gods, so they were very interested in everything. Welcome to the Paradise of Gods. Yichen flew over with a smile on his face. He had come out a day earlier. After all, the people of Elysium had entered the Paradise of Gods, so he had to do his part as a host. F***ck, what's going on? Sword King Yichen has to personally welcome this group of newcomers. Yichen is the #1 person in many paradises. Ordinary people can't even see him. Maybe he's a friend of the Sword King. Yes, it should be. Only friends don't care about the difference in strength between them. Many members of the Paradise of Gods were discussing. Yichen wasn't just like the sun at noon in the Paradise of Gods. In other paradises, Yichen was also a topic that had to be talked about. Whether they admitted it or not, Yichen was the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods. It couldn't be changed. Yichen had many titles and nicknames, such as Genius Sword King, Paradise's #1 person, Strongest Battler, and King of Hunters. Genius Sword King was Yichen's title in the beginning. Now, he was the Sword King title, the same as in Elysium. As for the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods, it was everyone's respectful title. Strongest Battler and King of Hunters were the terrifying achievements of Yichen in the advanced hunting battlefield. In just 10 years, Yichen had changed the situation in the advanced hunting battlefield where only a few families were dominant. Why is this guy the #1 person everywhere he goes? Xianxia was very unhappy. If you have the ability, you can be the #1 person too. Lan Sanmei heard Xianxia's muttering. Looking at Su Jing's group of 7 being invited to the Paradise of Gods hotel by Yichen, the remaining 21 newcomers were curious and envious. They couldn't help but ask around. Although they had heard about Yichen's achievements, they didn't know the details. Moreover, news always needed time to spread. Yichen's achievements in the past few years hadn't spread like wildfire. After asking around, the 21 newcomers were dumbfounded. In just 10 years, he had become the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods. This was too abnormal. Immediately, their fighting spirit rose. The Paradise of Gods was just the beginning. They had nothing to be proud of. They could only struggle from the bottom. In the hotel, the 8 of them sat around a table. Jiang Tian also had a share. The past was the past, and there were no grudges between them. There was no need to be so petty and exclude each other. After ordering a table full of top-grade wine, Yichen said, "It's very difficult to earn Shinbi in the early stages of the Paradise of Gods. You have to be mentally prepared. In the next few years, you will all have to struggle in there and won't be able to leave the Paradise of Gods. I believe 100 Shinbi is very important to you. You won't waste it. Entering and exiting the Paradise of Gods cost 100 Shinbi. Going back and forth would cost 200 Shinbi. This was a huge sum for newcomers. After all, they could only earn Shinbi by challenging the God of War Pagoda and Survival Pagoda. There was no other way. You have already survived. There's no reason we can't." Duguju didn't seem to care. "Not bad." The Snow Sword of Gojosian nodded. "Haha, everyone, let's drink. I hope all of you can succeed." Yichen didn't tell them how dangerous the Paradise of Gods hunting battlefield was. He believed that they had already investigated it. It would be pretentious if he told them. The next day, everyone started challenging the God of War Pagoda. The results were shocking. Su Jing and Duguju both made it to the 4th level, the same result as Yichen. The Snow Sword of Gojosian, Jiang Tian, and Dantai Mingyue were on the 3rd level. Lan Sanmei and Murong Qingqing were on the 2nd level. This result wasn't too exaggerated. One had to know that when Yichen participated in the divine trial, he wasn't even 40. Now, everyone was close to 50, and in history, the 1st and 2nd place of the divine trial were actually around 40 years old. Top geniuses usually participated at this age. If one really waited until they were 50 to participate, they wouldn't be considered top geniuses. It was just that this year was a little special. For example, if Ajiu and Lin Fifan also waited until this year to participate, they would definitely be the 1st and 2nd place. If Yichen also waited until this year to participate, he would be the first. First and second place weren't important. What was important was what kind of results one could achieve in the paradise of gods. It could be said that the paradise of gods was the true starting point for a genius. What you had achieved before was nothing. Here, anyone could easily defeat you. If you couldn't keep up, you would only be eliminated and gradually become a lower class. Not staying too long in the paradise of gods, Yichen, Scarlet Wind Emperor, Snow Emperor, and the Air Emperor agreed to meet at the end of the month. On the ship of God, Yichen quietly headed to the Black Tortoise Star Field's Golden Armor Planet. Golden Armor Planet, Sun Moon Restaurant. Haha, we were waiting for you. I thought you would be a few days late. Scarlet Wind Emperor welcomed him with a smile. Yichen saw the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Golem Emperor and said, "Looks like I'm the slowest." "Of course, you're the slowest. We arrived 3 days ago." The Fire Sparrow Emperor curled his lips. The five sat down and started eating. When they were almost done, they started talking. "Brother Yi, we agreed to meet at the end of the month. You should have guessed something, right?" Scarlet Wind Emperor drank a mouthful of wine and said. Yichen said, "It should be a team exploration." "You hit the nail on the head. Not bad." Scarlet Wind Emperor gave a thumbs up, admiring Yichen. Yichen smiled, "What secret realm?" "I'm not interested if it's an ordinary secret realm." His own disciple had started to explore secret realms. Yichen was somewhat curious. After all, he had been in the 4 major star fields for more than a decade. It was inexcusable that he hadn't entered a star secret realm even once. Violet Secret Realm. Snow Air Emperor continued. "Oh? One of the 3 Emperor-level secret realms." Secret realms were divided into many levels. The lowest was the King level, followed by the Heavenly King level, then the Emperor level, and the most terrifying Supreme level. Emperor-level mystic realms were more suitable for the 7th heavens titled monarchs. To 7th heaven titled monarchs, it wasn't considered too dangerous. However, this was just an ordinary Emperor-level mystic realm. As one of the 3 great Emperor-level mystic realms, the Violet Flower mystic realm was 10 times more dangerous. Even peak-level monarchs would face considerable danger if they entered. Correspondingly, there were many treasures within the Violet Flower mystic realm. There were all sorts of Emperor-level spiritual herbs within. The magnificent purple immortal grass was a peak Emperor tier spirit herb. It could heal soul injuries and restore soul force. It was not an exaggeration to call it a life-saving spirit herb at a critical moment. Other than spirit herbs, there were also many other treasures in the Violet Flower secret realm. As long as one could come out alive, they would not return empty-handed. "Did you find any life and death fruits in the Violet secret realm?" Yichen suddenly asked. "Fruit of life and death?" The Snow Air Emperor was astonished. "What do you want this for?" "This thing is useless to us. It is only useful to those who have no hope of advancing to the life and death realm." Yichen didn't hide anything. "This is for my parents." "So that's how it is. However, I really don't know if the Violet Mystery Area has the fruit of life and death. I think it should. After all, the Violet Mystery Area is rich in spiritual grasses." On the side, the Stone Emperor said, "The life and death fruit is a very special spirit plant in the universe. It doesn't grow in a fixed place. It can exist in any special place. If you want to find it, you might not find it in your entire life. But if you're lucky, you can find it anywhere." "That's true." Yichen nodded and said, "Why did you think of me?" "Actually, we haven't known each other for that long." Hearing this, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said, "What? Are you afraid that we'll cheat you?" "Not really. I'm just a bit curious." The Scarlet Wind Emperor explained, "There's no need to think about 8th level Sky Emperors. They usually choose to explore Emperor-level secret realms. Although we know many people below 8th level Sky Emperors, there aren't many who are strong enough. Most importantly, everyone has their own circle. The 4 of us are a circle. I don't know if you're willing to join us." As he spoke, the Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at Yichen. "Since you guys don't mind, then Yichen will gladly accept. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Yichen didn't act. pretentious and said straightforwardly. A pleasant cooperation. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Snow Air Emperor revealed a faint smile. Yi Chen's potential and strength were obvious to all. Whether it was because of Yi Chen's outstanding temperament or because of Yi Chen's potential, it wouldn't be wrong to make friends with him. When do we leave? Yi Chen asked. There's no rush. I have an incomplete map of the Violet Flower secret realm. Let's study it first. It's better than wandering around. The Scarlet Wind Emperor took out an incomplete map. Although it was called an incomplete map, it was actually quite complete. The material was similar to sheepskin, but it was many times tougher than sheepskin. It faintly glowed, and there were many lines carved on it. Yi Chen looked over and found that the lines were very dense. He couldn't see anything at all. When he focused, he discovered that it was a miniature map. He needed to magnify it by 1,000 times to see it clearly. It was obvious that this map covered a very large area. I obtained this map fragment from an auction. If it's real, then it can save us a lot of time and also avoid a lot of danger. The areas marked in red should be dangerous areas, and the areas marked in green should be treasures. However, I've been to the Violet Flower secret realm a few times, and I haven't found a similar terrain. Take a look and see if you've seen any familiar terrain. The Scarlet Wind Emperor completely spread out the map fragment. Yi Chen had never been to the Violet Flower secret realm, so he didn't have the right to speak. He silently memorized the map. After half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Stone Man Emperor pointed at a small dot. This dot was magnified by 1,000 times, and it was a Jade Maiden Peak. He said, I've been to this place before. Good, like this, we've deciphered this map. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was in high spirits. As long as they could find the Jade Maiden Peak, this map would be of great use. Let's depart in 3 days. Everyone, get ready. Putting away the map, the Scarlet Wind Emperor suggested. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. We have no objections. 3 days later, the 5 of them set off. The Violet Flower secret realm was not located in the 4 major life star fields. It was located 300,000 light-years to the southeast of the Black Tortoise star field. The 5 of them first used the transmission array to arrive at the southeastern edge of the Black Tortoise star field, then boarded the Scarlet Wind Emperor's small Emperor-grade warship. Speaking of this small Emperor-grade warship, it was something the Scarlet Wind Emperor found in a secret realm. At that time, it was very broken, and he had to spend countless essence stones to find someone to fix it. In terms of speed, an Emperor-grade warship was 3 times faster than an Emperor-grade warship. Crossing 300,000 light-years would only take a dozen days. The interior of the Emperor-grade warship was luxurious, many times more luxurious than Yi Chen's phantom ship. The southern part of the Black Tortoise star field is occupied by the demons and other alien tribes. The Violet Flower secret realm is not too far from these alien tribes. This time, we will inevitably run into the demons and other alien tribes experts. Everyone, be careful. In the space, every secret realm was dangerous, but the majority of the danger came from the alien tribes, unless it was the secret realms in the 4 major life star fields. However, the secret realms in the 4 major life star fields were mostly king-grade secret realms, heavenly king-grade secret realms, and higher-grade secret realms were rare. What's there to be afraid of? If one comes, we'll just kill one. The Firebird Emperor's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. 10 days was not a short period of time for ordinary people, but for Yi Chen and the rest, it was just a blink of an eye. Casually drinking some wine and looking at the image recording crystal, the time passed by quickly. We're here. On this day, Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled a small Emperor-grade battleship and appeared in the sky. Through the crystal, the 5 saw a faint purple whirlpool, which was the entrance to the Violet secret realm. Emperor Shuekong said, there are dozens of entrances to the Violet secret realm, and the locations of these entrances are not fixed. This time, we appeared on the ocean, and the next time, we might appear on land. It's purely a matter of luck. If we're lucky, we might be teleported to the location on the map, saving a lot of time. Let's go in. Stone Emperor said to Scarlet Wind Emperor. All right. Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the battleship and entered the whirlpool. Buzz, the whirlpool wriggled and the battleship disappeared. The next moment, the battleship arrived on a green ocean. On a closer look, it was not an ocean, but a boundless green zone. There were many kinds of plants below, including vines, trees, flowers, and shrubs. It looked very crowded and green. "I've never been here before," Stone Emperor said suspiciously. "I've never been here either." "Who cares, the Violet Secret Realm is unimaginably huge. Up until now, no one has even explored a tenth of it. It's normal that you've never been here." Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't mind as he continued to control the battleship. The interior of the Violet Secret Realm was filled with dense air currents, making it impossible to travel through the void. Regardless of the grade of the battleship, it would need to reach light speed to travel through the void. It was completely different from the instant movement of an 8th-layer Emperor. However, an Emperor-grade battleship was still an Emperor-grade battleship. After flying for an hour, the five still couldn't see the edge of the green zone. Even with Yi Chen's soul eye, he couldn't see it. Worthy of the Violet Secret Realm. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. His soul eye could see things a billion li away, but he couldn't see the edge of the plant zone. This meant that the plant zone's width far exceeded a billion li. It was many times larger than True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, and Sky Sword Continent combined. It could even be called a green continent. Eh? Look, there seems to be a battleship wreckage below? The Flamingo Emperor seemed to have discovered something. Battleship wreckage? What's going on? Soon, Yi Chen's group of 4 also saw the wreckage of a warship scattered on the ground hundreds of thousands of miles away. These warship wreckages were all covered by plants, and without careful observation, it would be hard to notice. It looks like it was torn? The Stone Golem Emperor's expression changed. Yi Chen said, "It seems like this is an Emperor-class warship. What could possibly tear it apart?" Tearing apart and destroying were two different things. Destroying wasn't difficult, but tearing apart was much more difficult. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered, "I'm afraid we've come to a dangerous place. Below us, there might be terrifying plant life similar to the monarch flower." Plant life forms were very difficult to deal with. Their attacks were usually overwhelming, and there was no way to escape. Once one was entangled, there was only a slim chance of survival. Among them, the Emperor flowers were the most notorious. "Let's go up first," the Snow Air Emperor suggested. The Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded and raised the Scarlet Wind higher. The sky above the Purple Flower Secret Realm was filled with purple air currents. The higher they went, the denser the purple air currents were. There were also purple electric currents flashing in the purple air currents. It was said that at a certain height, the powerful purple electric currents could even endanger a beginner-level Emperor warrior's life. The Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't dare to go any higher. After about 5,000 meters, the purple electric currents hit the Scarlet Wind's energy shield, making crackling sounds. The consumption of the source stones increased rapidly. The higher the level of the warship, the faster the consumption of the source stones. Of course, the 5 of them weren't ordinary people, so they didn't care about the source stones. Whoosh, the change in altitude caused the Scarlet Wind to slow down. The resistance of the purple air currents was very strong. "I hope we can leave this plant area safely." The Scarlet Wind Emperor let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. Adapt to the situation. It's impossible for there to be danger in such a large plant area. Although it was Yi Chen's first time exploring the Galaxy Secret Realm, he didn't feel nervous at all. Maybe he was born for an intense life. After flying for another hour, a small Emperor-class warship appeared in front of him. The warship didn't maintain a high altitude, so it probably hadn't sensed the danger in the plant area. "It's the Xianxia race's Emperor-class warship," the Fire Sparrow Emperor sneered. "They're in danger." Yi Chen's pupils shrank. He could feel a sense of danger coming to the underground. Since the Purple Flower Secret Realm was way too special, there were so many plants that he could not even imagine. For a moment, he could not tell what was going on with his soul eyes. He only knew that it was not a good thing. As soon as Yi Chen's voice faded, whoosh, 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 countless air-piercing sounds rang out as black vines shot towards the Emperor-class warship. The black vines were so fast that the warship didn't even have time to react before it was tightly bound. "Oh my God, Why are there death god vines? Run! The door of the Emperor-class warship opened, and 4 figures flew out. In the next moment, the energy barrier of the warship twisted, and dozens of vines pierced through the warship, tearing it apart. The monarchs of the Xianxia race who had flown out of the warship didn't care about what happened to the warship. All of them flew up quickly, their faces pale. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the black vines. One of the monarchs had his right leg entangled, and he was dragged down. He tried to cut off his right leg, but it was too late. 2 more vines had wrapped around his body. No matter how much energy he used, it was useless. If he didn't attack directly, he wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the death god vines. The monarchs of the Xianxia race were dragged into the depths of the ground, and their screams stopped. The other 3 monarchs of the Xianxia race attacked the black vines crazily. Huge saber chi, fist force, and water arrows tore the black vines apart. However, at this moment, a purple lightning struck down, and the monarchs of the Xianxia race who had flown up the highest screamed and fell down. He had risen too high, and the purple electric currents in the sky were attracted by his body. They gathered together and turned into a thick purple lightning that struck him. His body was covered with purple electric currents, and he was also dragged down by the black vines. Only the 2 monarchs of the Xianxia race were left. One of them saw the Scarlet Wind Thearch's Scarlet Wind ship and hurriedly said, "Run in that direction. These 2 be asterisk stars." The Scarlet Wind Thearch's expression was ugly. The death god vines were plant life forms that were even more terrifying than the arch flower. Given the death god vine's power, they might not be able to penetrate the Scarlet Wind ship's defenses. However, they could still entangle the Scarlet Wind ship and drag it down. The Scarlet Wind ship was his lifeblood. Go! The Scarlet Wind Arch steered the Scarlet Wind ship away from the 2. Stop! The monarchs of the Xianxia race who were flying in front slashed at the Scarlet Wind ship. With a bang, the Scarlet Wind ship shook, and its speed decreased significantly. Courting death. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was not a benevolent person. Moreover, the other party was one of the mortal enemies of the human race, the Xianxia race. On the Scarlet Wind ship, 24 puppet cannons were aimed over. Boom! Boom! 24 scarlet red beams of light shot out. 2 titled monarchs of the Xianxia race had to increase their speed to shake off the death god vines, so they were unable to dodge in time. One of them was hit by one of the cannons, and although the other managed to dodge, he was also affected by the shockwave. The Scarlet Wind ship was a Thearch-class battleship, and its puppet cannons were very powerful. Even a Peak-tier Thearch would be severely injured and lose his ability to fight if he was hit. The Thearch-tier monarch of the Xianxia race who was hit instantly burst into red flames. Even his Thearch-tier armor was damaged. This showed how powerful the Thearch-tier puppet cannons were. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another as the 2 of them were dragged down by the death god vines. After settling the problem, the Scarlet Wind Emperor continued to control the Scarlet Wind battleship to fly at its maximum speed. However, he didn't think that it would be easy to get rid of the death god vine, so he began to accumulate energy for the main cannon. Scarlet Wind had 24 puppet cannons. Among them, 22 were secondary cannons, and 2 were main cannons. Each shot of the secondary cannons would consume around 200,000 yuan stones. Normally, the power of the main cannon was similar to that of the secondary cannons, but the material of the main cannon was better, and the formations carved on it were more powerful. It could continuously accumulate yuan stone energy. When the yuan stone energy was accumulated to the limit, a shot of the cannon would be dozens of times more powerful than the secondary cannons. Even a low-level emperor warrior would be severely injured or even killed. Of course, puppet cannons were inanimate objects, and they could only attack in a straight line. Unless a low-level emperor warrior stood still, the chance of being hit was infinitely close to 0. I didn't expect to encounter a death vine here. The Snow Air Emperor's face was filled with worry. The death god vine was named after the death god, and naturally, it wasn't just a rumor. The emperor-ranked death god vine was an overwhelming existence to any 7th heaven-titled monarch. In a one-on-one battle, there was almost no chance of victory. Furthermore, titled monarchs that were weaker than high-class emperors were cannon fodder that could be instantly killed. Whoosh! 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 The Reaper Vine caught up. Die! The Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the 22 secondary cannons and started firing. Unfortunately, the puppet cannon could only attack in a straight line. It was not flexible enough, so it was hard for it to hit the Reaper Vine. Fortunately, it slightly suppressed the Reaper Vine's attack speed. Turn right. There's a grim Reaper Vine ahead too. It was at this time that Yichen quickly spoke, reminding the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly controlled the Scarlet Wind to make a right turn and drew a beautiful and rapid red arc in midair, barely dodging the attack of the Death God Vines. Hold on a little longer. The main cannon's energy is almost fully charged. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's forehead began to sweat. Not only was he worried about whether or not he could escape from this vegetative zone, he was even more worried about whether or not his Scarlet Wind would encounter any mishaps. This was his lifeblood, and if he were to sell it, he could easily earn a few billion. Furthermore, there was no market for it. Hoo! Scarlet Wind broke through the purple air currents and flew at its limit. Yichen reckoned that if it was his phantom, it would have been torn into two by the Death God Vines. After a dozen breaths, the Scarlet Wind Emperor said joyfully, "All right, these two detestable fellows have a taste of the power of the main cannon of the Emperor-level warship." The main cannon turned around and aimed behind him. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions were heard. The Scarlet Wind ship shook violently as if it could not bear the recoil of the main cannon. The five of them scanned the area behind them with their soul power and saw two red beams of light shooting into the ground. In the next moment, two terrifying fireballs exploded. The fireballs grew bigger and bigger until they formed a hemispherical shape. Each of them covered a radius of a few hundred miles. In the end, they collided with each other, as if a red sphere had been split in half. The black vines of the Death God Vines were shattered by the fireballs, falling down powerlessly. They could no longer chase after the Scarlet Wind ship. Success! The Scarlet Wind Emperor wore a smile on his face. The main cannon of the Emperor-level warship is indeed powerful. Yichen was astonished. The Purple Flower Secret Realm was similar to a life-preserving planet, and it had a severe rejection of energy. Even so, the main cannon of the Emperor-level warship could still destroy hundreds of miles of ground. How could it not be powerful? 2 cannons cost 10 million yuan stones. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said proudly. Tisk, isn't it just an Emperor-level warship? The Fire Sparrow Emperor said with disdain. The Snow Air Emperor laughed. Little Sparrow, are you jealous? Me? Jealous of him? Shut up. It seems like we have provoked a really powerful creature. The Stone Man Emperor looked serious as he pointed to the right. Tens of thousands of miles to the right, a horrifying black vine that was over 10,000 miles long and hundreds of meters thick broke out of the ground. This black vine was not only bare, but it also had many branches, and there were even more vines on the branches. It was like an inescapable net. Compared to it, the Death God Vines were not even worth mentioning. Is that the Emperor-level Death God Vines? Since when has the Purple Flower Secret Realm become so dangerous? This time everyone was a little dumbfounded. We can see the edge there. Let's go there. There was always a way out. Yichen used his soul eyes and finally saw the edge of the green land. It was a purple air current with lightning flashing. Although it did not look very safe, it was better than fighting the Emperor-level Death God Vines. Let's go. At this moment, no one had any will to fight. If the Emperor-level Death God Vines caught up, they would definitely die. This green land should be the Death God Vines' territory. The Scarlet Wind was fast, but the Emperor-level Death God Vines were even faster. 20,000 miles. 10,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 2,000 miles. Swoosh, a vine that was slightly thinner but was still a dozen meters thick extended from the main vine and ruthlessly lashed at the Scarlet Wind. Immediately, the Scarlet Wind was sent flying. Its energy shield was extremely distorted and was on the verge of shattering. Everyone, leave the Scarlet Wind now. As soon as the Scarlet Wind was thrown away, the Scarlet Wind Emperor knew it was not good. He quickly opened the cabin door and let everyone out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 5 rushed out, and the Scarlet Wind Emperor put away the Scarlet Wind. In terms of traveling speed, the Scarlet Wind Emperor could not compare to the Scarlet Wind Emperor himself. However, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was safer because its energy shield could withstand multiple attacks from a beginner-level Emperor-level warrior. But now was not the time to care about that. The giant Scarlet Wind Emperor had become a live target. After leaving the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the 5 speed increased. They were getting closer and closer to the purple air current at the edge of the green land, but the Emperor-level Death God vines were also getting closer. Soon, the 5 increased their speed to the limit. Among them, Yichen was the fastest. Swoosh, at this moment, the Rock Emperor, who was the slowest, suddenly stopped. His feet were entangled by a vine as thick as a wrist. The vine then split into even thinner vines, entangling the Rock Emperor's body. "You guys go." Seeing the 4 turn around, the Rock Emperor's face flashed with a struggling expression. He then roared. No. The Fire Sparrow Emperor was usually carefree, but she was the first to rush over. Bang! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the Fire Sparrow Emperor and knocked her back. "What are you doing?" The Fire Sparrow Emperor glared at Yichen with fire in his eyes. "I'm going to save him." Then, Yichen quickly flew toward the Rock Emperor. The Stone Puppet Emperor was very strong, even stronger than the Scarlet Wind Emperor. However, once his limbs and body were entangled, he couldn't even use 10 to 20% of his power. He was like a strong insect stuck in a spider's web. He could only struggle on his deathbed. At this time, the Stone Puppet Emperor had already given up. It was good to buy some time for the others. However, he didn't expect that Yichen would choose to save him. "Yichen, what are you doing? Leave quickly. Don't die." If Yichen had the power to save him, then so be it. However, no matter how strong he was, could he be strong enough to fight against the Death God Vine? The Stone Puppet Emperor didn't want Yichen to die because of him. He was already very satisfied that Yichen had such intentions. This young man was one of the most outstanding youths he had ever seen, whether it was in terms of potential or character. "Don't worry. I haven't lived enough." Yichen had about 70 to 80% confidence. His confidence came from the space ultimacy. The Eternal Night Emperor sword was unsheathed. Yichen didn't have time to use his strongest move. He directly used the peak second transformation sword technique, Raging Spring Incineration. The fierce sword energy cut the vine apart and cut off the connection between the Stone Puppet Emperor and the vine. With the power of the Eternal Night Emperor sword, even if it was only the peak second transformation sword technique, Raging Spring Incineration, it would still be very powerful. This vine wasn't the main vine of the Death God Vine. It was just a branch vine, so it wasn't difficult to cut it. The Death God Vine's terrifying part was that it was entangled. Its toughness wasn't that terrifying. Of course, if it was the main vine, Yichen definitely wouldn't be able to cut it. It was too difficult. "Go." Yichen's figure flashed. He grabbed the Stone Puppet Emperor's shoulder and quickly fled. After breaking off the remaining vines, the Stone Puppet Emperor felt like he had escaped from death. However, he knew that things weren't over yet. During this period of time, the Death God Vine was much closer to them. That main vine was like a huge black dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Those vines covered a large area and were about to cover the 2 of them. Sure enough, 7 to 8 vines as thick as a human's wrist lashed out at the 2 of them. The speed was so fast that it was like an absolute whip technique performed by an expert. "Be careful." Caught by Yichen, the Stone Puppet Emperor couldn't retaliate at all. If he did, he would die even faster. However, he had underestimated Yichen. Yichen took a step forward with his right foot, and with a swoosh, not only did his speed increase, but his height also rose by 10 meters. The process was like teleportation, and the 7 or 8 vines struck nothing but air. Although 90% of his space profound couldn't allow Yichen to teleport, it could allow him to almost teleport. This was a kind of manipulation of space, a kind of borrowing power. Amazing. The Stone Golem Emperor's eyes lit up. He thought that he was going to be chosen. With his control of space, Yichen dodged left and right, dodging the attacks of the vines by a hair's breadth. It was as if the attacks of the vines didn't exist in the same dimension as him. Gradually, Yichen caught up with the three in front. Although he was carrying one person, Yichen's speed was still a bit faster than the three in front. Close, the five of them approached the edge of the green continent one after the other. In the purple air current, lightning flashed like purple electric snakes. However, compared to the death god vines behind them, these purple electric snakes weren't too dangerous. At worst, they could enter the Scarlet Wind battleship. With the Scarlet Wind battleship's frightening defense, normal purple lightning couldn't hurt them. Yichen, do your best. The Scarlet Wind battleship Emperor and the other two in front said quietly. They were in front, so they weren't in much danger. The death god vines wouldn't attack them first. They were worried about the safety of Yichen and the stone puppet Emperor. Swoosh, suddenly, the air current in the air started spinning violently, like a calm lake being stirred up, which greatly affected everyone's speed. Not good, it's going to attack the main vine. Using their soul power, they saw the tens of thousands of miles long and hundreds of meters thick main vine fiercely lashing at them. Although the main vine was 2,000 miles away from Yichen, the countless vines on the main vine were like a huge net, covering the sky and covering the earth. They twisted the air current in the area into a mess, sometimes forming whirlpools, sometimes forming sharp air currents, and sometimes forming tornadoes. Go! There were too many vines. Yichen couldn't guarantee that he could dodge all of them, and he couldn't use his sword either. If he did, his speed would definitely be affected. With a thought, the silver snake sword on Yichen's waist automatically flew out of its sheath, turning into a beam of silver light, slashing towards the incoming vines. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Although the defensive sword art wasn't that powerful for Yichen right now, it wasn't like Yichen hadn't studied it before. He could already control the sword through the air and perform different sword arts. Of course, right now, he could only perform the second revolution sword art. He couldn't perform the third revolution sword art. There were still some differences between performing it through the air and performing it on his own. It was impossible to perform it exactly the same. Heaven lightning earth fire, raging fire burning spring, autumn slaughter, 10,000 flowers snatch life, white dragon destroys the world. 5-second revolution sword arts were performed, especially the most powerful one, white dragon destroys the world. With a wave of his sword, a white dragon formed by sword chi pounced out, tearing a large number of vines apart and burning them, which helped Yichen win a chance of survival. Performing sword arts through the air. The Stone Emperor admired Yichen more and more. As a sword artist, Yichen was too amazing. Bang! Suddenly, a 10-meter thick vine whipped the silver snake sword away. Their minds were connected, and Yichen's face paled. The defensive sword art had one disadvantage: it was easy to be affected, and his soul would be shaken. Fortunately, with his soul defense, he could still endure it. Hastily putting away the silver snake sword, Yichen gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. With his naked eye, he could already see the edge of the green continent. Success or failure depended on this. Yichen, put me down. With this distance, I can use a secret art to increase my speed. The Stone Emperor said. Yichen nodded and let go of the Stone Emperor's left hand. Before Yichen let go, the Stone Emperor's body was already burning with a bloody light. After Yichen let go, the Stone Emperor rode on the bloody light and flew forward. Its speed was actually not slower than Yichen's. Obviously, this was a secret art that consumed a lot of energy. With this secret art, the Stone Emperor's speed was comparable to Yichen's. Without the burden of the Stone Emperor, Yichen's movements became more agile. The feeling of being able to fly freely in the sky once again assaulted him. Ahead, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two had already entered the Purple Chi flow. The Scarlet Wind Emperor took out the Scarlet Wind ship and started to store energy for the main cannon. Regardless of whether or not it could injure the Emperor-grade Death God Vine, the Scarlet Wind Emperor planned to vent his anger. 1,000 miles, 500 miles. 300 miles. Quickly dodge. The Scarlet Wind Emperor warned Yichen and the Stone Emperor. Swoosh, Yichen and the Stone Emperor quickly separated and entered the Purple Chi flow on the left and right. An extremely condensed scarlet light beam flashed between the two of them. Boom! In the next moment, a huge fireball exploded on the Emperor-grade Death God Vine's main vine. Visible to the naked eye, a hole appeared on the main vine. Die. The Scarlet Wind Emperor fired another cannon. Crack, the main vine suddenly broke, and the juice immediately evaporated. However, this completely infuriated the Emperor-grade Death God vine. A strong vine that was dozens of meters thick charged into the purple chi flow and whipped the Scarlet Wind ship. The Scarlet Wind ship was sent flying. Its energy shield flickered a few times and was instantly extinguished. This vine that was dozens of meters thick could be considered one of the more important vines of the Emperor-grade Death God vine. Its attack power was terrifying, and it directly broke the Scarlet Wind ship's energy shield. Without slowing down, the Emperor-grade Death God vine also charged into the purple chi flow. Looking from the back, one could see that this Emperor-grade Death God vine was a humanoid plant life form that was 10,000 meters tall. The main vine extended from its right arm, and it was getting thicker and thicker. It was many times bigger than its body. 7 vines that were dozens of meters thick extended from its left arm, and it was one of the vines that had whipped the Scarlet Wind ship. Crackle, crackle, the purple electric current was not particularly sensitive to Yi Chen and the others. However, as soon as the Emperor-grade Death God vine charged in, the purple electric current immediately gathered and turned into thick lightning bolts that struck the Emperor-grade Death God vine. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts struck it, causing green smoke to come out. With a scream, the Emperor-grade Death God vine hurriedly retreated from the purple chi flow and returned to the green continent. Its body was charred black as if it was burnt. It looked rather pathetic. Haha, good job. On the Scarlet Wind ship, all 5 of them were present. When they saw this scene, they could not help but smile. Let's go. This Emperor-level Death God vine clearly doesn't dare to enter the purple current. We can't kill it. Its life force is too strong. Snow Air Emperor said. Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded. The purple current is very sensitive to life. The stronger the life, the easier it is to be attacked by the purple current. It doesn't dare to enter. Then, Scarlet Wind Emperor piloted Scarlet Wind and flew into the depths of the purple current. Yi Chen, thank you. Inside the hall, Stone Statue Emperor thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, no problem. Since we are a team, we must help each other. If I encounter danger in the future, do your best to save me. Hee, of course. No matter what, I owe you my life. No one didn't value their life. Stone Statue Emperor was no exception. TSK. Fire Sparrow Emperor circled around Yi Chen as if he wanted to find something. What is it? Yi Chen looked at Fire Sparrow Emperor. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. You're qualified to be our friend. Fire Sparrow Emperor patted Yi Chen's shoulder and chuckled. Scarlet Wind Emperor teased, little Fire Sparrow, not only does Brother Sure owe Yi Chen a life, you also owe him a life. I owe him a life. Why? Fire Sparrow Emperor didn't understand. Snow Air Emperor said, if it wasn't for Yi Chen stopping you, you would have gone to save Brother Sure first. What do you think your chances of survival are? Hearing this, Fire Sparrow Emperor blushed. Alright, I also owe him a life. But what about you guys? Aren't you going to help too? The 4 were life and death friends, and they had experienced many dangers together. If not for Yi Chen, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Emperor would have done their utmost to save Stone Puppet Emperor. They wouldn't have given up on him, and the final result would have been a complete wipeout. At that time, Stone Puppet Emperor knew that the 3 of them wanted to save him, which was why he told them not to be impulsive. Haha, that's right. We all owe Yi Chen a life. Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed. Not bad. The Snow Air Emperor nodded emotionally. Yi Chen laughed bitterly. Is it that serious? I can save him, so I saved him. If I didn't have a 10% chance of success, I might not have saved him. Yi Chen was telling the truth. When he was not confident, he would think about himself first. After all, he still had his family and his woman waiting for him. However, what Yi Chen didn't know was that his honesty made the 4 of them admire him even more. This kind of person was very reassuring, unlike some people who like to show their good side and say things with confidence. Let's go. It's not a good thing to always stay in the purple gas. This place is really strange. I've never seen it before. The scarlet wind went deeper and deeper into the purple gas flow, and the green continent could no longer be sensed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The deeper they went into the purple gas flow, the more purple electric currents there were. Occasionally, purple electric currents would gather into lightning and strike the scarlet wind, creating circles of ripples. The 5 of them weren't worried about their safety while staying in the scarlet wind. The scarlet wind was an Emperor-class warship after all. Unless the purple lightning's attack power was much stronger than a low-tier monarch or even a mid-tier monarch, it was impossible for it to break through the scarlet wind's energy barrier in one go. Of course, the scarlet wind was constantly being attacked. The scarlet wind expended essence stones very quickly. The 4 shots of the main cannons earlier had already expended 40 million essence stones. Currently, more than 50 million essence stones were not at home. If it wasn't for the fact that he was rich, another ordinary the Archrealm monarch would definitely not be able to hold on. Scanning with his soul spirit, Yichen discovered that his soul spirit felt a little numb as if it had been electrocuted. The good thing was that it was just numb. Not only was it not harmful, but it was also beneficial for tempering his soul spirit. It seemed like this purple electric current was more mystical than he had imagined. It was even effective for the soul spirit. And there are purple water droplets. Suddenly, Yichen's soul spirit detected some purple water droplets that were the size of water droplets. The purple water droplets were crystal clear and looked like liquid purple diamonds. The small ones were the size of sesame seeds, and the big ones were the size of peas. Occasionally, purple electric currents would surge out from the water droplets, and they would interact with the purple gas flow in the surroundings. Haha, there is indeed purple electric spiritual fluid. The scarlet wind the arch laughed loudly and said in pleasant surprise. Purple electric spiritual fluid? You mean these purple water droplets? Yichen asked. The Stone Man Emperor explained, purple electric spiritual fluid is one of the specialties of the Violet Secret Realm. It can only be produced in these purple gas flows, but it is not everywhere. Previously, we were in the air above the green continent, and the higher we went, the denser the purple gas flows became. There is a possibility of producing purple electric spiritual fluid, but it is too dangerous. Unless you are an 8th Sky Sovereign, there is no way to collect it. But here, the purple gas flows are everywhere, and the danger level is far lower than in the air. It is completely possible to collect purple electric spiritual fluid. Oh right, I forgot to tell you about the effect of purple electric spiritual fluid. Purple electric spiritual fluid can temper the spirit body, and also the soul. It is even useful for healing soul injuries. If you can collect a large amount of purple electric spiritual fluid and bathe in it, the effect will be extraordinary. The Snow Air Emperor also said, purple electric spiritual fluid can temper the spirit body of a 7th Sky Sovereign. Of course, there is no effect at the late 7th Sky Sovereign. Late 7th Sky Sovereign? Yichen's spirit body was only at the peak of the 6th Sky Sovereign, far from the late 7th Sky Sovereign. The higher the spirit body, the harder it was to improve. Some rare refining treasures were no longer useful. This purple electric spiritual fluid came at the right time. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone, go out and collect purple electric spiritual fluid. I have already collected half a barrel of purple electric spiritual fluid. I wonder how much we can collect this time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor opened the cabin door and was the first to fly out. Then, Yichen and the others also flew out. In a short while, Yichen had collected dozens of drops of purple electric spiritual fluid and stored them in a foot-high jade barrel. Don't look down on this jade barrel. It was made of 10,000-year-old spirit jade and spirit sealing stone. Yichen spent several million source stones to buy it. Before coming, Yichen was wondering why the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others wanted him to prepare a jade barrel. Now, he understood. Dozens of drops of purple electric spiritual fluid couldn't fill a small wine cup. It was far from enough. Yichen continued deeper. With his soul eye, as long as he didn't leave the 1 billion mile range, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. 100 drops, 300 drops, 500 drops, there was a lot of purple electric spiritual fluid in the purple chi current, almost everywhere. Although each of them was small, there was a lot of it. However, Yichen discovered that his Jinyuan consumption was too severe. His defense was not low at the moment. High-grade Emperor-grade armor, 7th step Immortal protective sword intent, and heaven-grade top-grade green lotus sword arts formed protective Xianyuan. Although Yichen wasn't at the peak among titled monarchs, he was still at the top. However, he was still a 6th-layer life and death realm, and his Xianyuan was not as dense and pure as titled monarchs. After collecting about 500 drops of purple electric spiritual fluid, Yichen sat cross-legged in the purple chi current and began using a large amount of source stones to recover his Xianyuan. The higher one's cultivation was, the more primordial stones he needed to recover his Xianyuan. After consuming 6 to 7 million primordial stones, Yichen's Xianyuan was soon replenished, and he could continue collecting. This collection process took an entire week. On the first day, he collected the most purple lightning spirit liquid, more than 2,300 drops. On the second day, it dropped slightly to 2,000 drops. On the third day, it dropped drastically to less than 1,000 drops. On the fourth day, it was also 1,000 drops. On the fifth day, it dropped by half again, to 500 drops. Fortunately, it increased again on the sixth day, reaching 1,100 drops. On the last day, Yichen's luck exploded. Although he only collected 1,000 drops, it included a potato-sized ball of purple lightning spirit liquid, which was more than the previous days. After 7 days, Yichen's harvest was not bad. The foot-high bucket contained 1/8 of the purple lightning spirit liquid, which was about 1.5 inches deep. However, there was no purple lightning spirit liquid left in the purple chi flow. Even if there was, it was scattered everywhere, and not worth collecting. After all, Yichen had to consume Xianyuan every second. Just the primordial stones alone had been used up by tens of millions. It was simply a bottomless pit. Haha, how are your results? Do you want to compete? Returning to the Scarlet Wind ship, the 5 placed the buckets on the table in the hall, and the Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Let's compete then. The Fire Sparrow Emperor opened the lid of the bucket. Purple lightning flashed inside, and the spirit chi was oppressive. It seemed to be about 2 inches deep, more than half of Yichen's. Comparing them, the Fire Sparrow Emperor had the most, followed by the Stone Man Emperor, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and Snow Air Emperor. Yichen had the least, mainly because Yichen's cultivation was not as deep as theirs, and he needed to recover Xianyuan frequently. If not for the potato-sized ball of purple lightning spirit liquid on the last day, it would have been even less. This time, the 5 had not only collected the purple lightning spirit liquid, but also found the edge of the purple chi flow. Next, the Scarlet Wind Emperor drove the ship to the edge of the purple chi flow. What came into view was an incomparably majestic mountain peak. It was unknown how tall it was. Above the mountainside, it was completely covered by the purple airflow, layer upon layer. Below the mountainside, there was a white waterfall that was 3,000 feet wide cascading down, making a loud rumbling sound as if the world was being split apart. As for the 2 sides of the mountain peak, there were gusts of purple wind mixed with purple thunderbolts. From the looks of it, it seemed to be very lethal. Look, there's a cave behind the waterfall. Fire Sparrow Emperor pointed at the white waterfall. And, everyone, be careful. Without hesitation, the Scarlet Wind chi flow. Boom. The waves exploded as Scarlet Wind passed through the waterfall and arrived outside the cave. The cave was huge. It was nearly 800 meters tall and 3,000 meters wide. It was enough for the Scarlet Wind to fly inside. The cave twisted and turned. Some parts were very wide, while others were very narrow. It was pitch black inside, and there was no other sound other than the sound of Scarlet Wind slowly flying through the air. After flying for an unknown period of time, a ray of light finally appeared in front of him. The light grew brighter and more dazzling. Finally, Scarlet Wind flew out of the cave. It's a grassland. Everyone felt a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Although there was a purple airflow in the sky above the grassland, the purple airflow was very high. Through the purple airflow, a gentle light shone down. The vast grassland was boundless. When the wind blew, layers of green ripples spread towards the edge. It made people feel relaxed and happy, and they wanted to shout out loud. There are quite a lot of people. Yichen said. There are quite a few. What are these people doing? Emperor Shui Kong asked curiously. On the prairie, within sight alone, there were dozens of silhouettes. These people seemed to be fighting over something, and battles broke out from time to time. Dazzling shockwaves radiated in all directions, swirling up grass fragments. However, no one used their battleships to attack each other. The puppet cannons on the battleships could only attack in a straight line, which was not enough to be used in battle. After all, others would not just stand there and let you hit them, and they were not as huge as the Emperor-class Reaper Vines. Let's go and take a look first. The Scarlet Wind battleship quickly flew over. When it passed by a battlefield, the 5 of them finally saw what they were fighting for. In the air, a colorful bead was suspended there, radiating light in all directions. There were 2 groups around it, the Xianxia race and the Greenman race. The 2 groups were fighting. Although the Xianxia race and the Greenman race were both members of the Devil Race's alliance, they would only gather together when they were fighting against the human race. Normally, they would fight each other for treasures, just like the internal strife of the human race. If there was a treasure, who would be willing to give it up? Both sides wanted to snatch the 5-colored pearl. Fortunately, the 5-colored pearl was very special and could not be destroyed. Strange, what kind of treasure is this 5-colored pearl? Fire Sparrow Emperor touched his chin. No matter what, let's snatch one first. Scarlet Wind Emperor saw that it was the Xianxia race and the Green Man race. Scarlet Wind's main cannon began to accumulate energy. A moment later, 2 extremely condensed scarlet light beams and 22 lighter scarlet light beams shot out densely. Boom boom boom, shockwaves spread in all directions. One of the Green Man race's Thearchs was actually blasted to death. The others could not dodge in time and were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It's mine. Scarlet Wind swept past the 5-colored pearl, and it landed in the Scarlet Wind Emperor's hand. Courting death. Let's join forces and kill them. At this moment, the Xianxia race and Green Man race's Thearchs were infuriated. They joined forces to attack Scarlet Wind. However, the Scarlet Wind's defensive barrier was not something they could break. Bastard, this is an Emperor-class warship. One of the Green Man race's Thearchs gritted his teeth. Haha, let's snatch as many pearls as there are. When the time comes, we will split them evenly. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was extremely arrogant. Among titled monarchs, there were very few who had an Imperial-class battleship. He had obtained the Scarlet Wind battleship by chance in a mystic realm. With the Scarlet Wind battleship, he could completely ignore the attacks of titled monarchs. In terms of defense, the Scarlet Wind battleship was much stronger than a low-grade Imperial-class armor. It could even be compared to a middle-grade Imperial-class armor. Furthermore, an Imperial-class armor consumed its own energy while the Scarlet Wind battleship consumed essence stones. 5 pearls, 10 pearls, 20 pearls, relying on the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the 5 of them snatched a total of 25 colored pearls. Each of them had 4 pearls, but they had also angered a group of people. A large group of Xianxia race, Green Men race, and Demons race's Thearchs chased after them. The 5 of them did not snatch the pearls from the human race or the demon race. Boom boom boom, 10s to 100 attacks landed on the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor shook, and it could not increase its speed. In a short while, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was surrounded by more than 100 alien Thearchs. It's time to show our true strength. At this time, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was already useless. Although the other party could not break the defensive barrier, they could trap the Scarlet Wind Emperor and prevent it from leaving. The cabin door opened, and the 5 of them flew out. They are out. Kill them. Seeing the 5 of them come out, the 100 alien Thearchs revealed sinister smiles as they attacked. The attacks of over 100 titled monarchs were extremely terrifying. Even if a normal titled monarch was wearing a high-level Thearch-class armor, they would still be blasted apart. Blazing Divine Wind, extinguish. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's weapon was actually a fiery red iron fan. When the fan was opened, a giant spirit was carved on it. The giant spirit was surrounded by flames, and it held the fiery red iron fan in its hand. The Scarlet Wind Emperor used his killing move and fanned out violently. Instantly, a 3-colored light swept out and destroyed more than 10 attacks. Only 7 or 8 attacks actually landed on the Scarlet Wind Emperor's body. They couldn't break through his defense at all. The Snow Air Emperor was the weakest among the 5, but she was still a 3-star general. She raised both her palms, and cold air spread out in all directions as she pushed out violently. Ice seal, freeze. Ka 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 ka, a large amount of energy attacks were frozen. Even if the attacks broke through the ice, their power would be reduced by a lot. The Snow Air Emperor's armor was obviously not ordinary. It was actually a top-notch Thearch-class armor. In the Golden Armor Star Treasure Pagoda, if one wanted to buy a top-notch Thearch-class armor, one had to have a foreign race's 4-star general badge. The Scarlet Wind Emperor probably killed a foreign race's 4-star general and gave the badge to the Snow Air Emperor. After all, who wouldn't care about the safety of their girlfriend? Apart from Yi Chen, the Stone Man Emperor was the strongest among the 4. His attacks were big and powerful. Metal, earth, and wood profundities fused into one fist and attacked the most concentrated point. Boom! Almost 20 attacks were destroyed by the Stone Man Emperor's fist. Less than 5 attacks landed on the Stone Man Emperor's body. The Stone Man Emperor's forte was actually his defense. Together with the top-notch Thearch-class armor, these attacks were like tickles to him. Fiery red tyrant body, Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. The Fire Sparrow Emperor's entire body emitted a red light, making her look like a goddess of war. Her weapon was a flaming long spear, and with a sweep of the long spear, a boundless chi surged out, transforming into a soaring fire phoenix. With a flap of the fire phoenix's wings, dozens of attacks were annihilated, and the remaining attacks landed on the Fire Sparrow Emperor's body, making tinkling sounds. She didn't even have the qualifications to move. There were also quite a number of attacks heading towards Yi Chen. There were a total of 22 attacks. Although these 22 attacks had different elements and moves and could not be combined together, with so many killing moves being launched at the same time, the pressure they gave off was not just a little bit. Ordinary Thearch-cranked monarchs probably would not even have the space to dodge. However, Yi Chen was no ordinary the Arch-King. The Eternal Night Emperor sword was unsheathed, and Yi Chen slashed out. The ferocious black flame wave looked as though it was going to devour the entire heaven and earth. With a fierce pounce, all the attacks were extinguished. But this wasn't the end. The black flame wave's aftershock was even stronger. After extinguishing 22 attacks, the remaining force didn't dissipate. It swept towards the 22 people who had attacked. Within the flame wave, countless black sword light could be faintly seen. Peak 3rd Revolution Sword Art, True Inferno Sword. What? No. These 22 people didn't expect Yi Chen's attack to be so strong. Not only did it extinguish their killing moves, but it still swept over. They couldn't even react in time. In the next instant, the black flame wave engulfed them. With puffing sounds, they turned into ashes one after another. In the end, only 7 people survived. These 7 people's armors weren't low-level, they were all mid-level or high-level Thearch-cranked armors. Amazing! The Scarlet Wind Emperor gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Yi Chen's strength was already at the peak among the 5-star generals. I'm afraid it will be hard to return the favor of saving my life. The Stone Puppet Emperor also didn't expect Yi Chen to be stronger than he had imagined. This sword move was clearly a peak 3rd Revolution sword art, and the sword intent was even more terrifying. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. Kill. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, it was the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others turned to counterattack. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's figure flashed like a gentle breeze blowing across the earth, nourishing everything silently. However, his attacks weren't silent. The sky was filled with tricolored light, like a tricolored divine blade, crazily slashing. Each slash would inevitably kill 2 or 3 people. The Snow Air Emperor's ice domain covered a huge area. The wantonly frigid palm attacks were sent out one after another. As long as one touched a little bit, their body would be covered with a layer of frost, and their movements would be restricted. Then, they would be shattered by the palm energy. Both the Stone Puppet Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor were the type to attack openly. The two of them didn't care about their own defense and directly charged into the enemy's group. If the enemy wanted to fight with them, it would be best to kill them directly. If the enemy didn't, they would attack without restraint. They were like 2 killing gods, killing their enemies until ghosts cried and wolves howled. As for Yi Chen's side, there was no suspense at all. After using the true Inferno sword, Yi Chen immediately used the more domineering and masculine Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. A black sun first appeared in the sky, and it was destroyed by the sword energy, turning into a dazzling black sword light that slashed out. Bang 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 bang, 4 explosions sounded out, and 4 enemies fell. Only 3 wearing high-class monarch armor were left. These 3 were not weak, and they all had the strength of 4-star generals. They weren't cannon fodder. However, they were already terrified. Yi Chen's strength was almost 100 times stronger than theirs, and that terrifying sword intent also made their minds feel very pressured. Run! The 4 of them started to run at the same time, increasing the distance between them to avoid being implicated. Want to run? Yi Chen's eyes seemed to see through time and space. Pooh, he stabbed out with his sword, and the wave of nothingness spread out. Then, 2 brilliant fireworks exploded. The last person had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away with this opportunity. Unfortunately, this distance was still not enough. Without looking, Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword again, and the sword energy merged into the void. Bang, the brilliant fireworks bloomed again. 4th Revolution Sword Art, Moment of Glory. Without momentary glory, Yi Chen would still be one of the top 5-star generals. If he still had 6 stars, then he would be a 6-star purple gold commander, or even a 7-star purple gold commander. But with his 4th change sword art, Momentary Glory, Yi Chen's attacking power would be able to compete with low-rank emperor warriors. It would only be the other aspects that he would not be able to compete with. While Yi Chen quickly finished off his opponents, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3 were not finished yet. Yi Chen didn't go to help, because he didn't need help. His palm continuously sucked in the spoils of war. There were 15 low-grade Emperor-grade armors, 4 mid-grade Emperor-grade armors, and 3 high-grade Emperor-grade armors. The weapons and armors were of average grade, ranging from low-grade Emperor-grade to high-grade Emperor-grade. Apart from that, there were also 22 storage rings. It was unknown whether these 22 people carried the majority of their wealth with them or not. These 5 are too strong. 5 against 100, and they were actually beaten so badly. Fortunately, they are of our human race. Fortunately, we are also of the beast race, on the same side as the human race. But, that sword artist is too strong. He seems to only have a cultivation base of 6th layer life and death realm. The last 2 sword strikes were simply unfathomable, and the 3 died silently. Such a frightening sword art is not something ordinary people can imagine. On the prairie, many titled monarchs of the human race and beast race were watching. They originally planned to come over and help, but now, it seemed like there was no need. In just a short while, only 30 to 40 of the more than 100 alien titled monarchs were left. These 30 to 40 alien titled monarchs felt that something was amiss as they frantically tried to escape. What they did not expect was that the surrounding humans and demons had already set up an inescapable trap, not giving them any way out. Total annihilation. In the end, more than 100 monarchs were all dead. And all of this was caused by just 5 people. Although the last 30 to 40 foreign race titled monarchs were mostly killed by the human race and demon race titled monarchs, these people did not dare to take the spoils of war for themselves. They were prepared to hand them over to the Scarlet Wind the Arch and company. The Scarlet Wind the Arch waved his hand. How can I return something that is already in my hands? Keep it. He didn't care about the ordinary mid-grade monarch rank artifacts. At his level, his wealth was beyond the imagination of normal monarchs. May I ask, what is the use of the 5 color pearls? Snow Air Emperor asked. A human old man walked out and answered, the 5 color pearls are formed by the heaven and earth rules of the prairie. I heard from the first batch of people that no one has been here for a long time. Before they came, there were a lot of 5 color pearls, but each person could only get 5. At the end of the prairie, there is a heaven and earth barrier that cannot be broken by force. One can only enter with 5 color pearls. A 5 color pearl can only enter the heaven and earth barrier for about 2 hours. If you don't have a 5 color pearl, you will be expelled. However, there are fewer and fewer 5 color pearls on the prairie. That's why everyone is fighting for them. And for some reason, more and more people are coming here. There are humans, demons, and even foreign races. I see. These 5 color pearls should be like keys and have a time limit. Stone Man Emperor nodded. Heaven and earth barrier? Releasing his soul power, Yichen saw that there was indeed a heaven and earth barrier at the end of the prairie. It was 5-colored and overflowing with light. Not a single 5-color pearl was left. Luckily, each of them had 4, one less than the 5. They should be able to stay inside the heaven and earth barrier for 10 hours. Let's go take a look. Scarlet Wind Emperor piloted Scarlet Wind and flew towards the heaven and earth barrier. After flying for a long time, Scarlet Wind finally reached the heaven and earth barrier. Let's see how the defense of the barrier is like. The Scarlet Wind Emperor boldly began to accumulate energy for the main cannon. Not long after, the main cannon was fully charged. Boom, the Scarlet Wind battleship trembled, and an incomparably condensed scarlet-red light pillar blasted toward the barrier of heaven and earth. Like a clay ox entering the sea, the scarlet-red light beam instantly disappeared into the barrier of heaven and earth. However, this wasn't the end. The next moment, a scarlet-red light beam was reflected back and bombarded the Scarlet Wind. The barrier of heaven and earth could actually absorb energy and counterattack. Gotcha. Without any suspense, Scarlet Wind's defense shield was torn apart. Fortunately, after the defense shield was torn apart, the Scarlet Light Pillar's power was almost non-existent. Otherwise, Scarlet Wind would have been pierced through. That was close. The Scarlet Wind Emperor wiped his sweat with lingering fear. Looks like I can only rely on the 5-colored pearls. The Snow Air Emperor said. In terms of attack power, the Scarlet Wind battleship's main cannon's attack power was more than 100 times that of the rest. If the main cannon couldn't blast it apart, there was nothing they could do. Perhaps a true 8th-level Heaven Sovereign could enter the barrier without relying on the 5-colored pearls, but they clearly hadn't reached that realm yet. They could only obediently follow the rules. After getting off the Scarlet Wind battleship, the 5 of them each held a 5-colored pearl and flew toward the barrier. Buzz, the moment they approached the barrier, the 5-colored pearls shone brightly, and a 5-colored halo enveloped the 5 of them. With the 5-colored halo, the 5 of them entered the barrier. The barrier was very deep and thick. After 5 minutes, they passed through the barrier and arrived at a new world. What a dense spirit chi! The new world was a mountain range that looked like an immortal realm. The dense spirit chi was extremely moist. Taking a deep breath was like refining hundreds or thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Taking a few more breaths was probably comparable to a primordial stone. Looking over, the mountain range was hidden in layers of clouds, and the ground couldn't be seen. They couldn't even see halfway down the mountain. It didn't look like an immortal realm, but it was better than an immortal realm. They've all been plucked. After passing by a few mountain peaks that were shrouded in clouds, the 5 of them couldn't help but shake their heads. Although there were many spirit herbs on the mountain peaks, they were all ordinary spirit herbs. After careful observation, it was obvious that some of the spots with the densest spirit chi weren't plucked at all. Even if they used their lower bodies to guess, they would still be able to guess that someone had already taken them. Every time they passed by a mountain peak, the 5 of them would shake their heads. What a pity. In their hearts, they were guessing what precious spirit herbs and treasures the first batch of people had obtained. This group of bastards, they didn't even leave anything behind. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered to himself. After passing by mountain peak after mountain peak, Yi Chen's group finally found some fish that had escaped the net. The Scarlet Wind Emperor obtained 3 stalks of mature heaven aromatic grass. The heaven aromatic grass was a heavenly king-grade spirit herb. After being ignited, it would produce a very mystical fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, one's thoughts would become extremely clear. Many things that couldn't be figured out in the past would suddenly become clear, and it would greatly increase one's comprehension ability. The Snow Air Emperor obtained 2 stalks of ice heart grass. Ice heart grass could raise one's spirit, and it was quite beneficial for cultivating soul arts. The Flaming Sparrow Emperor had obtained a fire jade tree sapling. The fire jade tree was a heavenly king stage spirit tree, and once it fully matured, it would bear fire jade fruits, which were extremely useful for cultivating fire attribute energies. Most importantly, it would not harm one's foundation, and using the fire jade fruits to break through to the next stage would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Stone Emperor and Yichen didn't obtain anything useful for themselves. The Stone Emperor obtained a huge gourd, which had its own space inside and could nurture treasures. Unfortunately, although this gourd was precious, it was a heavenly king grade and not an emperor grade. Otherwise, it would be very useful. As for Yichen, he obtained 4 stalks of demonic king grass. Although they were useless to him, they were extremely useful to the dream-eating wolf, helping him stabilize his foundation and charge into the next realm. Currently, the dream-eating wolf was at the 3rd layer of life and death realm. 4 stalks of demonic king grass were enough for him to charge into the 4th layer. Finally, the 5 arrived in front of the only mountain that hadn't been looted. The reason why this mountain hadn't been looted was because it was protected by the mountain guarding great array. The lingering clouds seemed to have spirituality, sometimes turning into dragons, sometimes into fierce tigers, sometimes into fierce birds, and sometimes into tortoises. This is the 4 symbols great array. It's actually protected by the 4 symbols great array. The Stone Golem Emperor immediately recognized the formation. The Snow Air Emperor said, with the protection of the 4 symbols great array, it's no wonder those people couldn't enter. But, this is actually advantageous to us. As long as we can break through the 4 symbols great array, all the treasures on the mountain will belong to us. The 4 symbols great array was one of the peak emperor great arrays. Normally, only low-level emperors could break through it. In the mountains, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard continuously. As expected of the 4 symbols formation. We've been attacking it for 2 hours, but we still can't break it. It was Yichen's first time seeing a thearch level formation, so he didn't understand it. Logically speaking, his attack power was equivalent to the weakest low-level emperor stage. He thought it wouldn't be difficult to break the 4 symbols formation, but the result was clearly different from what he had imagined. The 4 symbols formation not only had strong defense, but it could also transform into 4 symbols chi to counterattack. If this continued, they probably wouldn't be able to break it even after another 4 hours. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, we can easily break a normal thearch level formation, but the 4 symbols formation is one of the top thearch level formations. Even a low-level emperor stage cultivator would need a long time to break it. A thearch level formation is equivalent to the power of many titled monarchs, and a top thearch level formation is equivalent to the power of many emperors. Its defense is obvious. However, I didn't expect the 4 symbols formation's defense to be so terrifying. If there was no time limit, it wouldn't matter if it took a long time, but we only have 4 rainbow pearls. What should we do? We still have 4 hours. Also, after breaking the formation, it will take some time to find and collect spirit herbs. The Stone Man Emperor frowned. The Snow Air Emperor said, Lang Feng, why don't you use your Scarlet Wind? With the power of the Scarlet Wind's main cannons, it won't take long to break the 4 symbols formation. Yes, use the Scarlet Wind. Didn't you use it very diligently before? The Fire Sparrow Emperor glanced at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said with a bitter face, even though I'm rich, I can't afford to go through so much trouble. A single blast from the 2 main cannons of the Scarlet Wind ship costs 20 million origin stones. With the defensive power of the 4 symbols great array, I reckon that it won't be broken without over 100 cannons. That's 2 billion origin stones. Say so earlier. Each of us will support you with 500 million. That should be enough, right? The Fire Sparrow Emperor rolled his eyes. Yichen, I'll help you. The Stone Man Emperor said to Yichen. No need, I still have 500 million yuan stones. Yichen shook his head. 500 million primordial stones was nothing to him. Perhaps he could not compare to those 8th heavenly sovereigns, but among the 7th heavenly sovereigns, there were not many who were richer than him. However, Yichen clearly couldn't stop the Stone Man Emperor's determination. If he continued to decline, it would only make the Stone Man Emperor unhappy, so Yichen didn't argue any further. All right then. Yichen nodded. With everyone's support, the Scarlet Wind Emperor took out the Scarlet Wind ship. In the beginning, no one thought of using the Scarlet Wind ship because they thought that with the power of 5 people, they should be able to break through the 4 symbols formation within 4 hours. After all, Yichen's attack was close to or equivalent to a beginner heavenly sovereign. They had the mentality of being lucky, so they couldn't blame the Scarlet Wind Emperor for being stingy. The Scarlet Wind Emperor indeed didn't have that many primordial stones to spend. Ever since he had the Scarlet Wind ship, the speed at which he used primordial stones was much faster than before. It was simply a bottomless pit. After all, it was 10 million today, 20 million tomorrow, and 30 million the day after. No matter how much wealth he had, it wasn't enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he earned primordial stones very quickly, he wouldn't have been able to make ends meet. The Scarlet Wind ship's main cannons didn't take long to accumulate primordial stones. After about 30 breaths, the two main cannons launched their first attack. The Scarlet Wind ship violently trembled, and two scarlet-red pillars of light shattered the four symbols' chi energy, heavily bombarding the outer walls of the four symbols' formation. As the earth shook, two fireballs exploded, and shockwaves swept in all directions. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 10 attacks, 50 attacks, 100 attacks, the four symbols' great array was becoming more and more unstable. Occasionally, the 5 of them would be able to see through the distorted outer walls of the array and see what was going on inside. Inside, there was a myriad of colors and dazzling spiritual lights. Spirit grasses were growing vigorously, and some of them were even emitting astonishing emperor chi. They stood out like cranes among chickens. Emperor-grade spirit grasses had different values. The lower ones might be worth several million yuan stones, while the higher ones might even be worth hundreds of millions of yuan stones. As long as there were 100 emperor-grade spirit grasses inside the four symbols' great array, the 5 wouldn't have suffered a loss. Of course, with the protection of the four symbols' great array, the 5 couldn't believe that there were only 100 emperor-grade spirit grasses inside, not to mention the countless heavenly king-grade spirit grasses. Bang, 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 the Scarlet Wind ship's main cannons were still firing. Each attack cost 20 million yuan stones, which was enough to make many 6th-layer life and death realm heavenly kings go bankrupt. Finally, when Scarlet Wind's main cannon fired for the 132nd time, the four symbols' great array was broken. Without the restraint of the four symbols' great array, the true appearance of the mountain was revealed. It was an ancient mountain that was millions of meters tall and occupied thousands of square kilometers. Multicolored lights flickered on the huge mountain, almost blinding people's eyes. There was simply no need to use soul power to sense. Just the places with the densest spirit chi numbered in the hundreds. Many of them were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end, giving off the noble aura of a monarch. Seems like the 2,600,000,000 yuan stones were not wasted. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered. Originally, he was still wondering whether the harvest from the four symbols' great array could make up for the loss. But now, he didn't need to worry. Each person's harvest would be no less than 1 or 2 billion yuan. So many fire attribute spirit grasses. The Fire Sparrow Emperor was the most sensitive to fire. Attribute spirit grasses. Sucking in a few deep breaths, the Snow Air Emperor said, "This mountain is several hundred times bigger than I imagined. How about we split up and harvest the spirit grasses?" "I agree. I agree as well." The mountain was huge, and it was unreasonable to gather them together. Splitting up was more suitable for everyone. Just like that, the 5 separated. The spirit chi on the mountain was too dense, affecting soul power perception. Yichen could only rely on the intensity of the spirit chi to distinguish the precious spirit grasses. This is Origin Emperor Grass. There are actually 10 of them. Origin Emperor Grass was one of the emperor-grade spirit grasses. It had a great effect on recovering Jin Yuan. A mature Origin Emperor Grass could replenish the Jin Yuan of a 7th-layer titled monarch in 10 breaths. One stalk was worth at least several dozen million yuan stones. After all, even a 7th-layer titled monarch would need several dozen million yuan stones to replenish Jin Yuan. For example, Yi Chen, who was only at the 6th layer of life and death realm, needed 8 million yuan stones to replenish his Jin Yuan. Of course, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was too dense and pure. An ordinary 6th layer life and death realm monarch would need less than 1 million yuan stones to replenish his Jin Yuan. This is Ice Soul Grass. There are also 9 of them. The effect of Ice Soul Grass was similar to the Ice Heart Grass Snow Air Emperor had previously obtained. It could also raise one's spirit, and was very beneficial to cultivating soul secret arts. However, in terms of effect, Ice Soul Grass was 100 times better than Ice Heart Grass. This was because Ice Heart Grass was a Heavenly King grade spirit grass, while Ice Soul Grass was an Emperor grade spirit grass. With Ice Soul Grass, Yichen was confident that he could cultivate his soul ring to the highest purple soul ring realm in a short time. At the same time, he planned to cultivate another soul attack secret art. However, the premise was that he could obtain some Emperor-grade spirit grasses to replenish soul power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough soul power. The higher one's realm, the greater the disparity. In the past, Yichen's soul power was 10 times that of ordinary people. The advantage was clear. However, there was a chasm between the 6th and 7th layer. Once one broke through to the 7th layer, one's soul power would explode. Even Yichen couldn't compare. Therefore, Emperor-grade soul secret arts were more suitable for titled monarchs. Only they had sufficient soul power. In less than 2 hours, Yichen had collected thousands of Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses and over 100 Emperor-grade spirit grasses. Among the Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses, there were 36 Heavenly King-grade spirit trees, and 2 Emperor-grade spirit trees. Leaving aside the Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses, each Emperor-grade spirit grasses had an astonishing value. Especially the 2 Emperor-grade spirit trees. They were the 7-star fruit tree and the starry sky path understanding tree. The 7-star fruit tree bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit once every 500 years. The 7-star fruit had the effect of replenishing Jin Yuan. Normally, 10 7-star fruits were enough to replenish the Jin Yuan of a 7th layer titled monarch, and the 7-star fruit tree would bear at least several tens of thousands of fruits. At this moment, the branches of this 7-star fruit tree were filled with flowers. It wouldn't be more than 500 years before it bore fruit. The starry sky path understanding tree, as its name suggested, was extremely helpful in comprehending the Tao. Cultivating sword arts under the tree would increase one's speed by 10 to 100 times, and the chances of breaking through bottlenecks would also be higher. With so many spirit grasses, it would be hard to do without a plant ring. However, Yichen had already bought a supreme-grade plant ring. Plant rings were the same as storage rings. They were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, upper-grade, and supreme-grade. Low-grade plant rings usually wouldn't exceed 100 mu, mid-grade wouldn't exceed 1000 mu, and upper-grade wouldn't exceed 10,000 mu. As for supreme-grade, it was hard to say. In any case, the bigger the better. The supreme-grade plant ring that Yichen had bought had a space of 50 million mu, which was almost equivalent to a small plane. It was more than 150 miles long and wide. As long as there weren't any super-large spiritual trees, it could completely accommodate a large number of spiritual herbs. There were mountains, rivers, a sun made from supreme-grade sunstones, a moon made from supreme-grade moonstones, a mist made from supreme-grade cloud mist stones, and a whirlwind made from supreme-grade wind thunder stones. When the whirlwind collided with the mist, it would form thunder and lightning, followed by a spiritual rain. All in all, the ecosystem of the supreme-grade plant ring was very complete. Most importantly, the spiritual energy inside was very abundant. Yichen had buried billions of yuan stones underground, forming a yuan stone mine. In addition, the plant ring itself could absorb energy from the void, not just from yuan stones. After planting a large number of Heavenly King and Emperor herbs in the plant ring, Yichen continued to search for undiscovered herbs. Time passed by bit. Soon, 6 hours had passed from the original 8 hours. There was only 1 hour left. There are more than 5,000 Heavenly King herbs and 150 Emperor herbs. My initial estimate is that the harvest is at least 20 billion yuan stones. Especially the 7-star fruit tree and the starry sky path understanding tree. These 2 Emperor herbs are worth no less than 20 billion yuan stones. The rest are not even worth a fraction of that. It was hard to say how valuable the starry sky path understanding tree was. Yichen had no way of estimating how precious the 7-star fruit tree was. Based on his calculations, as long as the 7-star fruit tree bore fruit, one fruit would be worth a few million yuan stones. 10,000 of them would be worth tens of billions. If it wasn't for the fact that it took 500 years to bloom and 500 years to bear fruit, its value would be 10 times higher. Of course, the 36 Heavenly King herbs were not cheap either. Altogether, they would be worth a few 100 million yuan stones. Among the spiritual herbs, spiritual trees were always the king. They were worth 1,000 times more than spiritual herbs of the same level. In the center of the huge mountain, there was a valley. Soon, Yichen arrived outside the valley. The entrance to the valley was shrouded in a layer of purple light. It should be a restriction. Besides Yichen, Scarlet Wind Emperor, Air Emperor, and Stone Man Emperor were all here. Only the Fire Sparrow Emperor was missing. Yichen, how was the harvest? Scarlet Wind Emperor chuckled. Yichen said, not bad. I didn't come in vain. He believed that he was not the only one who had a great harvest. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others definitely had a great harvest, perhaps even more than him. As for how great the harvest was, only he knew. Yeah, I didn't come in vain. Now there's only this valley left. Scarlet Wind Emperor grinned. The harvest this time was too great. 6 billion yuan stones. The 5 of them divided it equally. Each of them had spent more than 500 million yuan stones, but the harvest was dozens of times more than 500 million yuan stones. Not only did they not come in vain, they earned like crazy. Ever since he was born, he had never encountered such a fortuitous encounter. After a while, the Fire Sparrow Emperor also arrived. Alright, since everyone is here, let's divide the things in this valley equally. The purple light at the entrance was a restriction. One person definitely could not break it. It required 5 people to work together. Of course, Scarlet Wind Emperor Scarlet Wind could do it, but he didn't think it was necessary. This restriction was far inferior to the 4 symbols' great formation. Using the Scarlet Wind ship was too wasteful. Also, it was not good for one person to eat alone. Although the others wouldn't say it, if they wanted to cooperate for a long time, it was best to know how to share. Otherwise, if everyone wanted to eat alone, it would be better to split up. There was no need to cooperate. With the 5 of them working together, it only took 15 minutes to break the purple light. The purple light scattered, and the 5 of them instantly saw everything in the valley. There was a spiritual herb garden in the middle of the valley. It was about 100 acres in size, and it was filled with foot-tall, sparkling, and translucent purple spiritual herbs. A dense purple aura gushed out from the entrance of the valley. Immediately, the 5 of them felt as if their souls were bathing in a mountain spring, extremely refreshing and transparent. This is? Scarlet Wind Emperor's mouth opened wide. It's the Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden. Stone Puppet Emperor said word by word. Fire Sparrow Emperor's eyes opened wide. I didn't think that the Violet Flower Secret Realm really had a Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden. How many are there? A few hundred? A few thousand? The Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden was 100 acres, but the Violet Flower Immortal Herb was very sparse. There was only one Violet Flower Immortal Herb every few meters. But no matter how sparse it was still 100 acres. How could there be so few of them? With so many Violet Flower Immortal Herbs, it is enough for me to use an Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. The first thing that came to Yi Chen's mind was an Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. The soul defense secret technique had the soul ring, but the soul attack secret technique only had the soul sword chi. Although the soul sword chi was comprehended from the divine monument, Yi Chen's attainments in soul secret techniques weren't high at that time. He didn't have anything to learn from. At most, the soul sword chi was equivalent to a heavenly king soul attack secret technique. Even so, with Yi Chen's soul talent that was 10 times that of a normal king, the soul sword chi that he used was not to be underestimated. It was equivalent to an Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. If he could cultivate a peak Emperor-class soul attack secret technique, its power could be imagined. Just looking at the soul defense of the soul ring was enough. Spears and shields always existed together. Let's see how many Violet Flower Immortal Herbs there are? Yi Chen suggested after coming back to his senses. That's right. We don't have much time. Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others woke up. After entering the valley, the 4 started to collect the Violet Flower Immortal Herbs. The process was fast and smooth. After counting, there were 3,600 Violet Flower Immortal Herbs. The 5 of them divided it equally, and each of them got 720. It was a shocking number. One stalk of violet flower immortal grass can replenish the soul power of a 7th layer monarch. 720 stalks should be enough for 720 tries. Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Snow Air Emperor said, directly consuming violet flower immortal grass is too wasteful. Combining it with other soul materials and refining it into pellets is the best choice. Stone Emperor nodded. Among the Emperor grade pellets, there is one called Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellet. Its main ingredient is violet flower immortal grass. 720 stalks of violet flower soul refining pellet can be refined into at least 5,000 violet flower soul refining pellets. Moreover, one violet flower soul refining pellet can replenish half of a 7th layer monarch's soul power. If you are not in a hurry to use the violet flower immortal grass, how about giving them to me? There are many alchemy masters in our phoenix race. Violet flower soul refining pellet is nothing. Only violet flower immortal grass is hard to find. The Fire Sparrow Emperor came from the Phoenix clan. Just like the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan was one of the top clans among the Yao clan. The Vermilion Bird clan was also a branch of the Phoenix clan. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Vermilion Bird King of the Divine Paradise were both vermilion birds. Yichen was somewhat tempted. What about the other soul materials? Yes, and the refinement fee? Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded. Fire Sparrow Emperor said, you don't need to worry about the other soul materials. The refinement fee is very simple. 10% of the pellets will be taken, and you can only get 90%. Otherwise, those old fellows won't refine pellets for you. Even yuan stones won't do. You can think about it yourself. But I think it's a good deal. Every time I ask them to refine pellets, although I get a cut, it saves me a lot of effort. 10% of pellets? After thinking about it, Yichen nodded, not much. I'll keep 70 stalks for backup. The remaining 650 stalks are all yours. With that, Yichen took out 650 stalks of violet flower immortal grass and gave them to Fire Sparrow Emperor. 10% pills were indeed not a lot. After all, Yichen did not have any of the other soul spirit materials. Perhaps he could spend some effort to gather them, but that would be too tiring. Moreover, the cost of refining them would not be low either. It would cost at least a few $100 million. In that case, it would be better to just take 90% pills. He believed that 90% pills would still be around 4,000 pills. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two also handed the Purple Magnificence Immortal Herb to the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Not long after, the 5 of them were expelled from this world and arrived at the prairie. At this time, all the multicolored pearls on the grassland had disappeared. The 5 of them moved in another direction and began to explore other places in the Purple Flower Secret Realm. In the end, the 5 of them were unable to find the map fragment. Although the Stone Emperor had been to Jade Maiden Peak, he didn't know where it was. A month later, the 5 of them found the exit and left the Purple Flower Secret Realm. Golden Armor Star, Secret Art Tower. The 6th floor of the Secret Art Tower contained Emperor-grade secret arts, while the 7th floor contained Emperor-grade secret arts. After thinking about it, Yichen decided not to cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts for the time being. Firstly, Emperor-grade secret arts were much harder to cultivate. With his cultivation base at the 6th layer of Life and Death realm, it would be a bit too ambitious. The higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's comprehension ability would be. His comprehension ability might be at the peak of 7th layer monarchs, but among 8th layer monarchs, it would undoubtedly be at the bottom. Cultivating an Emperor-grade secret art would take a long time to reach major completion. Even if he had the Tower of Time, it would be of no help. It would be better to take it slow and steady. First, he would cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts. Then, he would cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts to the highest level. At that time, he would not be any weaker than a minor completion Emperor-grade secret art. Moreover, his soul power was purer than ordinary people's. If he used a peak Emperor-grade secret art, it would not necessarily be weaker than the most ordinary Emperor-grade secret art. Emperor-grade secret arts were rather expensive, and Emperor-grade soul arts were even more so. Before, Yichen still had 200 million contribution points left. This time, Yichen spent 500 million yuan stones to exchange for 500 million contribution points. He believed that it would be enough to exchange for a peak soul art. Compared to the soul defensive secret arts, the sixth floor had a bit more soul attack secret arts. There were 17 of them. Soul Explosion, 400 million contribution points. Soul Death, 420 million contribution points. Soul Rain, 450 million contribution points. Soul Frightening Arrow, 480 million contribution points. Yuan Spirit Severing, 500 million contribution points. Yichen didn't miss a single one of the 17 soul attack secret arts. He looked through them one by one. Every time he saw one, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. According to the description, none of these soul attack secret arts were easy to deal with. Soul Explosion, as the name implied, was an explosion of soul power that could heavily injure or even annihilate the enemy's soul. It was very difficult to cultivate, as it required one to condense soul thunders. Soul Death was an extremely strange soul attack. Without the enemy noticing, it would gradually erode the enemy's soul. By the time the enemy realized it, it would already be too late. The Soul Rain was even more peculiar. It was actually a soul attack secret art that covered a large area. In Yichen's opinion, it was a little useless. Of course, it might have other uses. The Soul Frightening Arrow was very powerful. Yuan Spirit Severing was condensed into a large saw that could cut the enemy's soul. Ordinary soul defense wouldn't be able to defend against it. Without stopping, Yichen continued to look through the list. Nightmare, amazing. There's also this soul attack secret art that plants a nightmare in the enemy's soul and activates it at a critical moment. It's enough to cause the enemy's body and mind to collapse. Too bad, it's not suitable for me. Yichen continued to walk. When he saw the 17th secret art, Yichen stopped and chose this one. Soul Chasing Sword, 630 million contribution points. The label stated, condense a small soul sword in one's soul. At a critical moment, with a single thought, the small soul sword would directly attack. It could change direction midway, and it could even be retracted. It's a bit like the defensive sword art, but much more terrifying. After spending 630 million contribution points, Yichen obtained the secret art of Soul Chasing Sword. After looking through it, Yichen discovered that the Soul Chasing Sword was divided into 3 levels. The first level was Soul Refining, the second was Soul Tempering, and the third was Soul Chasing. Let's return to the Paradise of Gods first. Putting away the Soul Chasing Sword, Yichen walked out of the secret art tower. Paradise of Gods. 1 month later, Yichen cultivated the second level of Soul Chasing Sword, Soul Tempering. The cultivation of Soul Chasing Sword was like forging a treasure sword. First, it had to be purified and then tempered. Once it was forged into a true treasure sword, it could chase the soul and kill without spilling blood. However, the difficulty of forging a sword was thousands of times more difficult than forging a sword. After all, what was being forged was one's own soul power. Every forging was a form of torture. It was as if one's soul was being cut apart. In addition, the arrangement of soul power was also very complicated. It was even more complicated than the arrangement of soul rings. Shua, a faint light flashed in his hand, and a spirit herb appeared in his hand. It was the ice soul grass that Yichen obtained from the purple flower secret realm. The ice soul grass could raise one's spirit and was extremely useful for cultivating soul secret arts. After consuming the ice soul grass, Yichen immediately felt his soul become much cooler. The pain from before also disappeared, and his mind became exceptionally clear. As expected of the ice soul grass, my soul power seems to have become more controllable. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He immediately started practicing the soul chasing sword art. The effect of the ice soul grass was limited. One ice soul grass could maintain its effect for about a month. In this half a month, the first 5 days would be the strongest, the middle 5 days would begin to weaken, and the last 5 days would be the residual effect. Above the Sea of Soul, in addition to the Immortal Sword Spirit and the Destruction Sword Spirit, a small sword was taking shape. It was the Soul Chasing Sword. However, the Immortal Sword Soul and Destruction Sword Soul were part of the Sea of Soul. They were unable to move. They were like the sun and moon of a living world. The Soul Chasing Sword, on the other hand, was free. With a thought from Yichen, the Soul Chasing Sword could drill out of the Sea of Soul and attack the enemy. Of course, it was unknown whether it could kill the enemy's soul. Currently, the soul-chasing sword could not be considered a treasure sword because it had not been sharpened. An unsharpened sword, no matter how good the material was, would not be able to kill efficiently. Clang clang clang, two whetstones formed from soul power appeared and continuously rubbed against the two edges and the tip of the soul-chase sword. Every time they rubbed against each other, the soul-chase sword would become sharper, and a chilling aura would spread out. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the Tower of Time. Basically, every day, Yichen would polish the soul-chasing sword several tens of thousands of times. In 100 days, it would be several million times. In a month in the outside world, in 100 months in the Tower of Time, Yichen had polished the soul-chasing sword a total of 100 million times. Although the consumption of soul power each time was negligible, it couldn't withstand so many times. Fortunately, Yichen had the splendid purple immortal grass. When his soul force was less than half depleted, Yichen would consume half of the splendid purple immortal grass to replenish his soul force. After a month in the outside world, Yichen had already consumed 15 stalks of amethyst immortal grass. Fortunately, I had the glorious violet immortal grass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the soul-chasing sword art to such a level in such a short period of time. It really consumes too much soul power. The soul-chasing sword art was different from other soul attack secret arts. It focused on sharpness. Other soul attack secret arts only required one to comprehend the arrangement of soul power. How could it be so complicated? Of course, from this aspect, one could see how powerful the soul-chasing sword was. Ordinary monarch-level soul defensive secret arts would definitely be pierced through and cut open. As for the ice soul grass, Yichen had only used 4 stalks. After one stalk was used up, Yichen would only consume a second stalk after a long period of time. After all, he still needed it to cultivate his soul ring to the highest rank of purple soul ring. Time passed bit by bit. On this day, the soul-chasing sword suddenly erupted with a sword cry that soared into the sky. An extremely sharp aura swept out. This aura was so powerful that it even caused the immortal sword soul and destruction sword soul to tremble. Unbeknownst to Yichen, a sliver of the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent fused into the soul-chasing sword. Sword intent could also damage the soul. However, this kind of damage was much weaker than soul attacks. However, when the two were combined, there were probably not many people who knew what kind of changes would occur. The immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent were too weak for Yichen to notice. However, once the soul-chasing sword intent grew stronger, Yichen would eventually find out. Finally, it's reached the large success stage. Yichen exhaled heavily. The soul-chasing sword intent was divided into 3 levels. Cultivating to the second level was the small success stage. Cultivating to the third level was the large success stage. Cultivating to the peak of the third level was the large success stage. Cultivating to the large success stage was not something that could be done overnight. This had nothing to do with one's perception. This was because doing anything required a process. It was the process of grinding an iron rod into a needle. Once the soul-chasing sword intent was used many times, it would naturally reach the large success stage. It's a pity that I can't find anyone to test it on. The soul-chasing sword intent had reached the large success stage. Yichen urgently wanted to know the power of the soul-chasing sword intent. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it on the members of the Paradise of Gods. With the power of the soul-chasing sword intent, no one in the Paradise of Gods could block it. Even if they cultivated an emperor-rank soul defense secret technique, they still wouldn't be able to. Yichen had a feeling that if the soul-chasing sword intent was used against him, even his soul ring wouldn't be able to block it. Unless he cultivated his soul ring to the highest rank of purple soul ring, only then would he know whether the spear or the shield was stronger. Next, I can also cultivate my soul ring to the large success stage. After walking out of the Pagoda of Time, Yichen went to the Paradise of Gods hotel to drink some wine and chat with some acquaintances. After returning, he officially cultivated his soul ring. Every time his soul ring increased by 1 level, there would be an additional layer of soul defense. On the battlefield, it was a secret technique to protect his life. Who knew what kind of expert would secretly use soul attacks to attack him? After consuming the ice soul grass, Yichen sank into a state of cultivation. Half a month in the outside world, 50 months in the pagoda of time. Outside the blue soul ring, a speck of purple light suddenly appeared. The purple light was like a purple mist that pervaded the air. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that this purple light, which was also the purple mist, was constructed from runes. It wasn't just a pure purple mist. What Yichen wanted to do was to condense the purple mist into a purple soul ring. This would allow it to have the ability to self-stabilize and absorb soul power. This was like building a building. How to make a building extremely stable and firm was Yichen's goal. Pong, after condensing half of the purple soul ring, it suddenly collapsed and turned back into purple mist. It was just that the purple mist was much thicker than before. As expected, condensing a purple soul ring is 10 times more difficult than condensing a blue soul ring. I need to understand the structure of the runes in order to finally form a purple soul ring. After failing 10 times in a row, Yichen stopped condensing the purple soul ring and turned to observe the purple runes formed by his soul power. The purple runes were very strange. They were like talismans. After the soul power formed the talismans, the condensation rate increased by countless times. It was a bit like carbon turning into diamond, a strange change. As the days passed, Yichen became more and more familiar with the purple runes. He even improved it a bit, making it easier to form a purple soul ring. Again. After he was almost done, Yichen continued. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, condensing a purple soul ring also consumed a lot of soul power. Although condensing a blue soul ring consumed soul power, Yichen's soul power was still able to support it. But now, he couldn't support it at all. He needed to rely on the purple flower immortal grass. After thousands of uses, some of the purple runes couldn't bear the burden and directly collapsed, disappearing into nothingness. The consumption of soul power was very serious. Hard work paid off. After using 3 stalks of ice soul grass and 10 stalks of purple flower immortal grass, the purple soul ring was finally condensed successfully. Outside of Yichen's soul sea, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple soul rings revolved. The innermost soul ring was red, and the outermost soul ring was purple. It looked very gorgeous, as if he was wearing a layer of rainbow clothes. It was so gorgeous, but it didn't appear flashy. The purple soul ring was much more overbearing compared to the other 6 soul rings. It had a strong soul field. Any foreign soul power that came close would be affected by the soul field and automatically disintegrate or become unstable. Since then, Yichen's soul-chasing sword and soul ring were both completed. The annual trip to the hunting battlefield was coming soon. Yichen was really looking forward to it. It was not because of the powerful warriors, but the power of the soul-chasing sword. All the members of the theme parks were all geniuses. Because of their soul power, their soul attack secret arts might only be at the top of the Sky King realm, but their soul defense secret arts should be at the Emperor realm, especially those famous people. And what Yichen wanted to do was to see if the soul-chasing sword could break through the Emperor realm's soul defense secret arts. Of course, it would be very difficult, since the Evil Hunter team and Yichen himself were way too famous. In the high-rank hunting battleground, no matter who ran into the Evil Hunter team, they would only have one thought, and that was to run. They would run as far as they could, even if they had to use forbidden arts that would damage their own yuan qi and even their lifespan. High-rank hunting battlefield, hunting star. Run. A famous team from the evil god paradise sensed the exorcist team from afar and started to flee frantically. The bodies of a few of the slower ones started to burn with blood light. It was obvious that this was a secret technique that damaged their vitality to increase their speed. Otherwise, if they were caught, they would die. In the past, the demon hunter team would give up after chasing for a while. Both sides had similar speed, and no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to shorten the distance. However, this time, Yichen did not plan to give up. Don't stop, keep chasing. Yichen pushed his speed to the limit, faster than everyone else. Although Thousand Arrow King and the others were a bit confused, they did not say anything. Yichen's speed was much faster than theirs, and he might be able to catch up. The special rules of the hunting star made the attack range very short, and the soul power could only be released to a limited range. The first point of using a soul attack was to lock onto the opponent's soul. Otherwise, it would be like a normal attack, which would be dodged easily. With his shocking speed, Yichen gradually caught up with the last member of the evil god paradise. The distance between them was less than 1,000 miles. Lock onto the soul. Go. Without any sound, the soul-chasing sword flew out. Puff. Without any obstruction, the soul-chasing sword pierced through the opponent's soul. The next second, the man lost control of his body and slid down to the ground like a glider. One sword, and the soul was destroyed. Impossible? The leader of this team from the evil god paradise was a combat emperor. His face was filled with disbelief. The one who had died was called the Azure Blood King. He wasn't very powerful and was considered an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, the soul defense secret art that he cultivated was at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King stage. Even if the Arch-stage soul attack secret art attacked him, it wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. At most, his soul would be severely injured. Could it be that he cultivates a peak Emperor-level soul attack secret technique? Emperor soul attack secret arts consume too much soul power. Yichen's soul power was 10 times that of a normal king, so he could only use it 3 times. However, the geniuses of the Great Paradises had 3 to 4 times the soul power of a normal king, with some having 5 to 6 times the soul power of a normal king. There were less than 5 to 6 times the soul power of a normal king, and that was including Yichen. Even if others had an emperor-rank soul attack secret art for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. After all, with their soul force, they could only cast an emperor-rank soul attack secret art once. Once their soul force was almost exhausted, it would have a huge impact on their battle strength. Once their soul force was exhausted, they would even lose consciousness. When they woke up in the future, there would be huge repercussions. Everyone, keep running. I don't believe that his soul power is that much, he said with hatred. Go again. The soul-chasing sword pierced through that person's soul, but it didn't disappear. It had only shrunk a little, but it was still as sharp as before. Pooh. The second member of the evil god paradise had his soul destroyed. Then, it was the third one. This time, the soul-chasing sword only had a vague sword shape left, and it didn't have much power left. Yichen took it back and nourished it in his sea of soul, replenishing his soul power. After cultivating the soul-chasing sword, Yichen could form a new soul-chasing sword in a short period of time. However, if the previous soul-chasing sword hadn't been used up yet, he could save some soul power and time. After killing 3 members of the evil god paradise, Yichen had used up a lot of his soul power, which was about 1/3 of it. If I have enough soul power, I can use the soul-chasing sword 3 times. However, after using it 3 times, my soul power will be empty. Using it once is the safest, and I will need to maintain my soul defense for the rest of the time. Although Yichen could use the soul-chasing sword 3 times, if he really used it 3 times at once, it would be suicidal. Using it twice was not very safe, and maintaining the soul ring with 1/3 of his soul power was very dangerous. Who knew if there would be a large amount of soul attacks that would consume the soul ring's defense? Without soul power, the soul ring would undoubtedly become weaker and weaker. If he didn't have the magnificent purple immortal grass, Yichen could only use the soul-chasing sword once at most, which was the safest. Of course, one soul-chasing sword could kill quite a lot of people. But with the magnificent purple immortal grass, all the problems were no longer problems. After swallowing a small half of the magnificent purple immortal grass, the soul-chasing sword in Yichen's Sea of Soul had already recovered. Pooh. 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 Another 3 members of the evil god paradise fell from the sky, their eyes wide open as if they couldn't believe that they had died so easily. The soul-chasing sword's power was extremely terrifying. 1/3 of its power could easily penetrate a peak Heavenly King's soul defense secret technique. If it used its full power, even ordinary the Arch soul defense secret techniques could be penetrated. Finally, only one leader was left. No, I can't die like this. I have the power of a battled Arch, and I'm not even 500 years old. In the future, I will definitely be able to laugh at the universe and become the supreme of the evil spirit race. I'm different from them. I cultivated the Arch soul defense secret technique. Let's see what you can do to me. In his soul sea, the soul defense formed a tower, protecting his soul and making him feel much more at ease. He didn't believe that Yi Chen's soul attack could break through the soul tower. That was impossible. The distance between them was still very far, and this distance was barely enough to use soul attacks. Normal attacks definitely wouldn't be able to cause any damage. On the hunting star, the further the distance, the weaker the damage of normal attacks. As for soul attacks, as long as they were within the attack range, the damage would not be too low. Pooh, Yi Chen used the soul-chasing sword for the third time. The soul-chasing sword was extremely fast, and it instantly entered the other party's soul sea. Crack, the soul tower was broken, and a hole appeared. Inside the soul tower, the person's soul sea was split into two and then turned into mush, completely dissipating. He really broke through it? Until his death, he still didn't believe that the soul tower couldn't defend against Yi Chen's soul attack. What he didn't know was that although Yi Chen cultivated a peak the arch soul attack secret technique, Yi Chen's soul was much purer than ordinary people's. It was comparable to a seventh firmament the arch. This caused the soul-chasing sword's power to be comparable to ordinary the arch soul attack secret techniques. The soul ring was the same, and its soul defense was comparable to ordinary the arch soul defense secret techniques. As expected, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The soul-chasing sword's power was about the same as he had imagined. It could indeed pierce through the soul defense formed by an emperor-class soul defense secret art. In this way, coupled with his tyrannical strength comparable to a 6 or 7-star purple gold commander, Yi Chen could completely sweep away any 7th-layer titled monarchs. Only an 8th-layer sovereign could be his opponent. Of course, he was a bottom-feeder existence among the 8th-layer heavenly sovereigns. Whether it was soul attacks or martial arts attacks, they couldn't threaten an 8th-layer heavenly sovereign. He actually annihilated the enemy team? The myriad arrow monarch and the others were dumbfounded. On a hunting planet, if the other party wanted to escape, the chances of successfully chasing them were less than 30%. In a desperate situation, killing one or two was already not bad. First, everyone's speed was about the same. In a vacuum, they were all existences very close to the speed of light. On a hunting planet, the difference was even smaller. Second, the hunting planet had special rules. Once the distance was more than 100 miles, the killing power would be greatly reduced. Within 100 miles was the optimal attack range. This made it very difficult for experts to kill their opponents from a distance. From the situation just now, it was obvious that Yi Chen had used a soul attack to annihilate his opponents. This shocked them even more. A soul attack secret art needed to be a major level higher than a soul defense secret art to completely destroy the opponent. When did Yi Chen cultivate such a powerful soul attack secret art? When did he cultivate this soul attack secret art to such a high level? They didn't think that a soul attack secret art at the initial stage could annihilate their opponents. Amazing. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. The myriad arrow monarch and the others flew over. Sima Fei sighed. If this matter were to spread, the people from the other paradises would probably be even more afraid of you. However, you still have to be careful. They can't do anything to you in the advanced hunting battlefield, but they can report it to their superiors and have them send experts to kill you. You have to be careful. Zhang Yining reminded. Yining is right. Lu Di nodded and said, as far as I know, many geniuses have been assassinated in the history of the Paradise of Gods. Some of them were like you, and even had the potential to become a paragon. However, once they died, and no matter what they achieved in the future, what's more important is the present. Of course, the upper echelons of the human race often send experts to assassinate the peerless geniuses of other races. Yuan Hong asked curiously, Yi Chen, with your current strength, you should be able to fight against a beginner-level emperor, right? Yi Chen nodded, then shook his head. I can indeed resist for a while, but I will still be killed in the end. I know what you are saying, so I will be very careful. How could Yi Chen not know that he had probably become a thorn in the eyes of the upper echelons of the other races? The more they didn't plan to assassinate him in a short period of time, the more important they were to him. After all, if you wanted to assassinate someone, the chance of success was the highest the first time, and it would gradually decrease in the future. Yi Chen had a premonition that the assassination would either not come, or it would be a very dangerous situation. If he thought that he wouldn't have to worry about assassination in the human territory, then he was gravely mistaken. The human territory was vast, and some places were empty. Assassinating someone wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid. If he was afraid of being assassinated, then he wouldn't be himself. What he needed to do was to strengthen himself and face any challenges. If one day, he really died tragically in the hands of the other races, then that meant that his fate was as good as it was, and he couldn't blame anyone. In the high-grade hunting battlefield, killing one person was worth 150,000 shinbi, and killing 7 people was worth 1,050,000 shinbi. Apart from that, annihilating a whole team would double the reward, from 1,050,000 shinbi to 2,100,000 shinbi. Adding on the 1/10 of the team's reward, the total would be 2,300,000 shinbi. Yi Chen could get at least 90% of it. After all, he had single-handedly annihilated the entire Evil God Paradise team. Adding the mid-level Heavenly King set, I have more than 7 million shinbi. Exchanging for mid-level Heavenly King set was 1 million shinbi, and 80% was 800,000 shinbi. Currently, Yi Chen had more than 7 million shinbi, which was undoubtedly a shocking number. The 7 dead people had 6 low-level Heavenly King set and 1 mid-level Heavenly King set, as well as 7 weapons and 7 storage rings. The storage rings didn't contain much, just 100 million yuan stones and other miscellaneous items. Currently, the 7 of them all had Heavenly King set, and none of them were lacking. Yi Chen directly stored these things away, as he could leave them for Yi family and Falling Dust Sword sect to replenish their contribution vaults, and the disciples could use contribution points to exchange for them. In the next few days, the Evil Hunter team encountered a few more teams, but Yi Chen didn't chase after them recklessly. The magnificent purple immortal grasses were limited, and he couldn't use them all here. Right now, he only had 40 or so magnificent purple immortal grasses left, and each one he used was one less. As for when he could refine the magnificent purple soul refining pill, he didn't know. After leaving the high-grade hunting battlefield, the Evil Hunter team's total harvest was 3,500,000 shinbi. Later on, the ones they killed were all god insects, and Yi Chen had obtained 2,800,000 shinbi, bringing his total to more than 8 million shinbi. In the next few years, Yi Chen would go to the magnificent purple secret realm with Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3 every year, searching for treasures and collecting purple lightning spirit liquid in preparation for breaking through to the 7th step spirit body. Compared to the first time, the harvests were not that great. Of course, they were not small either, with each harvest ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. What was a bit of a pity was that they still couldn't find the location on the map. Otherwise, their harvests would have been even greater, even surpassing the first time. According to Fire Sparrow Emperor, the magnificent purple soul refining pill would take another 1 or 2 years to successfully refine. The main reason was that it needed to be nurtured in the cauldron for a long time. Taking it out now would only be a half-finished product, which was quite a waste. After a few more trips, Yi Chen had already obtained 200 to 300 Emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yi Chen couldn't use much of them, but some were useful to Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. Su Jing had already broken through to the 5th layer of life and death realm, while Murong Qingqing was still a bit away. Due to her golden dragon bloodline, Su Jing's spirit body had always been very strong, which could improve along with cultivation. Adding all kinds of treasures, she had also caught up, and her spirit body had also reached the peak of the 6th step. Murong Qingqing had just reached the early 6th step, which was not unrelated to her dark witch bloodline. The two's strength had also improved very quickly. Su Jing had reached the 7th floor of War God Pagoda, while Murong Qingqing had reached the 6th floor. As for Ajiu, Lung Fifan, and the rest, they had already reached the 9th floor. Especially Ajiu, who was already one of the strongest half-emperors. Under Battle Emperor, he was practically unrivaled. Genius's changes were huge, and Yi Chen's changes were not small either. Although he hadn't made much progress in the past few years, mainly because he had reached a bottleneck, his sword domain had suddenly rushed from the peak of the 5th layer to the 6th layer. The 6th layer of sword domain had an inconceivable ability, and could even confine the void, preventing ordinary 8th layer emperors from teleporting. Of course, the exact effect could only be known in actual combat. After all, the domains of 8th layer emperors were not low, and they would cancel each other out. Now, only the spirit body is left. If the spirit body can be upgraded to rank 7 and give birth to the immortal power, then I won't be so weak when I encounter a primary level emperor. 8th level emperor's strongest points were their defense and teleportation abilities. In terms of defense, Yi Chen could never catch up. After all, there was a gap of 2 whole heavens between their cultivation bases. Adding the emperor-grade armor, in terms of defense, an 8th level emperor was more than 1,000 times stronger than Yi Chen. And this was because Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was more like Sword Yuan. In terms of quality, his Jin Yuan was far superior to a normal 6th level life and death realm Jin Yuan. Therefore, if he encountered a primary level emperor, Yi Chen would not be able to turn the tables if his own defense and spirit body were not up to par. However, the rank 7 spirit body contained the immortal power, which could instantly heal any injury. As long as the immortal power was not exhausted, Yi Chen could at least hold on for a while longer. After several trips to the Purple Flower Secret Realm, Yi Chen had already collected nearly half a barrel of purple lightning spirit liquid. According to the Scarlet Wind Emperor, half a barrel was not enough. Of course, if he added some emperor-grade spirit plants that could upgrade the spirit body, it should be enough. Among the 200 to 300 emperor-grade spirit plants that Yi Chen had collected, there were more than 20 that could upgrade the spirit body: Dragon Crystal Grass, Bone Refining Grass, 5 Organs Flower, Spirit Melting Flower, Soul Refining Flower, and so on. Golden Armor Star, Yunlai Barracks, Purple Gold Commander's Residence. Inside the huge basement that was covered by the spell, Yi Chen was soaking in a small bath that was made of 1,000-years-old spirit jade and soul sealing stones. Although the materials of this bath could not be compared to the small bucket that contained the purple lightning spirit liquid, it was big enough. Plus, it would not break in a short period of time due to not being able to handle the purple lightning spirit liquid. The bath was mixed with purple lightning spirit liquid and the juices of various emperor-grade spirit plants. Of course, these alone were not enough for a bath. The bath was mostly filled with Spring of Life. Spring of Life came from some star secret realm and was also very precious. For this bath, Yi Chen had spent 500 million yuan stones. It could be said that he did not care about anything else. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to upgrade the spirit body if one did not walk the path of body refinement. And this was the case for a rank 7 spirit body. Perhaps only the legendary 50,000-year-old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit could reach rank 8 spirit body. Body refinement kings were different. Even if they did not have any treasures, they could continue to upgrade their spirit body. At most, it would take a long time. But if they had many treasures, they would advance by leaps and bounds. Su Jing was a good example. Yi Chen was glad that he had obtained the Yuan Stone Pond. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach his current realm. He estimated that it would take another few decades or even 100 years. Mixed with the Spring of Life, purple lightning spirit liquid, and more than 20 emperor-grade spirit plants that could upgrade the spirit body, the liquid was purple gold in color. Soaking in it, Yi Chen could not help but moan. It was painful and itchy, as if countless ants were nibbling at his flesh and gradually drilling into his bones. Purple electric currents spread throughout Yi Chen's body, from the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being tempered. The pain and itchiness continued to increase. Blue veins appeared on Yi Chen's sturdy body like little snakes. It was a very frightening sight. Thump, thump. Thump, the sound of his heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. It became faster and faster, more and more explosive. The purple gold liquid trembled and the surface of the bath began to creak. Ah! It was simply too painful. This kind of pain began to spread to his soul, especially since that purple electric current contained a special kind of soul attack. But, Yi Chen could not use his soul ring. After all, it would lose its effect. The soul and the body were one, and had to be tempered at the same time. Otherwise, the effect would be greatly reduced. The bone-deep pain made Yi Chen roar and clench his teeth. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that the more painful it was, the better the effect would be. If there was no pain, it meant that there was no effect at all. As time passed, black blood gradually seeped out of Yi Chen's body. This was the impurities in his body. Only by removing the impurities could the spirit body be more perfect. Normally, these impurities were deeply rooted, and Jin Yuan could not be used to refine them. Only Qi could. This was also why body-refining kings could upgrade their spirit body faster. This was an innate advantage. Zzzzz. As soon as the black blood seeped out, it was turned into nothingness by the purple electric current. Yi Chen's body began to emit a transparent light, like a flawless jade stone. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, the pain and itch had lessened by many times. The purple liquid in the bath had also lost its spiritual qi and became transparent. Just a little bit more. Yi Chen's spirit body had already reached the peak of the 6th step, just a little bit away from the 7th step. In the depths of his body, an invisible power was stirring. Yi Chen knew clearly that this was the immortal power. The immortal power was very strange. It seemed to have come from nothingness. At least, Yi Chen could not sense how it had appeared. Perhaps it was a mutation of his body. Anything that reached a certain level would have an unimaginable power, and the spirit body was the same. As for how powerful the 8th and 9th step spirit bodies were, Yi Chen could only imagine. With Yi Chen as the center, a whirlpool appeared in the bath. The appearance of this whirlpool accelerated the absorption of the purple and gold spiritual qi. The purple electric current also exploded, turning into electric snakes that drilled into Yi Chen's body. Crackle, a popping sound could be heard. More black blood seeped out of Yi Chen's skin. No, it shouldn't be described as blood, but plasma. A large amount of impurities were squeezed out of the black plasma. When it came into contact with the purple electric snakes, they all turned into nothingness. At the same time, shocking changes occurred in Yi Chen's body. Endless life force was born in Yi Chen's body. The terrifying life magnetic field caused the liquid without spiritual qi to explode. Even the bath was shattered. This power was unimaginable. It was as if he had been reborn, becoming a higher life form. His eyes suddenly opened. The purple and gold light in his eyes crackled like lightning. Yi Chen's eyes seemed to have turned into purple and gold gems. After a long time, his eyes returned to normal. The life magnetic field was also retracted into his body. Standing up, Yi Chen's naked body was strong and strong. There was not a single bit of fat. Although his white jade-like skin was very smooth, it did not give off a feeling of weakness. Instead, it gave off a masculine feeling that only a man could have. My spirit body has finally broken through to the 7th step. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly. A surging power surged in his body. At his heart, there was an inextinguishable power coiled there, becoming the center of his spirit body. Compared to the powerful spirit body, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was much weaker. As for physical strength, Yi Chen also had it. Every part of his body contained physical strength. However, apart from body refinement kings, the physical strength of others had become passive power. Their killing power and recovery power were limited. Regardless, a 7th step spirit body was still a 7th step spirit body. This was something that a 6th step spirit body could not compare to. The advancement of the spirit body had also allowed Yi Chen to break through to a higher level. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. It's not just about me. It's a bad feeling on a larger scale. The advancement of his spirit body only made Yi Chen happy for a while. He frowned and pondered. Forget it. Yi Chen wouldn't think too much about things he couldn't figure out. He just wanted to improve himself as much as he could. The 6th level of the sword domain, the 2 supreme sword intents of the 7th rank, and the 4th rank martial art, momentary brilliance, were what he relied on. Without these 3, Yi Chen could only be regarded as a slightly better genius. Now that his spirit body had been upgraded to the 7th rank, he had more to rely on. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the others should be here soon. After returning from the Purple Flower Secret Realm, Yi Chen had been staying on the Gold Armor Planet, while the Fire Sparrow Emperor had gone back to the Phoenix Planet to get the Purple Soul Refining Pill. Gold Armor Planet, Marshal's residence. The Marshal with the Golden Spear was one of the 10 marshals of the human race. He was a top emperor. These days, he was a little uneasy. A heavy feeling of wind and rain filled the entire Gold Armor Planet. No, not just the Gold Armor Planet, but the entire Black Tortoise Star region. This subtle atmosphere couldn't be felt by ordinary people. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation or had a strong sixth sense could feel it. Could it be that the foreign races are going to attack the Black Tortoise ruins? That's impossible. It's only been a few years. Attacking the Black Tortoise Star region won't do them any good, unless it's a war that involves the entire race. The marshal with the golden spear immediately rejected his own guess. He didn't think that the foreign race alliance led by the demons would attack the human race. The troops of the human race stationed in the Black Tortoise Star region weren't just for show. Most of the supreme martial artists were also somewhere in the Black Tortoise Star region. When the war came, the foreign races wouldn't have too much of an advantage. The fact that the human race could fight against the demons until now and only be at a slight disadvantage showed how strong the human race was. It was true that the southern part of the Black Tortoise ruins was occupied by the demons and other foreign races, but it was impossible for them to occupy the entire Black Tortoise Star region, and the human race wouldn't allow it. Marshal. A man with an amazing aura and sharp eyes walked over. Beast Fist, you've come. The person who came was Beast Fist Emperor, one of the 4-star marshals of the human race. Marshals were the same as generals, they were also divided into 5 stars. To be able to become a 4-star marshal, one had to at least be a high-class monarch. It was even possible to be a peak monarch. After all, among peak monarchs, there were strong and weak ones. Beast Fist Emperor was a human, but his fist art walked the path of a beast. It was very fierce. Great Marshal, you seem to have something on your mind? Beast Fist Emperor asked. The Golden Spear Marshal nodded. Are you worried that a war will break out? Beast Fist Emperor suddenly asked. The Golden Spear Marshal's eyes flashed with surprise. What? You also have the same premonition? Yes, no matter what, we can't just sit there and do nothing. It's better to be safe than sorry. Indeed. The Golden Spear Marshal nodded. Since we can sense it, the higher-ups must have sensed it before us. However, according to the rules, we still have to report it to the higher-ups. The so-called upper echelons were the human race's patriarch society. Everyone in the patriarch society was a supremacy. Quasi-supremacies were qualified to listen in, but the Golden Spear Marshal wasn't. On this day, Golden Armor Nebula Army Camp, Sun Moon Restaurant, Yichen, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and the others were all present. Here, these are your purple soul refining pellets. Fire Sparrow Emperor fished out 5 storage rings and gave them to Yichen and the others. Finally done. Scarlet Wind Emperor chuckled and opened the storage ring. Yichen also checked the storage ring. His soul power entered and found 100 jade bottles inside. The materials of the bottles were not ordinary, and they were emitting a bluish-white halo. Clearly, they were worth a lot of yuan stones. Fire Sparrow Emperor said, 10% of the pellets were taken. Yichen got around 5,000, and the 4 of you got 5,500. Each bottle contains 50 pellets. After testing, 1 purple soul refining pellet can restore 45% of a titled monarch's soul power, and 2 can restore 90%. Of course, there are also supreme-grade pellets among them. Supreme-grade purple soul refining pellets can increase the efficacy by 30%, and a single pellet can restore 60% of a titled monarch's soul power. Unfortunately, it's too little. Each of you has 1 bottle. Increase the soul power of a titled monarch by 45%? Yichen was quite satisfied with this medicinal effect. Advancing from 6th layer to 7th layer would increase one's soul power by dozens of times, and Yichen's soul power was 10 times that of an ordinary 6th layer heavenly kings, and 3 times that of a genius 6th layer monarchs. Clearly, those who could become titled monarchs were all geniuses, and it was impossible for Yichen to surpass them by too much. The soul power of titled monarchs was roughly 10 times that of Yichen. If they could restore 45% of their soul power, Yichen could restore 4 times that of his soul power. 1 pellet could be broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Of course, the medicinal effect of the broken pellet would dissipate very quickly. It had to be consumed in a short time, or it would be wasted. To Yichen, these 5,000 pellets were worth at least several tens of billions. With them, Yichen would be able to use soul attacks without any misgivings. Against enemies with similar strength, soul attacks were undoubtedly the most effective. Unless they cultivated a peak Emperor-grade soul defense secret art, they wouldn't be able to defend against Yi Chen's soul-chasing sword. If one couldn't kill them, two would be more or less enough. More than I expected. Seems like your clan's alchemist is quite skilled. Putting away the storage ring, Stone Emperor said. Fire Sparrow Emperor said proudly, of course. If you knew who refined these pellets, you wouldn't be so shocked. Oh, could it be Silver Soul Pill Emperor? Snow Air Emperor guessed. The majority of Phoenix clan members excelled in controlling fire. Their fire was not ordinary, but had intense life force, which was something that Fire Profound couldn't achieve. It was equivalent to the fusion of Fire Profound, Wood Profound, and Life Profound. Therefore, half of the famous alchemists in the 4 great life star fields were from Phoenix clan. This Silver Soul Pill Emperor was one of the top 10 alchemists of Phoenix clan. To be able to be called one of the top 10 alchemists was not simple. Each of them was famous, and even in the whole universe, they would be ranked in the top 30. Apart from this, Silver Soul Pill Emperor specialized in refining pellets related to the soul, and his level in this aspect was even higher. You guessed it. It's Grandpa Silver Soul. Fire Sparrow Emperor nodded. If it's Silver Soul Pill Emperor, it wouldn't be surprising. His level is very high. Stone Emperor knew about Silver Soul Pill Emperor. In terms of strength, he was just an ordinary low-level emperor. Of course, this also depended on the opponent, because Silver Soul Pill Emperor's soul attack was very powerful. If one didn't cultivate a powerful soul defense secret art, they might be defeated in one blow. Woo! 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 As they were chatting, suddenly, a low and deep horn sound rang out, causing their hearts to tremble. The horn sounded again and again, and the 5 of them looked at each other in dismay. What happened? This is a war horn. Normally, it wouldn't be used. Snow Air Emperor had never heard of a war horn before. Stone Emperor suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "The war is here." Spatial vortexes appeared one after another, and the battleships entered them. It's finally going to be a big battle. There will definitely be a lot of source stones. The war will last for a long time, and without source stones, the battleships will run out of energy sooner or later. In short, war was an opportunity, but it was also a trial. If one could survive, they would rise to the next level. If they died, then so be it. Yi Chen smiled. It seemed like most people were risking their lives. In war, the most serious losses were the people and battleships. For a long time, it would be hard to find a single battleship in the market. This war is the time to test the soul-chasing sword. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a large number of battleships appeared. There were batches and batches of battleships, and there seemed to be an endless number of them. Yi Chen continued to search for his next opponent. His targets were all generals. As a purple gold commander, Yi Chen could command a team of 5,000 people. He had 50 battleships under his command, and the captains of each battleship were either major commanders, minor commanders, or centurions. As for the Phantom, there was only Yi Chen. At this moment, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's voice sounded. Countless puppet cannons lit up with flames and shot towards them. The war horn sounded again. The demons had appeared. 2 hours passed. Yi Chen's small group of battleships was under the command of the Snow Air Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor was a general and could command 50,000 people. Of course, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was worried about the Snow Air Emperor's safety, so he was also with the Snow Air Emperor. The 2 of them were on the Emperor-class battleship, the Scarlet Wind. The demons, evil spirits, and Yikshaws all shouted. Their soul power surged and spread out in a circle. Woo, 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 6 hours passed. At this moment, countless troops were gathered on the Heaven-Eye planet. War fortresses covered almost the entire planet, and there were also countless battleships gathered around the planet. The atmosphere of war caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. It was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Buzz, 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 Yi Chen reminded everyone under his command. The battleships were divided into large groups, and each group had many smaller groups. In one of the smaller groups, there was a streamlined black battleship. It was Yi Chen's Phantom. The commander was a little excited. Of course, he was also a little apprehensive. As for the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor, they each led 50,000 people and were adjacent to the Snow Air Emperor's army. Yi Chen's phantom was also attacking. The main cannon kept accumulating energy as it fired one powerful cannon after another. Of course, the battleship's attacks were only superficial. The more deadly attacks were silent. Kill. Commander, why do you think the demons suddenly attacked our human race out of nowhere? Do they think they can conquer the entire Black Tortoise galaxy in one go? Even so, there were still some who did not dare to participate in the battle and temporarily escaped. 2 days was a long time for ordinary people, but for life and death kings, it was merely an instant. Cultivating casually, 2 days would pass. Crackle, in an enemy battleship, a demon general stood in the control room. In front of him was a transparent crystal that allowed him to see the scene outside. Of course, this was meaningless. The two sides were separated by millions of li, and the naked eye could no longer see anything. He could only use his soul power to scan and sense. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Remember, don't be alone. Try to stick together. In order to encourage everyone to participate in the battle, the contribution points would increase by 10 times each time. In other words, 100 contribution points in normal times would increase by 1,000 in battle, 100,000 in normal times, and 1 million in battle. With contribution points, one could go to military planets and exchange for things they wanted, such as powerful artifacts, pellets, and secret arts. This way, one's strength would increase, and there would be less danger when exploring secret realms in the future. Killing enemies is a must. 10 times the contribution points. These dozens of people were not ordinary soldiers, but rather powerful commanders. As for the generals, they were all titled monarchs. Soul attacks generally had no effect on them. After all, they did not know whose soul defense was stronger and whose was weaker. They could only attack the commanders and occasionally attack the generals. Human race's outpost, Heavenly Eye Star, Yi Chen, the enemies are coming. If you can't hold on, come to my Scarlet Wind ship. Of course, the majority of people stayed behind. Those who were afraid of death were few and far between. Exploring secret realms and exploring ruins was dangerous. If one was afraid of death, one might as well stay at home and not do anything. Moreover, those who were afraid of death found it hard to cultivate to Life and Death Realm. Before reaching Life and Death Realm, who did not go through layers upon layers of trials and tribulations? This time, as long as I kill a dozen enemies, I'll make a profit. 10 times the contribution points and the yuan stones on the enemies' bodies. On the third day, everybody's soul power shuttled back and forth, forming a soul network. The starry sky was pitch black, and there was no movement. This demon's general unceasingly used soul attacks. Every once in a while, he would take a pellet. Clearly, this pellet could replenish his soul power. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, the arrival of war was the best time to display soul-chasing sword's might. 5,000 purple soul refining pellets allowed Yi Chen to use soul-chasing sword without any worries. However, war also brought death. It was unknown how many life and death kings of the human race, demonic race, and their allies would die. When the war horn had been blown for a quarter of an hour, everybody finally sensed the enemy's presence. A black mass of battleships filled the starry sky, confronting them only a few million li away. Yi Chen replied, "Demons are not fools. Since they chose to attack the human race at this time, they must have some purpose. We are not the upper echelons. As long as we kill more enemies, we won't think about anything else. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yi Chen replied. The first marshal of the 10 great marshals also issued an order to launch an all-out attack. Beams of cannon fire shot out as well, interweaving into a frightening death net. Like dazzling fireworks, a large number of battleships were destroyed. Some perished while others escaped, taking out another battleship and entering it. Let's see who can block my soul attack. 1 day, 40. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In a short period of time, he had already killed dozens of people. In the Black Tortoise ruins, battleships gathered one after another, covering the sky. These battleships were divided into several camps. In the middle were the demons' battleships, the Xianxia race's battleships, the evil spirit race's battleships, and the Greenman race's battleships. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of battleships. There were small battleships, medium battleships, and large battleships. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he collapsed. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Boom! 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 Taking a deep breath, Yichen opened his soul eye and gazed into the depths of the starry sky. A commander communicated with Yichen via soul transmission. Hearing the sound of the horn, Yichen hurried to open his soul eye. As soon as these battleships appeared, they flew toward the Heaven Eye planet at full speed. After all, very few chose soul spirit attacks. Everyone did not have that much soul spirit energy to expend. Only those generals who had large amounts of soul spirit energy replenishing elixirs would choose soul spirit attacks. Most of the 8 heavenly sovereigns chose soul spirit attacks. Their soul spirit energy was more vigorous than the 7 heavenly sovereigns, but they could not use it too much. One after another, the foreign race generals died under Yi Chen's soul-chasing sword. The soul-chasing sword had truly become the soul-chasing sword. It could slash at the soul spirit and kill with a single strike. Most importantly, the soul-chasing sword could be controlled from a distance. If one strike missed, a second and third strike would follow. There was no wastage at all. With his soul eye, Yi Chen could barely see the enemy's position in the foreign race's battleships. Battleships basically had the ability to isolate the soul spirit. The higher the grade of the battleship, the stronger the soul spirit isolation. Battleships exploded one after another, and new battleships appeared one after another. At the beginning of the battle, not many people died. However, half of the battleships had already been scrapped. Not long later, it would be the Battle of Blades. Haha, Yi Chen, how many have you killed? The one who asked was the Scarlet Wind Arch. The Scarlet Wind Arch and the other 3 were the same as Yi Chen, using soul spirit attacks. In any case, they had so many purple soul refining pills. It would be a waste not to use them. Furthermore, the soul spirit attack mystic arts they cultivated were of a higher grade than Yi Chen. All of them were low-grade Emperor-class soul spirit attack mystic arts. In terms of soul spirit energy purity, they were not inferior to Yi Chen. Therefore, in terms of soul spirit attacks, Yi Chen could not catch up to them. 59. What about you guys? Yi Chen replied. Damn, what did you eat? I only killed 33, the Scarlet Wind Arch said gloomily. I killed 28. 30. 31. The Snow Air Emperor, Stone Man the Arch, and Fire Sparrow the Arch were about the same as the Scarlet Wind the Arch. Compared to Yi Chen, they were almost half the difference. This shocked the 4. Yi Chen said, did you forget that I have the soul eyes? I can barely see through the battleship and see the enemy's position. Only those with the most outstanding soul aptitude had a chance of possessing the Eye of the Soul. Although the soul force of the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others was more vigorous than Yi Chen's, that was because their realms were higher. At the same level, they were inferior to Yi Chen, so they naturally wouldn't have such a terrifying ability like the Eye of the Soul. So that's how it is. The Eye of the Soul is a good thing. As one's cultivation level increases, it will even evolve. The evil spirit race has a paragon who has an evolved form of the Eye of the Soul, the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes. Anyone below the paragon level can't stand being looked at by him, and their souls will be directly destroyed. Even a paragon has to first use a soul defense secret technique to defend against it. If you can evolve the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes, you will basically be invincible in terms of soul attacks within a certain range. The Stone Emperor said. The evolution direction of the Eye of the Soul is not only the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes but also the Bewitching Divine Eyes. This kind of soul talent can't directly attack, but it can be a powerful support. To a certain extent, it's even harder to deal with than the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes. When fighting with it, it's very easy to fall into an illusion or be distracted. The Snow Air Emperor added. Yi Chen had seen these 2 kinds of soul talents in books. As for how many divine eyes the Eye of the Soul could evolve, no one knew. Sometimes, there might be a divine eye that had never been seen before, and it varied from person to person. 78, 89, 99, after all, not everyone was at his mercy. It didn't take long for Yi Chen's soul to kill 100 foreign race generals. As for the foreign race generals that he attacked, there were more than 120 of them. Some of their soul defenses were too strong, and Yi Chen couldn't do anything to them. After all, not everyone was a fish on the chopping block. There were a few foreign race generals that had cultivated peak emperor-level soul defense secret arts. If some of the foreign race marshals knew that Yi Chen had killed 100 foreign race generals in a short period of time, they would be incomparably furious. They would stop at nothing to kill Yi Chen. Although a race had many generals, which were titled monarchs, one dead was one less, not to mention 100. Of course, besides the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others, no one knew that Yi Chen's soul attack was so strong. After several hours, both sides couldn't bear it any longer. A large number of battleships had been destroyed, and a large amount of source stones had been consumed. This made it impossible for both sides to engage in a long artillery battle. When the losses were greater than the gains, there was no meaning to the war. After all, to the ordinary soldiers, they just wanted to make some money from the war. It was unknown which side started to withdraw their battleships first, but in short, the vast space suddenly became empty. All the battleships had disappeared, replaced by a dense crowd of people. The soldiers of both sides added together numbered in the hundreds of millions. The demons had more people, around 200 million, while the human and demon races had close to 200 million, including the reinforcements from the giant and barbarian races. The destruction of the human race was not a good thing for the barbarian and giant races. Whether they were willing or not, they would do everything they could to help the human and demon races. After all, in the entire universe, only the human race could slightly resist the demons. Yi Chen's 5,000 people were included in the Snow Air Emperor's 50,000 army. The Scarlet Wind Emperor stood shoulder to shoulder with her. In the nearby area, the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor each led a 50,000 army. Whether they were marshals, generals, commanders, or ordinary soldiers, everyone had a solemn expression, and a cold light flickered in their eyes. In front of the demon's army, a young-looking marshal said to a green-robed young man, "Green-robed Emperor, this is the time for you to lose your life." Although the green-robed Emperor wasn't one of the 10 great marshals of the human race, he was still a 5-star marshal, and his battle strength was stronger than the 10 great marshals. He was a quasi-sovereign, and could be said to be invincible below the supreme being level. This marshal was also a quasi-sovereign. The grudge between the two could be said to have a long history, and they had fought for hundreds of years. Every time, the green-robed emperor would win. Of course, it was difficult for the green-robed emperor to kill the other. "I'll be waiting for you," the green-robed emperor said coldly. "Humph, come up and die." This young marshal's silhouette flickered, and he instantly appeared in the air, several hundred million li away from the battlefield. There was no limit to the space in the universe, and battles could be fought in all directions. In order to prevent the battle from affecting too many people, this place definitely couldn't be chosen. Swish, the green-robed emperor's silhouette flickered, and he similarly teleported. To a supreme being, it was too easy to teleport a few hundred million li. It was countless times faster than light. Rumble, the light waves caused by the battle between the two shook a large area of the starry sky. The crowd couldn't see the scene of the battle. It wasn't only because they couldn't sense it with their soul power, but also because the space there was distorted. Even if they could see it, it might not be the real scene. Yi Chen closed his soul eyes and couldn't help but sigh. A battle between quasi-sovereigns wasn't something ordinary people could guess. Just now, he had used his soul eyes to observe the battle, but it was like he had entered a kaleidoscope, and he saw countless scenes. Some scenes showed the green-robed emperor being killed, and some scenes showed the green-robed emperor killing his opponent. He didn't know the details of the battle, and even his soul was affected. The demon's young marshal faced Cyan Robe Emperor, while the demon's 10 marshals focused their gazes on the human's 10 marshals. As marshals, not only were they powerful, they were at least peak emperors. More importantly, they were able to see the big picture and lead troops into battle. Otherwise, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to become marshals. Basically, regardless of whether they were marshals or star-level marshals, their opponents were all at the same level. As far as they were concerned, killing a marshal was more useful than killing 100 generals. As the saying goes, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Fighting on the battlefield was not as dangerous as one might imagine. Being slaughtered by powerful experts at every turn, as long as one's luck was not bad, the chances of survival were more than 50%. Kill. On Golden Spear Marshal's side, he waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers charged forward, including Yi Chen's group of 5. At this moment, Scarlet Wind Emperor was no longer as relaxed as before. All that remained was a heavy and murderous intent. One of his good friends had died in the war. He was fine, but Stone Emperor was the oldest. Many of his friends had fallen. For some life and death kings who hadn't participated in the war before, participating in the war was either to gain wealth or to temper themselves. For them, participating in the war was for revenge, nothing else. Boom 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 boom, a large number of soldiers crashed into each other like a tidal wave. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of people fell like rain. Die. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's eyes emitted an astonishing killing intent. With a wave of his iron fan, a tricolored light swept out. Immediately, all the foreign race soldiers in a straight line were annihilated. The killing power was so strong that it could be said to be terrifying. Although Snow Air Emperor was much weaker than Scarlet Wind Emperor, he was still a 3-star general. As soon as he used his ice-cold palm arts, the soldiers turned into ice sculptures one after another. As for Stone Emperor's killing speed, it was not any slower than Scarlet Wind Emperor's. In fact, it was a bit faster. He didn't even bother defending, and was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. A large number of attacks landed on his body, but it was like a drizzle. It should be known that Stone Emperor's strongest point was his defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the title of monarch. Fire Sparrow Emperor had inherited the Phoenix clan's fiery tyrant body. It was the same as Vermilion Bird King's fiery tyrant body. However, Fire Sparrow Emperor's cultivation was 100 times more profound than Vermilion Bird King's. Her entire body was red like a red diamond. An intense red halo stuck to the surface of her skin, and a large number of attacks were bounced off. They couldn't hurt her at all. Her flaming spear was like a fire dragon, wreaking havoc everywhere it went. However, no matter how many enemies they killed, no matter how fierce they were, they couldn't compare to Yi Chen. If the 4 of them were fierce tigers, then Yi Chen was a poisonous dragon. That's right, it was a poisonous dragon. Poison wasn't sinister or vicious, but it was too sharp. When he did attack, it was a disaster. He didn't use Moment of Glory, which was Yi Chen's trump card. Moreover, it wasn't particularly strong in terms of area of effect. Yi Chen used True Inferno Sword and Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. True Inferno Sword's strength lay in the aftermath. The first wave only killed a small group, but the second wave killed a large group. It was simply a disaster. Sun Essence Extreme Transformation was the strongest of all. It was like the world's fiercest sword art. Naturally, its killing power was also the fiercest. Facing Yi Chen's soldiers, they felt as if there was a giant black sun in front of them. They were like moths flying into a flame, burned into nothingness. Not even their bones remained. F*CK, Commander is too fierce. This is simply a clean sweep. When Yi Chen's team saw how fierce their commander was, all of them were dumbfounded. They thought that Yi Chen was just an ordinary violet gold commander, and at most, he would be equivalent to a general. Stop talking nonsense, kill. The more you kill, the more contribution points you will get. Old Thief Golden Spear, this is the time for you to die. A demon's marshal charged at Marshal Golden Spear. Behind him, there was a devil god phantom. It was pitch black, as though it could devour the starry skies. I've been waiting for you. Marshal Golden Spear waved his hand, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. With a flash, Marshal Golden Spear instantly appeared in front of his opponent, stabbing out with his spear. Boom, it was like a superplanet had exploded. There was no one within a 10 million mile radius around the two of them, but there were still some who died from the shockwaves. Their battle covered a radius of a few thousand miles. Let's go up and fight. Marshal Golden Spear raised his golden spear and flew higher. Where are you running to? That demon chased after him. The battlefield was like a chessboard, killing was everywhere. And in the distant starry skies, there were tens of figures watching the battlefield. They weren't real people, but were gigantic planet-sized phantoms. They were like gods, like giant gods, like managers of the world. Their faces were expressionless, and they didn't seem human at all. To them, the battlefield was a chessboard, and they were the chess players. The death of one, two, or even tens of thousands of chess pieces didn't matter to them. This was because the deciding factor of victory or defeat wasn't the chess pieces, but the chess players. Sometimes, for the sake of some benefits, they would even sacrifice chess pieces, as long as it was worth it. They were paragons, the strongest experts in the universe. Paragons were the most important characters to any race. Whether a race was strong or not, it could be seen from how many paragons they had. If a race's average combat strength wasn't that high, but they had more paragons than other races, then no matter how weak that race was, it would still be a super race. No one would dare to look down on them, nor would they dare to. The human race was rather complicated. In terms of average combat strength, the human race wasn't even in the top 5. However, in terms of the number of paragons, only the demons could compare. The evil spirit race and the Xianxia race couldn't. These two races seemed to have extremely high average combat strength, but if they were to face the human race alone, they would definitely be defeated. There was no hope of victory. As the saying went, 2 tigers couldn't share a mountain. The demons had many paragons, and the average combat strength of their members was high. How could they allow the human race to occupy the 4 best star domains? This entire universe should belong to the demons. The existence of the human race was undoubtedly hindering their development. Therefore, they wanted to destroy the human race or enslave the entire human race. If they had to blame something, they could only blame the human race for being too powerful. They could reproduce quickly, and from time to time, shocking geniuses would appear and threaten the demons. In the void behind the demons, phantoms gradually solidified and finally turned into extremely terrifying figures. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand their aura, and crackling sounds rang out. Ripples spread out like water. "It's our turn to fight," a female demon said coldly. She had huge black wings on her back, similar to Murongqingqing's, but more gorgeous and more dangerous than Murongqingqing's. In addition, she did not have 1 pair of wings on her back, but 3. The 3 pairs of wings flapped up and down, and a terrifying storm spread out. At this moment, her pair of golden eyes saw through time and space, landing on the human paragons. The Dark Witch was one of the peak bloodlines of the demons. Only the Dark Goddess and a few other bloodlines could compare to it. The only bloodline above them was the legendary Great Demon King bloodline. The Supreme Six-Winged was one of the supreme demons. Her bloodline was the Dark Witch bloodline. In terms of strength, she was definitely one of the top among the supreme martial artists. Ordinary supreme martial artists were no match for her. She was one of the supreme martial artists in the war against the humans. Don't worry. The human clan's supreme golden Buddha hasn't appeared yet. The supreme martial artist in the lead had 2 curved horns on his head. They were like crescent moons, but they were filled with an aura that could pierce through the sky. It was as if they weren't 2 curved horns, but 2 peerless divine blades. His eyes were red with a hint of gold, and the edges were covered with green. They were very strange, like the eyes of a devil, but more detached and rational than a devil. He was one of the supreme martial artists of the demons, the Earth Demon Lord. The Earth Demon Lord was famous in the universe. He was definitely an influential figure. Several supreme martial artists had died in his hands. His bloodline was the same as the Troll Emperor who had caused chaos in Elysium. He also had the giant demon bloodline. However, he was the supreme martial artist among the giant demons. He had stimulated the giant demon bloodline to the limit. Although he didn't have a peak bloodline, he could do many things that peak bloodlines couldn't and become one of the supreme martial artists. As for the supreme golden Buddha he mentioned, he was one of the supreme martial artists of the human clan. He cultivated the Buddhist way, which was different from ordinary martial arts. The most powerful thing was that he also cultivated a super body-refining martial art, the 9 transformations golden body. His golden body was indestructible, and he was unharmed. His power was endless. No one dared to underestimate the supreme golden Buddha. The Earth Demon Lord was the same. After all, he hadn't found a way to break the 9 transformations golden body. Although he wasn't afraid of the Supreme Golden Buddha. Earth Demon Lord, why do you think the Sky Demon Lord called everyone to attack the humans? Is he sure that he can win? A supreme martial artist of the Xianxia tribe asked. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Earth Demon Lord. The Sky Demon Lord was the #1 supreme martial artist of the demons. Only a few supreme martial artists like the Earth Demon Lord could communicate with him. If he didn't know, no one else would. The Earth Demon Venerable said, since the Heavenly Demon Venerable is calling for everyone to attack the human race, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Everyone doesn't have to worry about this. Huang Xiaolong did know why the Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor attacked the human race, but it was better to keep this secret a secret for the time being. In any case, this time, victory was assured. At the very least, they could occupy more than half of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, breaking the human race's rule over this area. It's good that Heavenly Demon Sovereign is confident. A supreme from the evil spirit race nodded. They had no objections to attacking the human race. In any case, the evil spirit race would get a lot of benefits. On the other hand, the green men race and a few other weaker races would get less benefits. At most, they would get a few life planets for them to reproduce. Of course, this was also something they needed. After all, the 4 major life star domains were the most suitable for reproduction. Even the demon domain of the demons was not as good. On the battlefield, Yichen was invincible. Without the protection and cover of the battleship, these alien race generals were nothing more than human targets in his eyes. He could hit them however he wanted. If they were far away, he would use the soul-chasing sword. If they were close, he would use the momentary brilliance. If he encountered a group of alien race soldiers attacking him together, he would use the true Inferno sword and Sun Essence Extreme Conversion. Wherever he went, it would be paved with blood. Join hands and kill him. It was impossible for Yichen's actions not to attract attention. A group of alien race generals gathered together. There were demons, evil spirits, Yixias, and green men race. The weakest among them was a 4-star general, and the strongest was a peak 5-star general. They all believed that they were not a match for Yichen alone. However, if they joined hands, killing Yichen would not be a problem. A group of people coming to kill me? Yichen's soul power spread out all the time. The actions of these generals could not be hidden from him. To him, although 4- and 5-star generals were not human targets, they were not terrifying existences either. Of course, with the soul-chasing sword, he could not injure or even kill these people. After all, 4- and 5-star generals had basically cultivated low-grade emperor-level soul defense secret arts. However, if Yichen targeted one of them, he was still confident that his soul attack could kill him. The purple soul refining pellet had made it so that Yichen would not have to worry about his soul being exhausted. Kill. Dozens of alien race generals rushed over like a group of killing gods. Boom, 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 when they were less than 1,000,000 miles away from Yichen, these alien race generals all used their ultimate killing moves. Some used sword arts, some used spear arts, some used evil arts, some used ceiling formations, and some used soul attacks. They were all ready to silently kill Yichen. The first attack was the soul attack. Puff, puff, the sound of a stone being thrown into water rang out. His soul ring merely swayed a little, but he was completely unharmed. Yichen would not stand still and wait for the attack to arrive. His figure flashed and Yichen dodged all the attacks as though he was teleporting. His entire body seemed to have fused with the void. How is this possible? One of the Green Man race's 4-star generals widened his eyes in disbelief. Die. Yichen moved at high speed and instantly appeared in front of him. The Eternal Night Emperor sword pierced over. The black sword light flickered like the tongue of a peerless venomous snake. PFFF, this sword pierced through the enemy's glabella and the destructive sword chi penetrated in. Pitter-patter, this Green Man race's 4-star general exploded into a blood mist. When the sword chi exploded, the blood mist disappeared and turned into nothingness. Stop. The other Green Man race's 5-star general was too late and hated Yichen to the bones. A massive green fist smashed toward Yichen. The fist had a grayish-black halo, and everywhere it passed by, the space would tighten. After that, a suction force was produced from the green fist. No, it should be that grayish-black halo. Have a taste of my black hole profound fist. He roared. This is also a black hole? Yichen coldly snorted. He didn't retreat or evade. Instead, his figure moved forward and his speed exploded to the limit. At the next instant, a ball of void fluctuation spread out. A black sword shadow directly pierced through the grayish-black halo and fiercely struck the Green Man Race's 5-star general's fist. Bang, 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 bang. This sword strike of Yi Chen's was instant brilliance. How ferocious was the sword force! Although the Green Man Race's top-notch Emperor tier glove didn't shatter, his fist and arm were blasted apart. The intense pain caused him to be in a daze for an instant. It was precisely this daze that gave Yi Chen a chance. After swallowing the magnificent violet soul refining pill in his mouth, Yi Chen shot out 3 soul-chasing swords in a row, one after the other, forming a straight line. Ah! A miserable scream resounded. The Green Man Race's 7 apertures bled and his eyes were glazed over. Clearly, the soul-chasing swords were effective. The Green Man Race's soul was definitely on the verge of collapse. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen swallowed a second magnificent violet soul refining pill and shot out another 3 soul-chasing swords. Without a sound, the Green Man Race collapsed on his back. Even in death, he didn't know why Yi Chen's soul attack was so strong. However, his miserable scream attracted the attention of an 8th Heavenly Emperor of the Green Man Race. A genius of the human race? This 8th layer Heavenly Emperor's title was Green Boring Emperor. Even from afar, he could tell that Yi Chen was at the 6th layer of Life and Death Realm. A mere 6th layer Life and Death Realm could easily kill a 4- and 5-star general. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that Yi Chen wasn't a genius. Immediately, a killing intent arose in his heart. If such a human genius matured, it would not be a good thing for his race. The sooner he dealt with him, the better. Unfortunately, his opponent was an 8th layer Heavenly Monarch. It was impossible for him to deal with the opponent quickly. He could only think of a way to escape. Blackstone Emperor, we can't decide the victor even if we keep fighting like this. I won't keep you company. Green Boring Emperor's figure flickered, reappearing hundreds of millions of li away. He turned his head, wanting to see if Blackstone Emperor had chased after him. As he expected, Blackstone Emperor didn't chase after him. It seemed like the latter also knew that he couldn't decide the victor in a one-on-one battle. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time, so he might as well look for another opponent. Alright, I'll go kill this kid now. Green Boring Emperor's soul power locked onto Yi Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yi Chen still didn't know that an 8th layer Heavenly Monarch of the Green Race wanted to kill him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't cower in the face of danger. He would fight first. After killing a 4-star general and a 5-star general, Yi Chen's target was the weakest 4-star general. From the weak to the strong, this was the fastest way to kill the enemy. Swish, although Yi Chen couldn't teleport, under the 8th level of Sky Emperor, his speed and agility were almost the most frightening. He could easily change directions while moving at high speed, and he was thousands of times more agile than a bird. One could only see him moving in 2 arcs in the sky, instantly arriving in front of the 4-star general. With a single sword strike, Yi Chen pierced through the general's defense. His sword energy erupted, burning the general's flesh into nothingness, leaving only the Emperor-grade artifact behind. Third one. Yi Chen continued looking for the next opponent. Too frightening. Is this still a 6th layer Life and Death Realm? He's practically an 8th firmament sovereign. In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, 12 of the 15 generals were killed, leaving only 3, and these 3 generals had completely lost their will to fight. No matter how they attacked, Yi Chen was always able to dodge, and no matter how they tried to dodge, Yi Chen would always catch up to them. This was simply a nightmare that they couldn't wake up from. Brat, die. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura enveloped Yi Chen. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air above Yi Chen, and a palm pressed down. This palm was like a screen that covered the sky, covering even Yi Chen's soul. The palm was emerald green, as if it was made from a huge emerald. It was emitting a green halo that caused the space to solidify, ensuring that Yi Chen would not be able to dodge this palm. This palm was a fatal blow. 8th layer Heavenly Sovereign, Yi Chen quivered. He had never fought against an 8th layer Heavenly Sovereign before, and this was the first time. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of an 8th layer Heavenly Sovereign. It seemed like he had been too eye-catching before. Great! It's the green boring emperor of the green men race. This brat is dead for sure. The 3 survivors were overjoyed. Although their souls were almost covered and their will to fight was suppressed, Yi Chen didn't give up. His body spun, and Yi Chen shot into the sky like a spinning top, welcoming the incoming palm. Facing an 8th layer Heavenly Sovereign, escaping would not solve the problem. No matter how fast one was, could it be faster than teleportation? It was clearly impossible. The Eternal Night Emperor sword spun at high speed, and with a puff, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the emerald green palm. Of course, it was only an afterimage. Piercing through this afterimage, Yi Chen saw the incoming figure. It was a green-robed man with a hooked nose and a long tail. Every time he swung it, strong winds would howl. Human brat, state your name. I, the Green Boring Emperor, don't kill nameless people. The Green Boring Emperor was a little surprised that Yi Chen could break through his palm energy, but he didn't lose his composure. He had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. He believed that if he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. No comment. The Eternal Night Emperor sword waved, and a pitch-black sword wind blew into the void, merging with it. In the next moment, a faint black wave of the void spread towards the Green Boring Emperor. It contained the momentary brilliance of the destruction sword will. Courting death. The Green Boring Emperor was enraged, and once again slapped towards Yi Chen. This palm directly turned into an emerald green sky screen, as though the sky was collapsing, and surged towards Yi Chen. Rumble, the shockwave radiated in all directions, and the space within a radius of millions of miles started to wrinkle. Wave after wave, the soldiers who were close to this area directly exploded, turning into blood mist. So strong. Yi Chen flew out hundreds of thousands of miles. This Green Boring Emperor was obviously not a low-level Emperor warrior, but a middle-level Emperor warrior. He could fight against a low-level Emperor warrior, but against a middle-level Emperor warrior, he was much weaker. After all, no matter in which aspect, the Green Boring Emperor warrior could suppress him, and even his attack was much stronger than Yi Chen's. If it wasn't for his rank 7 spirit body and protective sword will, this palm would have seriously injured Yi Chen, and he would have lost the ability to fight in an instant. What's wrong with this brat? His attack power is actually equivalent to the upper level of a low-level Emperor warrior. However, the Green Boring Emperor was even more shocked. After all, the gap between him and Yi Chen was like heaven and earth. No matter what, you have to die. His figure flashed, and the Green Boring Emperor instantly appeared behind Yi Chen, pressing his palm forward. Don't even think about it. With 90% of the profound meaning of space, Yi Chen was very sensitive to the fluctuation of space. Before the Green Boring Emperor appeared, he had already felt the fluctuation. With a swoosh, Yi Chen flew up and avoided the fatal attack of the Green Boring Emperor. Where are you going? The more amazing Yi Chen's performance was, the more intense the Green Boring Emperor's desire to kill Yi Chen became. Swoosh, 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 one used his speed and agility to continuously dodge, while the other used his teleportation ability to continuously chase. Every time, Yi Chen could narrowly avoid the Green Boring Emperor. Of course, the situation was very critical. After all, teleportation was teleportation. If one's reaction was slightly slower, one would be hit. A head-on hit was no joke. Even Yi Chen's defense could not withstand a blow from a low-level Emperor warrior, let alone a middle-level Emperor warrior. With the full power of the 6th level of the Sword Realm, Yi Chen had almost surpassed his own limits. The 6th level of the Sword Realm? The Green Boring Emperor frowned. He felt that his teleportation ability had been greatly weakened. The closer he was to Yi Chen, the more severe the weakening would be. Yi Chen's Sword Realm also contained the ability to free space. Break! Without teleportation, the Green Boring Emperor roared. A strong emerald light illuminated the starry sky, as if a star had exploded. The next moment, he performed his most violent palm art. The great heavenly star palm art. Boom, boom. Boom, every palm was equivalent to the explosion of a huge star, and it was compressed within a certain range. The power of the green boring emperor's palm was not something that could be experienced personally. Puff, with a mouthful of blood, Yichen was sent flying. 1/20th of the immortal power has been consumed? While flying backward, Yichen's internal injuries healed instantly. Although life and death realm warriors had immortal bodies and were not afraid of being smashed into pieces, this was only a superficial understanding. Battles between powerful warriors contained martial will. Once the martial will invaded one's body, the immortal body alone would be useless. One would need Jin Yuan and one's own will to suppress or even expel it. However, the immortal power was a mysterious power that was not as simple as pure energy. The martial will that green boring emperor sent into Yichen's body was instantly destroyed. However, the immortal power had also been consumed by 1/10. I have underestimated you. It turns out that your spirit body has reached rank 7. Green boring emperor could tell that Yichen's injuries had been healed. A rank 6 spirit body could not have such an effect. Only a rank 7 spirit body would be suitable. The higher the spirit body, the harder it was to improve. Under normal circumstances, the 8th layer emperor warriors would have rank 7 spirit bodies. The powerful ones such as the top emperor warriors or demi-venerables could reach rank 8. However, not all 9th layer life and death realm supremes had rank 9 spirit bodies. Most of them had rank 8 spirit bodies. Of course, they would have reached late rank 8 or even peak rank 8. Only the top supremes or super supremes would have rank 9 spirit bodies. The premise was that body refining kings were excluded. Many body refining kings had rank 9 spirit bodies at the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, not only did their spirit bodies reach late rank 9, but they also trained powerful body refining martial arts. For example, the human race's Golden Buddha Supreme had a rank 9 spirit body, and he had trained the 9th transformation Golden Body. His defense was extremely powerful. Supremes of the same level could not break his defense at all. He was born to be invincible. Green boring emperor's spirit body was not that powerful, but it was not weak either. It was already at mid-rank 7. The immortal power of a rank 7 spirit body is limited. I will exhaust your immortal power. Green boring emperor chased after him. His great star palm art was repeatedly thrown out, causing bright lights and explosions along the way. At this moment, Yichen was in an absolute crisis. However, Yichen did not think so. Activating his soul power, streams of soul-chasing swords shot towards the Green Drum King. At the same time, Yichen stuffed a handful of purple soul-refining pellets into his mouth. Every time he consumed a portion of his soul power, he would swallow another pellet. Humph, your soul power is not weak. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. Green Boring Emperor had cultivated a middle-level Emperor soul defense secret technique. The power of the soul-chasing sword was equivalent to a low-level soul attack secret technique. It could not shake his soul at all. Once, twice, 30 times. 50 times. What? He has so much soul power? It must be a medicinal pill to replenish the soul. Damn. After all, Green Boring Emperor was just a middle-grade Emperor realm warrior. Under the continuous soul attacks of Yichen, he began to be overwhelmed. His soul defense began to collapse, and wisps of soul sword chi seeped into his sea of soul, killing his soul from within. Die for me. Green Boring Emperor instantly destroyed the soul power. Then, he took out a golden pellet and swallowed it with great regret. This was a golden soul pellet, which could continuously replenish soul power. It was very precious to him, and he would not exchange it for 10 billion yuan stones. However, he had to use it now. Yichen's soul power was endless, and sooner or later, his soul would be destroyed. With the golden soul pellet to replenish soul power, Green Boring Emperor looked at Yichen fiercely. You made me lose a golden soul pellet. You have to make sure that you have enough soul pellets. If not, I will pull out your tendons and bones, and burn your soul. I will make you wish you were dead. Do you have a pellet to replenish soul power? After performing 70 to 80 soul attacks in one breath, Yichen could not take it anymore. The frequency was too fast, and his soul could not bear the burden. The sole defense of an Emperor realm warrior was indeed extraordinary. If it was a 5-star general, he would have died more than 10 times. Seems like I can only try my best to escape. With a flip of his palm, a black bead appeared in Yi Chen's hand. It was the 10,000-layer silk. Back in the Black Tortoise ruins, the skeleton ocean emperor had used the 1,000-layer silk against Yi Chen, putting Yi Chen in danger and almost killing him. At the critical moment, his destruction sword intent had broken through to rank 7, and that was how he managed to escape. Yi Chen's 10,000-layer silk was even more amazing. Its price was more than 100 times that of the 1,000-layer silk, and it had cost Yi Chen billions of yuan stones to buy. It was used to deal with enemies much stronger than him. After all, compared to life, yuan stones were worthless. The 10,000-layer silk was the same as the 1,000-layer silk, made from the spider silk of emperor spiders. However, the 1,000-layer silk was made from the 7th Sky Emperor spider silk, while the 10,000-layer silk was made from the 8th Sky Emperor spider silk. Shoo, pouring his Jin Yuan, Yi Chen waved his hand and shot out the 10,000-layer silk. What is this? Green Boring Emperor subconsciously slapped at the black bead, thinking that it was some kind of destructive weapon. Boom! Upon contact with the Green Boring Emperor's palm force, the tens of thousands of strands suddenly burst open. Countless fine strands were thrown in all directions. The fine strands were as dense as a heavenly net, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were as fast as lightning, even leaving traces in the void. When the Green Boring Emperor's palm force came into contact with the fine strands, the strands immediately absorbed a lot of energy, causing the strands to thicken. Each strand of hair became as thick as a finger, and then as thick as a wrist, like a long snake of unknown length dancing in the air. Bastard, it's the Emperor Spider's silk. Green Boring Emperor was both shocked and angry. The 8th Sky Emperor Spider was also called the Emperor Spider. It was one of the most invincible mutated life forms in the 8th Sky Realm. Even top Emperor warriors would be in danger if they encountered it. Only demi-venerables were not afraid of it, but they might not be able to do anything to it. The Emperor Spider's silk was a very scary thing. It could absorb all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. Once caught, one would not be able to get away even with teleportation, because it could even absorb space energy. Although it was not much, it would at least add space attribute. The speed of the 10,000-layer silk was too fast. Green Boring Emperor's reaction was not slow, and he teleported away. But when he reappeared, he found that his body was still stuck by dozens of wrist-thick spider silk. The spider silk was almost transparent, and one would not be able to see it without looking carefully. It stuck on Green Boring Emperor's body and began to absorb his energy, gradually strengthening itself. Damn it! Damn it! Green Boring Emperor crazily released his energy, trying to break free from the spider silk. With a few snaps, more than 20 thinner spider silk were broken, but the thickest dozen were still stuck on his body. Brat, you're dead meat. Green Boring Emperor hated Yi Chen to the core. In fact, if there was enough time, the 10,000-layer silk might not be able to hurt him. But if he was entangled by the 10,000-layer silk, he would not be able to kill Yi Chen quickly. Ignoring the spider silk on his body, Green Boring Emperor madly chased after Yi Chen. Yi Chen suddenly turned around, holding another 10,000-layer silk in his hand. What? Green Boring Emperor's eyes bulged, and he subconsciously flew backward. Yi Chen had bought a total of 2 myriad layered silk. He didn't have many primordial stones left. After all, 10 billion was simply not enough. There were still billions of primordial stones buried in his plant ring. The higher one's realm, the greater the need for primordial stones. This was because ordinary items were no longer attractive, and those that were attractive were too expensive. Yi Chen's 10 billion primordial stones were nothing in the eyes of a Tier 8 celestial sovereign. Some powerful Tier 8 celestial sovereigns could take out billions or even hundreds of billions. Holding a myriad layered silk, Yi Chen had no intention of using it unless the Green Boring Emperor forced him to. Where did this brat get so many primordial stones? The Green Boring Emperor was enraged. The myriad layered silk was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with primordial stones. It depended on one's luck. After all, it was extremely difficult to find an emperor spider, not to mention using its spider silk to refine the myriad layered silk. There were only a few quasi-venerables who could do this, and only supreme venerables could do it. But supreme venerables would not be so bored as to refine something like the myriad-layered silk, which was useless to them. At most, they would refine some for their disciples or descendants. I can't let him go like this. I, the green boring emperor, never leave anyone alive. How can I break the precedent here? I have to kill him. In fact, although the green boring emperor was wary of the myriad-layered silk, he could still kill Yi Chen if he wanted to. He was afraid of being ambushed by other Tier 8 celestial sovereigns. After all, Yi Chen and he weren't the only ones here. Who knew if there were other enemies eyeing them? You have treasures, but so do I. The green boring emperor flipped his palm, and a silver needle appeared in his palm. This silver needle was much larger than ordinary needles. It was half a foot long and as thick as a chopstick. Its surface sparkled with silver light and was engraved with countless veined patterns. As soon as the silver needle appeared, a sharp pressure was released. It was as if this silver needle could pierce through anything, even the sky. What kind of treasure is this? Yi Chen had a bad feeling. This silver needle gave him a very dangerous feeling, and his hair stood on end. Just by pointing it at him, he felt a stinging pain. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Yi Chen turned around and flew away. His flight path was bold and unconstrained, not giving the green boring emperor a chance to use the needle. Humph! Green boring emperor sneered. The energy in his body flowed along his arm and into the silver needle. Buzz! 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 The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The silver needle bounced in green boring emperor's hand as if it was alive and ready to shoot out at any moment. It's your honor to die in the hands of the soul-extinguishing needles. Go. The green boring emperor flicked his hand and shot out a silver needle. It was completely silent. The silver needle seemed to have fused into space, and when it appeared again, it was already behind Yi Chen. With a pu sound, the silver needle pierced through Yi Chen's back, and then flew out from his chest, bringing with it a spray of fresh blood. However, this wasn't the end. The silver needle had already turned around at an extremely fast speed, and once again pierced into Yi Chen's body. Pu. In an instant, Yi Chen was pierced through countless times. Every time, his body would feel a stabbing pain. Then, his flesh started to stiffen and his soul power started to dissipate. Energy and soul attack at the same time? Yi Chen was shocked. Normally, an energy attack with a soul attack would not be very strong. It would only have a soul attribute, and a soul attack would not have an energy attack. This silver needle was very strange. It actually contained both energy and soul attacks, and neither was weak. Yi Chen was not afraid of the first attack, but after being pierced countless times, an unhealable wound suddenly appeared in his body. Even the immortal force couldn't heal in an instant, and could only compete with the energy of the silver needle. Yi Chen didn't think that the immortal force wasn't strong enough. The main thing was that his spirit body was still at a low rank 7. If it was at the early rank 7, or even the late rank 7, the situation would be much better. Die. The green boring emperor's face was ferocious. He manipulated the silver needle to pierce Yi Chen again and again. This silver needle was called Soul Extinguishing Needle, a consumable artifact. Every time it was used, its power would be consumed. Including this time, he had already used it 3 times, and its power was less than 10%. If not for this, he wouldn't have waited until now to take it out. After all, who would be willing to spend a quarter of an hour to kill the opponent? With the crisis of death looming over his heart, Yi Chen didn't care about the silver needle piercing his body and continued to flee. This created a strange scene. A person was fleeing, but there were silver needles dancing on his body, causing blood to spurt out one after another. How is he not dead yet? Little did he know that the green boring emperor was even more astonished. This soul-extinguishing needle had even killed an 8th-layer emperor. Although its power wasn't as strong as before, it was still not something a 6th-layer life and death king could resist. Yi Chen's situation shocked him, and at the same time, his killing intent soared. Yi Chen's vision had already started to turn blurry. The sharp chi of the soul-extinguishing needle was madly grinding away at his soul ring. Not only that, the soul ring was originally watertight, but the power of the soul-extinguishing needle was seeping into the soul ring and wreaking havoc in Yichen's sea of soul. It could be said that this life-and-death crisis was not inferior to any of the previous ones. In fact, it was even more dangerous. Taking out a magnificent purple soul-refining pellet, Yichen swallowed it, and his mind became slightly clearer. Not good. If this goes on, I'll die for sure. Yichen's last bit of reason gradually disappeared. Buzz, a loud voice resounded. No one knew where it came from, but it was everywhere. It was as if a huge bell was ringing in the entire universe, shaking everything. Being shaken by this sound, Yichen suddenly woke up. He realized that his speed had slowed down a lot. The green boring emperor was following closely behind him, neither too close nor too far away. Clearly, the green boring emperor was guarding against his myriad layers silk. This sound? Yichen couldn't care less about the green boring emperor. The sound just now seemed to be targeting him. A golden power surged into his body, instantly dissolving the energy of the silver needles. He didn't think it was a coincidence, it was clearly done on purpose. What Yichen didn't know was that in the void, a golden figure was hurrying at a frightening speed. Wherever he passed, everything was dyed in gold. Even the power of space was starting to show itself. Beneath his feet were numerous golden lotuses, blooming with each step. This person had a square face and big ears, looking exceptionally peaceful. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, they would find an imposing aura without being angry. He was like a high and mighty Buddha, delivering all living beings from suffering, or a glaring Vajra subduing demons and devils. His entire body was shrouded in a golden halo. This halo didn't originate from the energy within his body, but from his body. It seemed as if his body was forged from the fusion of gold and glass, looking extremely pure and clear. His height was also higher than ordinary people's, reaching 20 meters. This was not a deliberate enlargement. Life and death kings could become several li tall, and titled monarchs could become several hundred li or even 1,000 li. Not to mention an 8th layer sky sovereign. However, enlargement did not increase one's battle prowess. Therefore, everyone's physique matched their strongest battle prowess. And this man's golden body was clearly the most natural. It would not decrease his battle prowess, but instead increase his battle prowess. The Golden Buddha Supreme is here. In the direction of the Demon's Alliance, the Earth Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes. Humph, he won't be able to return this time. The Six-Winged Supremacy sneered. Won't return? The supremacies of the evil spirit, Xianxia, and Green Man races did not think that the demons could do it. As a super supremacy, it was very difficult to kill them. Even if they faced 2 super supremacies, they could at least escape. Moreover, no one could break the Golden Buddha Supreme's golden body 9th refinement stage. How could they make him not return? Of course, they kept these words to themselves. Perhaps the demons already had a countermeasure. The number 1 supremacy of the demons, the Sky Demon Venerable, was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Everyone must give it your all. The Earth Demon Venerable said. Don't worry, Earth Demon Venerable. Since we are here, we naturally won't return empty-handed. Yes, we have long coveted the human race's territory. Today, we must take a piece of it no matter what. The supremacies hurriedly nodded. Let's go and meet them. The Earth Demon Venerable flew toward the human race's supremacies. Golden Buddha Supreme, you are here. A female supremacy in the human race's camp looked at the void and said. I was delayed by something. The void shattered, and a golden figure descended. It was the person who had been rushing through the void. The Golden Buddha Supreme. One of the human race's super supremacies was equivalent to the backbone of the human race. If he did not come, the human race would definitely lose. After all, the status and role of every super supremacy was irreplaceable. 1 less meant 2 to 3 less chances of winning. Your golden body 9th refinement stage seems to have improved. A handsome supremacy with green hair said in surprise. Although this handsome supremacy was not a super supremacy, he was a peerless genius of the human race. His title was Xianxia Supremacy. He was only over 2,000 years old this year, and his strength was second only to the super supremacy. He was in existence at the peak of the high-class supremacy. The Golden Buddha sovereign smiled and nodded. That's right. My golden body 9 transformations has already reached the limit of the 8th transformation. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the 9th transformation. The golden body 9 transformations had a total of 9 transformations. Every single transformation would increase the difficulty by 10 times. Correspondingly, every bit of improvement could be converted into powerful combat strength. If he could reach the 9th transformation and become the true golden body 9 transformations, there would probably be no one in the world who could break through his golden body 9 transformations. Haha, good. In this way, we have a higher chance of repelling them. The person who spoke was even taller than Paragon Golden Buddha, reaching a height of 40 meters. His voice rumbled like thunder. He was the paragon of the Titan tribe, paragon of the mountains and seas. It's a pity that he's only one step away from reaching the 9th transformation. Otherwise, the Demon's Alliance would have suffered a loss this time, Golden Buddha Supreme said with slight regret. Supreme Xianxia laughed, there's no such thing as pity. We'll deal with it when it comes. I'd like to see what the demons have up their sleeves. They're here. Let's fight. The wild supreme of the barbarian race licked his lips, his eyes bursting with fighting intent that transcended time and space. Paragon Golden Buddha, I thought you weren't coming. Earth Demon Venerable's voice came from afar. How could I not come to such a grand event? Paragon Golden Buddha replied. Actually, it's a good thing that you're not coming. Because this time, there's a high chance that you'll fall. Earth Demon Venerable had no intention of hiding anything. Oh, it seems like you're prepared. Paragon Golden Buddha narrowed his eyes, his forehead glowing with golden light. Why would we start a war if we're not prepared? Although Paragon Six-Winged was talking to Paragon Golden Buddha, his eyes were fixed on the female paragon of the human race, Paragon Zitherheart. Paragon Zitherheart was also a peerless genius of the human race. She had reached a very high level in the Tao of the Zither. She could transform her martial arts into music and use it to perform martial arts. It was said that her music could even reverse the flow of time and space. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. After all, no one could explain the world of a paragon. Furthermore, reversing the flow of time and space was something that even super paragons could not achieve. It would already be amazing if they could only create a space-time vortex. Since that's the case, bring it on. I want to see what you demons have prepared. Supreme Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia, your opponent is me. What's the rush? A young paragon from the evil spirit race said mockingly. This person was called Paragon Blood Eye. He possessed the evolved form of the Soul Eye, the soul-destroying heavenly eye. Anyone below the paragon level would be scared out of their wits with just a glance. Even a paragon would have to use a soul defense mystic art before they dared to fight him. Otherwise, even if their soul wouldn't be seriously injured, they would still feel dizzy. He was a peerless genius like Supreme Xianxia and Supreme Zitherheart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evolved the soul-destroying heavenly eye. Paragon Blood Eye, do you think that your soul-destroying heavenly eye will work on me? Supreme Xianxia also expressed a strong battle intent. What's the point of saying so much? Let's fight. Paragon Blood Eye looked at Earth Demon Venerable. Let's fight. Earth Demon Venerable waved his hand and said indifferently. Boom, a battle between paragons could be described as a holy war. Both sides hadn't even started fighting, but just the collision of their auras was enough to tear space apart and shake the world. Anyone below the paragon level, even a quasi-paragon, would die from the collision of the auras of a paragon. Only those heaven-defying quasi-paragons could survive. After all, the collision of auras of paragons was destructive. The first to fight was the Earth Demon Venerable and the Golden Buddha Supreme. As the super paragons of both sides, only the other side was worth fighting. Moreover, they wouldn't let the paragons on their side be in danger. Buzz, Hong Zhong's loud voice rang out. The golden light on the Golden Buddha Supreme's body became even more dazzling. It was as if he was made of glazed gold, without a single flaw. Golden Buddha Supreme, let me see how much your golden body 9th refinement stage has improved. The Earth Demon Sovereign was like an indomitable demon god. With a slap of his palm, a pitch-black giant palm rushed towards the Golden Buddha Supreme. This pitch-black giant palm was indescribable. The entire world seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness and loneliness. As the palm slammed down, the demon god roared in rage. The golden Buddha Supreme didn't retreat, and his golden palm met the attack. This palm shone with golden light. It was the palm of the golden Buddha Supreme. Boom, the space was destroyed. When the two palms came into contact, it was comparable to the might of the heavens. Earth Demon Venerable, you haven't grasped the essence of the Sky Demon palm. It's far from being comparable to the Sky Demon Venerable. The golden Buddha Supreme laughed. Humph, the Sky Demon Venerable is here. You won't be able to live. Watch me. Earth Demon Venerable threw palm after palm at the golden Buddha Supreme. Each palm was stronger and more ferocious than the previous. The Sky Demon palm was the ultimate technique of the Sky Demon Venerable. It contained the essence of the Sky Demon Venerable. Although Earth Demon Venerable had learned it, he couldn't reach the level of the Sky Demon Venerable. Of course, he also added his own techniques. After all, he was also a super paragon. While the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Sovereign were fighting, the other Supremes had also found their own opponents. Supreme Langya's opponent was the Blood Eye Supreme, Supreme Zither Heart's opponent was the Six-Winged Supreme, Supreme Xianxia's opponent was the Xianxia race's Sky Splitter Supreme, and Supreme Wild's opponent was the Green Man race's Mammoth Supreme. In short, none of them were idle. Some were fighting one-on-one, while others were fighting one-on-two. Supreme Langya's opponent, the Blood Eye Supreme, was extremely terrifying. A blood-colored vertical eye opened on his forehead and waves of blood-colored light shot towards Supreme Langya like raging waves. Blood Eye Supreme, if this is all you've got, then you'll lose for sure. Supreme Langya used a secret soul defense technique and wasn't afraid of the soul destruction Heavenly Eye. He was an expert in rod techniques. Before the rod was even swung out, a monstrous aura had already spread out and contained a soul attack. Of course, this soul attack was useless against Supremes. Only those below the Supremes would be afraid of it. After all, the rod's main function was to attack energy, not soul. Ha! Supreme Langya roared and soared into the sky, swinging his rod towards the Blood Eye Supreme. The first strike of the sky-crushing 3 rods, Mountain Splitter. With a clang, the Mountain Splitter was blocked. A blood-colored sword appeared in the Blood Eye Supreme's hand. He raised it and blocked Supreme Langya's rod. He mocked, "You really haven't improved at all. I haven't even used my full strength yet." "Is that so?" Supreme Langya sneered. "Shit." The Blood Eye Sovereign's expression changed all of a sudden. At first, there was no wind or ripple, and it was extremely calm. But as soon as the Blood Eye Sovereign blocked it, a terrifying force erupted. It was as if the force could split the heavens and earth apart, and it was transmitted to the Blood Eye Sovereign through the blood-colored sword. Rumble, the space shattered and the time and space became chaotic. The Blood Eye Supreme was sent flying, his long hair disheveled. "Taste my second strike, Sea Splitter." Supreme Langya chased after the Blood Eye Supreme and struck out with his second strike. This strike was even more ferocious than Mountain Splitter. It had the aura of splitting open the sea. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared in the vast space. This was a spatial crack. This crack wasn't in a fragmented state. Instead, it was in a state where water was being split apart. Moreover, it was constantly collapsing inward. The Blood Eye Sovereign was at the very center of the crack. "Supreme Langya, don't underestimate me." The Blood Eye Sovereign let out a long roar as his long black hair rose into the sky. He swung the blood-red sword in his hand, unleashing countless blood-red sword rays that weaved together to form a blood-red net of death. The black crack was instantly sliced open. The third strike, sky-shattering. Supreme Langya was expressionless as he swung his staff for the third time. This strike was soundless and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, as if everything had been frozen solid. Only the strike continued forward. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge black hole appeared. The Blood Eye Sovereign was smashed into the black hole, and no one knew where he went. A few breaths later, a part of the space shattered, and the Blood-Eyed Sovereign came out in a sorry state. "Damn it, how dare you make me look like this? Where am I?" The Blood Eye Sovereign let out a furious roar and scanned his surroundings. Even though Supreme Langya's strike did not hurt him, and only consumed some of his energy, he was sent to an unfamiliar place by his opponent. That strike contained the power of space and time. Most of the stronger sovereigns had already mastered the space ultimacy, and only the time ultimacy was slightly different. Some had comprehended it to 30%, while others had only comprehended it to 10%. Supreme Langya's attainment in the time ultimacy was extremely high, and he was no weaker than a supreme. Found it. The void was like a transparent glass in the Supreme Blood-Eye's eyes. Very quickly, he saw the battlefield from afar. Supreme Langya sent him to an unfamiliar place and joined forces with another Supreme Sovereign to attack the opponent. The opponent could only defend with all their might and was on the verge of losing. Swoosh, with a wave of his hand, the Blood-Eye Sovereign dashed towards the battlefield like a flickering light, teleporting at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 Black rays of light refracted back and forth. It was as if the void had turned into a prism, unable to stop her at all. Chi, a black crack flashed, and it was about to injure Supreme Qin Heart. Ding! Supreme Qin Heart didn't even look at it. She lightly plucked the strings in her hand, and instantly, a red ray of light burst forth, suppressing the black crack. Supreme Qin Heart, your speed is useless against me. Supreme Qin Heart said indifferently. Oh, it seems so. The light solidified, and the six-winged sovereign appeared. As a descendant of the Dark Witch, the six-winged sovereign was extremely powerful, and her greatest strength was her speed. She had 3 pairs of wings on her back, and each pair had a different function. However, they all had the same function, and that was acceleration. This acceleration wasn't just simply acceleration, but it also contained the attributes of space and time. As long as one was strong enough, they could even travel against the current in the river of time and space and arrive in the future. Unfortunately, Supreme Qin Heart's zither music was extremely mysterious, and she was completely unaffected. Since that's the case, let me see what's so mysterious about your zither music. The six-winged sovereign no longer used speed to confuse her opponent, and she chose to attack head-on. Supreme Qin Heart's eyelids drooped, and her slender jade-like palms pressed on the zither strings. She muttered to herself, please listen to the first song, 100 flowers lose their color. Ding, ding, dong, dong, it was like a small bridge, like a flowing stream, like a quietly blooming flower. The entire world changed in an instant. It became colorful, and then lost its color. The six-winged sovereign could no longer see anything else. Her eyes had lost their function, and even her soul power couldn't sense anything. She could only hear the beautiful zither music. It's actually so beautiful. A dazed look flashed in the six-winged sovereign's eyes. No, that was close. In that instant, the six-winged sovereign's soul power dissipated, and the zither music seeped into her soul sea. It's indeed powerful. The 3 pairs of wings on the six-winged sovereign's back flapped slowly at first, and after a few breaths, the flapping speed became faster and faster. Waves of space-time waves spread out. Boom, the colorless world collapsed, and the six-winged sovereign looked at Supreme Qin Heart. It's already been 2 hours. Supreme Qin Heart said indifferently. Don't be too complacent. The six-winged sovereign's expression turned solemn, and she no longer dared to underestimate the other party. The second song, Goddess Hand. Supreme Qin Heart ignored the other party and continued to play the zither. The six-winged sovereign only felt that the distance between her and the other party was getting farther and farther, and she couldn't catch up no matter what. At this moment, an illusory image of a goddess appeared. Judging from the aura of this goddess, she had already surpassed the Supremes and reached the true God realm. A slender hand stretched out, covering the sky and earth, and there was nowhere to escape. Do you think I'll still be confused? The six-winged sovereign sneered. She straightened her palm, and it turned into a palm blade. This palm blade was incomparably huge, and even if there was a life planet in front of it, it would be split apart. However, the goddess only needed to press her palm lightly to dissolve this palm blade. Impossible. How can you be so strong? This goddess image can't be real either. The six-winged sovereign couldn't accept it. In the distance, Supreme Qin Heart's face turned slightly pale. The goddess image naturally wasn't the real goddess image, or else she would have long been invincible. The six-winged sovereign's palm blade seemed to have been dissolved by the goddess' hand, but in fact, it had already affected her. This was because she was one with the goddess image. The zither music became more urgent, and the goddess hand easily grabbed the six-winged sovereign. "Open for me." The six-winged sovereign bled from her 7 orifices, and the 3 pairs of wings on her back cut open the goddess hand. A brief moment of chaos appeared in spacetime. As expected of the Dark Witch, Supremacy Zither Heart had long known that her opponent wouldn't be so easy to deal with. It was already difficult to make him suffer a little. After all, at their level, unless the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to kill her opponent. Of course, her intention wasn't to kill her opponent, but to trap her. A supremacy with the advantage of speed was extremely dangerous to ordinary human supremacies. No one knew if she would find the time to launch a sneak attack on a human supremacy. Please listen to my Zither Dao's supreme song, Spacetime Repentance. Supremacy Zither Heart took a deep breath, her eyes incomparably focused. Ding, dong, the zither music rang out, and the world changed. The flow of time in the surroundings was reversed. It was no longer moving forward, but moving backward. At first, the speed of the reversal wasn't fast, and it cancelled out the original flow of time. But as the zither music reached its climax, the speed of the reversal increased several times. It wasn't frightening to see it happen a few times, but it was frightening to see it happen a few dozen times or 100 times. Stacking up, it was unknown how many months or years it would take. Spacetime repentance, as the name implied, was the repentance of time and space, hoping to return to the past and start anew. This song was infused with Supremacy Zither Heart's understanding of the Zither Dao, as well as the profound of spacetime. As long as the zither music was present, the changes in spacetime were all under her control. Of course, there was a limit to this control. With her realm, it was impossible for her to return to a few hundred years ago, or even a few thousand years ago. There was no need to fight. The six-winged supremacy was a young supremacy, and it was unknown what he was doing a few thousand years ago. You can reverse spacetime, but I can also go against the flow. The six-winged paragon's beautiful eyes shone with a shocking cold light. The wings on her back flapped rapidly as she advanced at high speeds. As she advanced, she actually closed in on the present bit by bit. She was moving against the flow of the river of time and space. It was as though in a surging river, a weak fish could only go with the flow, while a strong fish could swim against the current. Without a doubt, the six-winged paragon was a strong fish. Spacetime repentance's ultimate profound, spacetime shift. Sovereign Zither Heart placed all 10 of her fingers on the zither strings. With a twang, the strings began to play, and the spacetime around the six-winged autarch seemed to break away from the universe, becoming a separate piece of spacetime. Then, Sovereign Zither Heart teleported the spacetime to an even more distant past. Of course, after doing all this, Zither Heart also spat out a mouthful of blood, her entire body weakened significantly. Spacetime repentance's control over spacetime was simply too strong, which led to a huge backlash. If it was an ordinary spacetime repentance, it would at most weaken Prime Zither Heart for a short period of time. However, after using spacetime shift, she lost at least 2,000 years of her lifespan. Even autarchs had limited lifespans. Under normal circumstances, autarchs could only live for 100,000 years. 2,000 years was no small number. Fortunately, I can trap her for a while. Supreme Zither Heart heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had sent the six-winged sovereign over, with his strength, he would definitely be able to rush back. It was just a matter of time. After losing her opponent, Zither Heart began to help the human autarchs fight against the alien autarchs. In the battle between autarchs, the giant tribe's Mountain Sea Autarch and the Xianxia tribe's Sky Splitter were the most powerful. The Mountain Sea Autarch was 400 feet tall, which was equivalent to 132 meters. Although Sky Splitter wasn't as tall, the Xianxia wings on his back were large enough. When they were spread out, they were dozens of meters long. Compared to the Xianxia wings, his body was much smaller, only 10 meters tall. The battle between the two was different from the other autarchs. They fought head-on without any tricks or tricks. They just fought head-on. Whoever fell first would be the loser. The Mountain Sea Autarch's defense was stronger. After all, the giant tribe relied on defense to survive. Sky Splitter's attack was stronger. Every move he made tore through the void. Wherever the two of them went, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth shattering could be heard. Sometimes, it was like a tsunami, sometimes, it was like a volcano erupting, sometimes, it was like the earth was collapsing, and sometimes, it was like heaven and earth were being destroyed. The number of autarchs on both sides added up to more than 50. Countless planets were destroyed by the shockwaves. Even planets with life weren't spared. The Xuanwu ruins was expanding. With every battle, the Xuanwu ruins would expand a little. Of course, the battle between the Golden Buddha supremacy and the Earth Demon supremacy was the most terrifying. The autarchs participating in this battle were only a portion of the various races. After all, this wasn't a decisive battle, and it wasn't a matter of life and death. There wasn't a need to call all the autarchs over. They had to leave some behind to protect the important areas of their races. Therefore, the Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy had the highest status and were the strongest. The Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy were already fighting fiercely. The Earth Demon supremacy let out a long roar. His long black hair soared into the sky, covering the sun and moon. His hands were pitch black. When he struck out with his palm, the pitch-black palm wind transformed into countless evil spirits that pounced at the Golden Buddha supremacy. Among the evil spirits, there was the Evil Spirit King and the Evil Spirit Ancestor. They surrounded the Golden Buddha supremacy, wanting to bite his flesh. This was the Earth Demon supremacy's unique skill, Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage. The Sky Demon Palm was strong in terms of attack power, while the Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage was strong in terms of endurance. As long as the Earth Demon supremacy's energy wasn't exhausted, there would be an endless number of evil spirits that would never disappear. Although the Golden Buddha supremacy wasn't afraid of being bitten by thousands of evil spirits, he couldn't escape in a short time. After all, there were too many evil spirits in all directions. There were even evil spirits surging over from the void. The Earth Demon supremacy's palm wind wasn't that easy to avoid. Since he couldn't escape, the Golden Buddha supremacy didn't move. His 6 golden body sat cross-legged in the void, and below him was a huge golden lotus platform. The moment the lotus platform appeared, the evil spirits died one after another. They couldn't get close to the Golden Buddha supremacy at all. Boundless Buddha light. The Golden Buddha supremacy's eyes seemed to be closed. He struck out with his palm, and there was a swastika on his palm. The swastika shone with golden light as if it was branded on his palm. As the palm struck out, a golden wave soared into the sky, attacking the Earth Demon supremacy on the other side of the evil spirit tide. Haha! Golden Buddha supremacy, didn't you want to know what we are prepared for? The Earth Demon supremacy soared into the sky and collided with the golden palm head-on. With a pu sound, the golden palm shattered. The Earth Demon supremacy wielded a blood-red spear and attacked the Golden Buddha supremacy. The spear was too fast, so fast that the Golden Buddha supremacy couldn't react in time. This wasn't the power of the Earth Demon supremacy, but the power of the blood-red spear. Saint Tool! The Golden Buddha supremacy's expression changed. With a pu sound, the 9 transformations golden body that was said to be unbreakable was broken. The blood-red spear pierced into the Golden Buddha supremacy's shoulder. The tip of the spear came out from his back, bringing along a large amount of golden blood. With a painful expression, the Golden Buddha supremacy used all his strength to counterattack the Earth Demon supremacy. The Earth Demon supremacy also countered with his left palm. Bang! The Earth Demon supremacy was sent flying. The Golden Buddha supremacy was also thrown off the lotus platform. The demons actually have another saint artifact? What should we do now? The Golden Buddha Supreme won't be able to withstand a saint artifact. Even if the true Martial Supreme came, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of a saint artifact. At most, he would barely be able to hold his ground. No wonder the demons dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. They prepared a saint artifact. The Supremes of both sides were paying close attention to this battle. When the Supremes of the demon race saw the Earth Demon Venerable injuring the Golden Buddha Supreme with a single strike, they were overjoyed. On the other hand, the faces of the human race Supremes were gloomy and anxious. What a good killing move. The Golden Buddha Supreme's face was ashen, the golden light around him dimmed significantly, showing signs of flaws. His 9 revolutions golden body wasn't afraid of any kind of attack. Even if the Sky Archdevil came, it could only exhaust his energy, unable to injure him. However, a saint artifact was different, it contained an unimaginable power. As long as one was hit, one's origin would be drained, requiring one's full strength to suppress it. As for recovering, it would take years of hard work. However, there was no time for him to suppress his injuries. He didn't expect the demons to have another saint artifact. Most likely, not even the ordinary supremes among the demons were aware of this, only the core members knew some inside information. The so-called saint artifact was a powerful weapon above supreme artifacts. In fact, a saint artifact was a transformation from a supreme artifact, and the key to the transformation was divine stones. Speaking of divine stones, one had to mention the miracles. Miracles were treasures left behind by a true god. Not only were there all kinds of treasures inside, but there were also divine stones that contained a trace of a true god's power. Every time a supreme artifact fused with a divine stone, it would grow stronger, and after a certain amount, it would transform into a saint artifact. If an ordinary supremes had a saint artifact, they would immediately become a super supremes. A super supremes with a saint artifact would be invincible under the heavens. Only a supremes with a saint artifact could contend against them. At present, the number of known saint artifacts could be counted on one's fingers. The demon's heavenly demon sacred armor, the human race's true martial divine Jian, the Xianxia tribe's blood-dripping spear, the giant tribe's giant god's pillar, there were less than 10 of them. Every additional one was a major event. This was countless times more terrifying than having an additional supreme being. The demon's sacred heavenly demonic armor was a defensive saint artifact. Although after refining it, its offensive power had increased, it was still limited. It was only a few times stronger than a supreme artifact, far from a pure offensive saint artifact. But now, the demons actually had an offensive saint artifact. No wonder they dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. Supreme Golden Buddha, this spear is called the Bloodthirst Spear. It's your honor to die in its hands. Earth Demon Venerable had a triumphant smile on his face. The predecessor of the Bloodthirsty Spear was not the weapon of one of the supremes of the demons. To be more specific, it was an ancient sacred weapon. The celestial demon Venerable obtained it by chance and then began to formulate the invasion plan. The Earth Demon Venerable only had the temporary right to use the Bloodthirsty Spear. After the war, the celestial demon Venerable would take it back. With the Sky Demon Sacred Armor and Bloodthirsty Spear, Sky Demon Sovereign had a faint aura of invincibility. Bring it on! The Golden Buddha Supreme circulated the 9 revolutions golden body with all his might. The golden radiance on his body intensified once again, like a golden flame. Although the muzzle on his shoulder couldn't be closed, it was no longer bleeding. Clearly, the Golden Buddha Supreme had temporarily suppressed the injury, preventing it from spreading and spreading. Reckless fool. The bloodthirsty spear in Earth Demon Venerable's hand danced several times as he attacked Supreme Golden Buddha again. This time, Supreme Golden Buddha focused all his attention on the spear. If he could predict the spear's trajectory, he could at least slightly resist it. Otherwise, if there was another injury, the situation would be dire. I see it. The Golden Buddha Sovereign was glaring angrily as he slapped the side of the bloodthirst spear with his palm in an attempt to block it. Dream on. The bloodthirsty spear was like a snake in Earth Demon Venerable's hand. The spear bent, and the tip pierced through Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm, cutting off a piece of golden flesh. Supreme Golden Buddha, I'm here to help you. Supreme Zither Heart hurried over when she saw that the situation was bad. Die. Earth Demon Venerable casually stabbed his spear at Supreme Zither Heart. Goddess Hand. Paragon Zither Heart started playing the tune of Goddess Hand. Instantly, an image of a goddess appeared. A gigantic goddess hand pressed against the blood-colored spear light, and with a crackling sound, the goddess hand shattered. Paragon Zither Heart coughed out a mouthful of blood. Earth Demon Venerable was much stronger than her, and with the bloodthirsty spear, it was already not bad that she could block it once. It was all thanks to the mystical goddess hand. Chin, leave. This demon isn't someone you can handle. The wound on Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm stopped bleeding, but there was a piece of flesh missing, which looked very disharmonious. Supreme Zither heart nodded. She thought that she could stop the Earth Demon Venerable for a while, but she didn't expect that he could injure her with a saint artifact. If he attacked again, she would be heavily injured even if she didn't die. There was no third possibility. However, she shuddered when she thought of the consequences of Supreme Golden Buddha's death. The human race would lose a Supreme, and this was a catastrophic result. Even 10 ordinary Supremes couldn't make up for it. Moreover, there hadn't been many Supremes appearing in the human race in recent years. After her was Supreme Xianxia, and after that, there were very few heaven-defying quasi-Supremes. Of course, Green-Robed Emperor was one of them. As for those peerless geniuses who had just shown their brilliance, they were still too immature and needed time to develop. However, the demons wouldn't give them that time. They had invaded the Black Tortoise starfield this time, and next would be the White Tiger starfield, then the Vermilion Bird starfield, and the Azure Dragon starfield. The demons' plan to devour the human race step by step was being carried out. Supreme Golden Buddha, I've said it before. This time, you will die without a doubt. Earth Demon Venerable stared coldly at Supreme Golden Buddha. Death isn't scary. I'm already prepared. However, if you want to kill me, you have to pay a price. Supreme Golden Buddha didn't panic. As a Supreme Venerable, he had long seen through life and death. To him, death was also life. The only thing he couldn't let go of was the human race. It seems that you're prepared to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Venerable didn't say anything else. With a roar, he displayed his strongest technique and charged at Supreme Golden Buddha. This spear surpassed time and space. Wherever the spear passed, there was no longer space or time. There was only slaughter and bloodthirst. Anyone below the level of a Supreme would immediately fall into depravity upon sensing this aura. Supreme Golden Buddha's eyes drooped. He put his palms together, and golden light burst out from his body. He looked like a Buddha who had sacrificed himself for a righteous cause. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm. This was also his strongest palm strike, a palm that had sacrificed life and death. Unfortunately, the gap was still a gap. Without a divine artifact, even if Supreme Golden Buddha cultivated the 9 revolutions golden body to the 9th revolution, there was no way he could win. At most, he could hold on for a long time. Poof! The golden palm was pierced. Earth Demon Venerable was unstoppable. He pointed his spear at Supreme Golden Buddha's forehead. If the spear hit, Supreme Golden Buddha would definitely die. Clang! At the critical moment, a bronze mace blocked the bloodthirsty spear. The tip of the mace shook, and the bloodthirsty spear immediately bent. Earth Demon Venerable flew backward with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Supreme True Martial. Earth Demon Venerable stared at the tall middle-aged man with the bronze mace. This person was the mainstay of the human race, the #1 Supreme, Supreme True Martial. The bronze mace in his hand was none other than the divine artifact, the True Martial Divine Mace. The True Martial Divine Truncheon was the strongest divine weapon. The True Martial Supreme was one of the top Supremes in the universe. Only the Celestial Demon Master of the Demons and a few other Supremes could contend with him. The human race had been able to stand for so many years without him. He was like a mountain, shielding the human race from the wind and the rain. Without the Golden Buddha Supreme, the human race would suffer a great loss. Without the True Martial Supreme, the human race would perish. It could be said that his life was tied to the survival of the entire race. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't show himself. He had to protect himself first, then the human race. But now, he had no choice. The Golden Buddha Supreme couldn't be missing either. Without his right-hand man, he couldn't do anything alone. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was filled with bitterness. Come out, Celestial Demon Master. The True Martial Supreme looked into the void. Haha, I can't hide it from you. Suddenly, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He had 3 horns on his head and a demonic eye between his eyebrows. His body was almost 7 zhang tall, 1 zhang taller than the Golden Buddha Supreme and almost the same height as the True Martial Supreme. He wore a black and golden sacred armor that seemed to be one with his body without any gaps. The terrifying aura he exuded was more than 2 times stronger than that of the earth demon Venerable. This was the strongest supremes of the demons, the celestial demon master. It would be strange if you didn't come. The true martial supreme looked calm. True martial supreme, I'll give the human race a chance. If you can retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy, this war will be over. I'll give you some time to consider. The celestial demon master was shocked. Oh? You'll give us a chance? The true martial supreme asked. Of course, it's not that we want to exterminate the human race, it's just that the territories occupied by the human race are a little too much. The heavens are unfair, the Black Tortoise Galaxy is only one of the 4 major galaxies. Losing one doesn't mean much to the human race, right? 3 vital galaxies are enough for you to thrive. The true martial supreme sneered. This time it's the Black Tortoise Galaxy. The next time it'll be the White Tiger Galaxy. You're dreaming if you think you can take the Black Tortoise Galaxy without losing a single soldier. As expected, you are still so stubborn. Then let's fight. Actually, I hope that you refuse. After so many years, let me see how much your strength has improved. Give me the gun. The heavenly demon sovereign stretched out his right hand. Whoosh, Earth Demon Venerable threw the bloodthirst spear to Celestial Demon Venerable. If you want to fight, let's fight. Supreme True Martial was not afraid at all. Clad in the Sky Demon's sacred armor and wielding the bloodthirsty spear, Sky Demon Sovereign's aura reached a new peak, as if it would never end. In comparison, True Martial Sovereign was starting to pale in comparison. Kill. The Celestial Demon Sovereign raised the bloodthirst spear high up, and his voice echoed throughout the boundless space. Hearing the heavenly archdevil ancestor's voice, the soldiers and generals of the Demons Alliance went into a frenzy. The heavenly archdevil ancestor's strength gave them hope of defeating the human race. As long as they could defeat the human race and occupy the Black Tortoise Starfield, every one of them would reap a great harvest. The stronger ones might even be given a city. True Martial Domain, boundless 7 stars. Supreme True Martial's expression was cold and solemn. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly filled the air, covering the vast starry sky. This was Supreme True Martial's realm of True Martial. In an instant, all the human soldiers who participated in the battle saw the 7 shining stars. As long as the 7 stars existed, Supreme True Martial would also exist. In terms of domain, Supreme True Martial was stronger than Sky Demon Sovereign. Of course, the Sky Demon Sovereign's Sky Demon realm was not bad either. It was like the capital of a demon kingdom. With the Sky Demon realm, the Sky Demon Sovereign's power could be unleashed to 120% or even more. This meant that ordinary Supremes were no match for him. The True Martial Sovereign's True Martial realm was the same. Boom, 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 before the two of them made a move, the Sky Demon Domain and True Martial Domain collided. In an instant, time and space shattered, turning into chaos. The stronger the domain, the more exclusive it was. It was impossible for them to coexist. Supreme True Martial, take my spear. Sky Demon Sovereign shot into the sky and dived down, thrusting his spear at Supreme True Martial. In Sky Demon Sovereign's hands, the Bloodthirst Spear was more than twice as powerful as Earth Demon Sovereign's. The sky was filled with crimson spear radiance. The radiance cut through time and space, as well as Supreme True Martial's True Martial Domain. Bring it on. The True Martial Supreme swung the True Martial Divine Mace. Clang, all the Supremes' hearts skipped a beat. The sound of the Bloodthirst Spear and the True Martial Divine Mace clashing was too terrifying. It was like an explosion in their hearts, making their blood boil. At the point of contact between the two of them, sparks that seemed to split the heavens and earth sprayed out. Although each of these sparks was only the size of a longan, their power could probably annihilate countless ordinary planets. Even planets with life would suffer damage because they not only contained the energy of both sides, but also their wills. The first exchange ended in a draw. Both were pushed back a few million miles. Whoosh, the two clashed again without needing any time. Clang, this time, the sparks were like fire snakes or fire dragons. They were so hot that they could melt everything in the world. Supreme True Martial, is your True Martial 7 Trials just SOSO? said the Sky Demon Sovereign. There are 5 more trials. Let's see. Supreme True Martial had 7 ultimate arts. When combined, they were the True Martial 7 trials. The weakest of the 7 trials was a Supreme Martial Art. Of course, there was a difference in strength between Supreme Martial Arts. It all depended on the degree of integration of ultimacy. The 5th trial, Human Disaster. Supreme True Martial split into 4 and surrounded Heavenly Demon Venerable. Each of them had 100% of their strength, and there was not a trace of falsehood. The 4 of them had quadrupled combat strength, which was many times more exquisite than Peerless King Audio's Martial Path Phantom. After all, Audio's Martial Path Phantom could only display one unique skill, while Supreme True Martial's was obviously different. If I can't even block the Human Disaster, then I don't need to live anymore. The Sky Demon Sovereign sneered. His entire body suddenly spun. Pack. A sound like an egg breaking was heard. A giant black hole formed, and time and space collapsed. Crackle, Supreme True Martial's attack landed on the black hole and was instantly absorbed, making the black hole grow. The 6th trial, Heaven and Earth Disaster. Supreme True Martial's expression did not change. The 4 figures merged into one. The next moment, Supreme True Martial swung his mace at the black hole. This attack contained the 4 ultimacies of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 ultimacies formed a perfect combination, glowing with chaotic light. The black hole could absorb any kind of energy, but it could not absorb the chaotic energy. Bang, the black hole was split open. Take my Sky Demon Spear. The Sky Demon palm of the Sky Demon Lord was no longer restricted by form. It could be transformed into any other martial art. With the bloodthirsty spear, the power of the Sky Demon palm increased by several times. A giant demon god shadow glowed with a bloody light. Crack, something was broken. The 2 flew out at the same time. This time, Supreme True Martial was at a disadvantage. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, he did not have a divine weapon like the Sky Demon's sacred armor, so he could not block all the impact. On the other hand, the Sky Demon Lord could ignore defense and only attack. Looks like Supreme True Martial is no match for Celestial Demon Sovereign. We'll definitely win this battle. Earth Demon Sovereign calmed down and looked at Supreme Golden Buddha. Supreme Golden Buddha was about the same level as him at his peak. Now that he was injured by the Bloodlust Spear, he must have lost some of his origin energy. In addition, he had to use a portion of his cultivation to suppress his injuries. It would be amazing if he had 60 to 70% of his peak strength. Earth Demon Sovereign, on the other hand, was still at his peak. The 2 started fighting again without saying a word. Supreme Xianxia and another Supreme from the Demon race injured a Supreme from the Xianxia race. But at this moment, the blood-eyed Supreme rushed over and charged at Supreme Xianxia furiously. Supreme Zither Heart fought against Supreme Six-Winged, who had just returned from the River of Time and Space. It was a tragic scene. Supreme True Martial, you're no match for me. From now on, I'm the rightful #1 sovereign. I'm invincible. Celestial Demon Sovereign fought fiercely with the Bloodlust Spear in hand. I may not be your match, but it's still too early for you to become the #1 sovereign. Supreme True Martial wasn't a match for the Heavenly Demon Venerable. Even though he had only suffered a little, the Heavenly Demon Venerable could maintain his peak battle power with the Heavenly Demon's sacred armor, while he couldn't. However, the universe was so vast that even a Supreme could only see half an iceberg. Who knew if there were any powerful beings or races? I'll see who's stronger than me after I take over this universe. Celestial Demon Sovereign didn't hide his ambition. Bring it on. It won't be that easy to take over the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Supreme True Martial was wearing a 7-star Taoist robe. The True Martial Divine Mace in his hand shone like lightning. That injury didn't affect him at all. This was how battles between Supreme Sovereigns were. As long as the gap wasn't too big, the battle wouldn't end quickly. On the other side, the battle between Supreme Golden Buddha and Earth Demon Sovereign had reached its climax. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Golden Buddha Sovereign was on the verge of collapse. This wasn't because of the pressure from the Earth Demon Sovereign, but the injuries left behind by the bloodthirsty spear. Every time he exchanged blows with the Earth Demon Sovereign, his injuries would worsen. Unless he could stop the battle immediately, it would only be a vicious cycle. Supreme Golden Buddha, what's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? I still want to fight with you a little longer. Earth Devil Venerable had a relaxed expression. He also didn't want to force the Golden Buddha Supreme into a corner. Otherwise, if the other party disregarded his injuries and attacked himself, he wouldn't be able to handle it. What he wanted was exactly this kind of effect, boiling a frog in warm water. It's alright. It's not as bad as you think. The Golden Buddha Supreme formed a seal with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a Golden Buddha seal that blasted out. Brat, damn it. Once your immortal energy is exhausted, I will definitely make you suffer. After the soul-extinguishing needle's power was completely exhausted, Green Boring Emperor had no way to deal with Yi Chen. In terms of offense, the latter was only slightly weaker than him, but in terms of agility, the latter was much stronger. He couldn't even teleport near the latter, as the latter would always dodge at the last moment. Moreover, his sixth-layer sword domain made him gnash his teeth in hatred. This kind of sword domain which contained the power of space freezing was simply the natural enemy of teleportation. If the latter's cultivation base were a bit higher, reaching the seventh layer of life and death realm, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to teleport accurately. Green Boring Emperor felt that Yi Chen was hard to deal with, but how could Yi Chen not feel that every second was torture? His battle strength was at most equivalent to a low-level emperor, far inferior to a mid-level emperor like Green Boring Emperor. Although he could drag it out until now, as time went on, Green Boring Emperor would still be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, a gap was a gap. It could be made up for a while, but not for a long time. I'm afraid the human race is going to lose. Although Yi Chen couldn't see the situation in the supreme battlefield, the appearance of the Sky Demon Venerable gave him a huge shock. The other party's kill was full of confidence. Moreover, since the Demon's Alliance dared to attack Black Tortoise Starfield, they must have at least a 50% chance of success. Otherwise, there would be no need to muster such a large force. With the defeat of the human race, the demons will become even more powerful. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Elysium. The power of the demons covered almost the boundless starry sky, and they could be found everywhere. Yi Chen fought for Elysium, and now, it was the turn of the entire human race. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak, not even at the seventh layer of life and death realm. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the strength. In Elysium, he was a leading figure, but in the four great starfields, he was just an ordinary member. To grow to a certain height, he needed sufficient time. The situation of the human race is pressing. Whether it's for myself or for the human race, I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yi Chen inwardly said. The longer time passed, the weaker Gold Buddha Supreme's battle strength became. At this moment, the golden radiance on his body was gradually extinguishing, like a candle reaching its end. This won't do. I have to hold on for a while longer. Gold Buddha Supreme was clear that once he fell, Earth Demon Venerable would be able to deal with the other Supremes, and the situation would be dire. Die, Gold Buddha Supreme. Earth Demon Venerable wouldn't give Gold Buddha Supreme a chance. He didn't hesitate to waste demonic power and bombarded Gold Buddha Supreme. The frightening shockwaves caused the space within thousands of li to become chaotic. Anyone below the Supreme's realm would either be killed by the shockwaves or turned into nothingness by the space-time turbulence. Puff, a mouthful of golden blood spurted out as Gold Buddha Supreme was blasted away. What was frightening was not the injuries inflicted by Earth Demon Venerable, but the injuries on his right arm and shoulder. These two injuries were caused by the Bloodthirst Spear. Now that Gold Buddha Supreme was no longer suppressing them, they immediately went berserk. Since the Bloodthirst Spear had the name of Bloodthirst, it naturally wasn't just for show. Gold Buddha. True Martial Supreme's brows twitched as he looked at Gold Buddha Supreme. I can still hold on. Gold Buddha Supreme barely managed to open his mouth. True Martial Supreme didn't speak. His face was filled with contemplation. After a long time, he took a deep breath, gathered his true essence and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Retreat from the Black Tortoise Star Field. We will counterattack another day." Originally, True Martial Supreme didn't plan to give up the Black Tortoise Star Field so easily. But now, the situation wasn't on their side. Gold Buddha Supreme obviously couldn't hold on any longer. Compared to the Black Tortoise Star Field, the future of the human race was more important. He couldn't put all his strength here. Otherwise, the human race would be destroyed, and the Demon's Alliance would at most suffer a great loss. We've lost. That's true. Martial Supreme's voice. We've really lost. Countless human race alliance soldiers were bewildered. Everyone, retreat. The marshals and generals were the first to react. They couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts. It was more important to retreat. Unless it was a critical moment, true Martial Supreme wouldn't give the order to retreat. Haha, don't let them escape. Kill. On the other side, the Demon's Alliance's morale soared, and they chased after Yichen in a frenzy. The number of sovereigns chasing after Yichen increased from 1 green drum sovereign to 3. Of the other 2, one was a mid-level sovereign, and the other was a low-level sovereign. Kill. Kill. The defeat was too tragic. In an instant, countless experts died on the human race's side, almost half of their original number. There were many transmission arrays on Heaven Eye Star. Yichen rushed to Heaven Eye Star with all his might. As for the Snow Air Emperor, the Stone Statue Emperor, and the others, they were completely separated. Boom, boom, being chased by 3 sovereigns, no matter how good Yichen's movement technique was, it was useless. He was hit twice in a row. The time immemorial singular energy armor on his body was damaged, and the immortal energy in his body was completely exhausted. On Heaven Eye Star, countless human race alliance soldiers were teleporting. It was actually better for them to be organized. After all, if they were scattered, they would only lose more lives. Unfortunately, they weren't real soldiers, and obeying orders was their #1 rule. Secondly, the battlefield was too vast, and there was no way to gather everyone together. If they had the time to gather, they might as well run. As for which option was better, no one knew. In any case, no matter which option was chosen, the human race's casualties were inevitable. This was the cruelty of war. Entering Heaven Eye Star's atmosphere, Yichen's speed decreased sharply. Fortunately, he had the space profound, so his agility didn't decrease much. At this time, he had no choice but to use others as his cover. There were countless sovereigns of the Human Race Alliance rushing to Heaven Eye Star. Yichen was not eye-catching at all. If the 3 sovereigns wanted to use their soul power to scan him, they would need to spend 1 or 2 breaths' time. Taking advantage of this short time, Yichen rushed to the nearest transmission array. Swish, a light flashed, and Yichen appeared on the transmission array. There were many people beside him, and they were all anxious, waiting to be teleported. These few breaths' time felt like years to them. Here. The Green Boring Emperor found Yichen. Instantly, the 3 sovereigns rushed over. 2 breaths' time, 3 breaths' time. Buzz. The transmission array was activated. But then, the light of the transmission array was shattered. Get lost. In the teleportation formation, there was not only Yichen, but also a human sovereign. He was Wolf Fist King, the second disciple of Beast Fist King, a 4-star general of the human race. He had inherited Beast Fist King's Tao of Beast Fist, but it was more of his own. He had been raised by a giant wolf, so he had a deep understanding of wolves. His fist art was Wolf Fist, the ultimate wolf fist. Hell, the roar of a giant wolf rang out as the Wolf Boxing Emperor threw a punch at the Green Boring Emperor and the other 2. This punch transformed into countless vicious wolves that wanted to devour their target, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with a vigorous and ruthless momentum. Bang, 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 Green Boring Emperor and the other 2 were not prepared for the sudden appearance of a sovereign. Caught off guard, they were all sent flying, their hair disheveled. It's a mid-level sovereign. And a little stronger than Green Boring Emperor. Yichen judged the strength of Wolf Fist King based on the comparison. Among the mid-level sovereigns, there were strong and weak ones. The weak ones were only a little stronger than the low-level sovereigns, while the strong ones were close to high-level sovereigns. Beast Fist King, the master of Wolf Fist King, was a high-level sovereign, so Wolf Fist King should not be too weak. Continue to activate the teleportation formation. Wolf Fist King did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the entire Tianmu star was in a mess. Earlier, a supreme of the foreign races had sent out a palm energy to attack the Tianmu star, causing damage to the star. The energy inside was constantly fluctuating, and no one knew if it would explode. Therefore, if they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave later. A defeated army could only abandon their armor. If they could leave in an orderly manner, then they would not be defeated. At most, they would be at a disadvantage. Buzz, the teleportation formation was activated again, flashing brightly. Whoosh, the next moment, the teleportation light swept into the void, and Green Boring Emperor and the other two failed to stop it. He escaped. Green Boring Emperor stomped his foot in anger, gritting his teeth. When this kid grows up, he will definitely be a disaster for us. What a pity. Another low-level sovereign shook his head. It is a pity, but it is nothing. Even if he can become a supreme in the future, it will be a few thousand years later. Within a few thousand years, perhaps the entire human race will be wiped out by us. Why should we be afraid of an immature genius? Green Boring Emperor, you are too serious. If this kid were a sovereign, then we would have to worry. The low-level sovereign realm cultivator with a beard didn't care much. He's good. Let's go. Although the Green Boring Emperor was unwilling, he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. The image of Yi Chen was deeply engraved in his mind. This man was too terrifying. His ability to survive was simply unparalleled. If he could not be killed today, he did not know if he would really leave a scourge behind. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. It took an entire week for all the humans and the Human Alliance to retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy. As for those who did not retreat, they were all dead. The top 10 military planets were completely emptied. It was impossible for the upper echelons of the human race to leave behind the treasures for the foreign races like the demons and the other races. All of them had been moved away. The only painful thing was that there were still countless humans on the Black Tortoise Galaxy's life planets who did not manage to move away in time. Most of them were ordinary humans, and their numbers were overwhelming. The upper echelons of the human race did not expect to be defeated so quickly, so ruthlessly. They were not prepared at all, otherwise, they would have started the relocation plan long ago. Fortunately, the Black Tortoise Galaxy had experienced many wars, thus the number of humans living here was not too high, probably less than 1,000th of the number in the other three major galaxies. Moreover, when the news of the human race's retreat reached them, they also used transmission arrays to move to other galaxies. Some forces, families, and temporary organizations used puppet warships to migrate. Fleets of fleets flew across the void. In short, this week was known as the Black Tortoise Galaxy's Day of Darkness, and this month was the Moon of Darkness. All of humanity would remember this crushing defeat. After a series of teleportations, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the White Tiger starfield. Little brother, what's your name? Wolf Fist Emperor was quite interested in Yi Chen. He was merely at the 6th layer of life and death realm, yet he was being chased by 3 emperors. More importantly, he was still alive. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Chen, many thanks for your help earlier. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. They also blocked my way. Wolf Fist Emperor shook his head. I'm the second disciple of Beast Fist Emperor. If you need any help in the future, you can come find me. Wolf Fist Emperor was not a person who would pursue the matter to the bottom. After leaving behind these words, he teleported away. Beast Fist Emperor, Yi Chen had heard Scarlet Wind Emperor mention him before. He was a 4-star marshal by Golden Spear Marshal's side. He was quite powerful, a peak existence among high-level emperors. To be able to become the second disciple of Beast Fist Emperor, he was clearly not an ordinary person. No wonder he was so powerful, able to repel 3 emperors with a single punch. It's time to return to God Paradise. Next, I'll try my best to break through to the 7th layer. There was a huge gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer. After crossing it, one's battle strength would increase by 100-fold. After all, one would have enough Xinyuan to operate an emperor-grade weapon. Of course, the most important thing was that one's soul power would increase sharply upon reaching the 7th layer. For Yi Chen, this was like adding wings to a tiger. White Tiger Starfield, on a 9th grade life planet, human supremes were gathered in a palace. Gold Buddha Supreme, you must be careful. True Martial Supreme asked. Gold Buddha Supreme smiled bitterly, I'm afraid my battle strength won't recover to its peak within several thousand years. The power of the bloodthirsty spear can't be expelled at once. It can only be slowly worn away. Don't speak for now. True Martial Supreme walked behind Gold Buddha Supreme and pressed his palm on him. After a long while, True Martial Supreme slowly let out a breath of turbid chi. What a powerful bloodthirsty spear. It's on the same level as the immortal power, and even more spiritual. True Martial Supreme, we've suffered a crushing defeat this time, and Black Tortoise Starfield has changed owners. Will the demons continue to attack White Tiger Starfield in the coming years? Black Tortoise Starfield and White Tiger Starfield were adjacent to each other. A Supreme asked. True Martial Supreme pondered for a moment before replying, what will come will come. It's said that our human race has an endless stream of geniuses. But compared to the demons, there's still a gap. This time, we've finally seen the root of the problem. Although the bloodthirsty spear was the biggest factor, the human race didn't have the advantage in terms of the number of supremes. Even without the bloodthirsty spear, the human race wouldn't be able to win if they continued fighting. Just Supreme Xianxia and Supreme Zither Heart alone wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Now that Supreme Golden Buddha was heavily injured and his origin was damaged, the human race's peak combat strength was in danger. Black Tortoise Starfield, we'll get it back sooner or later. Xianxia Supreme said solemnly. Nodding lightly, True Martial Supreme said, I've decided. In 100 years, we'll open the Supreme Holy Land. The news of the human race's retreat from the Black Tortoise Starfield spread to the other 3 major life starfields. For a time everyone was worried for their lives. The Demons' alliance was too domineering. This time, it was the Black Tortoise Starfield. Next time, would it be the White Tiger Starfield, Vermilion Bird Starfield, and Azure Dragon Starfield? Once all 4 major life starfields fell, the human race could only return to the inhabited worlds. That was akin to catching a turtle in a jar, never to see the light of day again. The barbarian race, the giant race, and the other races were also on alert. They were bound together with the human race for good or ill. Without the human race, they would not be able to compete with the Demons' alliance. This was also the main reason why they spared no effort to help the human race. This time, the failure of the human race would not bring them any benefits. They did not have a competitive relationship with the human race, nor did they want to replace the human race as the leader of the Demon Alliance. The Barbarians. Doka Star Region, Barbaric Planet. The barbarian tribe's number 1 venerable barbarian, slowly said, it is not a good thing for the human race to lose the Black Tortoise Galaxy. From now on, the entire race will be on the 3rd level of alert. If necessary, we will raise it to the 2nd or even the 1st level. In normal times, no race would go on a level 3 alert, as it would consume too much resources. However, the current situation was different. The human race had suffered a setback while the Demons' alliance had won a landslide victory. Who knew if the Demons' followers would also be interested in the barbarian territories? Taking the human race as an example, if the Black Tortoise Star Field had not been invaded by the barbarian tribes, it would not be where it was today. Appetites were born bit by bit. Once there was one, there would be 2. They must not make a bad start. At the same time, in the Giant Spirit Star area, the giant race's number 1 paragon, the Giant Spirit Venerable, had given the order for the entire race to be on a level 3 alert. They refused to interact with the evil spirit race, the Xianxia race, and the other races. If there was any movement, the entire army would suppress them. In short, the loss of the human race caused the entire universe to be in a state of panic. Back at the Paradise of Gods, none of them knew that the human race had been forced to retreat to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. When Yichen told them about it, they found it hard to believe. The mighty Black Tortoise Galaxy had a new master in such a short time. No matter how they looked at it, it sounded like a fantasy story, but they had to believe it. How could such a big matter be fake? The future of the human race is going to be tough. After a long silence, the Myriad Arrows monarch finally spoke. It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise, we'd be able to contribute to the human race, Lu Di said hatefully. There's no hurry. War isn't something that can happen in a day or 2. If the Demon's Alliance wants to devour the entire human race, it will take them countless years and energy. There will be a time when we go into battle. Lu Wenjie had always been very calm and had a good mentality. Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, Du Guju, and others from Elysium also learned about this from Yi Chen. Du Guju clenched his fists tightly. In the past, he only wanted to compete with geniuses on the same level as him. But now, he felt that he was still too naive. Competition was fine, but one must have a lofty goal. Now, he had confirmed his goal, and that was to become one of the most dazzling people in the entire universe. It wasn't vanity, but only absolute strength could protect the human race and protect the place where he lived. He glanced at Yi Chen. In the future, they would be fighting side by side. At the same time, there would be countless geniuses fighting side by side. Just thinking about it made him excited. On the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda. A few years ago, Yi Chen already had the strength to pass the God of War Pagoda. However, he had never put it into action, mainly because he didn't want to attract too much attention and attract the attention of the alien races. Now, it didn't matter whether they paid attention or not. Although the war in the Black Tortoise Galaxy had ended, the bigger war was just beginning. Both sides would definitely think of ways to cause trouble, and assassinating the other side's geniuses was undoubtedly the most important thing. Passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda would reward a large amount of Shinbi. As for the exact amount, Yi Chen had never heard of the exact number. After all, it had been countless years since someone had passed the 10th level. At present, Yi Chen had 15 million Shinbi. If the reward for passing the 10th level was also 15 million Shinbi, he would be able to exchange for a Peak Heavenly King set. In terms of defense, Peak Heavenly King set was equivalent to a low-level Emperor-grade armor. However, in terms of value, Peak Heavenly King set was comparable to a mid-level Emperor-grade armor. This was because of the energy amplification effect. Under the 7th layer of Life and Death realm, wearing a Peak Heavenly King set would increase one's energy by 10 times. 10 times didn't seem like much, but the key was that the higher the energy, the easier it would be to use Emperor-grade offensive artifacts in the future. After all, who would complain about having too much energy? The 10th level's opponent was a Sword King of Demons. The Sword King of Demons had a heaven-defying battle strength. Its cultivation base was the same as Yi Chen's 6th layer Life and Death realm. However, the majority of titled monarchs were not its opponent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the 10th floor's gatekeeper. The first time Yi Chen entered the 10th floor, he was instantly killed. The second time, he withstood 8 moves and was cut into 2 on the 9th move. This time, Yi Chen's strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. Chi, a black light flickered, and the Sword King of Demons slashed at Yi Chen with its huge black sword. For ordinary battle emperors, the Sword King of Demons' sword speed was exceptionally frightening. Not to mention resisting, even parrying would be an extremely difficult task. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, the opponent's sword speed was simply too slow. Clang, with a casual wave of the Eternal Night Emperor sword, the opponent's huge black sword was immediately repelled. In the next moment, a sword light flickered, and a huge head flew into the air. 10th floor, pass, buzz, for no reason at all, the God of War Pagoda's resounding voice resounded, as if foretelling something. Not only the God of Paradise's God of War Pagoda, but the demonic God Paradise, evil God Paradise, and every other Paradise's God of War Pagoda reverberated with the resounding voice again and again. What? Someone passed the God of War Pagoda? Who could it be? Could it be our demon's God-blessed queen? Let's go and see. Everyone walked towards the God of War Pagoda. On the left side of the God of War Pagoda's first floor, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was extremely tall, and it was densely packed with names. At a rough glance, there were at least 10,000 names. These were all the geniuses who had passed the God of War Pagoda's 10th floor since ancient times. No one knew how long it had been since ancient times. Perhaps it had been hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps it had been billions of years, or even trillions of years. Anyway, no one knew when the Paradise of Gods had first existed, and no one knew when life had developed into civilization. Therefore, these tens of thousands of names were actually very rare. As they looked down, some people saw an additional name. Yi Chen. It's the paradise of God's genius sword king, Yichen. It's actually him. Only he can do it. In an instant, the news of Yichen passing the God of War pagoda's 10th floor was known by everyone. Very quickly, the news spread from the paradise to the various races. The reward for passing the 10th level of the God of War pagoda was very high, beyond Yichen's expectations. There was a total of 10 million Shinbi. With Yichen's 15 million Shinbi, he had 25 million Shinbi. He was only 5 million away from exchanging for a top-tier Heavenly King set. One had to know that not only did the God of War pagoda reward Shinbi, but the Survival Tower gave even more. Next, Yichen went to the Survival Tower. The 10th level of the Survival Tower was much more difficult than the 10th level of the God of War pagoda, but that was only relatively speaking. Yichen didn't find it difficult at all. As expected, the reward for the 10th level of the Survival Tower was double that of the God of War pagoda, 20 million. A total of 45 million Shinbi. The Paradise of Gods had a total of 3 levels. The first level was for low-tier Heavenly King sets, the second level was for mid-tier Heavenly King sets, and the third level was for high-tier Heavenly King sets. No one knew that there was a secret chamber on the third level, and there were very few top-tier Heavenly King sets. Purple, green, silver, gold, and red. A total of 5 sets. Purple was noble and mysterious. Green was natural. Silver was cold and murderous. Gold was domineering and cold. Red was merciless and bloodthirsty. What surprised Yichen was that these 5 sets had many parts. Helmet, inner armor, outer armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, wrist guards, gloves, leg guards, battle skirt, battle boots, and weapons. There were more than a dozen parts in total, more than double the number of high-tier Heavenly King sets. It was a dazzling sight. Without any hesitation, Yichen chose the silver set. It was a swordsman set. It had one more part than the other 4 sets. It was a pair of wings, a pair of sword wings. This pair of sword wings was completely made of sword blades and looked very sharp. When spread out, it was about 2 to 3 meters wide. Its name was Flying Sword Armor. The Flying Sky Sword Armor was 30 million divine coins without the Great Sword. Adding the Great Sword, it was 40 million divine coins. Of course, 10 million more was nothing to Yichen. With his current amount of divine coins and the speed at which he was earning divine coins, he simply couldn't spend them all. Leaving them here would be a waste. Swoosh, 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 one by one, the parts flew onto Yichen's body. Very soon, Yichen had become a swordsman wearing silver sword armor. He held a silver sword in his hand that flickered with light. This pair of sword wings is very powerful. Although Yichen had not refined the Flying Heaven sword armor into his body, he still had 90% control over it. With a thought, the sword wings on Yichen's back spread out and flapped rapidly. Chi-chi-chi-chi, streaks of sword aura slashed across, hitting the walls of the secret pavilion, producing clanging sounds and sending sparks everywhere. In fact, whether he had the sword wings or not, it didn't affect Yichen much. The sword wings could make a warrior more agile, like a bird. However, Yichen had mastered space ultimacy, so he was more agile than a bird. Of course, it was more or less a bonus. Besides, the sword wings weren't just used to make a warrior more agile, they were also a means of attack. The treasured sword was the Flying Heaven sword. Although it was just a part of a top Heavenly King set, and was only equivalent to a low-level Emperor stage artifact sword, once it was used together with the Flying Heaven sword armor, its power would increase by thousands of times, comparable to a low-level Emperor stage artifact sword. Flying Heaven sword and Flying Heaven sword armor, with these, Yichen's battle power had increased by more than hundreds of times. If before, he could only contend with low-level Emperor warriors, and his defense was a bit weaker than them, then now, his battle power was already comparable to mid-level Emperor warriors. Of course, defense was still his weakness, and was still a bit weaker than low-level Emperor warriors. After all, he had a top Heavenly King set, and others also had Emperor stage artifact sword. Moreover, their cultivation was 2 heavenly layers higher than his, and their energy was much purer. I'll go into seclusion to refine the Flying Heaven sword armor first. After exchanging for the Flying Heaven sword armor, Yichen couldn't exert its full power at the moment. He needed to refine it into his body in order to completely control it. The second floor of the Tower of Time, Yichen ran his Jingyuan to refine the Flying Heaven sword armor. The higher the grade of the treasure, the more powerful it would be, and the more difficult it would be to refine it. The difficulty of refining a set would increase by thousands of times. After a period of time, Yichen had only refined 1/10 of the Flying Heaven sword armor. Fortunately, there was no lack of time in the Tower of Time. 1 day in the outside world was 100 days in the Tower of Time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years in the Tower of Time was 1 month and 7 days in the outside world. Buzz, the Flying Heaven sword armor was gradually refined into Yichen's body and integrated with the surface of Yichen's skin. Even the Flying Heaven sword was refined into Yichen's right arm, becoming a sword symbol. Come out. With a flash of sword light, the Flying Heaven sword appeared. The Flying Heaven sword was very light and didn't feel much when held in the hand. After refining it into the body, it felt connected with the flesh and blood, just like a part of the body. Yichen performed the sword art at will, which was a bit stronger than the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Swish, with a thought, a pair of sword wings appeared on Yichen's back. The sword wings flapped like thousands of swords were waving. Originally, the sword wings were not real wings, but Yichen didn't feel that way. He felt that the sword wings were his own wings, just like how birds had their own wings. The sword wings flapped, and Yichen suddenly accelerated. With a dash, he was already far away. There was no difference between short-distance movement and teleportation. Good, with these two, I won't be at a disadvantage even if I have to face a middle-level emperor. Yichen believed that his defense was not as good as a beginner emperor, let alone a middle-level emperor. However, as long as the opponent couldn't hit him, he would have room to maneuver. If the opponent was a bit weaker, he might be injured instead. I wonder how Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others are doing. After refining the flying sword armor, Yichen decided to go out and ask around. At that time, the human race had been defeated, and the situation was too chaotic. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone know the safety of Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. Leaving the Paradise of Gods, Yichen asked around and found out that the White Tiger Starfield had 10 military planets, which became the frontline of the human race, just like the 10 military planets of the Black Tortoise Starfield. One of the 10 military planets, the White Blade Planet. On the White Blade Planet, the Grand Marshal was Marshal Golden Spear. 3 of the 10 marshals had died, but Marshal Golden Spear was still alive. Here, he might be able to find news of the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. You mean the Scarlet Wind Emperor? They are currently at the Boulder Barracks. After asking many people, Yichen finally got news of the 4. Fortunately, none of them died. This was undoubtedly a great fortune amidst the misfortune. After several years together, Yichen already considered them as true friends. The martial path was long, and it was too lonely to have a few good friends. Arriving at the Boulder Barracks, Yichen instantly found the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Yichen. The 4 were overjoyed to see Yichen. Like Yichen, they were worried about each other's safety. Seeing you again, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Luckily, we are all alive. The Scarlet Wind Emperor patted Yichen's shoulder, sighing. Haha, what are you worried about him for? He'll probably survive even if we die. The Fire Sparrow Emperor said carelessly. That's true, we can't even catch up to your survival ability. The 4 knew Yichen's strength very well. After chatting for a few days, Yichen returned to the God Paradise. This time, he wanted to attack the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Although the Tower of Time could give him 100 times more time, he was very clear that once he reached the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm, one's comprehensive ability would increase drastically. Things that would take 100 years to comprehend before might only take 1 or 2 years at the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Of course, this was only for people with high comprehensive ability. Those with average comprehensive ability could stay in the Paradise of God for dozens or even hundreds of years. At present, Yichen already had 99% certainty of attacking the 7th layer. His foundation could be considered stable. If he didn't attack now, when would he? I heard you want to attack the 7th layer. Peerless King Ajio, who had somehow obtained this information, asked upon seeing Yichen. Right, it's time. Yichen faintly nodded. Alright, you go first. I'll be right behind you. Ajiu didn't find Yi Chen's choice strange. Who didn't know the benefits of the Time Tower? Since Yi Chen had chosen to attack the 7th layer, he must have made a thorough plan. As for Ajiu, he still needed to stay for a while. At present, he was also a battle emperor and had reached the 10th floor of the War God Tower. However, compared to Yi Chen, he was far inferior. In the first stage, Yi Chen had won, and he was sincerely convinced. The second stage was the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Life and Death Realm was the starting point of the universe's experts. If one couldn't step over it, so what if one was a peerless genius? One's foundation would be far inferior to others. The only thing Yi Chen lacked was cultivation base. Breaking through to the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm would require tens of millions of yuan stones, or even more. Previously, when Yi Chen broke through to the 6th layer of Life and Death Realm, he had spent 7 to 8 million yuan stones. The 7th layer of Life and Death Realm would cost at least 10 times that amount. If it were Su Jing, with her golden dragon physique, it would be several times, or even 10 times more than Yi Chen's. In the Tower of Time, Yi Chen was sitting there with crossed legs quietly. He was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm. Instead, he slowly revolved his Jin Yuan over and over again. This method was called the inertia method of breaking through to the next realm. It was just like a river. Once you blocked it, and then suddenly let it go, the river would flow 1,000 miles in an unstoppable manner. However, that would be too overbearing. If he succeeded, it would be fine, but if he failed, it would be very easy for his body to explode. Therefore, before that, Yi Chen had to gradually accelerate his Jin Yuan. After 1,080 cycles, Yi Chen began to accelerate greatly. A green light suddenly shone from his body, making Yi Chen look like a human-shaped jade. Dong. 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 Breaking through to the next realm was a huge burden on the body, especially on the heart. At this moment, the blood circulation would be thousands of times faster than normal. Without an undying body, it would be impossible to break through to the next realm. Of course, which Life and Death King didn't have an undying body? The only difference was the strength. According to the strength, the realm one could break through to was different. The reason why breaking through to the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm was even more difficult. It was also because he wanted to break through to the Immortal realm and condense the Emperor's imprint. Without the Emperor's imprint, there was no way to break through. However, this was not a problem for Yi Chen. He could have condensed the Emperor's imprint a year ago, but it was still not the right time to break through. Therefore, he suppressed it. Now, there was no need to suppress it. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, the Immortal realm was only a state where one could display their potential to the limit. It was an existence of nothingness. What Yi Chen wanted to do was to turn this nothingness into reality, which was the Emperor's imprint. Condensing the Emperor's imprint consumed a lot of mental and soul power. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't lack either. Gradually, a transparent imprint took shape in Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. This imprint looked like characters, but also like a human. As it took shape, the Sea of Soul became even more stable. Of course, it was not only the Sea of Soul that was stable, but also the potential. In the past, one needed to enter the Immortal realm to burst out with the strongest potential. However, after condensing the Emperor's imprint, one could burst out with the strongest potential with every movement. This was the benefit of the Emperor's imprint. After an unknown amount of time, the Emperor's imprint was completely formed. Following this, Yi Chen's body was like a surging ocean. Even if he didn't purposely break through to the next realm, he would naturally enter the 7th layer of Life and Death realm. At this time, Yi Chen's foundation had already been formed. Breaking through to the next realm was no longer a surprise. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed in the outside world. Yi Chen had yet to come out of the Time Tower. Another month passed. On this day, in a certain space on the 2nd floor of the Time Tower, a boundless aura soared into the sky. This aura was too frightening, like countless sharp swords. Ordinary Life and Death Kings would immediately collapse upon contact with this aura. Even powerful 6th layer Life and Death Kings couldn't withstand the impact of this aura. Only 7th layer Life and Death titled monarchs could contend against it. However, this was merely the aura. If one were to directly face the source of the aura, Jin Yuan, they would also suffer. If a powerful Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor were here, they would definitely recognize that this was not ordinary Jin Yuan, but Sword Yuan, the strongest sword energy of a sword artist. With Sword Yuan, one's destructive power would increase by tenfold. Ordinary objects that couldn't be sliced apart could be sliced apart with a single slash. Even the astral Yuan of an evil spirit body king was somewhat inferior to Sword Yuan. The one releasing this aura was precisely Yi Chen. At this moment, he had already broken through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. What made him pleasantly surprised was that his Jin Yuan had finally transformed into Sword Yuan. He didn't know why it would transform into Sword Yuan, although there were signs of it before. Perhaps it had something to do with Yi Chen's cultivation technique breaking through to the peak heaven grade. Perhaps it was because of the sword intent, or perhaps it was because of sword domain. Regardless, this was indeed Sword Yuan, without a trace of falsehood. Apart from Sword Yuan, the ones with the greatest increase were Soul Power and Jin Yuan. His soul power suddenly increased by tenfold, and his Jin Yuan by nearly 50 times. Correspondingly, Yi Chen's consumption of Yuan stones was also an astronomical figure, no less than 300 million Yuan stones. This was Yi Chen. If it were any other 6th layer life and death king without any background, they probably wouldn't have enough Yuan stones to break through. Is this Sword Yuan? Yi Chen opened his palm, and a strand of Jin Yuan shot out. This strand of Jin Yuan was extremely sharp, like a soft sword. It swam in Yi Chen's palm, issuing chi-chi sounds. Puff, with a casual wave of his hand, this strand of Sword Yuan instantly shot out. Its speed was countless times faster than Jin Yuan, and it was simply like a flying sword. It should be known that this was merely Sword Yuan, and not a sword art that was executed with Sword Yuan. From now on, I can be considered to have the capital to protect my life. Yi Chen didn't know what realm his battle strength had reached, but he knew that middle-level Emperor warriors were no longer his opponents. In terms of defense, he was stronger than low-level Emperor warriors. Of course, he was still a bit weaker than middle-level Emperor warriors, but the gap wasn't that big. Sword Yuan made up for the gap of 1 layer, but in terms of offense, middle-level Emperor warriors wouldn't be able to catch up to him. End of chapter 12:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.